Chapter 1. Arrival in the Beast Realm. With a soft rumble, Sun Changqi gingerly patted her stomach, remaining in the cave, hesitant to venture outside. Fortunately, she had brought provisions, otherwise she would have perished from hunger after 3 days. Sun Changqi recalled the scene from 2 days prior when she first arrived here. From a young age, Sun Changqi was aware that she was not a child of the 21st century. She had been adopted by the abbot of a small temple, who, it seemed, was privy to her origins but refused to divulge any information. All she knew was that she would return to her original world upon turning 18, and that her hometown was quite backward beyond that. She was utterly in the dark. Thus, on the day of her 18th birthday, with a backpack slung over her shoulders and 2 large boxes in tow, she found herself atop Phoenix Mountain. At the stroke of midnight, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, pulling her into its embrace. Before long, she plopped into the water below. Fortunately, her bags and backpack were waterproof, and since she fell into a mere babbling brook, the descent was slowed by the white light, resulting in nothing more than a few scrapes from the pebbles in the stream. Initially, Sun Changqi believed she had entered a realm of immortals, for the sky was a brilliant blue, the water crystal clear, and the surroundings were awash with vibrant flora, lush and verdant. She retrieved a towel from her pack to wipe away the water, noting the oppressive heat that surpassed even the sweltering summers of the 21st century. Dressed in a gray short-sleeved shirt and shorts, her hair tied back in a ponytail, it wasn't long before her clothes had dried. Uncertain of her path, surrounded by trees, she chose to venture toward a direction that appeared to have fewer of them, hoping to encounter some semblance of civilization. As she ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew increasingly shadowy, with sunlight gradually diminishing, obscured by towering branches. Initially reminiscent of a fairy tale forest, it now felt like an untamed wilderness. Checking her phone, she noted an hour had passed without sight of another soul, not even a rabbit. What a desolate place, Sun Changqi muttered, her throat parched. Though her boxes contained various necessities and a change of clothes, she had foolishly neglected to fill her water bottle from the stream. Finding a large rock, she sat down to rest and consulted her compass, only to feel a sinking despair as it spun wildly, offering no indication of direction. Suddenly, she heard voices nearby, and her eyes brightened. She quickly stood up and, dragging her belongings, made her way toward the sound. Having possessed an unusually keen sense of hearing since childhood, she could discern sounds from 100 meters away. Though she couldn't explain it, this ability had provided her with numerous advantages. Before long, she spotted 2 men, their upper bodies bare, engaged in conversation. Desperate to escape the forest, Sun Changqi failed to notice their lack of clothing. Just as she was about to step closer to listen, a lion suddenly lunged at the 2 men, swiftly severing one of their necks. In a matter of seconds, the man's body transformed into a creature resembling a giant ant, measuring a meter in length. Sun Changqi was instantly paralyzed by fear, her legs trembling as she struggled to comprehend the scene before her. It was only when she heard the sickening crunch of the lion snapping the second man's neck that she finally turned and fled. Uncertain how long it would take for the lion to consume the 2 transformed beings or whether it would catch her scent, all she knew was that she had to run. She stumbled several times along the way, glancing back to find the lion had not pursued her. With tears in her eyes, she touched her scraped knee, closing her eyes to listen intently. Once she confirmed the lion was not following, she collapsed against the ground, utterly drained. What on earth was that? A lion of such magnitude? And that giant ant? Sun Changqi covered her head, tears streaming down her face, unable to bear the gruesome imagery that had assaulted her senses. After crying for about 10 minutes, she finally calmed down. Opening her boxes, she retrieved antiseptic and band-aids to tend her wounds, gritting her teeth as she stood upright. Realizing she could not leave this accursed forest today, she needed to find a safe haven. Before the lion's appearance, she had not heard a single sound of its approach, suggesting it had been lurking nearby. She could not afford to be complacent. This was neither the modern world nor a realm of immortals. After searching the vicinity for about half an hour, she finally discovered a cave that appeared to have been inhabited previously, furnished with simple tables and chairs, though thick layers of dust coated the surfaces. Sun Changqi set her boxes and backpack down, ventured deeper into the cave, and suddenly felt something crunch beneath her foot. Drawing a flashlight from her waist, she illuminated the ground. "Hiss, bones," she gasped, retreating a couple of steps. It seemed the previous occupant had met a grim fate. Though fear gripped her, she had little choice. A place to shelter was a blessing in itself. As she stood at the cave entrance, dusk had settled. Gathering some wood, she used a lighter to ignite a small fire, then retrieved compressed biscuits from her boxes. Her provisions were limited, and after consuming only 2 pieces, she hesitated to eat more, especially since the dry biscuits left her yearning for water. Swallowing hard, her mouth filled with biscuit crumbs, she leaned against the stone wall, eyes closed, and drifted into a light slumber. Exhausted but wary of sleeping too deeply, she remained alert to any disturbances, conserving her strength for the next day when she could continue her search for an exit. At dawn, she was roused by the cawing of crows. Her lips were parched and cracked. Stretching her body, she changed into a fresh set of clothes, stuffing her dirty garments into a box, preferring not to see them any longer. Sun Chanchi once again dragged her boxes, wandering for hours without finding an exit. Thankfully, she stumbled upon an apple tree. The tree stood tall, and unable to climb, she gathered the fallen apples from the ground and wiped them clean before eating. Though not a substitute for water, the juice from the apples alleviated her thirst somewhat. Cautious not to risk losing her way back to the cave, she collected 3 apples and returned, falling into deep contemplation. She needed a plan. She could not remain trapped here forever. But what was this place? The prolonged fatigue and mental strain overwhelmed her, and amidst the tension and fear, Sun Chanchi welcomed the 3rd day in this forest. Her stomach grumbled incessantly for days. She had survived on little more than 2 or 3 biscuits and an apple. She was so thirsty she desperately longed for water. Lord Qiran, there's a small female here, was the last thing she heard before succumbing to unconsciousness. She hazily glimpsed a man clad in a white robe, his features indistinct. Chapter 2. Qiran. When Sun Chanchi awakened, she still felt a bit dizzy. Sitting up, she shook her head, taking in her surroundings. The room was adorned with an array of crystals, various decorative pieces crafted from the shimmering material. It was a small space, with even the table and chairs fashioned from crystal. How extravagant, Sun Chanchi murmured. Little female, you're awake. Upon hearing the voice, she noticed a small child crouched beneath the table, approximately 3 or 4 years old, with large, sparkling eyes and a head of green hair, beaming at her with a radiant smile. The child crawled out from under the table, the oversized garments hanging loosely on their petite frame, and approached Sun Chanchi. Sun Chanchi had always adored children, especially chubby ones that resembled little meatballs. She ruffled the child's hair and, with a hoarse voice, asked, "Little friend, where is this place? Could you tell your sister?" As she spoke, her throat felt parched, prompting her to add, "Is there any water to drink?" The child pouted, wide-eyed as they walked to the table, pouring a glass of water to hand to Sun Chanchi. After quenching her thirst, Sun Chanchi felt revitalized, ruffling the child's hair once more. "You still haven't told me where this is. I'm not a child. I'm 50 years old. In another 50 years, I'll be an adult." The child crossed their arms, visibly displeased. The beautiful little female before him had such poor eyesight. How could he be mistaken for a child? Sun Chanchi was taken aback for a moment before playfully patting the child's head and laughing. "You claim to be 50? Then I must be 100. You are simply too adorable." She pinched the child's cheek, relishing the soft sensation. The child abruptly swatted her hand away. "I won't talk to you anymore. You must be at least 100 years old to be here alone in Wumu Forest, clearly an abandoned female." Oomph. Just as Sun Chanchi was about to tease the child further, a magnetic voice, slightly hoarse, resonated through the air. "Chimu, do not speak recklessly." A man dressed in a white robe, with flowing white hair and features as exquisitely chiseled as if sculpted by a master artist, entered. His strikingly beautiful face was pale, yet his lips were a vibrant red. Sun Chanchi stared, momentarily entranced, before quickly averting her gaze, feeling a rush of embarrassment. The man wore only an outer robe, leaving the rest of his body bare. She knew this all too well, having glimpsed the hair peeking from the opening of his garment as she looked down. I could see this moment. Sun Chanchi's heart raced uncontrollably. She was taken aback by the strikingly handsome individual before her, yet found him to be quite peculiar. His attire was disheveled, and his physique was oddly shaped. This child referred to him as an adult, suggesting he must possess considerable wealth. Yet he seemed mentally unbalanced. Alas, it was evident that perfection was a rarity in this world. As Sun Chanchi lowered her gaze, Qiran scrutinized her in return. She was the most captivating creature he had ever encountered, with skin as pure as snow and lustrous black hair. Her eyes sparkled with a language of their own, particularly when she smiled, curving like the crescent moon. Such exquisite beauty was seldom abandoned by any tribe. It was an enigma how it could possibly be forsaken without proper reverence. "Little female, from whence do you hail? I can arrange for someone to escort you back." Qiran spoke, his voice carrying a sense of authority. Sun Chanchi lifted her head and met Qiran's gaze, finding him seated with his legs sprawled, an unwelcome sight that made her eyes sting, regardless of his striking appearance. Lowering her head once more, she felt as if she'd been transported to a bygone era, albeit in a setting that appeared even more rudimentary than ancient times. Unsure of how to respond, she feared that a single misstep might lead to dire consequences, such as being dragged out and fed to lions. I remember nothing. I awoke in that forest. Sun Chanchi resorted to the classic trope of a time-traveling heroine, claiming amnesia. Indeed, upon hearing this, Qiran furrowed his brow. Sun Chanchi quickly glanced at him before averting her gaze again, wishing for something to shield her from his sight. The physician clearly stated that there were no issues with you, Qiran noted, perplexed by her refusal to meet his eyes. Typically, wherever he went, a throng of females would gaze upon him, captivated by both his looks and his endowment. Yet this little female seemed utterly disinterested. Believing Qiran suspected her of deceit, Sun Chanchi grew anxious, stammering, I still feel a bit dizzy. Qiran rose and approached her, squatting down to her level. Sun Chanchi lowered her head even further, resolutely refusing to look up. Look at me. Startled, Sun Chanchi raised her head and caught Qiran's gaze. The innocent look in her eyes made his heart skip a beat. He swallowed hard and leaned closer, inhaling her scent. How strange. I cannot discern your beast type. Which clan do you belong to? Sun Chanchi instinctively recoiled, her eyes darting away, unable to comprehend Qiran's words. Sir, it seems you have frightened the young female, Qimu interjected. Since Qiran's entrance, Qimu had remained silent, quietly observing. However, witnessing Qiran, who typically paid no heed to females, so intently sniffing one was quite a revelation. Realizing he had lost control, Qiran felt a twinge of embarrassment as he noticed Sun Chanchi cowering in the corner of the bed. He stood up and cleared his throat. My name is Qiran. This is Beast City. If you are unwell, you may rest here. A beast will bring you food shortly. Should you feel uncomfortable, simply inform Qimu. With that, Qiran departed, casting a furtive glance back at Sun Chanchi. She exhaled deeply, relieved, feeling the weight of his presence had been somewhat oppressive, as if he could see right through her. She worried that perhaps she emitted an unpleasant odor. Unbeknownst to her, Qiran was not repulsed, rather, he found her scent intoxicating. In this beastly realm, the more beautiful a female, the more alluring her natural scent became to males, often inciting their desires. Thus, many females would forego bathing for extended periods to entice their favored males. Little female, why did you not even glance at Lord Qiran? Do you have any idea how many females yearn for a mere glimpse of him? Qimu gazed at Sun Chanchi with an expression of exasperation. Sun Chanchi found the child's expression amusingly comical. I am not a little female, you may call me Sister Qi, she said, playfully pinching Kaima's cheek, bemused by Qiran allowing a child to observe her. Do not pinch my face, I'm not a child, Qimu pouted, casting a resentful glance at Sun Chanchi. At that moment, Sun Chanchi yearned to comprehend the world she had found herself in and wondered how much the child knew. Qimu, could you enlighten me about this world? She inquired. Qimu regarded her as if she were quite foolish. Chapter 3. Understanding the Beast Realm. Qimu concluded that the little female must have lost her wits. Otherwise, how could she pose such a ridiculous question? Nonetheless, he replied, This is the Beast Realm, the world of beastmen. We are currently in the capital city, and the esteemed Lord Qiran is the adoptive son of the city lord. Upon hearing this, Sun Chanchi's heart raced. She had read 2 novels set in beastly worlds during her modern life, filled with tales of primitive survival. Yet this place seemed nothing like that. Sun Chanchi voiced her lingering questions, leading Qimu to firmly conclude that the little female was indeed quite naive, as it was evident she had been abandoned for a reason. Upon emerging from the cave, Bai Luo once again transformed into a magnificent lion under Jian Yunqi's gaze. The reaction to this transformation varied significantly depending on the mindset. Yesterday, Jian Yunqi observed with a sense of trepidation, finding the sight utterly terrifying. However, today was different. She had embraced this world, knowing she was about to find a home here. Moreover, witnessing the lion up close allowed her to observe its fur in exquisite detail, long, loose, and undeniably soft. In that instant, Jian Yunqi could not restrain herself and affectionately embraced the lion, nuzzling against it while exclaiming how soft and comfortable it was. Bai Luo felt her affectionate touches and his heart raced with joy, resolving to transform before Jian more often to endear himself to her further. Chapter 3. Arrival. After indulging in his imagination, Bai Luo unfurled the wings that had been concealed beneath his thick fur and urged Jian to hold tightly to his pelt. Once she grasped firmly, he began to run forward, simultaneously flapping his wings. Before long, Bai Luo soared into the sky, carrying Jian with him. Filled with exhilaration, Jian gazed at the breathtaking landscape below, marveling, truly, he is a celestial lion. He can actually fly. I had thought the title was merely symbolic, unaware that his wings were hidden beneath his fur. What an extraordinary creature. Yet, I wonder why he conceals his wings, though her mind brimmed with questions. She refrained from voicing them, fearing that her inquiries might distract Bai Luo during their flight. Thus, she focused solely on the enchanting scenery that unfolded before her. From the heights, Jian could see far and wide. Although the details were not as clear from such a distance, the perspective offered a splendid view. Bai Luo attentively observed each of Jian's expressions and movements. Noticing her keen interest in the sights, he slowed his flight, allowing her to appreciate the panorama more fully and began to narrate the scenery along their path. Jian, do you see that mountain over there? It is called Sunrise Mountain. For the sun rises just behind it. The view is breathtaking. Would you like to visit it? No, let us continue our journey for now. We can explore later. By the way, in which direction is our tribe? Our tribe lies to the south of Sunrise Mountain. The scenery there is equally lovely, and the people are very friendly. Jian, you need not worry. After addressing Jian's question, Bai Luo savored the words she had just spoken, reflecting on their significance. In brief, our tribe, Bai Luo, is filled with joy as Jian has embraced the Tianshi tribe as her own home. She even mentioned the prospect of visiting Sunrise Mountain together in the future. Does this not suggest that Jian harbors feelings for me? Might I have a significant chance of becoming Jian's partner? The mere thought of this brings immense joy to Bai Luo, who feels fortunate to have encountered Jian. Jian is an exceptionally beautiful and gentle female, a rarity in the vast continent where such qualities are seldom found. The scarcity of females in the tribe renders them a precious commodity. From a young age, all males in the tribe are taught by their fathers to respect females and to acquiesce to their requests, unless the demands are utterly unreasonable. Refusal is simply not an option. Should a male deny even the simplest request from a female, he would face the scorn of his peers. This cultural norm has led to the majority of females in the tribe becoming rather spoiled and unruly. Consequently, Bai Luo increasingly feels as though he has discovered a treasure in Jian, and his sense of urgency grows. Her exceptional qualities compel him to treat her well, for he must ensure that none of those young rascals can claim her for themselves. Jian Yunshi keenly sensed something amiss with Bai Luo. Bai Luo, what is wrong? Are you tired? If so, we can take a break. Bai Luo swiftly composed himself, replying, I'm fine. By the way, Jian, how about I introduce you to our tribe? That sounds great. Please tell me more. I'm eager to know what our tribe is like. Our tribe is one of the 4 great tribes on the Beastman continent, alongside the Tianhu tribe to the west, the Feibao tribe to the east, and the Feilong tribe to the north. Of course, there are many smaller tribes on the continent as well. For instance, to the east of our Tianshi tribe is the Inhu tribe, to the west is the Hexiong tribe, and to the north is the Shizu tribe. Oh, I see. So our tribe is quite powerful. Are there others like me who cannot transform into beast form? Indeed, there are. Tribes without females are not blessed by the beast god. A tribe without females cannot thrive. It will soon face extinction. Females and their offspring hold great significance in every tribe. Females? Jian Yunshi felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this. Women here were like her. Perhaps she wouldn't feel like an outcast after all. Yet, deep down, she knew she was merely an imposter, being human. Bai Luo turned to glance at the silent Jian, feeling a mix of emotions. Where did Jian come from? How could she be unaware of such basic knowledge? He believed that one day Jian would share her story with him, although he himself was uncertain why he felt such confidence. Soon, 5 days passed. Why 5 days? Because Bai Luo had taken Jian to watch the sunrise at Daybreak Mountain, which was truly breathtaking. As dawn broke, the earth appeared shrouded in a silvery mist. At that moment, silence enveloped everything, suddenly interrupted by the call of a bird, piercing through the stillness. Soon, the eastern sky brightened with a pale hue, illuminating the land. The mid-sky displayed deep blue, while the edges were soft blue, resembling a piece of blue jade. In the east, colorful clouds emerged, like glittering arrows shooting towards the heavens. Before long, the blue jade was adorned with even more vibrant colors, resembling ribbons encircling the east, a sight that captivated Jian Yunshi, leaving her spellbound and touched. She realized that this detour meant Bai Luo would need to travel an additional day or 2. Thus, during their time together, Jian Yunshi unknowingly became gentler towards Bai Luo. Over those 5 days, Bai Luo tended to Jian with utmost care, as if he wished to cradle her in his hands, fearing she might dissolve away. He reveled in this, oblivious to Jian Yunshi's inner turmoil. Indeed, Jian was conflicted, ever since Bai Luo's previous remarks. She felt that his attentiveness stemmed from her identity as a female. Yet, Jian understood that Bai Luo was not like that, but she couldn't help but think so. Feeling excessively sensitive and drowning in self-reproach. That evening, Bai Luo informed Jian Yunshi that they would reach the tribe by noon, instantly dispelling her feelings of guilt and conflict, replacing them with excitement. We are finally arriving. This will be my new home, my place in this foreign world. Chapter 4. I guess the night passed swiftly. Jian Yunshi, brimming with excitement, awoke at the break of dawn. After enjoying breakfast prepared by Bai Luo, they set off for the tribe once more. By around 11 o'clock, Bai Luo guided Jian Yunshi above the tribe, and soon, a chorus of lion roars resonated from below. Jian felt a sense of welcome and joy in the sounds and asked Bai Luo, are the tribe members welcoming you home? Bai Luo let out a thunderous roar, and the tribe erupted in joyous commotion. No, Jian, they are not just welcoming me, they are welcoming us home. Welcome back. startled by the roaring. Jian Yunxi was momentarily dazed, unaware that Bai Luo had transformed into his human form and embraced her. Only when she felt Bai Luo's warm chest and heard his gentle, deep voice did her face flush crimson, extending to her neck. As if she might ignite from embarrassment, she dared not meet his gaze, gently pushing him away and murmuring, "Why you can put me down." Seeing Jian Yunxi's bashful demeanor made Bai Luo's heart race even more. Tightening his embrace, he pulled her closer, while his other hand instinctively grasped hers against his chest, compelling her to look into his eyes. Their gazes locked, revealing their innermost feelings. Overwhelmed by the intensity in Bai Luo's eyes, Jian closed hers instinctively. Seizing the moment, Bai Luo passionately pressed his lips against hers, an overwhelming and sweet sensation engulfing Jian. She no longer hesitated. She wanted to be with this man, wrapping her arms around Bai Luo's back and responding fervently to his kiss. Bai Luo's heart exploded with joy as he kissed Jian with even greater fervor, one hand firmly holding her while the other gripped the back of her head, preventing any escape, as if he wished to draw her into himself. Only when Jian gasped for air did he release her, weakened by Luo's embrace. Jian shot him a playful glare. Bai Luo, catching her eye, took a deep breath, forcing himself to look away from her. After a moment, he swept Jian into his arms and strode toward the tribe. Along the way, many who wished to greet Bai Luo smiled knowingly upon seeing Jian in his arms, which only fueled Jian's embarrassment and indignation. In a moment of playful retaliation, she pinched the soft flesh at Bai Luo's waist and spun around, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. "Jian, after dinner, let us visit the village chief together, shall we? To the village chief's house?" "Yes. I need to report back after completing my trial, and besides, if you wish to settle in the tribe, you must check in with the village chief." "All right. Shall we go now?" "No need to rush. Let us wait until after lunch." After unloading their belongings, Bai Luo led Jian Yunxi to his home, pushing the door open. He asked Jian to wait outside while he tidied up. Though the interior was not visibly dirty, it had been unoccupied for 3 months, gathering quite a bit of dust. Soon, Bai Luo had the place spotless. He returned to gather their luggage and invited Jian inside. "Yunxi, please rest here. I'm going hunting now. By the way, what do you want to eat today?" "Anything is fine. You decide." "All right then. Rest well. I'll be back shortly." With that, Bai Luo stepped outside. However, just as he closed the door and turned to head towards the tribe's rear mountain, he heard a familiar voice. It was his good friend, Xiao Xiao. "Hey, Bai Luo, you're back so soon. I dare say that this year's Most Outstanding Warrior Award is undoubtedly yours. It is already noon. You must not have had lunch yet. Come, let us dine at my home. Murphy and I have prepared everything. We only await your arrival." As soon as he finished speaking, the impatient Xiao Xiao approached and directly pulled Bai Luo towards his own home. "Wait a moment, Xiao Xiao." Bai Luo managed to free himself from Xiao Xiao's grasp and swiftly dashed into his house. He noticed Jian Yunxi sitting on a stool, rummaging through her bag. "Jian. What is it?" "Jian, my friend has invited us for a meal and is waiting outside. We should hurry." "All right. Let us not keep them waiting." Outside, Xiao Xiao was growing increasingly impatient, just as he was about to step inside to investigate when the door swung open. Soon, Bai Luo emerged, hand in hand with Jian Yunxi, much to Xiao Xiao's astonishment. Upon seeing their clasped hands, the irritation he had felt from waiting dissipated, replaced by a surge of excitement. On the way to Bai Luo's home, he had overheard someone mention that Bai Luo had brought back a beautiful female companion. At the time, he had dismissed it as a jest. Little did he know, Bai Luo had indeed returned with a stunning female. "You've done well, my friend. You went out and returned with such a lovely lady," he exclaimed while playfully winking at Jian Yunxi. The blush that had barely faded from her cheeks returned with a vengeance, leaving Bai Luo momentarily speechless until a sudden rush of empathy jolted him back to reality. He shot a glare at Xiao Xiao, feigning a kick in his direction. All right. I shall refrain from further comments. "Ah, we have arrived. Please, take a seat. I will assist Murphy in the kitchen." Without waiting for Bai Luo and the others to respond, he hurried into the kitchen to lend a hand. "Jian, allow me to introduce you. The one who just brought us here is the male head of this household, my dear brother Xiao Xiao. Our families, along with Murphy's, who happens to be Xiao Xiao's partner, have always maintained a close relationship, which is why we have played together since childhood. Murphy has always looked after me as I was younger, and both he and Xiao Xiao, being 3 years my senior and without any other siblings, have treated me as their own brother. They have never forgotten to include me in their delightful excursions. Since childhood, they have harbored affections for one another, eventually becoming partners in adulthood." "Oh, I see. No wonder we were invited for a meal upon our return. Your bond is truly remarkable." "Indeed. They make a wonderful couple. You will surely get along splendidly with them." Xiao Xiao is rather impulsive, yet possesses a genuine nature, never indulging in deceit, and is always kind-hearted. Murphy, too, is of excellent character, vivacious and easy to engage with. After listening to Bai Luo's evaluation of the couple Xiao Xiao, Jian Yunxi understood just how significant these two individuals were to him. She also realized that since she intended to reside here, fostering good relationships with those around her was paramount. Jian Yunxi mused that the Xiao couple was akin to Bai Luo's own brother and sister-in-law, hence, it was essential to cultivate a strong bond with them. She began conversing with Bai Luo about the sights they had encountered on their journey back, resolving that they should venture beyond the tribe to explore the outside world once more. As she spoke, it dawned on her that she had not seen Bai Luo's parents during her return, prompting her to inquire, "Where are your parents?" "They have gone on a trip and will return before the rainy season," Bai Luo replied. "Also, Jian, I have reached adulthood, so I can no longer reside in my parents' home. We will build our own house. What kind of style do you prefer? I will create it for you." "That sounds wonderful," Jian Yunqi shyly responded, falling silent once more. However, the atmosphere between them grew increasingly sweet, as Bai Luo gazed at Jian Yunqi, who blushed deeply. This tender moment was soon accompanied by the enticing aroma of food wafting from the kitchen. Before long, Xiao Xiao emerged from the kitchen carrying a large ceramic platter laden with several substantial pieces of roasted meat, which he placed on the table. Shortly after, Murphy followed suit, bringing a sizable ceramic pot filled with meat soup, which he set down before returning to the kitchen to fetch 4 bowls and chopsticks. Upon seeing Jian Yunqi, Murphy was taken aback by her beauty. Although Xiao Xiao had previously mentioned that the female Bai Luo had brought back was striking, witnessing it firsthand was entirely different. How could someone be so exquisite? She resembled the most beautiful person in the tribe, not forgetting her manners. She handed the bowls and chopsticks to everyone while engaging Jian Yunqi in conversation. "You are truly beautiful. My name is Murphy, and I am Xiao Xiao's partner. What about you?" "I am Jian Yunqi, and you are lovely as well, Murphy." After exchanging pleasantries, she accepted the bowls and chopsticks from Murphy, and they all began to enjoy the meal. Despite the fare being rather simple, the barbecue and meat soup infused a gentle warmth into the gathering, and the atmosphere was one of joy and camaraderie. The meal concluded with everyone feeling content and delighted. After the feast, Bai Luo and the others willingly stayed to help Xiao Xiao with the cleanup, only departing once everything was tidied. Chapter 5. Meeting the chief, Bai Luo and Jian strolled under the midday sun, their hands intertwined, exchanging smiles and glances as they made their way to the chief's residence. Their joined hands drew envious gazes from passers-by, some of whom even teased them. One such passerby chimed in, "Hey, Bai Luo, is the female you're holding on to the one you brought back? She is indeed quite lovely. You must keep a close eye on her lest she be stolen away by other unbonded males." "Haha, Uncle Parson, what are you saying? Why would I give any other fellow a chance?" Jian, unable to endure the banter any longer, interjected, "Hello, Uncle Parson. My name is Jian." Upon recognizing that it was Bai Luo's companion who spoke, Parson ceased his teasing and remarked, "Greetings, Jian. You just returned to the tribe today, so Bai Luo must not have had the opportunity to show you around yet. Next time, be sure he takes you to the market." "Well, I won't keep you. I must hurry to my stall at the market." With that, Parson hurried off. "So, there is a market in the tribe? What kind of things are sold there?" Jian curiously inquired. "What do you have there?" "Pottery, animal skins, fabric, food. There is so much." "Are you eager to see it?" Bai Jiro responded, "However, we must first visit the chieftain. We can explore the market tomorrow, and I can buy you a few garments." "Wow, there are clothes for sale at the market?" Jian exclaimed. "We must definitely check it out tomorrow." "All right, I'll take you first thing in the morning," Bai Jiro assured her. Before long, Bai Jiro led Jian to a house that was noticeably larger than those of other tribespeople. He approached and knocked on the door, entering only after hearing a response from within. Once inside, Jian, who had felt a bit anxious, quickly relaxed. The leaders of the tribe, who held the highest authority, appeared rather amiable, far from the intimidating figures she had envisioned. Especially the elder seated at the highest position. If she guessed correctly, he must be the chieftain. Upon seeing the seated elders, Bai Jiro immediately knelt respectfully, proclaiming, "Honorable chieftain and esteemed elders, I, Bai Jiro, the tribe's warrior, have returned. I have not only brought back the prey requested by the chieftain, but also many other animal skins, bones, and horns for your inspection." With that, Bai Jiro laid out all the items before the elders. Their approving nods indicated their satisfaction, and they praised Bai Jiro for his efforts. Having concluded this, Bai Jiro began to introduce Jian. "This is Jian Yunqi, the female I rescued from the misty forest. At the time, she was under attack by a horned beast, and it was truly perilous. There were no males around to assist her. I saved her, and she is eager to live with us in the Tianshi tribe, so I brought her back." The elders were taken aback, for they knew how significant a female was to a tribe. Such a simple truth even the young cubs understood. They felt fortunate that Bai Jiro had saved her. Otherwise, "Child, you are Jian Yunqi, correct? Do you truly wish to reside with our tribe? It is essential that you desire this willingly, for in the land of beast men, forcing a female to act against her will is a grave sin. Therefore, you must tell me, do you consent?" The chieftain asked. "Yes, chieftain, I am willing and delighted to live in the Tianshi tribe." "So I hope you and the elders will agree," Jian replied. Hearing her affirmation, Bai Jiro breathed a sigh of relief, although he had known Jian wished to stay. Hearing her express it sincerely to the chieftain and elders made him feel at ease. The chieftain noticed Bai Jiro's subtle reaction, aware of his thoughts since he had watched Bai Jiro grow, much like his own child. "Now, Jian, I must ask you one thing. Do you acknowledge Bai Jiro as your guide?" "Yes, I do," Jian replied. "Very well. As your guide, Bai Jiro has the right to pursue you preferentially. Henceforth, unless you choose another beastman as your partner, you shall not have the right to leave his household." I hope you understand and can live harmoniously with Baijiro. Everything is duly noted, so you may return home now. The chieftain kindly concluded. After returning from the chieftain's abode, both Baijiro and Jian were elated, for they could finally live together. However, this joy quickly turned a tad awkward. After washing up and preparing for bed, they discovered a predicament. While Baijiro's home had 2 beds, 2 customs in the Beastman land complicated their situation. First, adult children were not allowed to sleep in their parents' room until the parents had passed. Thus, Baijiro could not occupy his parents' room. Second, even if guests were present, they could not stay in the room of the elders. Consequently, Jian could not stay in Baijiro's parents' room either, leaving them to share 1 room and 1 bed. Though both felt pleased in their hearts, they found the situation rather embarrassing. They had previously shared living quarters outside the tribe, but that was under different circumstances. Despite having lived together, they had never shared a bed, making this new arrangement quite awkward and shy for both of them. Still, a hint of happiness and excitement lingered. Standing in the room, Jian shyly avoided looking at Baijiro. Initially thrilled at the prospect of living together, she now felt embarrassed by the reality of their situation. Jian? I'll sleep on the floor, and you can take the bed, Baijiro suggested nervously. No, you've been sleeping on the ground for several days to take care of me. Now that we're home, you shouldn't have to sleep on the floor anymore. Why don't we share the bed? That way, neither of us has to sleep on the ground, and your bed is large enough for both of us, Jian said. Her voice barely audible, as if she would have been too shy to speak had Baijiro not been there. Upon hearing her words, Baijiro felt overjoyed. All right, don't worry. Jian, I will treat you well, he exclaimed. Now, let us get to sleep. We have things to do tomorrow. Soon, they lay together in the same bed. Both felt a sweetness mingled with awkwardness, eager to find a topic to alleviate the tension. Yet, neither could think of anything, so they resorted to casual conversation. Baijiro, are you asleep? Jian asked. Not yet, Jian. How do you find me as a person? He replied. Quite nice, she responded. What about me? What do you think? About you? I believe you are truly wonderful. Really, you are the first gentle person I have ever met, and you are beautiful as well. Capable of making delicious roasted meat. During their journey back, as their bond grew, Jian had occasionally prepared some roasted meat for Baijiro, incorporating various seasonings she had discovered along the way. Really? You find my roasted meat tasty? Then I will prepare something else delicious for you next time. Baijiro replied eagerly. All right, what do you want to eat tomorrow, Jian? I can fetch it for you. Would you like some fruit? I can pick some for you as well. Sure, but you must remember, honestly, I don't have any specific meat cravings. Just hunt whatever you can, and I will happily eat whatever you bring back. Very well. Enough of this. Let us sleep. We have tasks awaiting us tomorrow. Okay, then, Baijiro, good night. Good night, Jian. With that, they drifted into a sweet slumber, perhaps experiencing a dream filled with sweetness and joy. Chapter 6. Coexistence. The following day, Jian arose only after Baijiro had left for the day. In truth, she had woken up long before, but uncertain of how to face Baijiro upon rising, she pretended to be asleep. Now that he had departed, she felt there was no longer a need for such pretense. Upon awakening, Jian promptly engaged in her morning routine, washing up and savoring the breakfast prepared by Bailuo. After her meal, she began to tidy the home, first carrying all the bedding outside to bask in the sun, then diligently cleaning every corner of the house with a cloth and broom. She swept the yard meticulously, ensuring the entrance gleamed. Once this was accomplished, Jian retrieved some commonly used seasonings like scallions, garlic, and ginger that she had gathered earlier, and sat in the yard, organizing them carefully. She had learned from Bailuo that the locals typically only use salt in their cooking, unaware of the potential for other flavors. Bailuo recognized ginger, as it was often brought back for tribal rituals and is known for its medicinal properties. As she worked, the neighboring females began to emerge from their homes. Hello. What is your name? One inquired. I am Noya, companion to Xiao's. Greetings, Noya. I am Jian. We shall be neighbors henceforth. The others, noticing Noya conversing with Jian, felt a desire to join in and began introducing themselves. Jian quickly learned that among Bailuo's 4 neighbors, only Una was without a partner. The others were all coupled. Noya was with Xiao's, Hong with Blair, and Gisa with Chioji, while Una lived with her parents, Liming and Vixie. Before long, the females were engaged in animated conversation with Jian, so engrossed that they hardly noticed when their male or companions returned home. Jian gleaned much information from them, including that Bailuo's father was named Rhea, his mother Mingji, and the chieftain was called Feiji, with his partner named Wire, along with various bits of gossip. It was not until the males called for lunch that the females reluctantly returned home, agreeing to continue their chat in the afternoon. Upon entering her home, Jian excitedly recounted her morning to Bailuo, sharing tales of her friendly neighbors. Bailuo was pleased to see Jian adapting so well to life here. After lunch, he encouraged her to take a moment to rest while he swiftly tidied the kitchen, washing the dishes and placing them in a wooden cupboard. He then entered the bedroom and lay down beside Jian, who was already asleep. As he gazed at her peaceful face, Bailuo felt a wave of tenderness wash over him, a sweet smile gracing his lips. How he wished he could simply watch her forever. Jian, you are truly beautiful. And your scent is delightful, he mused before drifting off to sleep. When Bailuo awoke, He found the bed empty and tidied the covers before stepping outside in search of Jian. As he stepped out, he heard the cheerful chatter of the females, including Jian's gentle voice, seemingly engaged in conversation about something. Not paying close attention to their words, he stood at the entrance, lost in thought. Jian was happily discussing the outside world with her neighbors, recounting tales of Bailuo soaring through the azure skies. From their conversations, she learned that only partners and children could ride on the backs of orcs. Suddenly, Jian recalled the chieftain's words and inwardly scoffed. So this insufferable Bailuo has been eyeing me all along. What a dull, flirtatious man. Just then, she noticed Bailuo approaching, asking if she wished to visit the market. It dawned on her that they had agreed to go, but she had forgotten amidst her lively discussions. However, she considered it a fine idea now that the sun had lost its midday intensity. Certainly, let us tidy up and take a stroll, she replied, with Jian's affirmative response. Bailuo swiftly entered the house to gather the bones of the wild game he had hunted, placing them into a large basket before calling Jian to bid farewell to their neighbors. As Jian followed Bailuo for a short distance, he beheld spacious thoroughfares and inquired, Bailuo, why are these roads so wide? Are we nearing the market? Indeed, we shall arrive shortly. However, our immediate task is to visit the weaponry shop to sell these beast bones. Upon hearing Bailuo's words, Jian realized that this world had its own form of currency. Perhaps commerce here was quite thriving. She inquired, what is our tribe use as currency? Currency? What is that? Bailuo's response prompted Jian to suppress an urge to roll her eyes. She clarified, what do you use to purchase goods? With this explanation, Bailuo understood. Of course, it's money. We use shells. Oh, so it's shell currency. But where do you find these shells? Jian asked. Naturally, from the seaside. Our tribe is close to the ocean, which is where we gather shells. Then why don't you go collect some shells yourself instead of selling animal bones? Upon hearing Jian's question, Bailuo felt a tad embarrassed. I just returned from the forest and haven't had a chance to go to the beach yet. However, if you wish to go, we can certainly set out tomorrow. I will take you wherever you desire, no matter the place. Jian felt a wave of emotion at Bailuo's grand declaration. It was the first time in her 20 years that someone had spoken to her in such a manner. And most importantly, it was from Bailuo, the person she cherished most. Yet, confronted with Bailuo's earnestness, Jian found herself at a loss for words. Her face flushed crimson as she whispered, Thank you, Bailuo. As they continued their journey, they arrived at a shop brimming with weapons. Jian recognized it as the weapon store Bailuo had mentioned. Indeed, upon entering, the shopkeeper greeted them warmly. Hey, Bailuo, what weapons do you need today? Uncle Duozha, I'm here to sell some animal bones. Take a look, Bailuo said, presenting a large basket filled with bones. Uncle Duozha's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the hard-to-hunt beasts. Bailuo, for these bones, I can offer you 150 spiral shells and 40 fan shells. How does that sound? Without hesitation, Bailuo replied, All right, just as you say, uncle. The exchange of goods and currency ensued. Jian pondered how such an abundance of animal bones could fetch so few shells. Were the bones really of little value? Her inquisitive nature led her to pose her questions to Bailuo once they exited the shop. What Bailuo revealed astounded her. 100 fan shells equated to 1 spiral shell, and 5 fan shells could purchase an entire set of female garments. This implied that Bailuo was quite wealthy. Chapter 7. Illness. After leaving the weapon shop, Bailuo led Jian towards the market to buy clothing. As they walked, the crowd thickened, and soon they arrived at a stall selling female garments. Jian observed that the clothes appeared to be made of silk and cotton, prompting her to ask Bailuo, why are there no animal skins? Jian, the weather isn't too cold yet. Wearing animal skins would be uncomfortable and excessively warm. He explained, but how do you wear animal skins? Aren't you afraid of the heat? Jian's question drew amused looks from the stall's vendor. Bailuo, feeling a bit shy, leaned closer to Jian and whispered, Jian, the skin I wear is my own fur from when I was in beast form, so I certainly don't feel hot. Jian's expression stiffened in embarrassment. Oh, how utterly mortifying, she thought, wishing to vanish into a crack in the ground. She hastily selected a few outfits and pairs of cloth shoes, asking the vendor to wrap them up. After Bailuo paid, she eagerly tugged him away. While wandering through the bustling marketplace, Jian found it peculiar that such a vast bazaar lacked the presence of rice and flour. Furthermore, even soy sauce and vinegar were conspicuously absent. Yet, he recalled that every time he savored the roasted meat prepared by Bailuo, there was always a hint of soy sauce and vinegar. Intrigued, he posed this question to Bailuo, whose response left him in awe of the creator's magnificence. It turned out that the continent was home to many strange fruits, and the juices of the soy fruit and the tangy vinegar fruit were the very flavors he had been enjoying. Regarding rice and flour, Bailuo mentioned having seen them on the way to the seaside, albeit with uncertainty. This revelation filled Jian with immense joy, while the roasted meat was delectable. He could not endure having it for every meal, fearing it would bring about an upset stomach. He resolved to find rice. As they meandered through the marketplace, Jian followed Bailuo, observing her thoughtfulness and the radiant smiles of the orc vendors. He realized that happiness could indeed be quite simple, to be with someone cherished who reciprocates those feelings, to lead a comfortable life, and to have amicable neighbors. Despite the area's backwardness, Jian felt an undeniable sense of happiness in his current state. Everything around him seemed dreamlike and beautiful, and he wished this dream could last forever. Never to awaken. Eventually, Luo and Jian had gathered all the items they needed. Hand in hand, they strolled towards home. Bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, which cast a surreal light upon their figures, making them appear almost ethereal, yet undeniably real. This enchanting scene did not go unnoticed by those in the marketplace, both paired and unpaired. The couples silently wished them well, hoping for their happiness. However, the unpaired males held a different sentiment. They regarded Jian as an exceptional female, one who should not be monopolized by Luo alone. They believed they too had the right to pursue her. With her gentle demeanor and striking beauty, they were convinced she would treat them kindly if they became partners. They resolved to pursue her starting the very next day, yet none considered whether Jian would consent to their advances. Upon returning from the marketplace, Jian and Luo began to organize their purchases. Luo had bought Jian numerous garments and shoes, while she herself had acquired only a sharp bone knife. Their modest haul meant their tidying up did not take long. Once everything was in order, they proceeded to prepare dinner. As Jane observed Luo preparing to grill meat once again, she promptly intervened. "Oh dear. If this continues, I might be sick." Suddenly, Jane recalled that consuming some vegetables could alleviate the greasiness, but alas, none were available. Thus, she resolved to prepare stir-fried meat for dinner instead. While Luo was still perplexed, Jane declared, "Luo, starting tomorrow, make sure to bring me some fruits and wild vegetables every day. And tonight, we shall not have grilled meat. I will prepare something else delicious, hee. I shall make you stir-fried meat." Luo readily agreed. As Jane's words were akin to commands that he felt compelled to follow, he secretly anticipated Jane's lovingly prepared dinner. Subsequently, the two worked in harmonious unison to complete the meal. Jane skillfully handled the cooking while Luo tended to the fire, their cooperation seamless. After finishing their meal, Luo prepared a bath for Jane, urging her to wash up. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that she had already been in the bath for quite some time. Finally, as Luo was getting ready for bed, he realized that he had not seen Jane since she had gone to bathe. Driven by concern, he approached the bathroom door, knocking and calling out her name. After several attempts yielded no response, anxiety set in, prompting him to force the door open and enter. Upon discovering Jane peacefully asleep in the bathtub, he wasted no time in lifting her and carrying her to the bedroom. He worried internally, "I wonder how long she has been asleep. Such a delicate creature. If she falls ill, it would be dreadful." Once in the bedroom, he gently placed Jane on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Upon touching her forehead, he realized she indeed had a fever. Without delay, he dashed out of the house toward the chieftain's dwelling. Upon arrival, Luo reported Jane's condition to the tribe's priest and the chieftain's partner, startled, quickly fetched his medical kit and approached the chieftain, who transformed into his beast form. As climbed onto his back, the chieftain shot a knowing glance at Luo before dashing away. Luo too transformed into his beast form, following closely behind. They soon reached home, where immediately entered to attend to Jane. After examining her, he concluded, "Fear not. Luo, Jane merely has a slight cold. The weather is quite pleasant, so as long as she takes her medicine on time, she will recover swiftly. However, you must take extra care of her. I observe that Jane's constitution is a tad weaker than that of the average female." Luo, still reeling from Wile's earlier reassurance, found himself plunged back into despair with the next statement. His gaze darkened as he accepted the medicine handed him. Seeing the chieftain and Wile out the door, amidst the commotion, Jane had awakened and, puzzled, inquired about what had transpired. Luo, disregarding her state of undress, enveloped her in a firm embrace. "Jane, I will protect you. Such incidents shall not occur again." Although Jane was somewhat bewildered, she reciprocated his embrace, asking, "What happened?" Luo nestled into the crook of her neck, softly relaying the priest's earlier words. The warm breath against her sensitive skin sent a rush of color to Jane's cheeks, prompting her to gently push him away. "It's nothing. Everything is fine. I simply lost track of time in the bath, so you must protect me from now on." Lifting Luo's chin to meet his gaze, she reflected on her own folly in bathing too long and chastised herself for being so inept that a simple bath could lead to illness. Upon catching sight of Jane's flushed face, Luo felt his breath hitch, and, slightly embarrassed, he averted his eyes. I'll go prepare the medicine now. You should rest." With that, he hurried out, leaving Jane in a state of confusion. However, fatigue soon overtook her, and she drifted off to sleep. Before long, Luo returned with a bowl of bitter medicine, only to find Jane asleep again. Reluctant to rouse her, but knowing it was necessary, he gently urged, "Jane, wake up. Drink your medicine before sleeping again." "All right." Watching her consume the medicine, Luo finally felt a sense of relief as he climbed into bed beside her. The following day, Luo resolved not to leave Jane alone at home. Thus, he invited Murphy to care for her early in the morning before heading into the forest to hunt with Xiao Xiao. His thoughts lingered on Jane's illness. Hoping for her swift recovery, he recalled her request for fruits and wild vegetables, typically consumed by the tribe during lean hunting times. Yet, because Jane had asked, he felt compelled to oblige. Luo hunted with remarkable efficiency, securing prey in a fraction of the usual time, after which he gathered an abundance of fruits and vegetables. Soon, he returned to the tribe, laden with game and a bag filled with produce. Upon entering, he was struck by the overwhelming sense of his fellow tribesmen, particularly the presence of several unbonded males, which ignited a spark of realization within him. He had overlooked the fact that many males in the tribe harbored feelings for Jian. It seemed he would need to address these rivals. Bailuo's heart flared with indignation as he noticed the fruits and vegetables laid out on the table. He set down his catch and sorted the items based on their scents, one pile for the females and another for the males. He retained the offerings from the females while discarding the males' contributions onto the floor, preparing to return them to those meddlesome suitors. Meanwhile, Murphy and Jian engaged in conversation inside. Recognized the commotion outside as the males returning, prompting them to step outside to greet them. "You're back," they exclaimed in perfect unison. As Jian observed, Bailuo had divided the items sent by the tribesmen who came to visit him into two distinct piles, one remaining on the table and the other placed upon the floor. This peculiar arrangement left her somewhat perplexed, prompting her to inquire, "Bailuo, what is the matter? Why have you placed the items on the ground?" Upon hearing Jian's question, Murphy found himself at a loss for words, while Bailuo appeared dejected. It was evident that Jian, belonging to an entirely different tribe, was unaware of the significance behind the gifts presented by the male orcs. Jian, noticing Bailuo's demeanor, grew even more confused and turned to Murphy, asking, "Murphy, what is wrong with Bailuo?" Murphy, exasperated by Jian's obliviousness, quietly explained, "Bailuo is feeling jealous. Did you not notice? The items on the floor are those given by the males, while the ones left on the table are from the females. Just look at how much Bailuo cares for you. Yet, you are accepting gifts from other orcs. Is it not permissible to accept gifts from other orcs?" Jian asked, her innocence prompting Murphy to nearly roll his eyes in disbelief. How could she be so uninformed? In the realm of orcs, when a single male orc presents gifts to an unattached female, it signifies his romantic interest. If the female accepts such gifts, it indicates her consent to his pursuit. Only then did Jian realize that she had inadvertently committed a significant faux pas, leading to a misunderstanding with Bailuo. What was she to do now? Jian gazed at Bailuo and said, "Bailuo, rest assured, I shall no longer accept gifts from other beastmen. I will return all these items myself." Upon hearing this, Bailuo felt a wave of relief wash over him. "No need for that, Jian. Just take your time to rest at home. I will handle the returns myself." Bailuo thought to himself that it would be an opportune moment to teach those fellows a lesson, to enlighten them on what they cannot aspire to. Of course, he would never let Jian know what was on his mind. "Very well. However, you have just returned and must be quite fatigued. You and Xiao Xiao should take some time to rest, while Murphy and I will prepare lunch." Upon hearing Jian's suggestion, the two loyal beastmen had no choice but to agree. After all, the chance to savor a meal prepared by their beloved was a point of pride for them. However, as the prey was not yet processed, the two beastmen hurriedly set about their task. They buried the entrails, consuming only the meat, with even the bones serving merely as raw material for weapon crafting. Thus, the processing involved merely skinning and chopping. Bailuo and Xiao Xiao were both accustomed to such tasks, so they completed the processing swiftly. By the time Jian and Murphy engaged in conversation, Xiao Xiao and Bailuo had already brought the processed meat into the kitchen. In the kitchen, upon seeing the prepared meat, one began to start the fire while the other commenced slicing it. Noticing the females busily working, the two beastmen felt compelled to lend a hand. Xiao Xiao assisted Murphy with the fire and washing pots, while Bailuo helped Jian with the meat slicing. Having tasted Jian's stir-fried meat the previous night, he knew that cutting the meat into thin slices would ensure quicker cooking and enhance flavor. Consequently, Bailuo found joy in slicing the meat. Before long, a substantial amount of meat had been sliced, prompting Bailuo to call out to Jian, "Jian, we have ample meat now. For the four of us, this should suffice." "All right then. No more cutting," Jian replied, setting down the knife and swiftly beginning to prepare lunch. After their meal, Bailuo stepped outside, armed with a bundle of items, embarking on a quest through the streets to confront those who had presented gifts to Jian. With each individual he encountered, he would first return the gifts and solemnly inform them that they would face his wrath for having given gifts to Jian. Without waiting for their reactions, he would commence his assault, leaving the beastmen with bruised faces. Upon finishing, he would sternly declare that Jian belonged to him and him alone, warning that if they wished to pursue Jian, they must first best him in combat. Days passed, and Jian, unable to endure her confinement any longer, sought Bailuo's approval to step outside. Upon encountering the beastmen who had once gifted her, Jian was taken aback. What happened? A collective injury? Did something occur in the tribe? She wondered. Yet, she remained perplexed as to why Bailuo appeared unscathed. Could it be due to his superior prowess? Jian's thought process was indeed peculiar, as she failed to realize that only those who had offered her gifts bore injuries, while others remained unaffected. Naturally, she could not fathom that their injuries were inflicted by Bailuo, driven by jealousy and possessiveness. A few more days passed, and Jian's illness finally subsided. She felt compelled to express her gratitude to all those who had supported and accompanied her during her illness. Thus, today, their home was filled with guests they had invited. They busied themselves preparing for lunch, including several of her earliest neighbors and their partners, as well as the tribal leaders and their spouses. The remaining guests were some of Bailuo's close male acquaintances. Days prior, Jian had instructed Bailuo to gather various seasonings from the wild, though modest in variety, primarily scallions, ginger, garlic, Sichuan peppercorns, and chili peppers. There was an ample supply. An idea began to form in Jian's mind. Indeed, she intended to use these seasonings to prepare a hot pot. It had been far too long since she had savored such a dish. The thought made her mouth water, prompting her to hasten her actions as she began to stir-fry the hot pot base. Soon, the enticing aroma permeated the entire courtyard, heightening everyone's anticipation for the upcoming meal. Once the base was ready, Jian added beast bones and clean water to the pot to create the broth. She then set about preparing chili sauce and other dipping condiments in a separate pot. After a considerable time, the broth was finally ready. Jian instructed everyone to bring the prepared meat slices and washed vegetables to the pot's side, allowing them to mix their own dipping sauces. Everyone found the novel dining experience intriguing, eagerly assembling their bowls and chopsticks to concoct their preferred sauces before settling around the pot to enjoy their meal. The males and females sat separately, and at the female table, Murphy remarked, "Jian, is this eating method your own invention? It's truly delightful. This is the best thing I've ever tasted." At the male table, Bai Luo chimed in, "Indeed, Jian, it is exquisite. What do you call this? Will you prepare it again next time?" Listening to Jian, I felt a delightful warmth within. This is hot pot, a culinary experience where one can both savor and prepare the dish simultaneously. It is particularly enjoyable during winter, a cherished tradition from my original tribe, where we indulge in this dish during the colder months. Moreover, it can be prepared with a variety of meats, if one grows weary of the meat. An assortment of vegetables can also be cooked. Upon hearing this, everyone remarked on the ingenuity of Jian's tribe, realizing that consuming hot pot in winter must be exceptionally comforting. This understanding quietly established the esteemed place of hot pot in their hearts, and they collectively resolved to partake in it during winter. Curiosity about the ingredients began to blossom. "Noya, ever the first to inquire?" asked Jian. "What do you add to your hot pot?" "It is simply delicious." Jian, without any thought of concealment, generously shared with everyone. The base for this hot pot is crafted from a blend of chili peppers, ginger, scallions, garlic, and some Sichuan peppercorns, all sautéed in oil rendered from fatty meat. Upon hearing this, the others exclaimed in surprise. Several of the ingredients Jian mentioned were indeed those used in their treatments for fevers and colds. It was no wonder that the people of Jian's tribe indulged in hot pot during the winter months. They savored the meal for quite some time, devouring every morsel, leaving not a single scrap behind. Even the broth used for the hot pot was consumed to the last drop. As the meal drew to a close, no one wished to depart. Instead, they began to assist Jian and Bai Luo in tidying up. Once they had collectively washed all the bowls, utensils, and pots, they exchanged farewells and departed. Chapter 9. The warrior ceremony. Today marked the 10th day since Jian and Bai Luo returned to the tribe, the very day designated for the warrior ceremony. During these 10 days, comrades who had joined Bai Luo in the trials of the misty forest gradually returned, each laden with experiences to share. While some bore minor injuries, they were fortunate to be only superficial wounds. Bai Luo had informed Jian in the morning that all orcs who had participated in the trials this year were responsible for procuring food for the evening ceremony. Jian, upon hearing this, felt no surprise. After Bai Luo enjoyed the lunch Jian had prepared for him, he set out with Jian's consent. Once Bai Luo had departed, Jian began to prepare the seasonings for the evening's roasted meat and brewed a large pot of tea from wild chrysanthemums he had foraged with Murphy around the village. When everything was ready, Jian settled down to rest. Just as he had taken a brief respite, a knock resounded at the door. Jian was taken aback. Who could be visiting at this hour? "Who is it?" he called out. "It's us, Jian. Open the door," came the reply. "We've come to learn how to make barbecue sauce." Realizing it was Noya and the others, Jian chuckled to himself, appreciating their eagerness to learn. They had been visiting almost daily to seek his culinary guidance. He hastened to the door, opening it wide. "You're here. Please, come in," he exclaimed with a warm smile. The sight of Jian's beaming face uplifted everyone's spirits. His creations were indeed delightful, a feast unlike anything they had ever tasted. Each time they learned a new dish from Jian, they would return home to share it with their partners and families. Although their attempts never quite matched Jian's culinary prowess, the meals were still a rare treat for their loved ones. After inviting everyone inside, they instinctively gathered their items and made their way to the kitchen, with Jian joining them. Once inside, they wasted no time, eagerly awaiting Jian's instructions, mirroring his actions in anticipation. Time flew by swiftly. And after Jian had imparted the knowledge of making barbecue sauce, Bai Luo returned, shouldering his catch. By this time, the sun was setting. So Jian assisted Bai Luo in processing the game. Each time Jian buried the innards, her heart ached, yet she understood the necessity. The wild animals could harbor countless parasites. Thus, she bore the pain and buried the entrails. It had been over 10 days since Jian had indulged in staple foods, and she yearned for them dearly. "Bai Luo, when can we set out to search for the ingredients and shells I mentioned?" Jian could not restrain her curiosity. "If you wish to go, we can set off at any time," Bai Luo replied. Jian was utterly delighted by Bai Luo's response. "Great. How about we go tomorrow?" Of course. The two, having agreed, hastened their preparations. As dusk approached, Jian and Bai Luo arrived at the grand plaza designated for the ceremony. The square was teeming with people gathered to partake in the event. Bai Luo entrusted the game he had brought for the tribe to the orc responsible for distributing the meat. instructing him to share it with the elderly who could no longer hunt and the orphaned children. He then led Jian to greet the couple, Xiao Xiao and his wife, and soon began to set up a barbecue rack nearby. While Bai Luo assembled the grill, Jian produced the pre-prepared barbecue sauce and chrysanthemum tea, pouring a cup for each of the four. As night fell, the tribe members gathered in full attendance. The central platform resonated with thunderous drumbeats, quickening in tempo, while bonfires ignited one after another around the square and beneath the platform. The people of the tribe began to dance in rhythm with the drums, encircling the central bonfire. Jane was awestruck by the scene before her, for it was the most primal bonfire celebration she had ever witnessed, set in a realm so foreign to her. Seated together, Jane and Bai Luo appeared perfectly matched, one tall and handsome, the other beautiful and gentle. Bai Luo, watching Jane intently absorbed in the performance, felt a sweetness in his heart. As Jane observed the dance, she found herself puzzled by its peculiarities. Bai Luo, what type of dance is this? First, it's females dancing with females, then males with males, and now it has shifted to some dancing with females and some with males, while others dance together. As Jane's living dictionary, Bai Luo felt it was his duty to clarify her queries. Jane, what you see is our Tian Shi tribe's courtship dance, a traditional dance performed during bonfire gatherings by those who are single yet wish to find a partner. If a female and a male dance together, it signifies their willingness to become mates in the presence of all their kin on that very day. After a brief listen, I couldn't help but think how remarkably powerful this courtship dance is. Must one immediately find a partner after performing it? Surely, such a rapid engagement is unprecedented. Observing from the sidelines, Xiao Xiao and Murphy, having witnessed the dialogue and the expressions exchanged between the two, discerned the anticipation in Bai Luo's eyes and the astonishment in Jian's. Murphy felt it was the perfect moment to tease them, having lived together for over 10 days. How come these two have yet to partake in the courtship dance? Jian, might I inquire when you would be willing to dance the courtship with Bai Luo? After all, you have spent considerable time together and must have come to understand one another by now. After briefly listening to Murphy's words, Jian felt her face flush with embarrassment. Was he not a tad too forthright? His candor was utterly devoid of subtlety. How was she to respond to such a direct approach? Well, perhaps we should wait a bit longer, she stammered. We are here to participate in the warrior ceremony of Bai Luo, not to form partnerships. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet Bai Luo's eyes. In contrast, Bai Luo remained remarkably composed. Jian's words indicated that the prospect of them becoming partners was still quite feasible. Moreover, Jian's decision was inherently his as well. If she deemed the moment inappropriate, even his aspirations of companionship would be rendered futile. He wished for Jian to willingly join him, for only then could their future together be imbued with happiness. As the rhythmic drumming drew to a close, the dancers gradually exited the stage. Then, the chieftain, Leia, ascended the platform at the center of the square. Standing tall, he unleashed a commanding roar reminiscent of a lion. This resonant sound echoed across the expansive square, sending a shiver through Jian and all present, instilling a profound sense of reverence within them. Once the roar subsided, the chieftain stood upright, his expression tender as he addressed the assembly. Today, we gather to celebrate the strongest warriors returning to our Tian Shi tribe and to welcome new females into our fold. Now, let us invite Jian to the stage to meet everyone. Chapter 10. The priestess Jian was somewhat taken aback. Isn't this a warrior ceremony? Why are there personal matters involved? And why must I go up on stage to meet everyone? Seeing Jian's reluctance to take the stage, Bai Luo inquired, Jian, why aren't you going up? I don't know what to say once I get up there. It's all right. You don't have to speak. No one will hold it against you. Suddenly, Jane had an idea. How about it, Balo? Would you accompany me up there? Sure. Absolutely. Come on, Jane. I shall lead you. Upon hearing the cue, Jian immediately extended her right hand towards Bai Luo. Thus, Bai Luo took Jian's hand, and together they walked from their barbecue site to the stage. The crowd below, upon seeing Jian's exquisite beauty, gasped in astonishment. How could someone be so lovely? However, as they noticed the clasped hands of Jian and Bai Luo, it became evident that Bai Luo's actions were indeed quite swift. The chieftain, witnessing the joined hands of Jian and Bai Luo, smiled even more broadly. This was Jian, whom Bai Luo had brought back from beyond the tribe. The chieftain introduced Jian to the tribespeople below, clarifying that Bai Luo was Jian's guide and held the primary claim to her. With Bai Luo's encouragement, Jian finally addressed the crowd. Greetings, everyone. I am Jian. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Thank you. After her words, she graciously bowed to the gathering. The spectators, witnessing this moment, offered their applause to Jian, who felt immense joy at their appreciation. She thanked them and departed the stage alongside Bai Luo. The chieftain sensed it was time to commence the ceremony and signaled the drummers to begin. Soon, the stage resonated with thunderous drumbeats. This rhythm differed markedly from the initial cadence. It resembled a war drum, its rapid and pristine beats igniting Jian's spirit as if she were amidst a battlefield, her blood surging with excitement. Gradually, the drumming subsided, and the chieftain ascended the stage once more, addressing the crowd. Now, I, Rhea, chieftain of the Tian Shi tribe, officially declare the warrior ceremony to commence. Let the warriors participating in this year's coming-of-age trials take the stage. With that proclamation, she stepped aside, awaiting the warriors' entrance. The onlookers, all smiles, parted to create a wide path for the warriors to ascend. Before long, Luo and a group of young orc warriors who had participated in the trials stepped onto the stage. Once they were all assembled, the chieftain produced a small booklet and began to announce each warrior's achievements, starting with the last to return. After a considerable time, she finally reached Luo's name. Upon hearing it, Jian silently cheered for him in her heart, offering him an encouraging smile. Luo, catching her gaze, felt as though his heart might melt. Her smile was sweeter than honey. At last, Luo's accomplishments were fully recounted, and the crowd began to gauge their assessments. Indeed, it was not long before the chieftain declared Luo the strongest warrior, bestowing upon him a headdress symbolizing strength and courage. Gradually, the ceremony approached its conclusion, the pairing ritual. In the Orc continent, all pairing ceremonies are conducted by a priest, and this occasion was no exception. A female figure clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a peculiar golden staff, ascended the stage. It has been 10 days since Jian arrived at the Tiancher tribe, and most of the tribe's inhabitants have already made his acquaintance. However, the female standing on the platform is a stranger to him. He inquires of Luo. Who is that female on the platform? I do not believe I have seen her before. She is the priestess of our tribe. It was she who provided the medicine when you were ill, Luo responds. However, she prefers solitude and generally resides in the mountains. Oh, so she is the maid of the chieftain. That explains much. At that moment, the priestess raised her golden staff high towards the heavens, her lips moving in a language that Jian could not comprehend. Believing it to be the original tongue of the orcs, he asked Luo. What is the priestess saying? This, I cannot say for certain. I know it to be an ancient language of the divine, one spoken solely by the priestesses, as they are the ones closest to the gods. Furthermore, this language is innate to every priestess from birth. It is said that priestesses are chosen by the beast god himself and possess the ability to divine the past and the future. As Jian listened, she exclaimed, "Ah, this is truly fascinating. I never expected even orcs to be so superstitious." Oh, so that's how it is. Can we speak with the priest later? Of course. After the pairing ceremony concludes, we shall. With that, Jian raised her gaze, noticing that they were at the final segment of the pairing ceremony, the embrace. The ceremony consisted of 3 parts, prayer, oath, and embrace. Once the soon-to-be partners completed their embrace, the ceremony would come to a close. Just as Jian was about to summon Luo to join her in seeking out the priest approached them and spoke. Jian, I am aware you have some inquiries for me, so I have come. Please, feel free to ask your questions. Jian was taken aback. How did you know I sought you out? Also, could we finish our meal first? I assume you have yet to eat as well. If you don't mind, please join us. With that, Jian pulled the priest to sit down, and Luo gestured for the priest to stay. Reluctantly, the priest sat and accepted the roasted meat that Luo offered. After taking a bite, the priest's eyes gleamed with delight. Jian, did you prepare this barbecue sauce using the methods from your original world? It is exquisite. Surprised, Jian thought, could she truly know where I come from? Nevertheless, she maintained her composure and replied, indeed. If you find it delicious, please indulge. Certainly. However, could you teach me how to prepare it? I wish to learn and try making some different delicacies. Absolutely. But you must wait until Luo and I return from the seaside. We have agreed to set off tomorrow. Oh, is that so? Very well. I shall await your return before learning to cook at your home. Thus, Jian and the priest engaged in conversation, deepening their bond. After the meal, Jian and Luo accompanied the priest to the mountains where the priest's predecessors had resided. Upon arriving at the priest's abode, the priest instructed her partner and Luo to wait outside, then led Jian into her study. As soon as they entered, Jian eagerly asked, Priest, do you know something? Perhaps about my origins? The priest, with a knowing expression, replied, Indeed, you are the chosen emissary of the beast god. And as the one closest to the beast god, I naturally possess knowledge of your background. Jian felt a profound astonishment. What is this divine messenger? What is this notion? Chapter 11, The Divine Messenger. Aunt, I am unfamiliar with any beast deity, nor do I comprehend what a divine messenger is. But I am certain that I am not one. Child, you must trust my words. You are indeed the divine messenger chosen by the beast deity. After listening briefly, I still find it quite astonishing. Child, I am aware that you are not a denizen of this continent, but rather a human from Earth, situated over 100,000 light years away from our Orcish realm. Am I correct in what I say? Jian was astonished. How could she know that I was not from the Beastman continent? Moreover, she was aware that I hailed from Earth. Most importantly, I am now an extraterrestrial being. This defies all logic. And priestess, are you familiar with Earth? Have you encountered any other Earthlings besides me? Jian suddenly inquired. Indeed, however, she passed away several years ago. She lived in our tribe for over a century and taught us how to craft pottery and various weapons. Upon hearing the priestess mention this elder, Jian became quite animated, eagerly asking, what was her name? Where on earth did she come from? And was it she who taught the tribe the art of weaving? Well, we only know that her name was Qiran, chosen by the beast god from Earth and brought here to assist us, enabling us to live better lives. Beyond that, we are unaware. Jian felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing the priestess's words. Could it be that I am indeed some sort of divine messenger? But what purpose does the so-called beast god have in sending me here? I am not like those protagonists depicted in novels, possessing an array of extraordinary skills. Furthermore, since my arrival, I have not been endowed with any special abilities akin to those found in stories. Ah, so that's how it is. But if I am indeed the divine messenger you speak of, what must I do to improve your lives? My only skills are cooking and farming. I possess no other talents. Surely, you must be mistaken. How could I be wrong about something so significant? If I declare you a divine messenger, then you undoubtedly are. As a divine messenger, you will surely enhance our lives. Although my skills are limited, I shall endeavor with all my might to improve the lives of the tribe. Yes, one must have confidence in oneself. Do you have any other questions? No, thank you, and priestess. It's quite late, and I wouldn't want to disturb your rest. Farewell. Farewell. Wait, Jian, I have something to give you. This is a relic left by the previous divine messenger. Before Jian could step outside, the priestess rushed after her. Placing an object into her hands, I do not know what it is. It was entrusted to the former priestess by the divine messenger when they embraced the beast god. Intended for the next divine messenger. Without waiting for Jian's response, she retreated inside. Upon exiting the door, Bailuo transformed into his beast form, inviting Jian to mount him. Once she was settled, Bailuo unfurled his wings and began to soar toward home. Soon, they returned, and upon arriving, Jian recounted her origins to Bailuo. At that moment, Bailuo realized why Jian had been reluctant to disclose her tribe. It turned out she was not from the Beastman continent, but rather an earthling from afar. Astonishingly, she was a divine messenger. Truly a treasure found. The beast goddess favor. That night, as Jian lay in bed, she took out the object given to her by the priestess, finally discerning its true nature. It was a stone bead, specifically, a glass bead. Though unlike any ordinary glass bead, this one was pitch black, appearing somewhat eerie, yet Jian could not ascertain its purpose. Before long, Bailuo entered, and Jian promptly concealed the bead. Bailuo, shall we gather shells tomorrow? Do we need to prepare anything? No need, Jian. I will handle the preparations for tomorrow. Well then, when shall we commence building our house? We cannot continue residing here indefinitely. Primarily, I cannot keep sharing a bed with you every night. While I've grown accustomed to it, it does become a bit awkward. How about we start once we return? All right. Bailuo, I intend to design a beautiful and cozy house myself. Sure, Bailuo. Once your parents return, let us become partners. What? Jian. What did you just say? Bailuo thought he misheard and abruptly turned to face Jian, only to find her already asleep. He gazed quietly at her and gently kissed her forehead. Jian, you said it, so you cannot back out. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. A peaceful night ensued. In the morning, as Jian opened her eyes, Bailuo was still sound asleep. She looked at his handsome, radiant face and instinctively reached out to trace the contours of his features. Jian felt an immense sense of relief. For last night, she had finally mustered the courage to share her origins with Bailuo, who, contrary to her expectations, did not shun her for being an outsider but continued to be willing to do many things for her as before. Lost in her thoughts, Jian did not notice that Bailuo had awakened until he could no longer resist grasping her finger. Startled, Jian withdrew her finger from his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. Bailuo felt regret. Had he known, he would have waited a moment longer before reaching out. Alas, he could only watch as Jian retracted her hand, feeling helpless. Jian, why are you awake so early? Why not sleep a little longer? I can't sleep anymore. The sun is already up. We must get moving. We still need to go to the seaside. Upon hearing Jian's words, Bailuo understood and rose from bed alongside her. After a brief morning routine, Jian and Bailuo prepared breakfast and, feeling satisfied, finally set off for the beach. Bailuo had transformed into his beast form, carrying their belongings and Jian along the tribe streets, heading toward the tribal gates. Along the way, they encountered many familiar faces, exchanging farewells until they finally reached the entrance. After greeting the guards, Bailuo began to run, flapping his wings and taking flight. Soon, the tribe became a mere speck in their vision, gradually fading from sight. After a morning of flying, they arrived at the salt lake. The area surrounding the salt lake was barren, devoid of any grass or trees. Once Bailuo landed, Jian unloaded their luggage and food supplies. Bailuo transformed back into human form, and together they began preparing lunch. Jian gathered 2 similarly sized stones from nearby, placing them on the ground to construct a rudimentary stove. Next, she set a ceramic pot atop it, filled with fresh water and a bit of meat. Commencing the cooking process, Bailuo, in turn, set up a grilling rack and began to roast the meat. Soon, the enticing aromas of stewed and roasted meat wafted through the air. Bailuo carefully sliced the tenderest portions of the roasted meat with Jian's kitchen knife, presenting them to her in a bowl. Jian, you must be hungry. Please, eat first. I'll keep an eye on the stew, he urged. Upon hearing this, Jian felt a warmth stir within her, remarking that such kindness was rare. It was the first time someone had shown such concern for her well-being. Although not an orphan, Jian had grown up relying on the goodwill of others after losing her parents to a flood at a young age. The villagers, recognizing her youth, had taken her in, sharing their meager provisions. In those days, she was simply grateful for a meal, enduring whatever hardships came her way, never imagining that she would one day be cherished in such a manner. However, through diligence in her studies and encouragement from her teachers that she would achieve great things, the village chief gradually facilitated her education, enabling her to attend university. Yet, here she was now. Thank you, Bailuo. But I'm not hungry yet. You've been flying all morning. You must be exhausted and famished. Please, eat first. I can wait, she replied, drifting into reflections of the past. It's all right, Jian. I'm not tired, nor am I hungry. I'd prefer to wait and eat with you later, Belo responded, noticing Jian lost in thought. Hesitantly, he asked, Jian, are you tired? If so, perhaps you should rest a bit. I can wake you later? Oh, no, Belo. I'm not tired. I was just reminiscing about some past experiences. Really? It seems you've never shared with me what your former home was like. I'm quite curious. Could you tell me? Of course. I used to live on a planet called Earth, located several 100,000 light years away, in a country known as China. There, we have towering skyscrapers. Airplanes soaring through the skies, cars and trains traversing the roads, and ships and yachts sailing the waters. Belo listened with bewilderment. Why use airplanes to fly when winged beasts could suffice? And what animals pull the cars and trains you mention? Perhaps we have them here too. And do ships and yachts allow travel across the seas to other lands? Haha. Belo, you are quite astute. Indeed, with ships and yachts, we can reach far-off lands. Just as with airplanes, cars, and trains, they are all modes of transportation. However, airplanes were invented for those without wings, as our people lack them yet yearn to soar. Cars and trains were created because we could not run swiftly, and neither are they drawn by animals. Belo was astonished by Jian's explanation. Realizing her previous home resembled a realm of divinity. Truly, she was the emissary of the beast god. Jian found the need to explain rather tiresome. The imagination of beastmen was astonishing, even surpassing her modern perspective. Chapter 12. Right as Belo and Jian soared over a golden valley, he began to descend, reducing his speed for a landing. Is this the area where you mentioned those plants? Jian exclaimed, marveling at the golden expanse below. Yes, Jian. It appears to resemble the rice you described, Belo confirmed. Really? Let us hasten to investigate. If it truly is rice, how wonderful. It's still summer. And it's already golden. Perhaps we can harvest one more time before the snow falls. If we return with enough seeds, we can plant them. Hearing this, Belo was filled with joy. If we can cultivate sufficient food, our tribe will endure the winter much better. You may not know, but every winter, many tribe members perish from starvation. Jian listened with surprise and inquired, did the last divine envoy, Qin Dong, not teach you how to cultivate crops? Qin Dong, our esteemed elder, only instructed us in the art of crafting pottery and constructing warmer stone dwellings, yet he did not impart the knowledge of agriculture. Oh, I see. Let us descend and ascertain whether these are indeed rice grains. Very well, Jian, hold on tight. We shall land shortly. As they descended, they touched down beside a golden expanse of grain. Jian, filled with excitement, dashed forward to inspect. Baluo, these are truly rice grains. With such an abundance, it would be inconvenient to transport them to the seaside. Perhaps we should harvest a portion now and allow the tribesfolk to gather the remainder upon our return to the village? Certainly. However, Jian, how shall we harvest this rice? It is quite simple. Grasp the rice stalk with your left hand and use your other hand to wield a knife, cutting the stalk directly. Just be cautious not to harm yourself, Jian instructed, handing Baluo a fruit knife. Baluo replied, you may put away the knife. I can manage with my fingernails. With that, Baluo effortlessly harvested a substantial handful of rice using his claw-like nails, transformed by his beastly nature. Good heavens, Baluo, how are your nails so sharp? Mine are not nearly as capable. It truly is disheartening to compare. Jian mumbled. Horsish nails are invariably sharp when beastified. However, Jian, as a female, you lack such advantage. But fear not, for I am here. How much rice do you wish to harvest now? A modest amount will suffice, just a small patch. As nightfall approaches and we must also seek shelter. Very well, Jian, you may rest for a moment. Without awaiting her response, he swiftly set about gathering the rice. As Jian gazed upon Baero's swift passage, akin to a swarm of locusts sweeping across the golden rice fields, her expression remained one of astonishment, mouth agape. She mused to herself, enough with the beastmen. How can those modern men take pride in themselves upon witnessing this? I shall simply continue to embody my role as a lovely maiden. Once Baero had harvested the rice and organized it, he placed the grains in a small cave nestled within the canyon. After ensuring Jian's comfort and leaving his scent nearby, Baero transformed into his beast form and ventured forth in search of water and sustenance. Meanwhile, Jian began to arrange their belongings within the cave, clearing a space for resting at night and organizing their luggage. She also took out the seasonings and utensils. Once everything was prepared, Jian seated herself at the cave's entrance. Gazing out at the world beyond, she felt no fear of dangerous creatures approaching. After all, the scent of Baero, a top predator, was not to be trifled with. When Baero returned, burdened with their gathered provisions and a water pouch in hand, he was greeted by the sight of his beloved Jian, seated at the cave's mouth, smiling at him in the fading glow of the sunset. A wave of sweetness filled Baero's heart, more delightful than honey itself. With a foolish grin, he called out, Jian, why are you sitting out here? Come inside quickly. I have been waiting for you, Baero, she replied. With a gentle smile, Jane responded. After enjoying their evening meal, the two of them slipped into a sweet slumber. Deep in her dreams, Jane remained oblivious to the shimmering light emanating from the stone beads she carried. Moments later, a faint beam of light shot towards the rice grains in the corner before vanishing, leaving the stone bee to revert to its ordinary yet enigmatic obsidian hue. The following day, after breakfast, the two descended from the straw to gather the rice, leaving it to dry in the clearing outside the cave. Once this task was complete, they embarked on their journey to the seaside. The shores of the primitive world were utterly devoid of pollution and the acrid scent of chemicals. A gentle sea breeze wafted through, carrying a hint of saltiness. The beach was alive with crabs scuttling about freely, while leisurely turtles ambled along, and playful lobsters engaged in high-jumping games. Everything radiated a sense of tranquility and peace. Upon arriving at the seaside, Jane could no longer resist the temptation to shed her outerwear and plunge into the ocean. After swimming for a while, she felt a sense of something missing. Looking up, she noticed Bailuo gazing intently at her. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she hesitantly asked, Bailuo, what are you looking at? Do you want to come down? I'm watching you. May I join? Then wait a moment, I shall be right there. With that, she shed her belongings and transformed into her human form, diving into the sea. Together, Bailuo and Jane frolicked in the waves, even enjoying a spontaneous lunch comprised of crabs, lobsters, and some fish gathered from the shore. They simmered a large pot of seafood soup and relished grilled crabs and fish. After their meal, Bailuo and Jane began collecting an array of shells along the beach, spiral and fan-shaped, large and small, filling several sizable leather bags. Jane even discovered a few lustrous pearls nestled within some of the fan-shaped shells. However, upon inquiring with Bailuo, she learned that pearls held little value here. Only the shells were prized. After hearing this, Jane could only silently mourn for her newfound pearls. Once they had gathered enough shells, Bailuo reminisced about their seafood feast, then quietly caught numerous crabs and lobsters on the beach, even venturing into the sea to catch several fish. The marine life here thrived, untouched by human hands. Each creature plump and robust. After organizing their belongings and the various seafood they planned to take back, Jane securely placed the items on Bailuo's back, climbing onto him as he transformed into his beastly form. Once she was settled, Bailuo began to flap his wings and soar back home. Just before dusk, Bailuo returned with Jane to the cave where they stored the rice. Upon landing, Jane set about preparing dinner with the seafood they had brought back, while Bailuo transformed into his human form to harvest the rice before the last rays of the setting sun faded away. After preparing dinner, Jian went to the cave entrance and called out to Bailuo, Bailuo, it's time for dinner. Don't be too busy. All right, I'll be there shortly, he replied, finishing up with the harvested rice before heading over. After their meal, Jian and Bailuo began deliberating on how to transport the harvested rice back home. The rice field was vast, and even with Bailuo's swift pace, he had managed to harvest only a fraction of it. How about we first take the rice we've already collected back? The rest can be left for the tribe's chief to arrange for others to harvest. I'm sure once everyone realizes it's food, they won't hesitate to help. Additionally, we should be able to select a good number of seeds for planting from this harvest. The remaining rice will certainly sustain the tribe for quite some time. Indeed, Jian, you are quite astute. Let's take the harvested rice back to the tribe first. But Jian, how do we consume this rice? We merely need to remove the husk and cook it. Unfortunately, we currently lack the tools for threshing. Otherwise, we could enjoy some rice tomorrow. Jian, we will return to the tribe tomorrow. Once we arrive, please tell me about the threshing tools. I will attempt to craft them. Bailuo said. You are truly wonderful, Bailuo. Seizing a moment when Jian was distracted, Bailuo stole a kiss from her. After tidying up, Bailuo and Jian settled down for the night. The next morning, Jian awoke to find breakfast left by Bailuo in the pot. Glancing outside the cave, she noticed the sun shining brightly. She saw Bailuo swiftly harvesting rice in the fields. The rice harvested the previous afternoon was already laid out to dry outside the cave, while the rice collected that morning was stored in animal skin bags within the cave. Bailuo sensed Jian's gaze upon him and beamed a radiant smile at her. After finishing up with the rice, he walked towards the cave. Jian, you're awake. Why not sleep a bit longer? I can't sleep. How long have you been up? You've already harvested so much rice. As she spoke, Jian approached Bailuo with a clean cloth, standing on tiptoe to wipe the sweat from his brow. Bailuo felt immense joy, watching Jian diligently attending to him. His affection for her surged within him. Unable to resist, he embraced her tightly and planted a kiss on her forehead, gazing down at her. I'm not tired. My eyes are bright, like a playful pup, Jian thought, her expression turning comical. Chapter 13, The Emergence of a Golden Finger After Having Lunch That Day. Jian and Bailuo packed their belongings and headed home. Bailuo carried the grains he had gathered from the straw on his back, leaving the straw behind due to its bulk and limited utility beyond kindling. They were pressed for time, aiming to finish harvesting the rice before the rain, lest it sprout in the fields. This rice was essential for their sustenance. How could they waste it? They finally returned to the tribe around 3:30 in the afternoon. Upon arrival, Jian and Bailuo did not rush home, but instead went to the chief's residence first. Jian explained to the chief how to use the rice and showed him the actual grains, indicating where they could be found, and expressed her desire to cultivate rice. She also requested a plot of land. Afterward, they returned home. The details of organizing a harvesting team were no longer her concern. She merely needed to discuss with Bailuo how to create the threshing tools. Once home, Bailuo and Jian began organizing the items they had brought back. Bailuo then prepared to venture out hunting. Before he left, Jian said to him, "By Luo, while you're out hunting, could you look for some hard, elongated stones nearby? If you find any, please bring them back." "All right, you rest at home. I will go hunting now," By Luo replied, giving Jian a hug and a gentle kiss on her lips before swiftly departing. This is becoming addictive. Humph. This foolish lion will have to answer for it when he returns, Jian thought, clenching her fists in mock indignation. Gathering her thoughts, Jian began to retrieve the remaining barbecue sauce and various seasonings from her home. Noticing the dwindling supply, she felt a pang of melancholy. She needed to find seeds or mature plants for spices soon, or enduring without them would be unbearable. Meanwhile, By Luo, having organized today's hunt, regrettably did not find the stones Jian mentioned but instead discovered several spicy peppers. Knowing Jian intended to cultivate, and with the seasonings running low, he uprooted a few pepper plants, wrapped their roots in old soil, and placed them in an animal skin bag along with his catch before heading home. He thought, Jian will surely be delighted. "Jian, look what I brought back." By Luo's voice called from outside their home before she could even see him. Jian perked up. "By Luo, did you find the stones?" "I'm coming." "No stones, Jian, but I found something else useful." Hearing By Luo's cheerful tone, Jian felt curious about what could bring him such joy. When she stepped outside, she was met with the sight of several pepper plants laden with vibrant green fruits. Now, there was no need for worry. It felt as if someone was feeding her when hungry and offering her a pillow when weary. Jane lovingly caressed the chili tree when suddenly, her vision blurred, and she seemed to perceive an inscription above the tree that read chili, edible, also known as sweet pepper. It spoke of its nature, warm and pungent, with properties that warm the interior, strengthen the stomach, and dispel cold and dampness. "What is the matter, Jane?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just experienced a momentary haze in my vision." The fleeting vision vanished as quickly as it appeared. Noticing that By Luo appeared oblivious to her peculiar experience, she reasoned that perhaps it was merely a trick of the light and dismissed it from her mind. "You must be tired today. You should rest well," By Luo suggested. Jane rolled her eyes silently, contemplating the prospect of planting the chili trees along the plot of land she had requested from the clan leader, envisioning a home built there alongside By Luo. She had learned from By Luo that their current residence belonged to his father, hence her decision not to plant the chilies nearby. Nevertheless, the distance was not significant. With her pace, she could traverse the 15 minutes to the land. Resolute in her intentions, Jane energetically pulled By Luo along as they made their way to the designated spot. Upon arrival, she instructed By Luo to dig several holes. And after planting the chili trees, she hurried back home to fetch a bucket of water, ensuring the plants were well watered before returning with By Luo to prepare dinner. The following morning, as Jane awoke, she found By Luo already preparing breakfast. The previous day, he had arranged with the clan leader to gather everyone for the rice harvest. Upon seeing Jane rise, By Luo greeted her with a smile. "Jane, come quickly. Breakfast is ready. I'm taking everyone to harvest rice soon. Would you like to join us? After we take everyone to the rice fields, we can explore other places. What do you say? I can go too?" "That would be wonderful. I might find other edible treasures along the way." With that, the two began their breakfast. Midway through their meal, a throng of clansfolk gathered outside, engaged in lively conversation. Hearing the growing commotion, Jane inquired, "What is happening outside? Why is it so loud?" "Everyone is waiting for us to set off together. We should eat quickly so we can enjoy some playtime afterward," By Luo replied with a chuckle. With that, Jane hastened her pace, finishing her portion of breakfast. Since they were venturing out, By Luo packed some of Jane's prepared barbecue sauce along with various dried meats, with the softest bird jerky being the most abundant. After some time of acclimatization, Jane found herself able to consume a fair amount of meat, and her appetite had significantly improved since her arrival. However, in By Luo's eyes, her current appetite was still only marginally better than that of a 10-year-old cub. Nonetheless, even such progress was a testament to change, was it not? As Jian and By Luo stepped outside, they spotted Murphy and Xiao Xiao arriving as well. "Hey, Jian and By Luo, you two are rather slow. Were we not supposed to go harvest the rice?" Murphy remarked, noticing Jian and By Luo walking hand in hand. "Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. Is everyone here now?" After the brief inquiry, everyone glanced around and responded in unison, all present. With that, the females climbed onto the backs of their respective orcs. Soon, they departed from the tribal gates, with By Luo leading the way alongside Jian Fei. Fortunately, the journey was not lengthy. Upon arrival, Jian and By Luo taught everyone the art of harvesting before spreading their wings and bidding farewell to the group. Seeing Jian leave, Murphy yearned to join in the fun. However, Xiao Xiao still needed to harvest rice and could not take her along. With no other option, she ventured out with some familiar females, armed, to seek treasures nearby. While the orcs remained engrossed in their industrious tasks, Jian and By Luo were soaring towards the horizon where the sun would rise, the direction of Sunrise Mountain. Before long, they arrived at the stream at the foot of the mountain. It was now lunchtime, and upon landing, By Luo chose not to hunt, for he observed an abundance of fish, shrimp, and crabs in the stream. Jian and By Luo frolicked in the brook, delighting in the cool water while catching fish. The water in the stream was crystal clear, and schools of fish and shrimp swam freely. Before long, they had amassed enough for their midday repast. Subsequently, they set about gutting the fish in preparation for lunch, Jian took charge of cooking, while Bai Luo attended to the preliminary tasks. Soon, the tantalizing aromas of grilled fish and fish soup wafted through the air. After their meal, Jian and Bai Luo tidied up the utensils and erased any traces of their fire by the stream before ascending the mountain to greet the setting sun. Chapter 14. It was indeed true. Jian truly uncovered a remarkable assortment of treasures upon the mountain, such as sweet potatoes that could serve as a staple food, along with a Sichuan pepper tree and a small patch of sugarcane. However, alongside these discoveries, Jian realized that yesterday's experience was not merely a figment of her imagination. Indeed, she had acquired a new skill, the ability to perceive the attributes of certain plants. Could this be my golden finger? She pondered. 1. Name: sweet potato, edible, also known as yam. Dioscorea characteristics: sweet in flavor, neutral in nature. Functions: nourishes the middle and invigorates the blood, enhances energy, and promotes fluid production. Aids in digestion. Medicinal use available. 2. Name: Sichuan pepper, also known as large pepper, shoe pepper. Characteristics: pungent in flavor. Warming in nature. Functions: the outer fruit peel can serve as a seasoning, dispelling cold and alleviating pain. Medicinal use available. 3. Name: sugarcane, edible, also known as bamboo cane. Characteristics: sweet and slightly astringent, neutral in nature, non-toxic. Functions: regulates qi and harmonizes the stomach. Alleviates phlegm and thirst. Medicinal use available. Although Jian could perceive these attributes, they seemed of little practical use. Observing the suddenly manifested attribute panel, she felt somewhat exasperated. The information was limited to what she already knew. While it mentioned medicinal uses, it failed to convey how to employ them, leaving her feeling frustrated. Well, better than nothing, I suppose. Perhaps it will prove useful in the future, she mused. Adhering to the principle of seizing every opportunity, Jian and Bai Luo, who initially set out for leisure, found themselves engaged in labor. Particularly when Bai Luo heard Jian express her desire to bring these items back, he fervently began to dig. Jian was touched by Bai Luo's earnest efforts, yet worried that he might overexert himself and tire on their return journey. With concern, she remarked, Bai Luo, there are too many sweet potatoes here. If we dig too many, we won't be able to carry them back. It takes at least 4 hours to fly back to the tribe, and I wouldn't want you to wear yourself out. It's all right, Jian. There isn't an excessive amount of these items. As long as you're happy, a little exhaustion is of no consequence to me, Bai Luo replied, flashing his radiant smile, which seemed to light up every corner, as he affectionately patted Jian's head before returning to his diligent work. Jian found herself at a loss for words in the presence of the golden lion that had always indulged her. The only course of action was to hasten her pace and continue to dig vigorously with the bone tool she had brought along. This tool, however, was not a true bone implement but rather fashioned from a piece of ivory. Upon first acquiring it, Jian was utterly enchanted. Oh my, ivory. Is it truly appropriate for Bai Luo to repurpose such a precious material into agricultural implements? One must remember that elephants are an endangered species on this planet. While not ubiquitous across the Orc continent, their numbers are still considerably significant. The ivory Jian possessed was a fortunate acquisition by Bai Luo during his trials. Both Jian and Bai Luo worked with remarkable speed, completing the excavation of nearly an acre of sweet potatoes in approximately 2 hours. What remained was merely to pack the sweet potatoes for transport. An hour later, they had successfully packed the sweet potatoes and were preparing for their journey home. Along the way, Jian spotted a small patch of sugarcane and a few pepper trees. However, they had already gathered an ample amount and could not carry any more. Furthermore, the sugarcane was not yet ripe, and the pepper trees were laden with thorns. Jian suggested to Bai Luo that he mark the locations for a future visit. Bai Luo, with a smile, agreed and flew with Jian, marking the sugarcane and pepper trees. At last, they could return, but Jian suddenly recalled the matter of building a house, which had yet to commence. Bai Luo, how about constructing a house by the edge of the land where we grow peppers? Currently, we reside in your parents' home. Thankfully, they have not returned yet. It would be quite inconvenient if they did. Bai Luo had indeed intended to begin construction once their current tasks were completed. Moreover, the rainy season was approaching, and his parents had mentioned returning to the tribe before it commenced. It was high time to prioritize the house building project. Additionally, the stone mortar for husking rice needed to be crafted promptly, and the rice at home was not yet dried. Upon reflecting on all these tasks, Bai Luo turned to Jian and said, Jian, it seems we must make haste. There is still so much to accomplish. After returning, they would first dry the rice, then seek stone materials for the house, and subsequently create the stone mortar. Bai Luo cautiously glanced at Jian, a hint of trepidation in his voice, fearing she might not agree. Observing Bai Luo's appearance, Jian found it somewhat amusing. The grand golden lion's head turned to him, its gaze cautious and delicate. Of course, the rainy season is fast approaching. We should indeed dry the rice first, lest it spoil and sprout. What a pity that would be. With the house yet to be constructed, they had no place to dwell, and the stone grinding could certainly wait. Once the essential matters were addressed, Bai Luo and Jian began to engage in a myriad of light-hearted conversation. By the time they returned home, darkness had already enveloped the sky. After toiling for so long, they were quite fatigued. They hastily consumed a meager meal before resting. On the following day, after breakfast, Jian commenced spreading all the rice grains onto the vacant patch in the courtyard to dry. Meanwhile, Luo took it upon himself to gather a few close male orcs to venture out for stones to build their house. And he also ventured into the forest to fell numerous trees. The materials required for construction were plentiful, yet fortunately, with many hands at work, they were able to transport everything back to the building site within a mere morning. The orcs were genuinely simple folk. Whenever one family had a need, their friends would readily come to assist. By noon, after a collective hunt yielded sufficient provisions, they divided the food and agreed to reconvene in the afternoon to continue their efforts. Upon returning home, Luo discovered Jian in the clearing, using a wooden farming tool to turn the rice. This tool bore a resemblance to the nine-toothed rake wielded by Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West. As for its name, Jian could only admit he had forgotten. He had seen it during a summer visit to a rural classmate's home in high school. Finding it amusing enough to try turning the rice himself. Jian, it's nearly time for dinner. You should stop your work and take a break, Luo remarked. Observing Jian drenched in sweat, feeling a twinge of sympathy, Jian observed Luo stepping into the courtyard, bringing back half a wild boar. Instantly, her mouth watered at the thought of braised pork, spicy stir-fried lean meat, and red braised ribs. With a sudden gulp, she exclaimed, I'm fine, Luo. You've been busy outside all morning. You should rest. I will prepare lunch. Today we shall indulge in spicy stir-fried meat and the braised pork you've never tasted. I assure you, it will be delectable. With that, Jian tossed aside her rake, grasped Luo's hand, and led him to the kitchen. Upon entering, Jian commenced igniting the stove and washing the pots, while Luo disregarded her suggestion to rest, assisting her in slicing the lean meat and then chopping the pieces for the braised pork. After they had prepared sufficient quantities for two, Jian urged Luo to take a break. Once he departed, Jian began blanching the meat in a stone pot, discarding the blood water. Afterward, she transferred the meat into a large basin, added a whole fermented soybean, and sliced some ginger to sprinkle with salt for marination. She then ladled out the blood water from the stone pot, replaced it with clean water, and washed it thoroughly. By this time, the marinated meat was nearly ready. So Jian added some rendered animal fat into the stone pot. When the meat melted and began to smoke, she added the pieces in and started stir-frying. Once the meat began to release oil, she poured in just enough water to cover it, placed a lid on the pot, and sat down by the stove to tend to the fire. After about half an hour, Jian stood up to lift the lid, and a wave of fragrant aroma wafted toward her. Unable to resist, she swallowed hard. Realizing the meat was nearly done, she lamented the absence of sesame oil, but had to settle for serving it directly. Outside, Luo caught a whiff of an unfamiliar yet enticing scent, and, unable to contain his curiosity, followed it into the kitchen. He walked in just as Jian was using chopsticks to taste the braised pork. Seeing Luo enter, Jian excitedly exclaimed, Luo, just in time. Come and taste the braised pork. It's freshly made. With that, she picked up another piece of pork with the same chopsticks and, on tiptoes, offered it to him. Luo, gazing at Jian with anticipation, felt his heart melt. He quickly opened his mouth to savor the braised pork, and his eyes sparkled with satisfaction and happiness as he declared, Jian, your braised pork is exquisite. Overcome with joy, he gently ruffled Jian's hair. Of course, Jian replied with a hint of pride. The subsequent dish, spicy stir-fried meat, was simpler and was swiftly prepared. Luo carried the braised pork to the dining table outside, and when Jian served the spicy stir-fried meat, lunch commenced. Chapter 15, Transformation into a Shaman. The following morning, after Jian and Luo had risen and enjoyed breakfast, they began their day's labor. Jian was tasked with drying the rice, while Luo set off to join his friends in house construction. The materials had been prepared the previous day, and today they would commence digging the foundation. Upon arriving at the construction site, Luo began measuring the land with a long wooden stick, marking the ground with lime. As he toiled, his friends gradually arrived. Luo, you're quite early. Looks like someone is eager for company, teased his friend, Wei Er, prompting a chorus of laughter. Murd, noticing Luo's silly grin, intervened, All right. Let us get to work. We need to focus on the foundation today, right? Indeed, we'll start with the foundation. If we finish early, we can start laying the walls and expedite completion, Luo replied. With that, the group fell silent and began to work diligently, transforming into their beast forms and utilizing their claws to dig into the earth. Their movements were swift. Despite their large beastly forms, they exhibited remarkable agility. In less than half a morning, 3 or 4 of them had completed the foundation, leaving only the task of placing neatly arranged stones to outline the basic structure of the house before proceeding to build upwards. Once the walls reached ground level, they buried the excavated soil around the stones, compacting it firmly. The foundation was nearly complete, with only the walls remaining to be constructed. After a busy morning, the foundation was finally ready, and they would now focus on erecting the walls. As was customary, they ventured together for a hunt at noon before returning home for lunch. In the afternoon, they resumed work on the walls, and in just a few hours, they had constructed more than half. Had it not been for the unseasoned timber brought back from the forest to serve as beams, they might have completed the house by the following day. After dinner, Jian, accompanied by Luo, visited the construction site and marveled at the house, which had already seen half of its walls erected. Luo, you all are incredible. In just a day's time, you've managed to build half the walls. At this pace, might we have a new home in just a couple of days? Bailuo replied. Jian, we may need to wait a bit longer, as the beams and partitions are yet to be completed. However, if you wish to move in sooner, we could procure some materials from the carpenter in the tribe. As for the tiles, I have already reserved them with Blair, who sells ceramics. But it will take a few days for him to fire the large quantity we need. Meanwhile, we can use this time to build the courtyard. Especially since we brought back a good number of stones yesterday. What do you think, Jian? Yes, let's do as you suggest, Bailuo. I've never built a house before and am not well informed on these matters. With that, the two of them walked home hand in hand. That night, after freshening up, Jian and Bailuo embraced and drifted into slumber, marking the end of a fulfilling day. As the birds outside began their melodious songs and the sun rose gradually in the sky, the tribe awoke, with orcs and females starting to move about. After Jian and Bailuo rose and exchanged morning greetings, they set about their day. Following the previous day's routine, Bailuo continued with the construction, while Jian focused on drying rice. Today, Jian planned to select some plump grains to soak in water for cultivating her own rice. Once Jian had prepared her grains, she recalled Bailuo mentioning that a year here comprises 25 months, divided into 5 seasons of 5 months each, with approximately 50 days per month. Thus, a year in this realm equates to roughly 2 years and 1 month on Earth. Currently, it was the beginning of the 3rd month of summer. Jian remembered that on Earth, people typically began sowing seeds in February, transplanting seedlings in April, and harvesting in July, with a growing cycle of about 150 days. If she commenced her cultivation now, she could anticipate a harvest in the 2nd month of the harvest season, allowing for a subsequent planting. Altogether, considering the winter season, it seemed feasible to cultivate at least 3 rice crops in a year. Many families in the tribe had returned with rice, and Jian thought that if everyone selected some grains to plant, they would not have to worry about food during the winter season. Acting on her thoughts, she promptly visited the chieftain's home, where the priest and the elders were gathered. She addressed them. I have been pondering that several families in our tribe have harvested a considerable amount of rice. Rice is food, and no matter how much we have, it will eventually be consumed. If we teach our tribe how to cultivate rice, it will make things much easier. As long as no one is lazy, everyone can have enough to eat, even during the winter. After Jian's somewhat impassioned speech, the audience felt a wave of excitement, glancing around to see the same fervor reflected in each other's eyes. However, calm soon returned, as they were reminded of the harsh realities. Many still face starvation even in ordinary circumstances. The Tianshi tribe, while relatively fortunate with over 1,000 members, had 2/3 who were strong orcs, yet still could not guarantee that everyone would be fed, especially in smaller tribes. Eventually, one elder could no longer contain himself and asked, Jian, how can you be so certain that everyone will have enough to eat? Even in ordinary times, many still go hungry. Upon hearing this, others joined in, expressing their concerns. Indeed, our tribe manages to survive because we are primarily predatory orcs, and with our numbers, we can barely sustain ourselves through the winter. But smaller tribes, or those with fewer or weaker orcs, are not so fortunate. It is indeed understandable that everyone's concerns are not unwarranted. In such a primitive society, nothing is more crucial than human life and sustenance. The current agricultural practices are unfamiliar to all, and in the face of the unknown, apprehensions are only natural. Allow me to assure you that cultivating rice is not insurmountable. Both females and beastkin can undertake it. If you place your faith in me, I assure you that everyone shall have their fill. Upon hearing this, the priest stepped forward, smiling at Jian and proclaiming, Divine Messenger, I am confident that you will ensure that all can feast during the cold season. Since you have been chosen by the beast god, you surely possess your own methods. Do you not? Indeed, I have unwavering faith in my abilities. As the priest addressed Jian as the Divine Messenger, the gazes of the onlookers transformed, filled with reverence. Truly, the beast god has graced us. The Tianshi tribe, after the previous Divine Messenger Qin Dong returned to the embrace of the beast god, has once again been bestowed with a Divine Messenger. We believe you will lead our tribe to greater prosperity. At that moment, dissent faded entirely from the room, and acceptance of Jian's vision permeated the gathering, as they resolved to educate the tribe in the art of cultivation. Chapter 16, the first rice meal of another world with the backing of the chieftain, the priest, and the esteemed elders. Jian returned home to dry the rice briefly before collecting his prepared seeds, along with those that had not yet been soaked, and headed to the construction site in search of Bailuo. Upon finding him, Jian explained, I am prepared to teach everyone how to cultivate rice. If you wish to learn, please gather at the central square of the tribe. The chieftain will announce this shortly, so if you wish to join, please return home to prepare. Bring a wooden basin and some plump grains, and do not forget the water. Very well, I shall return to prepare with Phil, Mord replied. Encouraged by Mord's agreement, the others expressed their eagerness to return home and prepare as well. Bailuo beamed with delight at the willingness of everyone to support Jian. He truly was a remarkable brother. All right, you may all head back. This afternoon, we shall cease construction, as the work is nearing completion. I have already ordered the necessary timber and tiles from the tribal market, and they should arrive by tomorrow. That sounds good. We shall return home and meet at the central square later. They all agreed before departing towards their respective homes. Jian and Bailuo returned home once more, bringing back a clay pot, some firewood, and a pestle and mortar for grinding herbs, which Jian had utilized during her recent idle days to crush some rice. Originally, they intended to cook porridge in the morning, but it seemed they would have to indulge earlier. After all, none had ever tasted rice-based foods and were unaware of their flavor. It would be unreasonable to expect them to willingly spend months cultivating rice without any prior experience. Even if compelled by Jian's divine status, the tribe's people would not necessarily be enthusiastic about the labor. As the chieftain awaited anxiously in the square, Jian and Bailuo finally arrived at the central plaza. The moment the chieftain caught sight of them, he eagerly transformed into his beast form, roaring in the beast tongue for everyone to gather the items Jian had mentioned. Upon hearing the chieftain's call, all tribe members, whether orcs, females, or younglings, hurried from every direction, laden with their belongings. Soon, the square was bustling with activity. Jian and Bailuo ascended the platform at the chieftain's invitation. The chieftain then addressed the assembled crowd, relaying the information he had received from Jian, and made sure to mention her status as a divine envoy. Initially, when the promise of a hearty meal during the bitter cold season was announced, there was a wave of disbelief. However, upon hearing the revelation of Jian's divine role, an abrupt hush fell over the crowd. All gazes turned expectantly towards Jian, who found herself unexpectedly nervous under their scrutiny. At this moment, Bailuo stepped forward and announced that Jian intended to use rice, the white grains from the paddy, to prepare food. He encouraged anyone interested in tasting it to form a line, assuring them that they would each receive a portion once it was cooked. After making this announcement, he refrained from further commentary. It was more effective to let the results speak for themselves. Jian and Bailuo then began to kindle a fire on stage. Jian poured the pristine grains from a leather pouch into a large basin and commenced washing the rice while Bailuo, under her guidance, filled a clay pot with water and set it to boil. Once the water reached a rolling boil, Jian added the washed rice, covered the pot, and began cooking. Before long, the fragrant aroma of freshly cooked rice wafted through the air, enticing all present, be they females, younglings, or orcs, who wore eager expressions. Even the chieftain and the elders, having lived for decades, could not conceal their excitement. When Jian lifted the pot's lid, revealing the thick, sumptuous porridge inside, she instructed Bailuo to extinguish the fire and distribute the servings to the tribe members who had formed an orderly queue before the platform. Although a generous quantity had been prepared, the tribe was substantial in number. The fortunate recipients beamed with joy, while those who missed out did not feel disheartened. Each household now had access to rice, and they could simply prepare their own at home if they did not receive any today. Thus, the act of cooking porridge served to invigorate everyone's enthusiasm for rice cultivation. As providers of this newfound sustenance, Jian and Bailuo also received their share. Jian savored the long-missed rice, relishing the experience of consuming an organic variety that was unmatched by anything available in modern Earth, her eyes gleaming with delight. Bailuo, too, found the food delightful and silently vowed to assist Jian in cultivating even more rice, allowing her to enjoy it daily. After partaking in the porridge, the tribe's enthusiasm for rice cultivation soared to unprecedented heights. Jian seized the opportunity to inform everyone that rice could not only be used for porridge but also for a myriad of dishes such as steamed rice, rice noodles, and rice cakes. Upon hearing this litany of possibilities, the tribe's excitement surged once more. Finally, the chieftain could contain himself no longer, exclaiming that if rice could yield such a variety of foods, they should certainly cultivate it in abundance. The tribe members, inspired by the chieftain's words, turned their hopeful gazes towards Jian. At that moment, Jian and Bailuo exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's thoughts. Bailuo retrieved the wooden basin and the carefully selected grains of rice. Jian addressed the crowd. Now, everyone, please take out your seeds and scatter them on the ground. She then grabbed a handful of rice grains from Bailuo and descended the platform to inspect the seeds brought forth by the tribe. As Jian examined the seeds, many felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing their selections were haphazard, lacking the careful consideration that Jian had demonstrated. After assessing most of the seeds, Jian found it impossible not to feel disappointed. Many had initially doubted the viability of rice cultivation, resulting in a careless selection of seeds. Some even brought moldy grains. However, a few families, such as the Noya, Hong, Gisa, Una, and the brothers Bartle, had thoughtfully chosen plump, healthy seeds. Jian's spirits lifted upon seeing these. Returning to the platform, Jian announced, I have reviewed the seeds you all brought, and of course, you have seen the quality of my selected seeds. Now, you may begin to choose your seeds. Remember to select only the plump grains. Shriveled or moldy seeds are unsuitable for planting. Thus, the tribe members eagerly began selecting their seeds. Noticing the inefficiency of handpicking, Jian had a sudden inspiration to use seeds for the selection process. Immediately, she shared her idea with Bailuo, who descended the platform to gather bamboo for crafting sieves. Everyone agreed, recognizing that this would benefit every household. Afterward, they transformed into their beast forms and accompanied Bailuo to the bamboo grove. Meanwhile, Jian began teaching everyone how to soak the seeds. A simple task even younglings could master. Just clean the seeds and immerse them in water until they swell and sprout white shoots. After instructing them on this process, Bailuo and the others returned with bamboo. Jian directed them to split the bamboo into thin strips, akin to making chopsticks, separating the green and yellow sections. The yellow bamboo would serve as the frame for the sieves, while the green bamboo would be woven into the sieve itself. The orcs, skilled in handiwork, quickly produced several sieves of various sizes as per Jian's specifications. Pleased with their efforts, Jian noticed some individuals still had not selected their seats. So she instructed Bai Luo to distribute the completed sieves to those families, enabling them to efficiently choose their seats. This comparison allowed everyone to see the stark difference. Handpicking was laborious and slow, while using a sieve made the task effortless and swift. By the end of the day, everyone returned home with bamboo, eager to craft sieves for their households. The bamboo grove had once again proved its worth. Since the introduction of chopsticks, the tribe recognized the importance of bamboo and began planting it around the village, with some families even cultivating small groves right outside their doors. Chapter 17. Moving and hosting time passed swiftly, and soon the houses were completed, as were the tools for threshing the rice. The rice seeds had begun to sprout, thanks to Jian's guidance in soaking them and creating terraced fields by the riverside, which also retained water. With the rice seeds now sprouting, it was the perfect moment to sow them. As the orcs were primarily engaged in hunting and defending the tribe, the responsibility for rice cultivation largely fell upon the females. Although most delicate females tend to exhibit a certain reluctance towards engaging in tasks, the presence of Jian, a divine envoy, coupled with the delightful taste of rice she had previously experienced, diminished their hesitations. Moreover, Jian herself was a female. If she could accomplish these tasks, why couldn't they? With such sentiments in mind, the group approached their learning endeavors with earnestness. On this particular day, as Bai Luo was assigned to patrol the tribe's defenses, Jian took it upon herself to lead the others to the terraced fields, where they prepared to sow their sprouted rice seeds. She instructed them to observe as she first entered the field and used a stone hoe to carve out a portion of the soil, leveling it with the side of the hoe before evenly scattering the rice seeds across the terraced land. While sowing, Jian shared essential techniques, encouraging everyone to try their hand at the task. As most participants were female, they engaged in mutual comparison and learning, diligently seeking Jian's guidance whenever they encountered uncertainties. This brought Jian great joy, prompting her to discuss delightful ways to prepare rice as they worked. Before long, the morning had passed, and with their collective efforts and a manageable quantity of seeds, they successfully completed the sowing. Upon returning home at noon, Jian discovered a new development regarding her golden finger. A personal attribute panel appeared before her. Name, Jian Yunxi human. Transmigrator, identity, divine envoy personality, gentle and generous in the eyes of others, physical strength, 721-350, by human standards, in the Orc continent. You are but a novice. Skill, I have true sight, allows the viewing of useful plant attributes, a gift from the system. Reputation, 23, as a transmigrator and a charlatan. Your situation is quite dismal. How embarrassing. Upon seeing this, Jian was taken aback. What do you mean in the eyes of others? It is exactly as it appears. And what does it mean to be in a dismal situation? Who is embarrassed? I can do whatever I please here. Who could be more comfortable than I? At that moment, Jian recalled that this was indeed a system, yet it was perplexing that there was no indication of its presence. Each time something occurred, it was utterly silent. What was its purpose? Did she need to call out to it? System, come forth, she mentally summoned, but there was no response. Ugh, truly. Never mind. Everything is just fine without this thing. Perhaps Jian Yu had also encountered a similarly unhelpful system, she thought, stifling a laugh as she glanced around to ensure no one was watching before hastily returning to her tasks. Soon, Jian completely forgot about the incident, focusing on her responsibilities, including her home and rice cultivation. Time flew by, and Jian and Bai Luo began discussing their impending move. They settled on a date 3 days hence. Bai Luo, buoyed by the prospect, took with him a large bundle of dried meat, prepared rice balls, and a water pouch to his post, feeling immensely pleased. Recalling the first time he had brought Jian as prepared food to patrol, the envy in the eyes of his peers was palpable, even from Xiao Xiao. Soon, everyone followed suit, bringing food on their patrols or to guard posts, though none could compare to the delectable meals Jian had prepared for Bai Luo. This thought filled him with pride. Jian began the day by washing dishes, scrubbing pots, and cleaning the windows and doors within the confines of her home. She also started sorting through the belongings she intended to take with her when she moved. In addition, she swept the floors and tidied up the yard, ensuring even the open spaces outside were immaculate. At that moment, her neighbor, Nuya, who lived nearby, ventured outside and noticed Jian diligently engaged in a thorough cleaning, just as she had done when she first arrived. Curiosity piqued, Nuya inquired, Jian, are you embarking on another deep clean? Haven't you only been here for a month or two? I've seen you busy around the house every day, and it looks so pristine. Why are you starting to clean the windows and doors again, and washing this and that? With a smile, Jian remarked. Are we not preparing to move into the new house? Moreover, Bai Luo's parents will be returning shortly. We should tidy up the house so that they can rest easily upon their arrival. You reminded me, he continued. Uncle Fiji and Aunt Dear mentioned they would return before the onset of the rainy season during their travels. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversations about familial matters and shared a few pieces of gossip. Before long, the night descended. Bai Luo returned, and after sharing a meal, They exchanged a few words before embracing in slumber. 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, Jian and Bai Luo rose early, hastily consumed breakfast, and commenced their moving preparations. After deciding to relocate, Jian sketched the blueprint for a handcart on animal hide using the charred wood, and the two began their deliberations. Fortunately, the handcart they were crafting prioritized functionality over aesthetics. In just 3 days, they successfully constructed a double-wheeled handcart, with a cart laden with luggage. Jian was also adorned with an array of packages. After several trips, everything was finally moved. Bai Luo had tidied up the new home the day before, and now all that remained was to organize the belongings before it was ready for habitation. However, the old house still required another thorough cleaning. The two had been busy all morning, successfully completing the first step of their relocation. Next, they needed to express their gratitude to the friends who had assisted in building the house. Thus, after settling matters at home, Bai Luo set out to hunt, while Jian began washing rice and preparing meals. Soon, Murphy and several other female orcs who had lent a hand arrived. Jian, we're here. Is there anything you need us to do? Murphy exclaimed, bouncing around eagerly while glancing at Jian. Indeed, Jian. Look at how many of us have come to your home for a meal. If you were to prepare everything alone, it would be quite exhausting. Noah expressed her concern with a sympathetic tone. All right then, but at the moment, I need to simmer a pot of bone broth. I've already prepared the base. Let us enjoy a hot pot for lunch today. With that, Jian rallied everyone to begin their tasks, with many hands at work. The preparations that would have taken Jian an hour to complete were finished in no time. Since the first time Bai Luo had planted chili peppers, he had consistently returned with delightful surprises for Jian. During this time, Jian had also cultivated a decent amount of vegetables near their new home. Fresh vegetables were indeed perfect for hot pot. Soon enough, the rice was boiling, and Jian began using a ladle to transfer the soaked rice into a woven sieve to drain the water. Naturally, the rice water was not wasted but collected in a bucket. Once the rice was drained, Jian took out the wooden steamer and started steaming the rice. Timing was crucial. If steamed too long, the rice would become too soft, and if not long enough, it would be hard and unpalatable. Fortunately, Jian had practiced this process numerous times and was able to steam the rice to perfection. Meanwhile, the rice was cooked, the vegetables for the hot pot were ready, and the dipping sauces along with the broth base were prepared. All that remained was the meat. Before long, Jian and the other orcs returned, all carrying the freshly processed game. Upon seeing their orc companions return, the females could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The next tasks were for the males, who, under the guidance of the females, sliced the tender cuts of meat into thin pieces, while the remaining meat was cut into smaller chunks, skewered with bamboo sticks, and grilled with Jian's special barbecue sauce. The smaller pieces of meat cooked quickly, and soon everyone was seated and digging in without hesitation. The meal was a delightful success. With little food left over, the barbecue and rice were particularly popular, and even the vegetables, usually overlooked, were consumed in abundance. After all, too much meat could become overwhelming, and at such times, a bit of vegetable could provide a refreshing balance. After lunch, the group did not disperse. Instead, they assisted Jian and Bai Luo in tidying up. Along the way, they playfully speculated about when the two would become a couple, leaving both of them blushing and somewhat flustered. As the evening progressed, they felt a bit bashful after dinner. Chapter 18. The return time flew swiftly, and before they knew it, the seedlings had grown to the point where they could be transplanted. On this day, Jian, Bai Luo, and the tribespeople gathered in the rice paddy. Jian first taught everyone how to uproot the seedlings, followed by Bai Luo demonstrating how to harness the oxen for plowing the fields. Everyone was eager to learn, raising their questions immediately when something was unclear. By the end of the morning, everyone had mastered the techniques for uprooting seedlings and plowing the fields. Next came the transplanting, which was not easy to learn. Not only did they need to separate the seedlings into bundles of 2 or 3 for planting, but they also had to ensure they were arranged neatly in rows. During planting, they had to walk backward, careful not to plant the seedlings too deep or too shallow, as this could affect the season's yield. Fortunately, everyone was particularly diligent in their learning. Jian, come take a look. Am I doing this correctly? Murphy pulled Jian over to inspect her work. Very well done, Murphy. You're learning quite quickly. As soon as Jian praised her, the others crowded around, eagerly asking their own questions, such as, why do we need to plant them separately? And will this method really yield crops? And various other inquiries. Jian patiently addressed everyone's inquiries while casually imparting some knowledge, such as the necessity of maintaining an appropriate water level in the fields and the importance of fertilization during the seedling stage. However, it became evident that most did not grasp the concept of fertilization. In a moment of ingenuity, Jian ventured into the fields, plucked a handful of dry grass, and gathered a few twigs, which he ignited with flint until they turned to ash. He then pointed to the ash, declaring it a suitable fertilizer, alongside animal dung and urine, all vital nutrients to expedite crop growth. At that moment, the group finally comprehended why Jian often urged them to catch live animals for cultivation and to collect their waste. It dawned on them that Jian's insistence on gathering dung was indeed for agricultural purposes. Yet, the unpleasant odor of the dung raised doubts among them. Could food grown from it truly be edible? Noya voiced her skepticism, echoed by others, except for Bai Luo, who unwaveringly believed in Jian's words. If Jian says it's edible, then it is, he proclaimed, disregarding the fact that the ash was still hot. As he eagerly scooped some up and applied it liberally to the roots of the seedlings, leaving them in disarray before he ceased. He did not forget to plant the seedlings in the field as Jian instructed. Jian, touched by Bai Luo's faith in him, was also concerned about Bai Luo's hands after handling the hot ash. He rushed over, grasping Bai Luo's hands and inspecting them anxiously, fearing he might have been burned. Bai Luo, that ash is still hot. Why would you handle it barehanded? What if you got hurt? Does it hurt? Jian expressed his concern tenderly. It's fine, Jian. It doesn't hurt. I have thick skin, Bai Luo replied, playfully ruffling Jian's hair with his freshly washed hands, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. The onlookers, witnessing the affectionate exchange between Jian and Bai Luo in public, could not help but tease them, urging the pair to become a couple. Murphy, in particular, boldly suggested the perfect timing for their union, saying, Jian, Bai Luo, since your bond is so strong, why not pair up before the rainy season? Uncle Leia and Aunt Jian will be back then to witness your union. Jian and Bai Luo felt a tinge of embarrassment at Murphy's teasing, reminded that they were indeed in a public setting. In the days that followed, whenever Jian and Bai Luo visited the rice fields, they were met with playful jests from the others, yet it was clear that these jests were rooted in genuine good wishes. Thus, aside from their initial shyness, Jian and Bai Luo returned to their usual routine. However, thanks to Murphy's playful remarks, they both recognized their desire to unite. Having lived together long enough to understand one another, over time, sharing a bed naturally led to moments of intimacy. Although nothing ever culminated fully simply because Jian had been startled by Bai Luo on one occasion. In the 4th month of summer, Bai Luo's parents, Leia and Jian, finally returned home. This marked the moment Jian, the once awkward bride, would finally meet her in-laws. That morning, after enjoying breakfast as usual, Bai Luo and Jian visited the rice fields before retreating home to cultivate their relationship. As noon approached, Bai Luo set out to hunt. While processing his catch by the river, he suddenly caught a whiff of 2 familiar scents, reminiscent of his own. As the scents grew closer, he turned around to discover his parents had returned. Elated, Bai Luo thought, perfect. Now that my parents are back, I can officially pair up with Jian. The thought filled him with joy. Father, mother, you're back. Wonderful. I now have my own female companion, and we've agreed to unite once you returned. This is fantastic. Bai Luo beamed at Leia and Jian. Hearing that Bai Luo was ready to commit, Leia and Jian were overjoyed, thrilled that their son had finally matured and was no longer the little boy who used to cuddle in his mother's arms. Yet, their joy soon mingled with curiosity about the identity of the female companion Bai Luo spoke of, as he had never shown a particular interest in any female before. Bai Luo, I'm so happy for you. You've grown up, but can you tell me which female is willing to pair up with you? Jian inquired. Yes. Who would be foolish enough to choose you? Leia teased, relishing the opportunity to poke fun at her son, who had taken so much of her attention since birth. Despite her jests, she was genuinely thrilled at the prospect of Bai Luo finding companionship. Bai Luo, however, took no offense. Quickly finishing his preparations and leading his parents to his home, his and Jian shared a boat. At this moment, Jian stood at the doorway awaiting Bai Luo's return. And upon seeing him approach with his catch, she greeted him with a smile. Bai Luo, you're back. I've cooked the meal, and we can eat as soon as you prepare the dishes. It was only then that she noticed Leia and Jian following behind Bai Luo. Upon their first glimpse of Jian, Leia and Jian felt a surge of joy, recognizing how fortunate their son was to have found such a beautiful and rare gentle creature. However, they were yet unaware that Jian was indeed the treasure Bai Luo had discovered. Bai Luo began to introduce Jian to his parents, and soon enough, Leia and Jian realized that Jian was truly the one Bai Luo had brought home, prompting them to quietly commend their son's good fortune. After the introductions, Jian and Bai Luo invited the couple inside, causing Jian to feel a flutter of nerves. After all, these were her future in-laws. And the first meeting inevitably brought a hint of anxiety. Fortunately, both Leia and Jian were open-minded individuals, and the orc community, in general, was characterized by its simplicity, devoid of the complexities often found in modern society. Once inside, Leia and Jian began to survey Bai Luo and Jian's abode. The house, by tribal standards, was neither large nor small, merely modest, but it was adorned with a warm and inviting atmosphere. A vibrant bouquet of crimson roses graced the table. After their examination, they settled down, eager to experience the culinary skills Bai Luo had praised so highly during their journey. After Jian poured a cup of floral tea for Leia and Jian, she entered the kitchen with Bai Luo. Soon, the delightful aroma of food wafted into the living room, making Fiji swallow hard. Fortunately, Jian and Bai Luo did not keep them waiting long, and the dishes were soon served at the table. Jian remembered to ladle a bowl of white rice for each person. Unable to resist, Leia was the first to use her chopsticks to place a slice of meat into Jian's bowl. And only after watching Jian eat did she begin to savor her own meal. Jian and Bai Luo followed suit. And although it was the first time for Leia and Jian to experience rice and stir-fried dishes, they could not help but express their admiration. Chapter 19. Becoming partners amid Bai Luo's anticipation, Jian's nervousness, and the envy of others, the long-awaited bonding ceremony for Bai Luo and Jian finally arrived. On this day, Bai Luo and Jian rose early, and after breakfast, Luo set out with friendly male orcs to hunt. This was their bonding day, and a bonfire celebration awaited them in the evening. Although they had begun gathering ingredients days in advance, it seemed insufficient. Meanwhile, Jian started preparing the necessary ingredients and tea for the bonfire celebration with her friends. The tasks were rather trivial, and since Jian had never done this before, she was fortunate to have the gentle assistance of her mother-in-law and the matriarch, Vale, along with other elders, which alleviated her anxiety. Before long, night fell, and the bonfire celebration was about to commence. Jian and Luo donned the new wedding attire that Jian had specially crafted for their bonding ceremony. To Jian, the outfit resembled a wedding gown from Earth, although it was made from simple fabrics, for on this primitive orc planet, high-quality materials were a rarity. Jian's attire was soft and gentle, accentuating her tenderness, while Luo's suit featured bold, defined lines. As the bonfire celebration commenced, the central square of the tribe was alive with people gathered around the various bonfires, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The chieftain observed silently as Jian and Luo gracefully approached the center of the square. Upon their arrival, the chieftain began to officiate the ceremony. This was a private bonding ceremony, distinct from the previous collective ceremony held with the warriors, as this was indeed a celebration for only one couple. The officiation required less effort. In the presence of the chieftain and the tribal priest, Jian and Luo recited their vows and embraced before the witness of the tribe. Following this, the priest chanted blessings for the couple. After the incantation, the priest presented each of them with a small white stone adorned with intricate floral patterns before stepping down from the platform. Jian felt a sense of gloom, pondering if this was indeed the marriage certificate of a primitive society. Nonetheless, that was her perspective. The ceremony of companionship was swiftly concluded, leading to a time of feasting and merriment. The couple descended from the stage and returned to the embrace of their parents. Jian and Luo began to take food skewered with bamboo from their parents' hands, initiating the grilling of meat skewers. As the skewers cooked, they fed each other in a delightful exchange. Rhea observed this with great satisfaction, feeling an increased fondness for Jian, especially since her son could finally distance himself from his troublesome ex. It was a moment of pure joy. Jian and Luo were both famished, having devoured a considerable amount of skewered meat alongside hearty stews and rice. After all, a grand event awaited them, their wedding night. It would be quite detrimental to their spirits if they did not satiate their appetites beforehand. Meanwhile, others began to gather around the bonfire, engaging in lively dance and song. At that moment, Luo noticed someone performing a courtship dance and suddenly realized that he had yet to dance a courtship dance for Jian, thus abandoning his half-eaten meal. He stepped forward to dance for Jian. As Jian observed the peculiar dance of Luo, she could not suppress the twitching of her lips and erupted into laughter. After enduring the urge for quite some time, she found herself rolling in laughter. Luo, is this truly a dance? How utterly amusing! She exclaimed. Oh dear. I can't take it anymore. My stomach aches from laughing. Seeing Jian's joy, Luo danced even more energetically. Jian, upon witnessing this, was unable to contain her laughter any longer. After their bout of laughter, Jian rose to her feet and began to perform a courtship dance before Luo. Of course, the true highlight of the evening awaited, which was the celebration of Jian and her foolish lion's wedding night. After satisfying his hunger, Luo noticed Jian seated beside him, gazing at him shyly. For some inexplicable reason, he began to feel parched. As he glanced at Jian's lips, glistening from the food she had eaten, he felt an overwhelming discomfort wash over him. It was particularly strange. Although he had experienced such feelings before, none had ever stirred such a reaction as today. Unbeknownst to him, the food he had consumed had been tampered with by his unscrupulous father. Rhea, observing her son and his companion, felt a pang of frustration. She thought to herself, have I perhaps underestimated the amount of aphrodisiac? Had I known, I would have added more. Jian felt an overwhelming discomfort, as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Her face flushed with an unnatural redness, and cold sweat began to bead on her skin. The sight of Luo beside her stirred an irresistible urge to leap into his arms. However, before Jian could make a move, Luo, unable to restrain himself, swept her off her feet and dashed towards home. Witnessing this scene, Lia's heart brimmed with joy. The eyesore had finally taken his bride away, which was truly delightful. He then lavished attentions upon Jiming. Meanwhile, Jian, cradled by Luo, returned home feeling quite unwell. When Luo pinned her against the door, she instinctively offered her lips. Yet, as the situation escalated, she realized something was amiss. To her astonishment, she found herself beneath Luo, exposed and vulnerable. Her wide eyes fixed on him, though she was unsure where to direct her gaze. Unbeknownst to Jian, she was an immense temptation for Luo, who was already on the brink of eruption. His gaze fell upon her flushed face, the color cascading down to her entire body. Her typically bright, expressive eyes now shimmered with a bewitching allure, and her swollen, slightly parted lips further unraveled his reason. In a moment of abandon, Luo reached for a plump, sweet fruit from the bedside table, crushing it in his hand and applying it to Jian's body while caressing her, urging her to absorb its essence. As he indulged in his primal desires, outside, the moon hung particularly round, yet it inexplicably shrouded itself behind clouds. Was it hiding in shame after witnessing the scene before it? The reasons for such mysteries remain unknown. This night stretched unexpectedly long. Meanwhile, The party around the bonfire continued unabated, filled with song and dance. The revelry persisted until the moon slowly vanished from the horizon, at which point the tribe, led by their chief, extinguished the fire and bid farewell to one another with heavy hearts. The following day, Jian awoke to the approach of noon. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld Bai Luo, who was carrying a bowl of porridge towards her. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment for having slept in so late, she was greeted by Bai Luo's brightened expression as he hurried to her side. "Jian, you're awake. You must be hungry. Here, let me feed you," he said. Placing a pillow behind her to prop her up, Jian felt an unusual discomfort, as if paralyzed, particularly in her waist, legs, and a certain area, which throbbed with a peculiar sensation. However, she noticed there was no sticky residue on her body, indicating that Bai Luo had taken care of her. This realization brought a sweetness to her heart. As she saw Bai Luo preparing to feed her, she couldn't help but croak, "Bai Luo, I can manage myself." She strained to lift her aching arms towards the bowl. Seeing her struggle, Bai Luo felt a surge of sympathy. "Jian, just open your mouth and let me feed you," he insisted. Recognizing his persistence and her own weakness, Jian relented, letting her hands fall as she awaited his offering. Although she was quite hungry, she understood that it was better to eat lightly after such events, and fortunately, Bai Luo had prepared plain porridge. After consuming about half a bowl, she gently pushed it away. "Bai Luo, that's enough. It's nearly noon. Why are you still at home? Have you eaten?" "I've asked my father to assist with the hunting. Once he returns, we can eat," Bai Luo replied. Is my father coming for lunch? I should get up quickly. Lying in bed is unseemly." With that, she began to struggle to rise, but Bai Luo, noticing her determination, grew anxious. He quickly set the bowl down and pressed her back down. "Jian, you needn't get up. Just rest. My father isn't eating with us today. I'll prepare the meal myself." Just then, Leah called from outside. "Bai Luo, hurry out and grab the things. I'm in a rush to get back and cook. Just leave it in the yard. I'll be right there." Bai Luo responded with urgency, and a loud thud echoed from the courtyard. Jian couldn't help but chuckle at the notion that such a formidable man was also tasked with cooking. In the yard, Bai Luo saw that his father had brought back the game, already processed and placed in a large wooden basin. He promptly carried the basin into the kitchen, chopping the meat into pieces and tossing them into a pot to stew. Afterward, he rinsed rice to prepare plain porridge. Mindful of Leah's advice for Jian to eat lightly in the coming days, once he had attended to the kitchen, he returned to the room. Upon noticing that Bai Luo had returned, Jian felt her eyelids grow heavy. The sight of Bai Luo, still brimming with vitality, brought silent tears to her eyes. Lost in thought, she soon drifted off to sleep. Bai Luo, observing Jian's slumber, lay down beside her, gently caressing her abdomen while lost in contemplation. In her dreams, Jian sensed a weight pressing down on her stomach, prompting her to turn over and inadvertently dislodge Bai Luo's hand. Startled by her movement, Bai Luo's gaze softened as he admired Jian's peaceful expression, and he could not resist pressing his lips against hers. At that moment, Jian, dreaming of food, felt an intrusion in her mouth and instinctively bit down, nearly causing Bai Luo to leap in pain. With great effort, Bai Luo managed to free his tongue from Jian's grasp. Deciding not to linger any longer in bed, he rose and made his way to the kitchen. Jian, having secretly opened her eyes to see Bai Luo depart, couldn't help but smile with delight. In truth, she had awakened the moment Bai Luo was bitten. She had merely pretended to be asleep, witnessing Bai Luo steal a kiss while she feigned slumber, only to suffer the consequences of her playful bite. Filled her heart with joy. "Ah, how spirited you are. How robust. Humph." After lying in bed for several days, Jane finally regained her vitality. During this time, Bai Luo diligently attended to her needs. One day, after having breakfast together, Jane and Bai Luo set out to inspect the rice paddies. After more than a month, the seedlings had begun to sprout delicate rice flowers. The fields were alive with buzzing bees and fluttering butterflies. Jane, upon witnessing this, felt a sense of reassurance and could not help but smile with satisfaction. The rice fields attracted many visitors, all of whom followed Jane and Bai Luo, eager to learn. Despite Jane's divine guidance in rice cultivation, the villagers still harbored uncertainties, given their lack of prior experience. However, Jane's presence instilled confidence, and her smile further alleviated their worries. As she surveyed the surrounding paddies, she noted that the water levels and growth of the rice in the villagers' fields were comparable to her own, with only a couple of fields showing discrepancies, which brought her peace of mind. Most of the villagers trusted her, so she addressed them. "Dear kin, I have observed that the water levels in most of your fields are appropriate. Only a few plots have either too much or too little water. You may use my field as a reference to determine the optimal water level for your own." Upon hearing Jane's words, the villagers began to walk toward her field, comparing it with their own. After some deliberation, several families realized that their water levels were indeed somewhat off. For instance, their rice flowers were not as abundant, and their plants did not grow as tall as those in Jane's field. A sense of shame washed over them, as they had all been learning together under Jane's guidance. They spent the entire morning in the fields, and as noon approached, Bai Luo escorted Jane home before heading out to hunt. Once back at home, Jane began to prepare lunch and boil water. The stove resembled those found in rural areas on Earth, featuring a small hole beside the chimney for placing clay pots. allowing her to cook rice and heat water simultaneously. Jian had now mastered the art of quickly igniting a fire with flint. And soon the rice was cooked to about 70% done. She then used a large wooden steamer to finish the cooking process. Upon seeing the sizable steamer, Jian couldn't help but marvel at Bai Luo's hearty appetite. Indeed, orcs were known to have substantial appetites. Not long after the rice was fully steamed, Bai Luo returned. Now accustomed to enjoying sawed-ed vegetables. Each hunting trip, he brought back edible wild greens. Jian discovered various vegetables among them, such as asparagus, water spinach, and spinach, and decided to plant some in their yard. Consequently, Jian and Bai Luo's yard had transformed into a small vegetable garden when Phil and Noah visited. They were so impressed that they returned home and urged their own orcs to dig up some vegetables as well. Soon, other females in the tribe followed suit. And now nearly every household had cultivated a variety of vegetables. Today, Bai Luo brought back a well-prepared antelope and a few live rabbits. Jian was delighted and exclaimed, "Bai Luo, you've even brought back live rabbits. Their reproductive capabilities are remarkable. If we raise a pair, we could have a large litter in just a month or two." Jian didn't need to articulate her thoughts about the winter season, as Bai Luo already understood. If we can raise larger animals, like sheep or wild boars, could we not also sustain ourselves through the winter? He pondered aloud, contemplating the possibilities. Jian had always been aware of Bai Luo's intelligence. Yet she was taken aback by his remarkable ability to grasp concepts swiftly and draw connections effortlessly. With joy, she exclaimed, "Indeed, Bai Luo, you are truly brilliant." After this, she leaped up and gave Bai Luo a quick kiss before dashing back to the kitchen. Bai Luo, wearing a blissful expression, followed her into the kitchen while carrying the prepared antelope. After their meal, the two began constructing cages for the newly arrived rabbits. The idea had originated from Bai Luo, as he had witnessed the rabbits' remarkable burrowing abilities during their capture. Once the cages were completed, the rabbits took residence within them. Initially, the rabbits resisted, attempting to escape. However, after several days of futile efforts, they surrendered and began to enjoy their lives in captivity. After all, the cages provided a steady supply of food, and they no longer had to fear predation from other animals. Within a few days, the rabbits had grown considerably plump. Chapter 21. The arrival of the rainy season after a few days of raising rabbits. Jian and Bai Luo discussed the prospect of breeding some herbivorous animals with the chief and the elders. Under the guidance of the chief and the elders, the families within the tribe began to raise rabbits. One day, after Bai Luo had gathered enough food for the day and was preparing to return to the tribe, he happened upon a solitary wild boar. Suddenly reminded of Jian's breeding plan, he seized the opportunity to capture the wild boar and brought it home. Upon witnessing that Bai Luo had returned with a small wild boar, Jian was filled with delight. He promptly began to construct a pen for the pig using leftover stones from building their house. Observing this, Bai Luo rushed over and took over Jian's task, eagerly engaging in the work himself. Realizing that the construction of the pig pen no longer involved him, Jian conceded and retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal. When Jian emerged into the yard to call Bai Luo for dinner, he found that Bai Luo had already completed the pig pen and had ushered the small wild boar into its freshly built confines. After accomplishing this, Bai Luo noticed Jian approaching with a basin of clean water for him to wash his hands. Once Bai Luo had washed up, he could not resist reaching out to touzle Jian's hair. Seeing Bai Luo once again ruffling his hair, Jian could not help but exclaim, all right, enough. You're messing up my hair. I'm not a child anymore. Why do you always do this?" With that, he took Bai Luo's hand and led him inside for their meal. After finishing their dinner, Jian and Bai Luo harvested some newly sprouted sweet potato vines to feed the wild boar, and they also gathered wild grasses for the rabbits. Subsequently, they set out to find the tribe's chief. Upon arriving at the chief's residence, Bai Luo expressed his intentions. "Chief, today, while I was hunting and preparing to return to the tribe, I caught a small wild boar." Jian explained that in their previous settlement, many families would raise young herbivores when food was plentiful, intending to slaughter them for sustenance during the harsh winter months when food was scarce. He further noted that their previous experience with raising rabbits had demonstrated that herbivores were indeed easier to sustain, boasting remarkable reproductive capabilities. Thus, I pondered whether we might emulate the practices of the people from Jian's homeland and begin to rear some gentle herbivores as a reserve for food. Upon hearing this, the chief was overjoyed. "Is it truly possible?" he marveled. "Not only can we cultivate plants, but we can also rear animals ourselves. This way, we shall not fear the scarcity of food in winter." The chief felt an overwhelming urge to share this news with the tribe without delay. After Jian and Bai Luo discussed certain specific matters with the chieftain, they took their leave to return home. Meanwhile, the chieftain, undeterred by their departure, promptly summoned the elders of the tribe for a deliberation. Upon reaching a unanimous consensus, the chieftain eagerly ventured out to the central square, where he called upon the tribe's people with a commanding roar, addressing the matter of livestock cultivation. From that day forth, the orcs of the tribe never failed to bring back some animal offspring during their hunts. While the usual cattle, pigs, and birds were to be expected, the most astonishing were those who returned with venomous snakes and turtles that bore little flesh. This truly redefined Jian's perception of the orcs. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the trend of animal husbandry persisted for a considerable time, and the tribe's people acquired some rudimentary skills in rearing livestock. Time flew swiftly, and before long, the rainy season arrived. The ripe rice was harvested just before the onset of the rains, and new crops were sown for the upcoming season. Observing the fields that had remained untouched since the beginning of the rainy season, Jian felt a sense of relief that the rice had already been dried and stored away. The new season had been planted, requiring only regular visits to check on its progress. As the rainy season commenced, the game outside the tribe increased significantly. Bailuo and the orcs ventured out together, returning with a substantial haul. Jian had never witnessed such a spectacle and, upon inquiring with Bailuo, learned that this was a recurring phenomenon at the onset of each rainy season. This initial abundance of wildlife was due to the impending heavier rains, which drove many animals from lower terrains to migrate to higher grounds. Upon hearing the explanation, I realized that the rainy season here resembles the tidal phase of the Earth. However, it is noteworthy that there is no tidal phase on Earth that extends for 5 months. As the second month of the rainy season commenced, Bailuo ceased his hunting expeditions with the tribe. Instead, he began to collaborate with Jian in nurturing the family's stored provisions. Even the living prey caught during the first month of the rainy season was kept for sustenance. Due to the burgeoning number of animals, the existing pigsties, sheep pens, and cattle sheds became insufficient, prompting the construction of several additional enclosures to accommodate them. Fortunately, the yard was quite spacious. After erecting 5 pigsties, 3 sheep pens, and 2 cattle sheds, along with housing a dozen rabbit cages, there remained ample open space. Jian gazed at the livestock in her home, her heart brimming with joy. After a prolonged silence, the system finally made its presence known. Name, Jian Yunxi, human. Transmigrator. Identity, divine envoy character, gentle and generous, in the eyes of others. Physical strength, 721000350, considering the average human. One is but a trivial being in the orc continent. Skill, eye of true sight, capable of discerning the attributes of useful plants. A gift from the system. Reputation, 40. Although she has made considerable progress, she remains rather inconsequential. Level, 0. Experience points, 89100. Access the breeding interface for further details. Friendly reminder, dear, please strive to reach level 1 promptly, as there are delightful surprises awaiting you. Immediately, Jian observed 2 sections appear on the attribute panel, one labeled herbs and the other breeding. The topmost line read host attributes. Upon seeing this, Jian felt a flicker of understanding. This attribute panel first manifested when Bailuo brought back the chili tree, yet prior to returning to the tribe. She had gathered an abundance of spices and vegetables along the way. Why had it not appeared then? Could it be that the system only activated upon reaching the tribe? This transformation, perhaps, was related to the breeding aspect she was now witnessing. It had made an appearance once before, but no discernible pattern seemed to exist regarding its timing. Sigh, how does one accumulate experience points? What a perplexity. There is not a hint to guide her onward. Jian lamented in frustration. Ah, how maddening. What a wretched system. Jian grumbled, raking her fingers through her hair in exasperation. Humph, I refuse to be thwarted. Today, I shall unravel the mysteries of this confounded system. With determination, she set aside her tasks and headed towards her room. Just as she commenced her journey, Bailuo's voice echoed from the doorway. Jian, I just checked the fields, and the seedlings are flourishing. It seems the season will yield another bountiful harvest. The sweet potatoes in the soil have grown quite large as well. Look, I've dug up a few to show you. Bailuo began to speak even before entering the courtyard. As Jian observed Bailuo stepping outside without his raincoat and straw hat, a wave of concern washed over her. Bailuo, why have you ventured out without your raincoat or hat? The rain is pouring so heavily, you could easily fall ill, she exclaimed. Next time. No. There will be no next time. From now on, you must wear your raincoat and hat on rainy days. Do you understand? After saying this, she hurried back to her room, retrieving a clean towel to dry Bailuo's drenched body. She then proceeded to the kitchen, filling a large bucket with hot water to summon Bailuo for a warm bath. Once she saw him washing up, Jian returned to the kitchen to prepare ginger soup. In a primitive society where medical resources were scarce, a cold or fever could be life-threatening, so Jian had stocked up on ginger at home. As soon as Bailuo emerged from his bath, she handed him the ginger soup. And he couldn't help but feel incredibly fortunate to have such a gentle and virtuous companion. After warming up from the soup, Bailuo took over the chores, preparing slop for the pigs and feeding fresh grass to the sheep, cows, and rabbits. It was then that Jian recalled Bailuo mentioning he had brought back some sweet potatoes. Bailuo, you just said you brought back some sweet potatoes. Where are they? She inquired. I've already placed them in the stove to roast. They will be ready to eat by evening, Bailuo replied. Hearing this, Jian sat down to discuss when they could dig up the sweet potatoes from the field. By the way, Bailuo, we should inform the group leader to let everyone prepare for harvesting the sweet potatoes. The rain is getting heavier. If we don't dig them up soon, they may rot in the ground. The following day, after breakfast, Jian and Bailuo sat at the door chatting, noticing the rain was beginning to lessen. They decided to visit the chieftain. Chieftain, yesterday I unearthed some sweet potatoes from our field, and they are significantly larger than the ones we initially brought back, Jian reported. Given the increasing rainfall, we should quickly harvest the sweet potatoes in the coming days. Indeed, the rain is intensifying if we don't collect the sweet potatoes soon. They will be submerged and spoiled, Bai Luo added. Hearing their words, the chieftain realized the urgency. He had noticed the substantial yield when they first harvested the sweet potatoes. In this season, every household in the tribe had planted a significant amount. If they failed to collect them in time, the entire tribe would face a dire situation. Without further deliberation with the elders, the chieftain transformed into his beast form and soared into the sky, roaring in the language of his kind. His call summoned the male and female beast men left in the tribe, who quickly grabbed their farming tools and headed to the fields to harvest the sweet potatoes. Jian and Bai Luo bid farewell to the chieftain and returned home to fetch their tools for the harvest. The chieftain, not to be outdone, flew directly to his own sweet potato field to gather the crop. Upon reaching the sweet potato field, Bai Luo, in his beast form, began to cut the vines with his claws, while Jian, equipped with a stone sickle that Bai Luo had prepared for her, engaged in the same task. Bai Luo's movements were considerably quicker than Jian's, and after finishing his side, he noticed Jian's slower pace. Understanding her fatigue, he swiftly approached her. Jian, you must be tired. Why don't you take a break while I handle the cutting? Without waiting for her response, he began to work rapidly on the vines. Jian Zheng, feeling fatigued yet unwilling to insist, said, Very well, Bai Luo. I shall return the sickle first and then retrieve the hoe and basket. Afterwards, I will join you in digging sweet potatoes. No need for that, Jian. I can manage it alone. Just bring out the basket, and you may return home to rest. In brief, Bai Luo, you need not be overly cautious with me, for I am capable of handling certain simple matters for our household. It cannot be the case that you shoulder every responsibility alone. I, too, must contribute to our home. However, Jian, these tasks are typically suited for the orcs. I do not wish for you to become excessively fatigued. Of course, if you find it too monotonous, you may occasionally visit the tribe for a change of scenery. Seeing you so worn out brings me great discomfort. Upon hearing Bai Luo's words, Jian was rendered speechless. Bai Luo, witnessing your tireless efforts for our family pains me as well. Upon hearing Jian express concern for him, Bai Luo was overcome with joy, unable to contain himself. He rushed forward to embrace Jian, showering her with fervent kisses, before energetically resuming his work of digging up sweet potatoes. Suddenly, Jian felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, akin to a sudden burst of energy. She couldn't help but ponder why the foolish lion at home seemed to be evolving into a sullen husky. Wiping the drool from her face, she returned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. As soon as lunch was ready, Bai Luo returned, carrying the sweet potatoes he had unearthed that morning. After washing their hands, the two sat down to enjoy their meal together. After lunch, when Bai Luo planned to venture out to harvest more sweet potatoes, a heavy rain began to fall outside. Remembering Jian's admonition from the morning, he donned a raincoat and straw hat before stepping out to continue his work. After 2 industrious days, the male orcs in the tribe had successfully harvested all the sweet potatoes. Following a thorough tally by the chief, it was revealed that the yield amounted to an astonishing 200,000 pounds, an increase of 150,000 pounds from the initial planting. Truly, it was a bountiful harvest of sweet potatoes. After the bountiful harvest of sweet potatoes, Jian began to feel a sense of worry. Although having an abundance of food is not necessarily a bad thing, the sight of the 2 large storage containers filled to 1.5 with sweet potatoes made his brow furrow in concern. With so many sweet potatoes and only he and Bai Luo at home, it seemed they could sustain themselves for quite some time. However, sweet potatoes are most enjoyable when fresh. Left too long, their taste diminishes. Furthermore, with the current rainy season bringing excessive humidity, he feared the sweet potatoes might spoil. After Jian emerged from the storeroom, she stood at the doorway in a daze, contemplating how to minimize waste. Bai Luo, noticing Jian's perplexity, inquired, What's the matter, Jian? We still have plenty of food at home, enough for both of us until harvest season. Even if it isn't sufficient, it's no concern. We have so many livestock, right? No, Bai Luo, Jian replied. I'm simply pondering the surplus of sweet potatoes. With only the 2 of us, I fear that many will spoil before we can consume them. And sweet potatoes lose their flavor with time. I am considering how to reduce waste while ensuring we have enough to eat. I see. Have you come up with anything? Bai Luo asked. I'm still thinking. Please, carry on with your tasks. I'll remain here for a moment, Jian responded. All right, but do come inside after a while, Bai Luo said, understanding that Jian often became lost in thought until she devised a good plan. Understood, you head in first, Jian replied. With that, Bai Luo turned to enter the house. Just then, Jian exclaimed, I've got it. We can turn the sweet potatoes into sweet potato flour, which will last much longer. She then rushed to Bai Luo, who quickly extended his arms to embrace her. Since they decided to make sweet potato flour, they needed a tool, a millstone. Common in rural areas. Bai Luo, making sweet potato flour is quite complex. We need a millstone to proceed. However, there isn't one in the tribe, and we must create a new one. What does this millstone look like? Explain it to me, and I can make it, Bai Luo offered. The millstone consists of 2 parts. The upper part is a circular disc etched with small grooves, and the lower part is similar but has a protruding channel at the bottom. The 2 sections are secured by a central axis. Additionally, the upper disc must have a small hole near the axis for placing the items to be ground, Jian elaborated, using a stick to sketch a diagram on the ground. After listening to Jian's description and examining the diagram, Bai Luo felt enlightened. He bid Jian farewell and dashed outside in search of suitable stones. Although the Tianshe tribe was abundant in stones, finding the right kind for the millstone proved challenging. After several days of searching, Bai Luo had yet to succeed. Each time Bai Luo returned with stones, he would ask Jian for confirmation. After his nth attempt, Jian was nearly out of patience. However, this time, the stones he brought back resembled those typically used for millstones on Earth. Bai Luo, where did you find these 2 stones? Jian asked, circling the stones excitedly. She hugged Bai Luo and planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving him momentarily stunned. Jian kissed me, she took the initiative, and he stumbled over his words in excitement. I saw them on my way back from hunting. They looked very much like the stones you described, so I brought them back, Bai Luo explained. Bai Luo. You did wonderfully, Jian exclaimed, her joy evident. My Jian, it's still not enough, Bai Luo replied, embracing her tightly as he rested his forehead against hers. Whispering sweetly in her ear. What? Jian gazed at Bai Luo, slightly bewildered, prompting him to draw closer and kiss her passionately, his fervor overwhelming. Jian felt as if she were his prey, ready to be engulfed by him. Let go. Jian gasped, struggling for breath as she pushed against Bai Luo. Jian, he murmured, loosening his hold slightly, his voice husky and enticing, causing her to shiver in response. I can't breathe. Jian stammered. Her cheeks flushed, gazing at Bai Luo with dazed eyes. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo tightened his embrace, chuckling softly, which made Jian, recovering her senses against his chest, nudge him playfully in irritation. Jian, thank you, Bai Luo said earnestly. Thank you for choosing me, for choosing this place. Bai Luo. I must thank you as well, for saving me, for cherishing me, for loving me. After a restful night, during which one of them indulged to their heart's content, the other was promptly sent off to make the millstone. Chapter 23. The flood erupts with the materials gathered. The millstone could now be crafted. Wakaer took up a stone hammer and a cow horn, diligently chiseling away at the stone. After several days of solitary labor, the first stone millstone on the Orc planet was finally completed. Once the millstone was ready, Jian eagerly began to clean it thoroughly. Observing Jian's industriousness, Bai Luo quietly retreated to the storeroom, retrieving several large basins of sweet potatoes for washing. As Jian finished washing the grinding stone, Bai Luo had also cleaned the sweet potatoes. Jian examined the size of the sweet potatoes and compared them to the dimensions of the grinding stone. Noticing that the grinding stone was several times smaller than the sweet potatoes, he promptly entered the kitchen and retrieved 2 kitchen knives. Bai Luo. These sweet potatoes are too large, and the grinding stone is too small. They simply cannot fit. It seems we must chop the sweet potatoes into smaller pieces to fit them into the grinder. Without waiting for Bai Luo's response, he fetched a small stool and a clean large wooden basin, settling beside Bai Luo to begin chopping the sweet potatoes. Observing Jian's method, Bai Luo also took up a knife, mirroring Jian's technique. Their movements were swift, and by midday, they had chopped all the sweet potatoes into small pieces within just a few hours. After a hasty lunch, the two resumed their task of preparing sweet potato flour. After Jian chopped the sweet potatoes into small pieces and placed them into the thoroughly cleaned stone mill, Bai Luo approached, grasping the newly attached wooden handle on the side of the mill. Following Jian's instructions, he began to turn it. Despite the meticulous crafting of the stone, it was inevitable that some grit would emerge during the initial grinding. After 2 rotations, the mill's center finally yielded a slurry. As this was the first grinding, the sweet potato paste contained a certain amount of stone residue. However, after grinding more sweet potato pieces, the slurry was finally free of any grit. Jian quickly poured the first batch of slurry into the stone trough in the pig pen to feed the pigs, then washed the wooden basin and placed it back beside the mill. After grinding for a while, Jian felt a noticeable strain in her arms and realized that continuing in this manner was unfeasible. Although Bai Luo appeared energetic, he too would tire eventually. Noticing Jian's gaze upon him, he understood she must be fatigued. He then suggested, Jian, look, you've been at this for quite some time. You must be tired. You should take a break while I handle the sweet potatoes. Never mind, I see you've been grinding for a while. Why not bring a donkey over and cover its eyes? We can tie it to the central axle of the mill and let it do the grinding while you, like I did earlier, simply add the sweet potatoes. What a splendid idea. Jian, how did you come up with that? I'll go fetch the donkey right away. With that, he set down the wooden handle and went off to retrieve the donkey. I suddenly recalled that during my time on Earth, I had witnessed individuals in certain regions employing such methods to grind materials. However, there also exists a type of millstone that can be operated by donkeys, which serves as a substitute for human labor in grinding dry powders. Is that truly the case? Jian, the people from your land are remarkably skilled. They understand the use of oxen for plowing fields, horses for hauling goods, and even donkeys for milling. Yet, in my heart, I still regard you as the most capable of all. You possess such vast knowledge. Bai Luo led the donkey back while conversing. It has indeed been proven that utilizing livestock to replace human effort is exceptionally convenient. Just within an afternoon, all the sweet potatoes had been ground into a paste. The next step was to place the wooden basin indoors and allow it to settle until the powder precipitated. Upon witnessing the completion of the sweet potato flour at home, Jian invited Bai Luo to accompany him to the chief's residence to discuss teaching the tribe members how to make sweet potato flour. Concerned for Jian's well-being and fearing he might overexert himself, Luo first escorted Jian back home before gathering the male orcs to venture outside the tribe in search of suitable stones for milling. With the strength in numbers, the orcs swiftly located an abundance of appropriate stones, expeditiously transporting them back to the tribe and rapidly shaping them into various sizes of millstones. With the millstones completed, the production of sweet potato flour was set into motion. After a month of diligent effort from the tribe members, nearly all the sweet potatoes in the tribe had been transformed into flour. As the sweet potato flour was finally ready, the rainy season had already passed for 2 months. However, the rainfall continued to intensify. The intervals of clear weather had shifted from the previous 10 days, where it would at least cease for 3 days, to the current 20 days, with the cumulative dry periods amounting to merely 1 day. One day, upon returning from patrol outside the tribe, Luo could not suppress his sighs, his furrowed brow eliciting concern from Jian, who inquired, Luo, what troubles you? Has something occurred outside? Jian, during my patrol today, I ventured farther than usual, and many areas at the foot of the mountain have been inundated. Several nearby small tribes have also been unable to escape this fate. On my return journey, I noticed numerous tribes beginning to migrate to the surrounding mountains. Fortunately, our tribe's elevation is relatively high, safeguarding us from the floods. As Jian listened, a sense of worry began to envelop him. Even on a technologically advanced Earth, the specter of natural disasters loomed large. Each flood season brought forth calamities such as landslides and inundations. It appears prudent to prepare for the worst. Luo, has the clan been informed of this matter? Jian inquired. Rest assured, my father and I were part of a patrol team today. He has already conveyed this issue to the chieftain. I believe the chieftain and the elders will gather everyone shortly to discuss countermeasures, Luo assured him. That is a relief, Jian responded, just as the chieftain's powerful roar resonated outside. Upon hearing this, Luo immediately transformed into his beast form, disregarding the rain, and swiftly carried the already prepared Jian toward the tribal assembly hall. Upon their arrival at the hall, they discovered that the majority of the tribe had already gathered. Despite the large number of people, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, thick with tension. Once all the members of the tribe were present, the chieftain broke the silence, stating, I trust you all understand the purpose of this assembly. This year's rainy season has brought unprecedented rainfall, lasting longer than in previous years, resulting in significantly elevated water levels in our rivers. The changes have not gone unnoticed by our people. The surging waters have eroded riverbanks and submerged the surrounding hills, causing considerable devastation even to smaller tribes atop the mountains. Our tribe has been fortunate to escape unscathed due to our higher elevation. However, I have heard from Leah that several nearby smaller tribes are migrating towards us, likely seeking refuge from the floods. Given the large number of people, the elders and I cannot make decisions unilaterally. We seek your opinions on how to proceed. Upon hearing this, the members of the assembly exchanged glances, each hesitant to be the first to speak. Jian observed the expressions of those around her and could not help but shake her head. She spoke, Chieftain, in my opinion, our tribe's elevated terrain will shield us from flooding. We merely need to be vigilant against other migrating tribes seeking to exploit our vulnerabilities. Should individuals from these tribes wish to seek refuge with us, we must exercise discretion in our acceptance. Jian's perspective, tinged with a hint of selfishness, was shaped by her prior encounters with the darker facets of human nature on Earth. To her, caution was undoubtedly prudent. As Jian voiced her thoughts, the others felt compelled to share their own opinions. Chapter 24. The arrival of those in need on the third day following the assembly at the Lion Tribe. Individuals from neighboring tribes began to arrive, seeking assistance. The first to come were members of the Fox Tribe, renowned for their unparalleled beauty. Both male and female members of this tribe were strikingly attractive, with females constituting the majority among their 500 inhabitants. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Lion Tribe, the sentinels stationed at the gates immediately sounded the alarm. The male warriors tensed at the signal, while the females began to stir with anxiety. Those they had anticipated had finally arrived. The Fox Tribe, being the closest to the river, had undoubtedly suffered gravely from the floods. Upon hearing the alarm, the chieftain swiftly transformed into his beastly form and soared to the entrance, where he beheld the Fox Tribe members. Their usual grace replaced by disheveled appearances and weary expressions. Many of the females exhibited signs of illness. Scanning the crowd, the chieftain noted that only a few elderly cubs and a handful of spirited elders had made the journey. The majority were robust adults. A silent sigh escaped him. Outside, the Fox Tribe retreated slightly, allowing their chieftain to approach and converse with the Lion Tribe's leader. Chieftain Feiji of the Lion Tribe. I am Xiaoxi, the chieftain of the Fox Tribe. This rainy season's torrential floods have devastated our home, forcing us to abandon our young cubs, who are not yet of age, along with our elderly kin, to seek refuge in your Lion Tribe. Our request is modest. We only seek a place to stay. We will manage our own provisions and will not burden you excessively. Upon hearing this, Feiji comprehended the grim reality in the face of calamity. It was the vulnerable cubs and the elderly who were first to be forsaken, their fragile lives at the mercy of fate. Even if they found a new place, there was no assurance they would survive long enough to reach it. Our territory is limited and may not accommodate your numbers. However, if you're willing, you may temporarily camp outside our tribe. That would be splendid. We are immensely grateful for your generosity, Chieftain Feiji. The fox tribe shall forever remember the great kindness of the lion tribe. With that, Xiaoxi led her tribe members, kneeling on one knee with hands placed upon their chests, bowing in gratitude to the lion tribe. Thus, the fox tribe settled at the periphery of the lion tribe. Subsequently, several other small tribes arrived seeking aid. To prevent these tribes from conspiring against the lion tribe, Chieftain Feiji arranged for the later arrivals to encamp in separate locations, ensuring their dispersal. After Jian spoke, he continuously praised the wise leader of the Bairo tribe, which provoked a considerable amount of jealousy in Bairo. That night, he kept Jian under his watch until dawn. Jian initially believed that Bailuo had experienced some form of shock. However, upon discovering the truth behind his behavior, she found herself both amused and exasperated. The rainy season had lingered for 4 months, showing no signs of abating, and instead, the downpour had intensified. The rice planted early in the rainy season had already been harvested a month prior, yet the absence of summer sunlight had rendered it impossible to dry the grains. Consequently, the only means to preserve the rice was to husk it and grind it into flour using a stone mill. During this time, Jian also crafted sweet potato flour and rice flour into noodles. After conducting numerous divinations, the priest delivered disheartening news to the tribe. The rainy season would be prolonged. It was anticipated that the coming cold season would also extend, while the harvest period would be notably shortened. Upon receiving this grim tidings, Jian began collaborating with Bailuo to produce an increased quantity of noodles and sweet potato flour. Once completed, they meticulously sealed all the provisions in clay jars for preservation. As the priest did not specify the duration of the extension, it was prudent to prepare in advance to prevent food from becoming damp. The other members of the tribe also fervently commenced their preparations. Ever since Jian had taught everyone how to make sweet potato flour and rice flour noodles, these culinary delights had become quite popular among the tribe. The noodles could be boiled and seasoned for immediate consumption, stir-fried, or even stewed with meat, proving to be delectable in any preparation. Sweet potato flour was versatile, suitable for stir-frying or making pancakes, while rice flour could be steamed into delightful pastries, providing substantial sustenance. After ensuring they had sufficient provisions, Jian and Bailuo heard the sound of a signal horn emanating from the entrance of their tribe. The sound was intense enough for Jian, who was not adept at deciphering signals, to understand its urgency. Bailuo, does this horn signify that trouble is afoot? Bailuo furrowed his brow and replied, Indeed, Jian. The source of the horn's call comes from the direction of the fox tribe. The fox tribe? The one with the most females? Bailuo nodded. Yes, the priest has foretold that this year's rainy season will be prolonged. It is likely that the priests of other tribes have received similar omens. The fox tribe has a significantly higher number of females compared to males, and the food hunted by the orcs is limited, likely insufficient for all. It seems the commotion is caused by those who have not received their share of food. Then why are they causing a ruckus at our tribe's entrance? Bailuo speculated. It is probable that those females have set their sights on the single orcs in our tribe, wishing to form bonds and reside here. Yet, why would that incite unrest? Bailuo shrugged. I cannot say for certain. Shall we go and investigate? Certainly. With that, Bailuo transformed into his beast form, while Jian donned a rain cloak and took an umbrella before climbing onto Bailuo's back. Upon arriving at the tribe's entrance, they observed several emaciated female foxes standing beside some of the single male orcs. The leader of the fox tribe, Jiaoxi, along with the leader of the Tianshi tribe, Feiji, were also present. True to its reputation as the beauty tribe, the females of the fox tribe, despite their gaunt appearances, retained an undeniable allure. Nonetheless, in Bailuo's eyes, Jian remained the most captivating. This thought filled Bailuo's heart with warmth as he turned to look at Jian. Jian remained indifferent to Bailuo's gaze. After all, some matters are best accepted with time. Ultimately, the single females at the entrance of the tribe made their way inside, for the chieftain could not arbitrarily separate couples. The crux of the situation lay in the overwhelming number of single orcs within the tribe, who had finally found females they cherished. However, due to the sheer influx of females seeking entry, the chieftain, prioritizing the welfare of the Lionheart tribe, instituted a decree to prevent these females from covertly colluding with males outside the tribe and subsequently relaying information to them, which could lead to a coordinated assault on the Lionheart tribe. Thus, new arrivals were mandated to remain within the tribe's confines and to keep their distance from the entrance. Chapter 25, Shelter, Collective Bonding following the admission of single females from the Fox clan into the Lionheart tribe. A wave of imitation ensued among the single females from smaller tribes surrounding the Lionheart tribe. Many of these females had been abandoned by their tribes due to illness, a consequence of excessive exposure to rain during the rainy season, compounded by a lack of medicinal supplies. Recently, Jian has observed the female orcs taken in by the tribe and feels a sense of unease. These females are all frail, malnourished, and plagued by ailments. If the Tianshi tribe does not agree to shelter them, they will surely face the loss of their lives. In this primitive orc planet, each female is considered a vital asset to the tribe. Protecting the females is the most paramount duty of every male orc. The members of the Tianshi tribe, upon witnessing the plight of these females, are filled with sorrow. The tribesmen have brought these females to the chief's home, seeking the healing touch of Wire. Bailuo's mother, Jillaman, is also present to assist Wire. These females are without male or companions, most having succumbed to illness after enduring harsh weather and prolonged hunger. Upon learning that the Fox tribe has received females, they ventured to the gates of the Tian tribe, hoping for a stroke of luck, and fortunately, their hopes were realized. As they were ushered into the warmth of the dwelling, the females could not help but feel a surge of gratitude. And the enticing aroma of food further deepened their joy for the fortunate turn of events. Truly, the Tian tribe deserves its reputation as one of the 4 great tribes. Given the overwhelming number of females taken in, Wire and Jilliman find themselves unable to cope with the demands. Upon hearing this news, Jian and Bai Luo forwent their lunch, braving the downpour to assist. Where they encountered Murphy and Xiao Xiao, who were also heading to the chief's house to lend a hand. Hey, Bai Luo and Jian. Are you also going to help my mother? Murphy shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the rain. Yes, Murphy, we are also headed to the chief's house. We heard the tribe has taken in more females. Mother and Aunt Wire are quite overwhelmed, Jian called back. I heard from Xiao Xiao that some cubs were taken in today. Murphy exclaimed. Really? Cubs too. As they conversed, they unwittingly arrived at the chief's residence. Upon entering, Jian and Murphy immediately took charge of preparing lunch. Given the number of patients, they opted to use the chief's large stone pot to cook 2 generous batches of rice porridge, while also setting up a grill to roast some skewers of meat. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, returned home to fetch some provisions before taking up guard at the tribe's entrance, missing lunch altogether. After their meal, Jian and Murphy remained at the chief's house to assist Wire in caring for the ill, helping to brew and administer medicine. As they moved among the patients, they discovered that indeed, there was a cub among those taken in, a tiny spotted leopard, who was peacefully nestled beside its mother, sweetly asleep. Seeing the little cub with its kin, Murphy felt a pang of disappointment. She had initially hoped to take the cub home to raise it if it were alone. However, witnessing the adorable sight of the small leopard snuggled against its mother softened her heart once more. Jane observed Murphy's attentive gaze upon the little leopard and understood instantly. Murphy, you are still so young. Cubs will surely come, so there is no need to fret. After saying this, she walked over and gently patted Murphy's shoulder. I comprehend, Jane. Thank you, Murphy replied, her demeanor swiftly transforming back into the lively spirit she once was, bustling about to care for everyone. In the ensuing days, Jane and Murphy assisted Weir daily, and after the females had recuperated, they were taken away by the single orcs. Even the little leopard and his mother returned to their original tribal dwelling. Murphy felt a twinge of reluctance as she watched the little leopard depart, lingering in her sorrow for quite some time. After a month of delay, the rainy season finally came to an end. This year's rainy season lasted a total of 6 months, and though the delay was not excessive, it was still considered fortunate. However, the priest's divination revealed that this year's harvest season would be a month shorter than in previous years, and the cold season was also expected to be postponed. Upon receiving this news, once the rainy season concluded, the tribes stationed near the Lion tribe swiftly migrated to seek more habitable locations. In the final month of the rainy season, during the 6th month, the newly welcomed females from other tribes completed their pairing ceremony with the single orcs of the Lion tribe, becoming members of their clan. As the rainy season had not yet passed and the rain continued to fall, the pairing ceremony was transformed from an outdoor bonfire celebration into an event held within the tribal assembly hall, resembling a rural wedding on earth. Albeit with its unique flavor, a collective marriage that remained quite lively. Although the paired females were those abandoned by their original tribes, the chieftain of the Lion tribe, Fiji, still invited the leaders and priests of these females' former tribes to witness the ceremony. However, they refrained from attending out of shame. Jian, Murphy, and Noya also lent considerable assistance at the wedding banquet. As it was a collective celebration, there was an abundance of ingredients to manage. In addition to the provisions supplied by the paired male orcs, many offerings came from the tribe, prompting the entire community to rally together. The females took charge of the cooking, while the male orcs were tasked with transporting the ingredients as well as the tables and benches. After everyone worked diligently in preparation, the pairing ceremony finally commenced. All the female newcomers lined up on the right, while the males stood on the left, marching towards the podium to the rhythm of drums. The priest at the podium smiled warmly as the newcomers approached him step by step. Once all the couples had ascended the stage, the priest instructed them to arrange themselves in pairs and began distributing a piece of pure black stone to each individual. After the stones were distributed, the priest returned to the forefront and commenced reciting the incantations and blessings directed at the newly paired couples. Jian noticed that as the priest chanted the blessings, the pure black stones held by the newlyweds began to gradually reveal golden patterns. Jian felt somewhat overwhelmed, as each stone bore a unique design. Suddenly, she recalled the moments spent with Bai Luo, realizing that her nerves had caused her to overlook such details. Bai Luo, noticing Jian's unwavering gaze upon the newlyweds, felt a twinge of jealousy and, with a hint of resentment, remarked, Jian, why do you keep staring at the couple on stage? You haven't even looked at me. Are they truly more handsome than I? Jane noticed the tone of Bai Luo and felt a sense of helplessness. Bai Luo, have you noticed? The patterns on their stones are all different. Upon hearing Jane's inquiry, Bai Luo's mood instantly brightened. Ah, Jane, so you are observing the fate stones. Each person's destiny is unique, thus the patterns representing their fates differ as well. After listening to Bai Luo's explanation, Jane resolved to examine the 2 stones at home to discover their distinctions. During the time Jian and Bailuo spent together, the pairing ceremony had concluded, ushering in a time of revelry. The tribe members began to dance and sing amidst the rhythmic sounds of drums. Seeing Jian and Bailuo still seated at the table engaged in conversation, Fei Er hurried over to tug Jian into the dance. As night gradually descended, the paired tribe members noticed the newlyweds had vanished, revealing expressions of understanding. Following the joyous laughter and songs, the tribe members returned to rest, as did Jian and Bailuo. A night of silence ensued. Chapter 26. The arrival of the harvest season with the rainy season at an end. The harvest season had arrived. Thus, the tribe members commenced the labor of planting sweet potatoes and rice for the new season. As the harvest season arrived, Jian and Bailuo commenced their sowing activities. Once they had tended to the fields and prepared the land, they entrusted the household responsibilities to Leah and Deer. With their domestic affairs in capable hands, the duo set out from the tribe in search of edible grains. Upon learning of their expedition, Murphy insisted on accompanying Xiao Xiao, eager to join the adventure. This marked Murphy's first outing with Jian beyond the tribe, filling her with excitement as she sat atop Xiao Xiao's back, chattering animatedly with Jian. After flying for the entire morning, they arrived at the valley where rice had been harvested previously, now shimmering in golden hues once again. Bailuo and Xiao Xiao immediately descended, placing Jian and Murphy gently on the ground. Observing their intent to harvest rice, Jian interjected, Bailuo, there is an abundance of rice here that we cannot possibly carry away. Moreover, if we were to cut the straw along with the rice, we would need considerable time to thresh and dry it before we could transport it. It would be too cumbersome. Perhaps you could simply gather the rice ears instead, leaving the straw behind. Bailuo and Xiao Xiao, upon hearing Jian's suggestion, simply replied, all right, and promptly began harvesting the rice ears. Meanwhile, Murphy and Jian busied themselves by the nearby stream, utilizing their bamboo tubes to collect water. While filling the tubes, Jian noticed the fish in the river were remarkably unperturbed by their presence. She thought to herself, it has been ages since I last enjoyed fish. Seizing the moment, she used her knife to cut 2 branches from nearby trees. After sharpening one end of each branch, she handed one to Murphy and demonstrated how to spear fish. Murphy, demonstrating remarkable aptitude, quickly mimicked Jian's technique, successfully spearing a fish on her first attempt. Wow, Murphy, you are incredible. You caught a fish on your very first try. Jian exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. Haha, it's all thanks to your excellent teaching, Jian. I've never speared fish before. Murphy laughed heartily. After a delightful spree by the river, they returned to the rice field, each proudly carrying their catches. By that time, Bailuo and Xiao Xiao had emerged from the rice field, preparing to roast the provisions they had brought along. Upon seeing Jian and Murphy return, they eagerly approached to take the fish from their hands and guided them back to the roasting area. Jian, if you want fish, Xiao Xiao and I can handle it ourselves, Bailuo suggested. Indeed, Murphy, you shouldn't venture to the river alone. It can be perilous in the wild. You ought to stay in safer areas, Xiao Xiao added. Jian and Murphy exchanged a knowing glance and rolled their eyes in unison before breaking free from their grasp and walking away. Bailuo and Xiao Xiao, momentarily taken aback, gazed down at their empty hands. Realizing Jian and Murphy were heading back towards the rice field, they hurriedly followed them back to the roasting area. They placed the fish they had brought on the grill, brushing it with animal fat and barbecue sauce as it cooked. Throughout the process, they diligently applied oil and flipped the other food items on the grill. After enjoying their lunch, the 4 companions packed their belongings, returning to the tribe with a substantial bag of rice ears. They informed the chieftain about the situation in the valley before returning home to rest. Jian and Murphy made plans to venture out together the next day, with their respective companions naturally joining them. The following day, Jian and Bailuo rose early, had breakfast, and fed their livestock before stepping outside to inspect the crops. Afterward, they visited Leah and Deer's home to request their assistance in watching over the animals. Once they had briefed them, Jian, Bailuo, Murphy, and Xiao Xiao made their way to the tribe's entrance. Along the way, they encountered several tribespeople heading to the valley for rice harvesting. After exchanging greetings, Bailuo and Xiao Xiao transformed into their beast forms, allowing Jian and Murphy to climb onto their backs. Once settled, Bailuo and Xiao Xiao unfurled their wings and took to the skies. Having observed the previous day's camaraderie, they flew closely together to facilitate conversation between Jian and Murphy. Indeed, it was too long after leaving the tribe that they began chatting once more. Jian, where do you think we should go today? Perhaps we could seek out something beautiful? I've heard the annual tribe gathering is about to commence, though this year it will not be held in our tribe. Jian's eyes sparkled at the prospect of the tribal gathering. This presented a splendid opportunity to visit other tribes openly. The mere thought filled her with excitement, prompting her to ask, Murphy, where will this tribal gathering take place? Also, have you ever attended one? Was it enjoyable? Were there many peculiar and fascinating things? Murphy, exasperated, rolled her eyes and replied, Jian, with so many questions, which one should I answer first? Never mind. Just answer them one by one. Jian exclaimed. My father mentioned that this year's gathering will be at the Tiger Tribe, but I have never been to the Tiger Tribe before. I'm not sure how fun it will be. How about it, Jian? Let us go together this year. The more, the merrier. Kiki, the Tiger Tribe, you say? That sounds wonderful. I have never attended a tribal gathering before, so I would love to join you and experience it. Baluo. Upon hearing Jian's desire to accompany Murphy to the tiger tribe gathering without mentioning him, grew a bit anxious. Jian, the tiger tribe is quite far. How could you possibly make it there with Murphy? Allow me to accompany you instead. I too wish to see the tiger tribe. Jane and Murphy couldn't help but roll their eyes. Baluo, how could I possibly accompany Murphy and her husband alone? Naturally, I need you to join me. Upon hearing Jane's explanation, Baluo felt somewhat embarrassed, his face turning crimson. However, due to the furry visage of his beast form, it was not easily discernible. In contrast, Murphy and Xiao Xiao, standing beside Baluo and Jane, immediately noticed the expression on Baluo's face. Despite the fur, it was not difficult for them, having grown up together, to recognize his embarrassment. Consequently, they erupted into laughter. This left Baluo feeling quite distressed, while Jane remained oblivious, unsure of the reason behind Murphy and his husband's laughter. She inquired, Baluo, what is wrong with Murphy and his partner? Why are they laughing so exaggeratedly? Baluo felt even more disheartened by Jane's question. Yet, in the presence of his beloved Jane, he could not refrain from answering. Thus, he spoke the plain truth. Jane, they're actually laughing at me. Intrigued by the revelation, Jane's curiosity was piqued. Baluo, turn your face towards me. I want to see. They seem so joyful. Please let me share in the delight. After saying this, she began to laugh as well. When Jane finally caught sight of Baluo's furry face adorned with an exaggerated expression, she could not contain her laughter. Seeing Jane so amused only deepened Baluo's distress. What to do with a partner who possesses an insatiable curiosity yet has an exceptionally low threshold for humor? Help. I am in urgent need of assistance. Murphy, noticing Jane's merriment, chimed in, Haha, Jane, you have no idea how much more foolish Baluo was as a child. I recall one time when he fell ill, and my mother and Aunt Jilong held him down to force him to take bitter medicine. After he drank it, he fell asleep, and Xiao Xiao and I, seeing him unwell, ran to the back mountain to gather sweet fruits for him. By the time we returned, he had awakened. But Aunt Jilong had confined him at home, fearing he would infect us. When we finally visited him after he recovered, he burst into tears upon seeing us, lamenting that we no longer wanted him. You cannot imagine how utterly foolish he appeared at that moment. With that, Murphy burst into laughter once more. After briefly listening to Murphy's description, Baluo began to let his imagination run wild, and soon found himself unable to suppress his laughter. This is it, he thought. What a disaster. My image. The grand persona I painstakingly established before dear Jian has crumbled in an instant due to Murphy's few words. Upon reflection, he realized he must restore his image in front of Jian. After all, what if she began to doubt his strength and believed he lacked the ability to protect her? With a hint of grievance, Baluo said, Jian, well, that was all when I was just over 2 years old. I've grown up now and won't be as foolish as I was in my childhood. Jian listened to Baluo's explanation and found it even more amusing. There was a sense of irony in his attempt to cover up. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to comfort him. After all, he was the person she cherished most. And seeing him in such a pitiful state was quite distressing. Haha, Baluo, I know. Young ones are always like this. I remember when I lived in my previous place, the little ones were even more dependent on people than you. Hearing Jian's words of comfort, Baluo felt considerably better. Meanwhile, upon hearing Jian mention her previous residence, Murphy could not help but inquire, Jian, what was your former home like? Chapter 27. The mermaid Jian sat upon Baluo's back, reminiscing as he responded to Murphy, the place where I once resided. It was teeming with life. A planet home to over 6 billion souls, and my nation alone boasted a staggering population of 1,400 million. When it comes to size, it indeed dwarfs our tribe by several magnitudes. What we once referred to as a tribe has now evolved into what is recognized as a country. Upon hearing Jian's account, the trio could not suppress their astonishment. Goodness, a country? How formidable that must be, with such a multitude of people. But tell me, during the cold season, do you have enough sustenance? Jian replied, well, in my former homeland, the resources were abundant and the land vast, although many perished from hunger in the past. Rapid development ensued, leading to the cultivation of various high-yield crops. Therefore, the populace does not suffer from food shortages. Nonetheless, there remain primitive and underdeveloped regions on the original planet, where climatic challenges hinder agricultural production, resulting in exorbitant food prices. Many impoverished souls have succumbed to starvation due to their inability to afford sustenance. Jian continued to regale the three with numerous tales from Earth until they finally located a suitable landing spot. As they descended, Baluo and Xiao Xiao landed in succession. With midday approaching and insufficient provisions for their outing, one of them had to remain to oversee Jian and Murphy, preventing them from wandering off as they did the previous day, while the other would venture to procure food for the group. After a silent exchange of glances between the two males, it was decided that Baluo would stay behind and Xiao Xiao would go hunting. Jian and Murphy observed Xiao Xiao's departure with curiosity. What is happening? Where is he off to? Murphy expressed concern. Why must we remain here? Baluo explained. Xiao Xiao has gone hunting. Noon is nearly upon us, and we have not brought enough food for our excursion. Upon seeing Murphy's anxiety ease, Baluo began to gather materials to construct a barbecue grill. He also retrieved various seasonings, as well as ceramic jars and rice from his leather pouch. and made his way to the riverbank to wash the rice and prepare a meal. Seeing Bai Luo seemingly unconcerned about Xiao Xiao, Jian and Mo Fei realized that Bai Luo was indeed speaking the truth. They ceased their deliberations and resumed their lively conversation. Mo Fei, you must have attended tribal gatherings before? Haven Tiu? Of course. Our tribe has also hosted tribal gatherings. Although at Haven Tea visited many other tribes, I have never missed a single gathering organized by our tribe. Is that so? What delightful activities can one expect there? There are countless enjoyable things. For instance, the beautiful necklaces crafted by the females of other tribes, as well as the various rare fruits collected by the males, and even some magical potions with wondrous effects. By the way, Jian, you might not know that the porcelain produced by our tribe is the best-selling item at the annual tribal gatherings. Only our tribe in this region creates porcelain, so those from other tribes need to trade with us to obtain it. Is that so? What popular items do the other tribes have? Indeed, they do. For instance, the honey from the bear tribe, the snake skins from the spirit serpent tribe, the feathers from the bird tribe, and the exquisite fabrics from the merfolk tribe, among others. Jian was astonished to discover the multitude of races that inhabited this orc continent, including mermaids. Suddenly filled with enthusiasm, she eagerly inquired of Murphy, mermaids? Are they the kind with a human upper body and a fishtail? Indeed. Jian, you are familiar with the merfolk? Did they exist on the earth where you once resided? There are indeed legends of mermaids on earth, with claims of encounters, yet no evidence to substantiate these tales. Thus, mermaids remain a captivating myth, as well as an unsolved enigma of the world. Bai Luo, who had been attentively observing Jian's keen interest in the merfolk, felt a twinge of jealousy. Upon hearing Jian's response, he realized he had misjudged the situation and could not help but ask, Jian, does that mean you have never seen a mermaid? That is correct, Bai Luo. It is precisely why I was so thrilled to learn that there are merfolk here. I never expected to encounter species unseen on Earth in the Orc continent. Then we shall have to see them. Indeed. Not long after Bai Luo finished cooking the rice, Xiao Xiao returned with the freshly processed game. Being in the wilderness, the scent of blood could easily attract wild beasts. Although there were 2 strong male orcs present, the presence of 2 females heightened their concern. If too many beasts were lured by the scent, even the robust males would find it challenging to manage the situation. Their greatest fear was for the safety of the females they cherished. Bai Luo took the game from Xiao Xiao and, using a sharp bone knife, cut the meat for their midday meal. Once prepared, he set it upon the roasting rack. Xiao Xiao busied himself as well, retrieving his ceramic pots, washing them by the river, and filling them with water. He then cleaned the bones from the game and placed them in the pot for blanching. After blanching, he replaced the water and returned the bones to the pot to concoct a rich broth. While Xiao Xiao's soup was simmering, Bai Luo suddenly recalled that he had brought some dried mushrooms Jian had prepared. After washing them, he added them to the pot. Once the soup was ready, Bai Luo returned to the roasting rack to continue turning the meat. During this time, Jian and Murphy refrained from intervening. For who would wish to labor when they could enjoy a meal without effort? Thus, they contentedly chatted while awaiting their orc companions to serve them. At last, as the meat sizzled with delightful aromas, Bai Luo brushed on a layer of Jian Yunqi's secret marinade, enhancing its savory scent. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao's mushroom and bone soup had transformed into a fragrant, creamy concoction. Seeing that lunch was prepared, Jian and Murphy approached Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao with their clean bowls and utensils. With the arrival of their beloved females, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao eagerly declared the meal was ready to commence. After enjoying their luncheon, the 4 began to divide the tasks of cleaning the dishes and cooking utensils. Once everything was washed, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao cut the remaining meat into smaller pieces, salting and storing them in leather pouches. After tidying up their belongings and the leftover meat, they extinguished the cooking fire, ensuring to erase any traces of their presence. After all, they were in the wilderness during the harvest season, surrounded by dry twigs and grasses. A single spark could lead to a catastrophic blaze. Once these matters were addressed, Bai Luo transformed into his beast form. After Jian and Murphy securely stowed their belongings and settled comfortably upon their backs, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao unfurled their wings and soared into the distance. Chapter 28. Gold and gemstones. As they passed by a river shimmering with iridescent hues, Murphy suddenly became animated. Pointing below, she exclaimed, Xiao Xiao, Bai Luo, descend quickly. Something is glowing down there. Let us investigate. Curious, Jian looked down and indeed spotted the source of the light. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, having noticed as well, complied with Murphy's request and began their descent towards the riverbank. As soon as Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao landed, Jian and Murphy eagerly rushed towards the glowing object. Upon catching sight of the shimmering treasures, Jane could not restrain her exuberance, exclaiming inwardly, I am rich. Rich beyond measure. Gold. Gems. Ha 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 ha. Murphy, observing Jane's delight by the riverbank, was compelled to chuckle, his laughter bordering on the absurd, prompting him to question Jane's sanity. Meanwhile, after transforming back into their human forms, Xiao Xiao and Bai Luo promptly organized their belongings. As they approached Jane and Murphy, Bai Luo, captivated by Jane's innocent laughter, found her demeanor utterly charming and could not help but join in the mirth. This, however, left Murphy and Xiao Xiao, the married couple, feeling a twinge of frustration. A shared glance revealed their mutual exasperation. Yet, after a considerable time had passed, witnessing the unrelenting laughter between Bai Luo and Jane, Murphy reached his breaking point. He gently placed his hand on Jane's shoulder, giving it a couple of pats. Jane, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Huh? Murphy, what did you say? Jane finally snapped back to reality. I was asking what has you so transfixed by those beautiful stones. While they are indeed exquisite, is such unbridled joy truly necessary? Ah, so that is what you meant. You see, these stones are of immense value back on my home planet. If I could bring them with me, I would be fabulously wealthy. Upon hearing Jane's desire to return, Bailuo grew anxious. What? Jane, are you longing to return to Earth? Do you no longer wish for my company? After listening to Bailuo's words, Jian's expression darkened. No, I don't want to go back. I merely meant that if we were on Earth, these stones would be quite valuable. I didn't say I wanted to return. Besides, I have no way of going back. Moreover, wherever you are, I shall be there too. As she spoke, Jian felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Bailuo, overhearing Jian, couldn't help but embrace her and chuckle foolishly. Hee, Jian, your words bring me such joy. Although Jian felt delighted at Bailuo's reaction, the presence of the two others nearby prevented her from admitting it. Therefore, she swiftly changed the subject. Now that we see so many beautiful stones, we can take some back to craft exquisite ornaments. During the tribal gathering, they should fetch a good price. Murphy wholeheartedly agreed with Jian's sentiment, exclaiming, Yes, these stones are so lovely. Perfect for making accessories. With that, she began to remove her shoes and roll up her trousers, heading towards the beautiful stones. Seeing Murphy take action, Jian, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit. Discarding her shoes and socks and preparing to collect the shimmering gems and glistening gold, since the gold was quite small and difficult to gather. Jian and Murphy initially focused on the larger gems. The river was abundant with gemstones of various hues, red, blue, purple, green, and even clear and pure black. Jian and Murphy picked only the most vibrant colors, and despite the astonishing quantity, they managed to collect quite a few between the two of them. Observing their enthusiasm for the beautiful stones, Bailuo and Xiao decided to join them in the river, hoping to win their favor by gathering stones as well. All four worked swiftly, and before long, they had amassed a considerable pile of stones. Once Jian felt they had collected enough stones, her gaze shifted to the gold in the river. However, the tiny pieces were proving difficult to retrieve, causing her some distress. Bailuo noticed Jian's longing gaze fixed on the shimmering small stones and deduced her desire. Are you hoping for those gleaming little stones, Jian? He inquired. Yes, Bailuo. But they are too small, and without tools, we cannot collect them. Fear not, Jian. What tools do you require? Speak, and I shall find a way to craft them for you, enabling you to gather those stones. Jian was touched by Bailuo's earnestness. For the sake of those seemingly worthless stones on the Beastman planet, he was willing to go to such lengths. With a smile, she replied, Bailuo. It's not a complicated tool. A wooden basin and a small sieve will suffice. Bailuo, surprised by the simplicity of the tools needed, contemplated and said, Jian, we happen to bring a small basin with us that remains unused. It will be perfect for collecting stones. As for the sieve, we will need to cut some bamboo to weave one. With that, he hurried ashore, transforming into his beast form to search for bamboo. Xiao, noticing Murphy gazing at him with longing, wished to seek bamboo as well. However, if he left, no one would guard Jian and Murphy. Reluctantly, he turned to Bailuo. Bailuo, while you're gathering bamboo, could you bring back an extra one for me? I can't leave them here unattended. Bailuo, without hesitation, agreed and took off swiftly. The remaining three continued their efforts, searching for clean, beautiful gemstones devoid of impurities. Before long, Bailuo returned with a long piece of bamboo. It was now time to split the bamboo and weave the sieve. Jian and Murphy felt they had gathered enough gems, so they joined Xiao on the shore. After such an extensive time collecting stones, the four felt a pang of hunger. Xiao set up a grill to roast the leftover meat from lunch. Meanwhile, Bailuo completed the sieve, crafting 4 in total, as the roasted meat was not yet ready. Jian and Murphy took 2 sieves back to the river to pan for gold. Before long, the meat was ready, and upon hearing Xiao call out, dinner time, Jian and Murphy returned with the gold they had just panned. They poured the gold from the sieves into the small wooden basin, then washed their hands in the river before returning to the grill, where they received bowls filled with roasted meat and clean chopsticks from their males, beginning their meal. Bailuo and Xiao, seeing their females start to eat, joined in as well. After the group had replenished their energy, they prepared to set off once more. Jian and Murphy resumed their journey atop their respective mounts. Suddenly, as Jian toyed with the gold in her hands, she heard a voice resonate in her mind. Ding. Detected 100 grams of pure gold, can be exchanged for 10 points. Do you wish to exchange? Huh? Jian momentarily felt bewildered. Jian, what are you saying? Murphy, hearing Jian's exclamation, inquired. Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. I was just struck by how beautiful they are, especially under the sunlight. Really? Let me see. As the topic shifted abruptly, Jian found herself fixated on the recently uttered phrase, which, much to her frustration, was as follows. Host has not responded, defaulting to yes for confirmation. Confirming exchange, acquiring 10 points. Oh, the absurdity. Jian could only watch as the gold in her possession vanished into thin air. Host has acquired 10 points, eligible for upgrade. Would you like to upgrade? Jian could only observe the system's antics, silently pondering, confirm upgrade. The system is updating. Please be patient. Chapter 29, Cabbage. Jian expressed her dissatisfaction with the system, remarking on its unreliability, as they had been waiting an eternity for an upgrade. Following their meal, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao quietly began to tidy up the dishes, while Jian and Murphy hurriedly cleaned the gold and gemstones they had unearthed. Once polished, they wrapped the gems in cloths they had brought and stored them away meticulously. After organizing their belongings, the sky had darkened, prompting Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao to transform into their beast forms, ready to escort their respective females in search of a place to spend the night. Jian and Murphy swiftly secured their luggage onto their males' backs and climbed up. Once settled, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao flapped their wings and took to the skies. Not long after, Bai Luo spotted a cave nearby and, exchanging a knowing glance with Xiao Xiao, descended toward it. Upon landing, Jian and Murphy dismounted from their males' backs. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao reverted to their human forms, and after sensing no threats within the cave, Bai Luo stayed behind to guard their belongings and protect the two females. Xiao Xiao swiftly expelled two small snakes residing in the cave before beckoning everyone inside. Once inside, Jian and Murphy began to organize the space, clearing an area suitable for resting and laying down the clean furs they had brought. As they finished arranging the cave, night had fully enveloped the surroundings. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao decided to gather materials from the area, collecting dry twigs and grasses to ignite a fire outside the cave. They agreed that Bai Luo would keep watch during the first half of the night while Xiao Xiao would take over for the latter half. Upon hearing this arrangement, Jian and Murphy immediately protested, insisting on accompanying their males during the watch. The two beastmen were initially opposed. Yet Jian and Murphy argued that they could rest during the day, ultimately compelling the males to acquiesce. However, as the watch commenced, Jian and Murphy succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep. The two beastmen chose not to wake them. Instead, they gently relocated the females to a cleared area to continue their slumber. Thus, the night passed uneventfully. As the first light of dawn streamed into the cave, Jian awoke. Noticing Murphy peacefully asleep beside her, she hesitated to disturb her and quietly crept past. Bai Luo, seeing Jian awake, stood and took her hand, leading her out of the cave. He transformed into his beast form and guided Jian to the river for their morning ablutions, managing to catch a few tender small animals along the way for breakfast. While Jian washed, Bai Luo processed the game downstream, skillfully preparing it. Once done, he bundled the clean prey with fresh vines. After Jian finished her washing, she filled a ceramic jar with water, and upon seeing her prepared, Bai Luo shifted back into his beast form, grasped the bundle of game with his claws, and flew them both back to the cave. Upon their return, they found Xiao Xiao had already roused Murphy. After exchanging greetings, Xiao Xiao carried Murphy to the river for her washing. Meanwhile, Jian and Bai Luo entered the cave, retrieving a clean jar and a bag of rice to prepare porridge with the water they had brought. Bai Luo did not idle either. He ventured outside the cave to gather some wet, burnable branches, stripped their bark, and fashioned a roasting rack. Subsequently, he skewered the game, igniting the remnants of last night's fire to commence cooking the meat. As Jian awaited the porridge to near completion, he noticed that Bai Luo had ample lean meat, prompting him to request some to be sliced. Jian meticulously processed the meat Bai Luo had cut, transforming the chunks into thin slices. Subsequently, he mixed sweet potato flour with water, coating the meat slices in a delicate layer of batter before placing them into a ceramic pot to cook. Just as the lean meat porridge was ready, Murphy and Xiao Xiao finally returned, unsurprisingly bringing along their freshly processed game. Additionally, Murphy had brought back several large heads of cabbage, which was a delightful surprise for Jian. "Murphy, where did you acquire the cabbage in your hands?" Jian exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Murphy, who held the cabbage. "Jian, I discovered it by the creek. I spotted a few rabbits nibbling on it when I was washing up and preparing to return. I assumed it was edible and brought back a few heads to show you." Murphy replied, "Is there more cabbage by the creek?" "Yes, there is quite a large patch." "That's wonderful. After we finish breakfast, let us go pick some." "Absolutely." The two adoring males readily acquiesced to the wishes of their female companions, leading to a joyful morning itinerary decided by Jian and Murphy. At that moment, the lean meat porridge and roasted meat were ready, and the four gathered to enjoy their breakfast together. Meanwhile, the game brought back by Xiao Xiao was marinated for their midday meal. After breakfast, Xiao Xiao and Bai Luo marked the area nearby with the scent and signs of their fierce prey before transforming into their beast forms to carry Jian and Murphy towards the creek. Upon seeing the vast expanse of cabbage, which was significantly larger than what Murphy had brought back, Jane felt an overwhelming sense of joy. After landing, she immediately pulled the newly transformed Bai Luo towards the vegetable patch to begin harvesting the cabbages. Observing Jane's excitement over the cabbage, Murphy recognized its value and hurriedly took Xiao Xiao to join in the cabbage gathering. Although the patch appeared abundant, the ferocity of the male orcs and the two females, who were equally determined to claim the edible plants, soon led to the complete depletion of the cabbage field, leaving no leaf unpicked, akin to a locust swarm. Once all the cabbages had been gathered, the four of them paused to fill cloth and leather bags with their bounty before returning to the riverbank to wash their hands and faces. After a brief rest for Jane and Murphy, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao transformed back into their beast forms. Jane and Murphy secured the bags filled with cabbages onto their orc companions' backs before climbing aboard. As Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao ensured their female companions were comfortably settled, they unfurled their wings and soared towards the cave where they had spent the night. That evening, Jane unavoidably heard the system's voice. Ding. Upgrade complete. Host level has reached level 1. Formal binding of host successful. Please name the system. What should I call it? Wealthy? Little White? Let us go with Little White, simple and easy to remember. System name change successful. Task triggered. Please develop and strengthen your tribe. Ensuring the survival of its members by the onset of the cold season, refusal is not an option. Reward, 20 points and 1 lottery draw, 10 random seats. Chapter 30, Managing the Cabbage. Upon Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao's return to the cave, Jane and Murphy eagerly descended to begin transporting the cabbages inside. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, noticing the two females' enthusiasm, did not wish to dampen their spirits, especially since the cabbages were not overly heavy. After all the cabbages had been moved into the cave, Jane and Murphy finally sat down to rest. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao approached to wipe their sweat and provide them with water. Initially, Jane felt somewhat embarrassed that Bai Luo was tending to her in front of the couple, but upon seeing that Murphy and Xiao Xiao were treated similarly, she pondered whether this was a common practice among orc partners. If that were the case, she thought, there was no reason to refuse Bai Luo's kindness. Thus, she graciously accepted. After hydrating, Jane began to inquire about the tribe gathering from Bai Luo, as Murphy had previously mentioned it without much detail. Bai Luo, do you know when the tribe gathering will commence? Also, how far is the tiger tribe from us? Jane, tribe gatherings typically begin in the second month of the harvest season, while the tiger tribe is indeed distant, taking at least 20 days to fly there. We are still in the first month, giving us ample time to prepare. There is no need to rush. Nevertheless, Bai Luo, we must return to make preparations. These cabbages need to be processed into sauerkraut or spicy cabbage soon, otherwise, they will spoil. Upon hearing Jane's concern that their hard-earned cabbages might rot due to delayed processing, Murphy felt a pang of distress. What? They can spoil? That won't do. We must hurry back. It would be such a shame if they went bad after all our effort. Indeed, Murphy, it seems we must return sooner rather than later. By the way, we should bring back extra salt from the salt lake. We will need a considerable amount for making sauerkraut and spicy cabbage. Yes, but I don't know how to make those. You must teach me when we get back, Jane. Of course. After replying to Murphy, Jane turned to Bai Luo again. But when are we heading back? Let us return after lunch, Bai Luo replied. As Murphy noticed that Jane and Bai Luo had settled on a return time while Xiao Xiao remained silent, she felt anxious. Xiao Xiao. Since Bai Luo and the others have decided to return, shouldn't we also get ready to go? Of course. Didn't you just say you wanted to learn to cook from Jane? We should definitely return together. Xiao Xiao replied with a hint of resignation. Really? That's wonderful, exclaimed Murphy, rushing over to plant a kiss on Xiao Xiao's cheek. Jane and Bai Luo, witnessing the scene, exchanged amused glances, their expressions a mix of bemusement. After confirming their return time, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao began preparing lunch. Jane and Murphy observed as the two cooked meat and congee, sharing a silent glance that conveyed their mutual exasperation before breaking into smiles. After enjoying their meal and organizing their belongings, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao carried their females and luggage towards the direction of the Tianshi tribe. During the journey, Jane remained mindful of the system matters. After the upgrade, the system no longer flickered in and out. Each time she mentally called out Little White, the system's attribute panel would appear, now featuring several changes, including a shop and a lottery wheel. Name, Jian human. Transmigrant, identity, divine envoy personality, gentle and generous in others' eyes, physical strength, 721 350, considered weak among humans in the Orc continent. Skill, I have true sight. Can view the attributes of useful plants. A gift from the system, level 1, experience, 51,000, cabbage discovery, 5 points. 0, please earn more points, farm interface activated. Please check, shop activated. Please use points to purchase items, lottery will activated, 50 points per draw. Task, 1, please develop and strengthen your tribe. Ensuring the survival of its members by the onset of the cold season, refusal is not an option. Reward, 20 points, 1 lottery draw, 10 random seats. Incomplete. Upon a cursory glance at the newly opened shop, the prices were astonishingly exorbitant. The store boasted a plethora of items, from miraculous remedies capable of reviving the dead to mundane necessities like toilet paper. However, the costs were utterly outrageous. For instance, a single pack of tissues required a staggering 30 points, whereas the last time, a mere 100 grams of gold had only garnered 10 points. Moreover, I have yet to discover alternative methods for exchanging points, aside from completing tasks for rewards or redeeming gold. Although the prices are steep, I find myself in possession of a considerable amount of gold, enabling me to redeem 200 points without hesitation. This, in turn, reminded me of the mobile phone I brought to this world, now devoid of power. I wonder if there is a power bank available. I shall take a closer look upon my return, I mused while seated atop Bai Luo. By the time we returned to the tribe, it was already noon. Bai Luo and I, after enjoying a hearty lunch, took some cabbage and gemstones to visit Bai Luo's parents. Following a brief conversation with the elders, we finally made our way home. Shortly after arriving, Bai Luo and I commenced organizing the items we had brought back from our outing. After Murphy returned home, had his lunch, and tidied up his belongings, he came to seek me out. Once we reunited, we began preparations for making pickled cabbage and spicy kimchi together. We first visited the potter to commission a sufficient number of jars with rims specifically designed for crafting pickles and various preserved vegetables. With the jars ordered, it was time to attend to the cabbage. Considering that the crafting of jars requires a certain amount of time, Murphy and I utilized this interval to remove the inedible old leaves and stalks of the cabbage to feed our rabbits. Subsequently, we harvested a generous amount of the chili peppers we had grown at home, finally chopping them with a knife and mixing them with salt for preservation. Upon receiving the first batch of jars, Murphy excitedly arrived with Xiao Xiao, bringing along the cabbage and jars to find me. Jian, the jars are ready. Shall we begin processing the cabbage? Seeing Murphy so excited, Jian felt somewhat helpless and said, Indeed. However, it seems you have forgotten to bring the salt and chili peppers, haven't you? We are to prepare spicy kimchi today. How can we proceed without chili peppers? What shall we do then? Perhaps I should call Xiao Xiao back to fetch them. With that, she turned to call out to Xiao Xiao, who had already exited the courtyard with Bai Luo. Jian, hurry and say, No need. Murphy, I still have plenty here. There's no need to call Xiao Xiao back for more. All right then, let us begin swiftly. I can hardly wait. Good, we shall commence immediately. With that, Jian sprang into action. He first retrieved a clean jar and then took out a cabbage, applying the pre-marinated chili paste onto its surface with his hands. After coating the exterior, he meticulously separated the cabbage leaves and continued to spread the paste until the entire cabbage was enveloped in chili. Once completed, he placed the chili-coated cabbage into the jar. Observing Jian's movements, Murphy soon followed suit, quickly finishing a cabbage of his own, and did not forget to hand it to Jian for inspection. Jian, look, is this correct? Upon receiving the cabbage handed to her by Murphy, Jian inspected it briefly before placing it into the jar before Murphy. With a satisfied smile, she remarked, Yes, exactly like this. The remaining cabbages should be prepared in the same manner. With that, she resumed her task, beginning to coat the cabbage with chili. Both worked diligently. Yet after an entire afternoon, only a small portion of the spicy cabbage had been completed, and there remained a considerable amount yet to be processed. At that moment, Bairo and Xiao Xiao returned with their catch. As it was still early for dinner preparations, they did not commence cooking right away. Observing Jian and Murphy engrossed in their task, Bairo and Xiao Xiao washed their hands and joined in to assist. Initially, their efforts were somewhat chaotic, giving the impression of disruption rather than assistance. However, under the careful guidance of Murphy and Jian, and with the earnest learning of the two male orcs, they eventually managed to coat the cabbage with chili in an orderly fashion. Once Bairo and Xiao Xiao grasped the technique, their speed increased significantly. In comparison to the two male orcs, Jian and Murphy found themselves conceding defeat. Jian silently reflected on the disparity, concluding that the two males' speed was indeed beyond what she and Murphy could achieve. With the help of the male orcs, they swiftly processed all the cabbage into spicy cabbage, sealing it within the jar for preservation. It was then time for dinner. Murphy and Xiao Xiao returned home with their jar of spicy cabbage and their catch, while Jian and Bairo began preparing their meal. After dining, the two relaxed for a while before strolling hand in hand around the yard to aid digestion. After feeding their livestock, they washed up and retired for the night. The following day, after successfully preparing the spicy cabbage, Jian began instructing Murphy on how to make sauerkraut. Since sauerkraut requires drying out moisture beforehand, it was still in the drying process while the spicy cabbage was ready to be consumed. On the day Jian opened the jar of spicy cabbage, Murphy had also asked Xiao Xiao to bring over a jar from their home. Upon opening the jar, Jian could hardly contain her drool at the thought of the delectable dish, having not tasted spicy cabbage in quite some time. Seeing Jian's reaction, Murphy too began to feel a sense of anticipation. When they retrieved the first piece of spicy cabbage, everyone found themselves salivating uncontrollably. After indulging in the spicy cabbage, even Bairo and Xiao Xiao, who were typically fond of meat, developed a liking for it. After several days of sun-drying the cabbage, Jian finally announced, The sauerkraut can now be prepared. Chapter 31. Sauerkraut fish. Murphy and Xiao Xiao arrived at Jian's home early, as the previous experience of frequently transporting materials in jars during the spicy cabbage preparation had proven quite cumbersome, despite the short distance between their homes. Thus, this time, they came empty-handed. Jian first sprinkled a layer of salt at the bottom of a large, clean vat. Then, one by one, she took the sun-dried cabbage from the sieve and carefully arranged them in the vat, adding another layer of salt on top. This process continued tirelessly until the vat was filled, culminating in a final sprinkle of salt. The sealing of the vat differs from the preparation of spicy cabbage for sauerkraut. There is no need for complete sealing. One simply needs to lay old vegetable stems and leaves atop the sauerkraut, followed by pressing down with wooden planks and stones. Upon witnessing Jian's successful arrangement of a small vat, Murphy, Xiao Xiao, and Bai Luo began to engage in the process themselves. With the experience garnered from making spicy cabbage, the trio quickly mastered the art of preparing sauerkraut. After an entire morning of labor, the four of them finally completed the sauerkraut for Jian and Bailuo's family. After enjoying lunch, Jian and Bailuo accompanied Murphy and Xiao Xiao back to their home to assist in making more sauerkraut. After a long day, Jian and Bailuo returned home after dinner, and before leaving, Jian reminded Murphy not to forget to come to her house the next day to learn the subsequent steps. Murphy had initially thought that the sauerkraut was already complete and that they merely needed to wait to enjoy it, unaware that further steps remained. Nevertheless, without a second thought, she agreed, for Jian had plenty of delicious treats awaiting them. She mused to herself. How delightful it would be to indulge in Jian's offerings once again after their busy day. The next day, after breakfast, Murphy and Xiao Xiao arrived as promised. Upon their arrival, they promptly produced the prepared ingredients, fresh water and fruit vinegar. The three individuals, observing Jian's readiness, gathered around the vat before him. Recognizing their eagerness to learn, Jian decided to forego any further suspense and began his explanation. He elucidated that in order for the sauerkraut to attain its requisite sourness, fermentation was essential. This process necessitated water, however, as they were scheduled to attend a tribal gathering next month and wished to enjoy the sauerkraut beforehand. He opted to incorporate fruit vinegar. This would leverage the natural acidity of the vinegar to expedite the fermentation process. The others nodded in partial comprehension, their expressions reflecting a blend of curiosity and understanding. Having spoken extensively, I realized that they may not comprehend much of what I said. So I decided to forego further explanations. Instead, I opted to engage in hands-on activities, allowing them to observe and understand clearly. Jian first removed the stones and wooden planks that had been placed atop the pickled cabbage jar, subsequently discarding the aged cabbage leaves and remnants that had covered the surface. Following this, she poured in fresh water and vinegar juice. Once completed, she proceeded to replace the old cabbage remnants, wooden planks, and stones. After observing Jian's method, the three others began to follow suit. With collective effort, they swiftly managed to process Jian's pickled cabbage. The remaining task was to assist Murphy at his home. However, Xiao Xiao and Murphy insisted that no help was necessary, asserting that Xiao Xiao alone would suffice. Recognizing their steadfastness, Jian did not press the matter further. Upon returning home, Xiao Xiao commenced adding water and vinegar to his family's pickled cabbage jar. When he returned to Jian's residence, he found Murphy and Jian leisurely seated in the yard, enjoying snacks and basking in the sunlight, exuding an aura of contentment that filled him with joy. With Jian's company, Murphy no longer languished in boredom at home as she once did. Bailuo stepped out of the house and noticed Xiao Xiao gazing at Murphy with a silly grin. He approached and lightly tapped Xiao Xiao's shoulder. After exchanging greetings with the two in the yard, the duo set out for a hunting expedition. After approximately 30 days of waiting, Jian could no longer contain her impatience and decided to open a jar of pickled cabbage. As soon as she did, a rich, tangy aroma wafted through the air, prompting Murphy, who had been seated nearby crafting ornaments from dried meat, to abandon his task and rush over for a closer look. Upon glancing at the prepared sauerkraut, thoughts of sauerkraut fish, sauerkraut rice noodles, sauerkraut beef, and sauerkraut buns began to dance in her mind, causing her mouth to water profusely. Unfortunately, she had yet to procure any wheat, rendering her unable to indulge in the buns for the time being. With this thought, she swallowed hard and retrieved a few pieces of sauerkraut from the jar. Jian lowered his head to glance at the large stone needle in the courtyard, realizing it was already past 12. Speaking of the clock, one cannot help but admire the ingenuity of the previous time traveler. What a remarkable creation. At that moment, Bailuo and Xiao Xiao returned with their catch. Seeing the game and several hefty fish in Bailuo's hands, Jian's eyes brightened. Ah, truly. It seems that what one wishes for can indeed come to fruition. Such days are simply too delightful. Haha, you're back. Just in time, the sauerkraut is also ready. Let us indulge in something different today. Come, let us start preparing lunch. With that, he pulled Murphy along to carry the sauerkraut into the kitchen. As Bailuo and Xiao Xiao approached the courtyard, they caught a whiff of the rich sour aroma. Upon witnessing Jian and Murphy carrying the sauerkraut into the kitchen, they understood perfectly what was happening. Thus, the two silently entered the kitchen with their catch. Inside, Jian and Murphy had already washed and chopped the sauerkraut. When Bailuo and Xiao Xiao entered with the fish, Jian instructed the two male orcs to chop the fish into manageable pieces and clean them thoroughly. Their efficiency was commendable. Within mere minutes, they had diced the fish to Jian's specifications. Once the fish was prepared, the two males exited the kitchen to grill their meat. Meanwhile, Jian surveyed the neatly chopped fish and directed Murphy to start the fire. As the stone pot began to emit smoke, he added several generous chunks of animal fat with a bamboo spatula. Next, he retrieved sweet potato flour, mixed it with water to create a batter, and coated the fish pieces in it. When the oil in the pot reached a perfect temperature, Jian gently placed the battered fish into the hot oil to fry. As the fish reached a delightful golden brown, he added a suitable amount of water with a ladle and then introduced the washed sauerkraut to the pot, covering it to let it simmer. Once the sauerkraut fish was cooked to perfection, Jian lifted the lid, ladled some broth into a bowl, and sampled the flavor. Satisfied, he signaled to Murphy that it was ready to eat, asking him to extinguish the fire and come over to taste it. After savoring the dish, Murphy expressed his fondness for it and remarked that he would try making sauerkraut fish at home as well. as the sauerkraut fish was served in a small ceramic jar. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao completed their grilling. Jian filled a small jar to the brim with sauerkraut fish and asked Bai Luo to deliver it to his parents. Upon Bai Luo's return, lunch began. This time, the sauerkraut fish was a resounding success. Not only did Jian and Murphy relish it, but even Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, the two male orcs, enjoyed it immensely. Bai Luo mentioned that even Leia and Ji Ming found it delightful. Ji Ming expressed her intention to have Leia fetch some cabbage to learn from Jian how to prepare sauerkraut and spicy cabbage. Chapter 32. The Tiger Clan tribe. Time indeed passes swiftly. Before one can grasp its tail, it has already slipped away. At long last, under Jian and Murphy's anticipation, the tribal gathering was about to commence. Jian, Bai Luo, Murphy, Xiao Xiao, and other tribe members set forth on their journey to the Tiger Clan tribe. The purpose of the tribal gathering was not only to exchange goods but also to facilitate communal bonding among single males and females, allowing them to find suitable partners from other tribes. The Tiger Clan tribe's gathering aimed to achieve the same, attracting many tribe members, both male and female, who were yet to find their companions. The females rode on their fathers or brothers' backs as they embarked together. Jian and Bai Luo's neighbor, Una, and her family also joined. Along the way, the group traveled in pairs, only stopping to eat when mealtime arrived. The food was primarily provided by the males, who took turns hunting and then returned to hand their cash to the females responsible for cooking. The tribe members, both male orc and female, were now accustomed to eating rice, so everyone brought some along for the journey. Having enjoyed sauerkraut and spicy cabbage, Jian and Murphy's families brought a generous supply of both. On the day it was their turn to cook, they prepared a large pot of sauerkraut fish. The aroma captivated everyone in an instant. After finishing the fish and sauerkraut, they even drank the broth to the last drop. Had it not been for Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao's intervention, they might have licked the pot clean. After the meal, everyone vied to wash the pot, a task eventually taken up by Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, as Jian feared that the tribe members might not even leave the washing water untouched. The thought of that scene was amusing. Murphy was particularly pleased to see everyone's delight, for today's sauerkraut fish was a product of her collaboration with Jian. Although she merely assisted him, she felt proud to have participated in the cooking process. Murphy silently resolved to learn cooking from Jian diligently. Initially, everyone knew Jian was a good cook, but after tasting the dish, their recognition deepened. Suddenly, everyone began to seek Jian's guidance in culinary arts. Whenever it was Jian and Murphy's turn to cook, all the females would gather around to observe Jian's techniques, and he willingly shared his knowledge. While the male orcs also wished to join in, they were constrained by the gender norms of their society. Fortunately, whenever it was another female's turn to cook, Jian would also offer his insights, and the males who accompanied their partners or female relatives could gather around to watch. Under Jian's tutelage, and with everyone earnestly learning, the journey to the Tiger Clan tribe drew to a close. That day, after breakfast, they set out and successfully arrived at the Tiger Clan tribe just in time for lunch. Jian finally encountered the orcs of the Tiger Clan. It turned out that the orcs of the Tiger Clan were wingless, unable to soar through the skies, and could only traverse the land. Unlike the orcs of the Lion Clan, whose male forms boasted magnificent wings, allowing them to glide freely like birds in the heavens. As the orcs of the Lion Clan possessed wings, they arrived at the Tiger Clan rather early. Aside from the Lion Clan, the Bird Clan had also arrived ahead of schedule, while the other clans had yet to make their appearance. Upon entering the Tiger Clan, the members of the Lion Clan followed the welcoming captain of the Tiger Clan's guard to the home of the chieftain, Bai. True to his name, Chieftain Bai was the only white tiger in the clan, a distinction bestowed upon him by the previous priest. Upon meeting Bai, Xiao Xiao, the leader of the Lion Clan responsible for this gathering, performed the warrior's salute. Bai reciprocated the gesture, and after discussing a few important matters regarding the gathering, he guided the captain of the guards to lead the members of the Lion Clan to the designated area where they were permitted to camp. Upon arriving at the Tiger Clan, Jian surveyed her surroundings and realized that the Tiger Clan was indeed behind the Lion Clan in terms of development. This feeling deepened upon reaching their campsite. The Tiger Clan lacked stone houses like those in the Lion Clan, had no herds of livestock, nor did they cultivate various crops. The inhabitants lived in animal skin tents, relying on hunting for their meals and foraging for wild vegetables. Now, in the second month of the harvest season, the people still appeared gaunt and malnourished, reminiscent of the rainy season. Observing this, Jian felt a pang of sympathy. However, despite her compassion, she had never considered imparting her knowledge to the other clans. This was not out of selfishness, but simply because she was no saint. After all, it was the Lion Clan that first embraced her, not the Tiger Clan. Moreover, with so many clans on this orc continent, the thought of teaching them all was daunting. The male orcs of the Lion Clan began constructing stoves from stones found nearby upon reaching their campsite. Once completed, the females took over to prepare the meal. For lunch, they had rice accompanied by beef soup and roasted meat, as well as the ever-present spicy cabbage. Given that they were on a journey, they hadn't gathered fresh vegetables, relying instead on the males to hunt and forage for some greens. Fortunately, they had the spicy cabbage. After finishing their meal, the females cleaned the utensils while the males set about erecting the tents. As they had come prepared, one tent per person was more than sufficient. However, Since many had come with families, they adhered to tradition and organized the tents by family units. Jian and Bai Luo were assigned a spot for their tent. Since Jian and Murphy were both females, they did not need to participate in the tent assembly, leaving Xiao Xiao and Bai Luo to collaborate. First assisting Xiao Xiao and then helping Bai Luo. Many others in the Lion Clan's encampment were also working together in this manner. With the tents erected and the cooking utensils cleaned and stored, it was time for some leisure, though the gathering had not officially commenced. Many of the Tiger Clan's members had set up stalls. The wares offered were an assortment of curious items, as well as some delightful and entertaining goods. After perusing the stalls, Jian, Murphy, and the other females from the Lion Clan returned with their arms laden with various purchases. Among the stalls, Jian spotted one selling an array of face paints, but the sight of a female completely covered in paint was rather off-putting, quite unsightly. Chapter 33. The tribe gathering commences as the members of the Lion Clan were nearing the end of their exploration of the Tiger Clan. The tribes participating in this year's gathering finally assembled. Consequently, Chieftain Bai summoned all participating clans to the Tiger Clan Square, where he announced the commencement of this year's tribal gathering. On the first morning of the gathering, no stalls would be set up, as the morning was reserved for performances by the orcs and females of the organizing clan. The performers were primarily unaccompanied single orcs and females, serving as a form of indirect matchmaking. When the single orcs and females of the Tiger Clan performed, other orcs and females from the attending clans were also welcome to join in. However, those already paired could only watch from the audience, as they were prohibited from performing on stage. These details were conveyed by Xiao Xiao. Since Jian and Murphy were already in partnerships, they refrained from dancing or mingling in the audience, instead sitting comfortably in the embrace of their respective work companions, enjoying the performances while snacking and chatting. Naturally, they would also discuss which performances were particularly captivating or lackluster. Each time they praised a performer, they could feel their orc partners tighten their embrace, while comments on poor performances elicited inexplicable joy from them. This playful banter brought great amusement to Jian and Murphy, who found it delightfully silly yet enjoyable. As the performances concluded, lunchtime arrived, and the audience began to disperse back to their original locations. Jian and Murphy were escorted back to their campsite by their orc partners. Upon returning, they commenced washing rice and preparing the meal, while Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao transformed into their beast forms and ventured out to hunt. Just as Jian and Murphy's rice was nearing readiness, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao returned, bearing their expertly processed game. Seeing their return, Jian and Murphy instructed them to slice the meat, as they were to prepare a dish of sauerkraut stir-fried with meat that day. While Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao busied themselves with the meat, Jian commenced washing the sauerkraut, meticulously cleaning, and then slicing it into fine strips. She also took the opportunity to chop some garlic and ginger. With the meat prepared, the preliminary tasks were complete. Noticing that Murphy was still cooking rice, Bai Luo volunteered to light the fire for Jian. As Jian observed the pot beginning to emit smoke, she added oil. Once the oil had heated sufficiently, she introduced the meat into the pan for stir-frying. As the fatty pieces began to render their oil and the lean meat neared doneness, it was time to incorporate the sauerkraut into the mix. After stir-frying to a satisfactory degree, Jian served the sauerkraut and meat. At that moment, the rice that Murphy had been cooking was also ready. As the four of them sat down to dine, many of the neighboring families from around their campsite emerged to observe their meal. Under the watchful and gleaming eyes of their kin, the four felt a bit uneasy about eating. They reluctantly invited the onlookers to join them, yet the families hesitated, aware that there was only a limited amount of food meant for four. Ultimately, Jian devised a compromise, suggesting that the villagers trade their own dishes for the sauerkraut stir-fried meat. The villagers accepted this proposal, and thus, the fragrant aroma of sauerkraut and meat wafted throughout the encampment of the Tianshi tribe, causing those from nearby tribes to silently salivate in anticipation. After their lunch, the tribal gathering commenced. Jian learned from Murphy that there were many delightful and intriguing items for sale in the days leading up to the gathering. Therefore, after their meal, she urged Bai Luo to accompany her for a stroll through the marketplace. Naturally, Murphy and Xiao Xiao joined them as well. Other members of the Tianshi tribe also ventured out, some choosing to set up stalls while others opted for an afternoon nap, yet many, like Jian and her companions, decided to explore the market. However, due to their differing objectives, they did not walk together, but rather set off towards their respective destinations. Jian and Murphy strolled down the center, flanked by Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao on either side. The quartet made their way to the central square designated for gatherings by the Tiger tribe. Although it was already afternoon, the sun continued to shine brightly, and the enthusiasm of the people showed no signs of waning. The square was teeming with a bustling crowd, vibrant and lively. Each tribe had been assigned specific vending spots by the Tiger tribe, resulting in members of the same tribe congregating together at their stalls. At that moment, Jian and the others arrived at the booth of the Bear tribe. Each stall was adorned with honey stored in ceramic jars or bamboo tubes. As the Bear tribe lacked the means to craft their own ceramic jars, they procured them through trade with the Lion tribe. Due to their limited quantity, most honey was contained in bamboo tubes, with only a few larger stalls boasting honey in ceramic jars. When Jian emerged, she happened to bring along several ceramic jars suitable for storing honey. Thus, the group purchased a few high-quality bamboo tubes of honey using their shell currency and arranged to collect a few jars the following day. Afterward, they strolled around a bit more, only to find nothing particularly intriguing, so Jian decided to buy some small fruits from a vendor. Initially, Murphy and the others were perplexed as to why they opted for the smaller fruits instead of the larger ones. However, Jian smiled and said, "Well, I'll keep you in suspense. You'll find out when we return." With that, she took the lead, carrying the fruits. Intrigued by this mystery, the others followed. Noticing Jian's excitement over the diminutive fruits, upon returning to their encampment, Jian instructed Bai Luo to pour the honey into the ceramic jars. Then she asked Murphy to wash the fruits while Xiao Xiao selected the ripest ones from Murphy's batch. They placed the fruits into a large bowl to crush them into juice using a stone pestle. Meanwhile, Jian began to set the honey jars over the fire to create a syrup. Once Xiao Xiao had finished crushing the fruits, Jian poured the juice into the honey jars, stirring until the golden honey transformed into a rich crimson syrup before extinguishing the flame. Next, she retrieved the fruit skewers prepared earlier and began coating them in the sugary syrup, placing the finished candied fruits on a stone slab that Bai Luo had procured. Upon witnessing Jian complete one skewer, Murphy could no longer contain her excitement and eagerly joined in on the candy coating process. Jian made some space for her, and together they coated the skewers in syrup. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, observing the joyful scene, chose not to interrupt, sitting quietly aside. They thought to themselves, after all, there weren't many fruit skewers, and it wouldn't tire their beloved companions. Jian and Murphy swiftly completed the preparation of all the fruit skewers. Placing them upon the stone slab to rest, Jian counted them, finding a total of 20 skewers. Once the sugary coating had hardened, Jian retrieved a slender, delicate bone knife and began meticulously detaching the candied hawthorns from the side that rested against the stone. Upon finishing a skewer, Jian presented it to Murphy, who had been eagerly drooling in anticipation. Murphy took a bite and, with a muffled expression of delight, declared it delicious without lifting his gaze again. After Jing removed all the candied hawthorns, she began to indulge in a skewer. With the first bite, the delightful sweet and sour flavor surprisingly surpassed that of authentic candied hawthorns. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect. For the ingredients, both honey and fruits, were entirely natural and free from additives. Observing the two females relishing their treat, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao could not resist, and each took a skewer to savor as well. The sweet and tangy taste instantly captivated the palates of the two male orcs, who typically shunned sweets. Thus, it was unanimously agreed that candied hawthorns would be the featured item for tomorrow's market stall. Chapter 34. The market stall. After finalizing their decision to not only procure items from the tribe but also to introduce the new product, candied hawthorns, the group began preparations for the market stall. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao made another trip to the Bear Tribe's stall to purchase additional honey. Subsequently, they, along with Jing and Murphy, ventured beyond the territory of the Tiger Tribe, armed with ample beast skin bags, and set their sights on the forest abundant with fruits. Since they were unfamiliar with the local fruits and uncertain of suitable options, Bai Luo teamed up with Jing, while Xiao Xiao paired with Murphy, splitting into two groups to explore different directions in search of the desired bounty. Jian sat atop Bai Luo, soaring above the forest, yet found no signs of discovery. She pondered whether perhaps the fruits were obscured by the leaves. The more she contemplated, the more she entertained this possibility. After some reflection, she concluded that remaining aloft yielded nothing of value, and thus decided to descend for a closer look. Meanwhile, Murphy observed Bai Luo descending with Jian and assumed that she had made a significant discovery, prompting him to hasten the descent of Xiao Xiao as well. As soon as Jian landed, she eagerly grasped Bai Luo's hand, incessantly searching the surroundings. Bai Luo, observing their intertwined hands, felt a warmth envelop his heart. Subconsciously reluctant to find the fruit too quickly, he initially led Jian in circles through a forest devoid of any bounty. However, upon realizing Jian's fervent dedication to finding the elusive fruit, he felt a pang of sympathy, unwilling to let her exert herself in vain. "Jian, perhaps we should explore another area? The air here lacks the scent of fruit." Upon hearing Bai Luo's suggestion, Jian suddenly recognized that she had been tricked. Oh my! How could she have been so easily deceived? This was utterly intolerable. Bai Luo, you knew full well that there were no fruits here. Why did you lead me to wander aimlessly? Jian exclaimed, her irritation palpable. Noticing Jian's rising anger, Bai Luo couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. Jian? It was all my fault. Truly my fault. His voice dwindled as he continued. I only wish to spend more time alone with you. Please don't be upset. It wouldn't be good for your health. As he spoke, Bai Luo found himself apologizing once more. Initially, Jian felt quite upset, however. Upon witnessing Bai Luo's earnest apologies repeated time and again, her anger began to dissipate. She merely thought that forgiving him so easily would make her appear too accommodating. Thus, she deliberately chose to ignore Bai Luo. Jian, my Jian, do not be angry. Bai Luo, noticing Jian's unwillingness to look at him, grew somewhat flustered and hurriedly approached her from behind, enveloping her in his embrace. Jian, my Jian, Jian, Jian. He whispered her name softly in her ear, his breath brushing against her sensitive neck, causing her to feel somewhat weak and her cheeks to flush. All right. Stop calling me, she huffed. This time I'll forgive you. Turning around, she feigned impatience, her gaze deliberately avoiding Bai Luo. Yet, he lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, which sparkled with a light ignited by her presence. Within his profound eyes lay an intensity that made Jian's entire being flush with warmth, as if he could peer straight into her heart, which raced uncontrollably. "Jian, I love you." Bai Luo's sudden confession made Jian's heart flutter. Leaving her momentarily at a loss for words, simply staring at him, her eyes tinged with a hint of red. "Bai Luo, Bai Luo, Bai Luo." Jian suddenly dove into his embrace, holding him tightly, repeatedly calling his name. "Yes, I'm here. I love you." After successfully calming Jian, Bai Luo, the metaphorical wolf, no, lion, began to focus on their task. "Jian, come this way. There are many fruits over here." He took her hand and led her in the opposite direction. After about 15 minutes, Jian caught the sweet scent of ripe fruit wafting through the air, following Bai Luo for another 5 minutes. They arrived at trees laden with mature produce. Upon seeing the fruits, Jian and Bai Luo halted, excitedly climbing the trees to gather the harvest. After plucking several trees' worth of fruit, they finally filled all the animal skin bags they had brought, with their bounty secured. Jian and Bai Luo prepared to return to the Tiger Clan tribe. On their way back, they encountered Murphy and Xiao Xiao, who were also returning with their own harvest. The four of them then journeyed together back to the Tiger Clan's encampment. Upon reaching the gathering place of the Tianshi tribe's tents, they divided their tasks once more. Jian and Murphy took on the responsibility of washing the fruits, while Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao worked on mashing the cleaned red fruits into juice. After processing the fruits, they began to collaborate in boiling honey and fruit juice to create the sugary coating for candied fruits and fruit skewers. With their newfound experience from their earlier endeavors, their movements were swift and efficient. Soon, they had prepared all the fruit skewers, placing them on a stone slab to rest. Once all the candied fruits were completed, Jian suddenly remembered that they had not made the straw sticks for the skewers. After informing Bai Luo of the materials needed to create the straw sticks, he promptly went to gather some. Since there was no rice in the Tiger Clan, they lacked straw. Thus, Bai Luo returned with some dry grass and fashioned several sticks using vines and wooden poles. When Jian saw that the sticks were ready, she directly inserted several of the completed candied fruits onto them, finding them remarkably stable. Jian smiled and praised Bai Luo, saying, "Bai Luo, you have done remarkably well. These candied fruits are indeed usable." Upon receiving Jian's compliment, Bai Luo beamed with delight. Once all the preparations were complete, the candied fruits were carefully moved from outside to the tent. Fortunately, it was afternoon, and everyone had gone to explore the fair, so no one noticed Jian and the others making the candied fruits. That evening, after having dinner together, Jian and Murphy's families retired to their tents for the night. Early the next morning, after enjoying breakfast, both families set off for the tribal fair, bringing along the animal skin blankets for their stall, various supplies from the Tianshi tribe, and the candied fruits they had prepared the day before. Arriving at the fairgrounds early, they found that the crowd was still sparse. Initially, they managed to sell a few pottery jars, but other items had not attracted much business. However, the quartet remained undeterred, confident that their goods would fetch a good price. Before long, as more attendees arrived at the fair, 3 females approached Jian's stall, their curiosity piqued by the bright red candied fruits. "What is this vibrant red delicacy?" one inquired. "It has a delightful sweet aroma." Jian, upon noticing that someone inquired about the candied hawthorn, realized that today marked the grand opening of this delightful treat. With a joyful demeanor, he exclaimed, "This is called candied hawthorn, a delightful snack that boasts a tangy and sweet flavor." "Is that so? How much is the snack going for? I would love to give it a try." "This is our inaugural sale of candied hawthorn, and the quantity is quite limited. As the saying goes, rarity adds value. A single skewer of candied hawthorn costs 10 shell-shaped coins." "Ah, such an extravagant price. Yet I have yet to determine if it is even palatable." Upon hearing the price, the buyer hesitated momentarily, suddenly recalling the various sales tactics employed on Earth. They continued, "As it happens, since you are the first customers to make a purchase, we are launching a special promotion for candied hawthorn. From now until the end of the day, the first 10 customers who buy candied hawthorn will enjoy a buy 2 get 1 free offer, and those who purchase 5 will receive 2 additional pieces for free. Furthermore, the first 5 customers will also experience a complimentary tasting. This offer is valid for today only and will conclude once supplies are exhausted." Upon hearing about the free tasting and the promotional offers, the onlookers erupted with excitement. After all, such sales practices had yet to be witnessed on the Orc planet. The 3 females who were already inclined to buy were particularly thrilled by the news. "Really? We can taste them?" "Of course," replied the seller, as she plucked a string of candied hawthorn from the display. With a delicate bone knife, she sliced the pieces and reassembled them onto bamboo skewers, presenting them to the 3 females to sample. Once they tasted the delightful sweet and sour flavor, complemented by the rich fruit aroma, they eagerly paid for 10 strings of candied hawthorn each. Witnessing the first brave souls take the plunge, the surrounding crowd began to stir with anticipation. Soon, the 4th customer arrived, a young female who, lacking sufficient funds, could only afford 1 string. Nevertheless, the seller graciously offered her a few pieces for tasting. The 5th and 6th customers quickly followed suit, and before long, the promotional slots were filled. However, the enthusiasm of the onlookers showed no signs of waning. In no time, all the candied hawthorn was sold out, alongside a significant quantity of other items, such as gemstone necklaces and bracelets. Almost every female who purchased candied hawthorn also indulged in a few gemstone necklaces. Once all the items had been sold, the group decided not to linger at the gathering, as they still needed to collect the honey ordered the previous day and explore the market for any useful items. After meandering through the market, they returned with a bounty of honey and a few snacks from other tribes, but purchased nothing else. By this time, everyone felt fatigued and chose to head back to their base. On the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the golden continent, Jian and Bailuo rose to enjoy breakfast. Just as they finished, Murphy arrived, pulling Xiao Xiao along to seek out Jian. After tidying up, Jian and Bailuo joined the Murphy couple as they set out. Having heard from Xiao Xiao that several tribes from afar were attending the Tiger Clan's gathering, Murphy, filled with curiosity, sought Jian's company to uncover the details. Perhaps new wonders awaited them. Chapter 35, the serpents shedding the four of them hurried towards the tribal gathering place. Upon arrival, they found numerous bustling stalls brimming with people. Jian and Murphy, intrigued by the throngs gathered, felt their curiosity piqued even further. Unable to resist, they pushed their way to the most crowded stall, prompting Bailuo and Xiao Xiao to follow suit. Observing their beloved partner's eagerness to see, they quickly joined them, parting the crowd to create a pathway for the two females. Jian and Murphy, witnessing the tender care of their orc companions, could not help but smile joyfully at them. Intertwining their hands and walking forward, their hearts warm and sweet. Upon squeezing into the bustling stall, Jian and Murphy discovered that it was selling snake skins. The moment Jian laid eyes on the snake skins, an involuntary grip tightened around Bailuo's hand, her legs weakened, and her face began to pale, her entire weight leaning heavily against Bailuo. Indeed, Jian was a being deeply afraid of snakes, and her fear was profound. Bailuo, noticing Jian suddenly leaning into his embrace, quickly comprehended her fear of snakes. A wave of compassion surged within him, and he softly reassured her, "Do not be afraid, Jian. For I am here. I will protect you, and these snake skins are not mere skins, but those of the Serpent Clan orcs." After briefly listening to Bailuo's explanation, I could not help but tremble in fear. My goodness, if you claim that these are the snake skins of the Serpent Clan beastmen, does that imply that those selling these skins are indeed members of the Serpent Clan? Absolutely. At this moment, Murphy, who was standing beside Jian, interjected. At this moment, Jian gazed at Murphy, who was excitedly caressing a snake's shed skin, swallowing hard with a sense of admiration blossoming within. Unbeknownst to Murphy, Jian harbored a fear of snakes, and even the snake skin evoked trepidation. Mistaking Jian's intense gaze upon the shed skin as admiration, Murphy, with a hint of reluctance, extended the snake skin towards Jian and said, "Jian, don't you find this shed skin particularly beautiful? I had Xiao Xiao purchase it for me. If you desire it, I would be more than happy to gift it to you." As Jian caught sight of the snake skin before her, her legs began to tremble, and in a flurry of panic, she exclaimed, quickly, take it away. No, please, remove it." It was then that Murphy realized Jian harbored a profound fear of snakes. "Fear not, Jian. The serpent kin are as amiable towards females as ordinary beast folk. I understand, but the mere thought of snakes sends chills down my spine. Let us depart." Jian, nestled in Bailuo's embrace, spoke with a pallor to her complexion. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, she fell silent. For a new task had emerged. Ding. Temporary task triggered. Overcome your inner fears and identify the unique snake skin amongst the many. This task is mandatory. Rewards, 30 points. 30 experience, and a seed. Upon hearing Jian's words, Murphy comprehended the depths of her fear. Hastily, he relinquished the snake skin he held to Xiao Xiao, instructing him to stow it away before turning back to Jian. "Very well, Jian. Let us move on. Let Xiao Xiao handle this purchase." He reached to take Jian's hand. "Wait. Let us wait for brother Xiao Xiao to finish shopping together," Jian insisted, her gaze fixed on Xiao Xiao at the stall. "But Jian, are you not afraid of snakes?" For a moment, Jian was at a loss for words, contending with the irksome system. "Oh. You do not wish to part from Bailuo, do you?" Murphy teased, casting an exaggerated look towards Jian, still cradled in Bailuo's arms. Jian, grappling with how to respond to Murphy's jibe, found herself stifling a smile, yet a playful impulse surged within her. She leaned forward from Bailuo's chest, addressing Murphy with a mischievous glint in her eye. Fei, remember last night when I came to visit you?" A hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes as she recalled a delightful memory, her gaze inadvertently drifting to a spot on Murphy that bore the mark of another. Jian, you've changed." Murphy's face turned crimson, and she flared up in indignation. "How dare you challenge me?" One could not deny that in this new environment, Jian's true nature seemed to blossom. Our heroine had regained her pride, and Bailuo gazed at his cherished companion with a smirk of indulgence. Ignoring the pair's incessant display of affection, they decided to observe Xiao Xiao, who was independently purchasing snake skins at the stall. Speaking of snake skins, they were rare healing materials, essential to the shaman, and had sustained their kin through many trials. Thus, it was prudent to acquire a few. Meanwhile, with the system task activated, Jian, despite her trepidation, knew she must confront her fears. Approaching the stall, she was reassured that a prompt would appear as she neared. "Jian, if you are afraid, feel free to go elsewhere. There is no need to wait for me," Xiao Xiao remarked, casting a concerned glance at Jian's ashen face. then shooting a reproachful look at Bai Luo. Brother Xiao Xiao, it was my choice to come. Though I am frightened, I still wish to take a look. Jian demonstrated an unexpected talent for fibbing. Brother Xiao Xiao, why does that snake's skin look different? Jian inquired, having spotted the unique specimen the system required. Oh, that? I cannot say what it is. It has been there for quite some time, and the serpent folk claim they do not know either. Would you like to see it? Bai Luo, could you hold it up for me to examine? Very well. Bai Luo took the peculiar snake skin from Xiao Xiao and presented it to Jian. How exquisite. Jian exclaimed as she leaned closer, observing that this snake skin lacked the menacing qualities of the others. It resembled silk, adorned with beautiful patterns. Almost as if imbued with some enchanting allure. Yet, despite its beauty, she hesitated to grasp it. Ding. Snake skin located. Task completion imminent. Would you like to redeem? Not yet, Jian replied. Bai Luo, I desire this one. Please purchase it for me. All right. Bai Luo, upon hearing Jian's admiration, promptly secured the purchase. Here you go. No. Bai Luo, you should hold it for now, or perhaps place it in my pocket. Jian's demeanor reflected her lingering fear, prompting Bai Luo to chuckle quietly. Though he refrained from expressing his amusement openly. After examining one stall, the group ventured towards another nearby. Along the way, they encountered the 3 females who had purchased 30 skewers of candied hawthorn and 9 necklaces from their stall the previous day. Upon spotting Jian and her companions, the females inquired about their absence from the market that day. After learning they had come to enjoy the festivities, the trio prepared to take their leave. In a fleeting moment just as they were about to depart, Jane inadvertently caught a glimpse of a familiar golden hue in the hands of the 3 females. Instantly, she was filled with excitement, casting aside any semblance of restraint, and hurried towards them. Bai Luo and the others were perplexed by Jane's sudden enthusiasm and were just about to inquire when they noticed she had already reached the trio. Jane. What is the matter? Bai Luo, did you see? They are holding wheat. The very wheat we have been searching for. How wonderful. Finally, we found it. Upon hearing Jane's exclamation, the 3 females exchanged confused glances, unable to comprehend the situation. One of them could not help but interject. Huh? Are you talking about us? Yes. Yes. Could you please let me take a look at that item in your hands? In response, the 3 females handed the grasses they were holding to Jane. As she received them, her excitement nearly propelled her into a leap. Oh my, it truly is wheat. How marvelous. After examining it, she reluctantly returned the wheat to them. The 3 females noticed Jane's hesitance to part with the grasses. Thus, Mia Luo, the more cheerful of the group, suggested. Why don't we give all of these to Jane? Upon hearing this, Jane's eyes sparkled with joy. However, she still remembered to ask Mia Luo where they had found the wheat and why they had harvested it. Mia Luo, realizing that Jane recognized the unfamiliar grasses as wheat, eagerly explained what she knew. After listening to Mia Luo's explanation, Jane learned that Mia Luo and her companions had stumbled upon these so-called grasses by chance. They had harvested the wheat merely because they found its appearance pleasing and intended to use it for decorating their home. Jane felt a profound sense of helplessness upon discovering that Mia Luo and her companions had gathered the wheat solely for decorative purposes. Once she learned from Mia Luo about the location where the wheat grew, Jane informed her that this wheat was a type of grain, capable of filling their stomachs. However, the method of preparation was rather cumbersome. The grains needed to be extracted from the ears, then ground into flour and mixed with water to make cakes or porridge before consumption. At this point, Mia Luo and her companions had never seen or heard of such preparations and were left bewildered. In contrast, Murphy and her group immediately thought of rice flour upon hearing about the wheat's uses. Murphy, understanding the analogy but aware that this was not the appropriate moment, leaned closer to Jane and whispered, Jane, why does the method of using wheat sound so similar to how we use rice flour? By the way, rice flour can be made into noodles and vermicelli. Could wheat also be transformed into noodles and vermicelli? After a brief reflection, Jane felt a sense of satisfaction. However, she also sensed that Murphy, being a diligent student, had chosen an inopportune moment to inquire. She refrained from providing an immediate answer, as these matters could be practically addressed upon their return to the tent. Bidding farewell to Miyaro, Jane and her companions commenced their planned actions upon returning to their base. Jane and Murphy would venture into the tent to gather spices, ingredients, and a selection of ready-made snacks, while Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao would be responsible for tidying up the dishes and cookware, as well as preparing the animal hides for storing the wheat. Once everything was organized, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao transformed into their beast forms, carrying Jane and Murphy along with their belongings as they soared towards the direction indicated by Miyaro. In a short while, they arrived at their destination. Jane gazed upon the expansive field of golden wheat, her spirits lifting even further. After circling the wheat field, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao finally chose to land beside a grand tree at the edge of the field. As Jian and Murphy alighted from the ground, they immediately commenced the task of unloading the belongings from Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao. After their possessions had been removed, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao did not hasten to revert to their human forms. Instead, they entered the wheat field in their beast forms before transforming and beginning to harvest the wheat ears. With the male orcs now engaged in labor, Jian and Murphy busied themselves preparing lunch. Fortunately, the provisions they had brought along were ample enough to satisfy all 4 of them, eliminating the need for further foraging. As the adage goes, practice makes perfect. Through their repeated collaboration in cooking, Jian and Murphy had developed an increasing synergy, and soon the meal was ready. Once the food was prepared, Jian took on the responsibility of watching over it while Murphy went to summon the two male orcs to join them for the meal. Fortunately, the orcs, intent on protecting the females, had not strayed far and were merely active in the vicinity of Jian and Murphy. Otherwise, it would have been a futile endeavor for Murphy to seek out the two male orcs. After their meal, once everything was tidied up, Jian and Murphy joined the harvesting crew. Upon entering the wheat field, they deftly grasped the wheat ears with one hand while wielding a sharp stone sickle in the other, swiftly cutting the stalks with precision. The harvested wheat was placed into the leather bag secured around their waists. The four of them worked with remarkable speed, managing to harvest a third of the ripe wheat within a mere afternoon. Observing that the leather bags were now bulging, Jian decided to call a halt to their efforts, recognizing that further harvesting would be futile if they could not transport the excess. Thus, they began to pack up. After Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao had gathered their belongings, they reverted to their beast forms. Jian and Murphy then busied themselves with transferring the items onto the backs of the two robust orcs. Once the transfer was complete, they each mounted their respective male companions, with Jian and Murphy securely seated. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao unfurled their wings and soared toward the direction of their returning Tiger Clan tribe. Upon arriving at the Tiger Clan's encampment, they deposited their cargo before the two male orcs took flight once more to hunt. Meanwhile, Jian and Murphy retrieved some of the harvested wheat using a stone pestle and mortar, placing it into the mortar to commence the threshing process. Once the grains were separated, Jian produced a miniature stone mill. After cleaning it thoroughly, she began to ladle the dehusked wheat into the mill with a wooden spoon, grinding it into flour. When Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao returned with their quarry, Jian and Murphy had successfully transformed the husked wheat into flour. Observing the returning male orcs, Jian and Murphy set about kindling a fire to prepare their next meal. Upon inspecting the day's catch, they discovered it was particularly suited for roasting. After some contemplation and consultation with Murphy, it was decided that tonight's feast would consist of barbecued meat and dumpling soup. With the menu firmly established, it was time to commence preparations without delay. The task of grilling the meat could be entrusted to the two orcs, whose skills in this art had notably improved. As for the dumpling soup, it remained the responsibility of Jian, since the others were unfamiliar with its preparation. While Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao were busy slicing the beast meat into thin pieces and skewering it with bamboo sticks, Jian began instructing Murphy on kneading the dough. In anticipation of making the dumpling soup, Jian had already prepared boiling water, dividing it into two portions, one cooled to lukewarm and the other stored in a ceramic pot submerged in the cold water tank to chill. At this juncture, it was time to knead the dough. Jian poured the finely milled flour into a large earthen basin, added the lukewarm water, and began to mix it with chopsticks, transforming the flour into dumpling pieces. Meanwhile, Murphy had diligently washed and chopped the sauerkraut, eagerly awaiting its turn to be added to the pot. After Jian and the dough balls were prepared, she asked Bai Luo to help start a fire. Once the water in the pot reached a boil, Jian added the dough balls for cooking. As the water boiled again, she swiftly retrieved the dough balls and plunged them into cold water. The next step was to saute the pickled cabbage. Jian first emptied the pot of water, washed it clean, then ladled animal fat into the pot. When the oil reached the appropriate temperature, she and Murphy added the pickled cabbage to stir-fry. Once the cabbage was ready, Jian added water to the pot to bring it back to a boil. After the water boiled, she returned the dough balls to the pot for further cooking. Only after the dough soup was thoroughly cooked did she add the seasonings. Meanwhile, the meat skewers prepared by Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao were also ready. Subsequently, Jian and Murphy served the dough soup into large bowls, dividing it into 4 portions, one for each person. Murphy, unable to contain her eagerness to taste the soup, caught Jian's attention, who couldn't help but chuckle at her impatience. Seeing Jian tease her, Murphy quickly set down her bowl and wiped the corner of her mouth where saliva had inadvertently dripped, rushing over to tickle Jian. While tickling, she exclaimed, "Oh, Jian, how dare you mock me, Murphy? Now let me show you my tickling prowess." Ha ha ha. All right, I'll stop laughing, okay? Lady Murphy, I beg you, spare me. Even as Jian burst into laughter from Murphy's relentless tickling, she didn't forget to plead for mercy. Seeing Jian starting to beg, Murphy relented, for she was still thinking about enjoying the dough soup. All right, I won't tickle you anymore, but you mustn't laugh at me again, or else I won't hesitate to show you my skills. Jian replied, I understand, you're impressive, now let us eat. Just then, Bai Luo called for them to come and dine. After savoring the delicious dough soup, Murphy's admiration for Jian grew even stronger. Jian, besides making dough soup, what other delightful dishes can be made from flour? Can it be turned into noodles or vermicelli? Jian responded, there are indeed many foods that can be made from flour, though it's hard to enumerate them all right now. However, flour cannot be made into vermicelli or noodles, but it can be used to create dishes like flour noodles or cold skin. After listening to Jian's descriptions of these foods, Murphy's mouth, still full of dough balls, formed an shape. Once she swallowed, she exclaimed, I had no idea wheat could be made into so many dishes. No wonder you've been searching for so long. Jian encouraged, yes, indeed. Now eat up. We need to finish so we can rest afterwards. We've worked hard all afternoon. With that, Jian entered a frenzy of eating. Seeing Jian eat so quickly, Murphy couldn't help but quicken her pace as well. Observing their speed, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao realized how exhausted they were and began to eat faster too. After the meal, the four of them started washing up together. Once their chores were complete, they returned to their respective tents to rest. The following morning, after breakfast, Jian and Bai Luo began preparing the items needed for their stall. Once they were ready, Murphy and Xiao Xiao arrived with their prepared goods. The four of them set off together once more to the market. Upon arriving at their stall, Jian and Murphy noticed that the neighboring stall, which had been empty, was now bustling with people. Curiosity piqued, Jian turned to Bai Luo, asking, Bai Luo, which tribe occupies the stall next to us? Can you detect the scent? Murphy, intrigued by Jian's curiosity, also looked to Xiao Xiao with wide eyes, hoping for an answer. Bai Luo, noticing his beloved's eagerness to know, decided not to keep her in suspense. He sniffed the air, detecting not only the familiar scents of various tribes but also a faint fishy aroma reminiscent of the ocean. Although subtle, his keen nose caught the scent. Xiao Xiao also recognized the odor, but both men were perplexed, as this scent had not been present before. Could it be a new tribe arriving? Before Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao could provide an explanation, Mia Luo squeezed through the crowd, holding a colorful silk. Spotting Jian and her companions, she approached them with enthusiasm. Hi, Jian, Murphy, it's great to see you both back at the market today. By the way, do you still have those jewelry pieces you sold before? My mother really liked the ones I bought last time, and I was hoping to get some more for her. A brief glance at the business that has arrived at our doorstep must take precedence over any curiosity regarding the neighboring stall. However, there is more to share. Murphy and I have prepared an array of exquisite jewelry. By the way, we forgot to display some hair ornaments during our last outing. But I have brought them along today for you to peruse and select those that best suit your taste. Mia Luo was positively delighted upon hearing this news. Really? That is wonderful. I just purchased some exquisite silk from the merfolk, and once I return, I can craft beautiful garments with it and adorn them with those lovely pieces of jewelry. Jian and Murphy, along with their companions, heard Nialua mention the merfolk and the precious Jiasa. It was at that moment that Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao finally understood. Calmly, they thought to themselves, so it is the merfolk. No wonder there is a fishy scent. However, Jian and Murphy's reactions were markedly different. They exclaimed inwardly, oh my goodness. It's the merfolk. We must go see. And there are precious Jiasa available for purchase. How wonderful. With this thought, Jian and Murphy lost interest in selling their goods and entrusted the task to the two male beastmen, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao. They dashed towards the neighboring stall with a large bag of shell coins, eagerly squeezing through the crowd, fearing that if they delayed, the merfolk would vanish. After an arduous effort, they finally managed to enter the stall. Once inside, Jian and Murphy beheld the merfolk they had heard so much about. Jian noticed two male merfolk with tails alongside two men with long legs. Confused, he wondered, wasn't it said that they were merfolk? Why are there humans as well? Unable to comprehend, Jian turned to Murphy, a native of the Beastman planet, for clarification. However, despite being a native, it was also Murphy's first encounter with merfolk, and he was equally perplexed. At that moment, a beautiful mermaid approached them, using her tail to glide gracefully. With a cheerful demeanor, she began to explain, actually, our merfolk are distinct from your beastmen. Although we belong to a branch of the beastman race, we are not the same. Unlike your beastmen, our females cannot transform. All merfolk possess the ability to change forms. However, our male and female classifications differ from yours. Only merfolk capable of transforming into a complete human form are considered male, while those who can only transform their upper bodies are female. Upon hearing this explanation, Jian and Murphy understood, exclaiming in unison, so that is how it is. Does that mean you are a female? My goodness, merfolk do not distinguish between genders. Oh dear, could this be what is colloquially known as, oh my. This could be interesting. Jian mused inwardly, his eyes brightening as he gazed at the male merfolk. The mermaid, noticing their interest in purchasing jiasa, asked, you wish to buy jiasa, correct? Fortunately, I have a few here. Would you like to take a look? The nearby merfolk blushed at Jian's scrutiny, prompting another to intervene. Upon hearing that there were jiasa available for purchase, Jian and Murphy were even more delighted, eagerly nodding in agreement. They followed the mermaid to select the jiasa. After much deliberation, they finally chose the ones that suited them best, each piece exquisite and ethereal, light as a feather in their hands. However, the mermaid informed them that there was a rule among the merfolk. Each person could only purchase one jiasa at a time. Additional purchases were not permitted. Thus, after careful consideration, they selected the jiasa that they felt was most fitting for them. Jian selected a piece of sky blue silk, its pure hue reminiscent of the colors of the sea and sky, untouched by any trace of dust. In contrast, Murphy chose a vibrant crimson silk, a color as striking as blazing fire, which captivated her heart. Once their choices were made, Jian and Murphy paid the mermaid with their shell coins for the silks. Noticing that the two had come together, the mermaid kindly rounded down the total. This gesture filled Jian and Murphy with delight, particularly Murphy, who eagerly introduced their booth to the mermaid. Allow me to introduce ourselves. I am Murphy, and this is Jian. We are both females from the Tianshi tribe, and our booths are set up at the market, right next to yours. If you have some free time, do come visit us. Feel free to bring your friends along. We can all enjoy ourselves together. The mermaid, pleased by Murphy's words, responded with a smile, "My name is Oya, and this over here is my friend Ban. The other two male mermaids are our companions. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I will definitely come by to visit you with Ban when I have the time." "That sounds wonderful. It's a promise then. Now we should be heading back. So we will take our leave. Farewell." "Farewell." After bidding farewell to the mermaid Eurasia, Jian and Murphy, much like their earlier arrival, began to push their way out with fervor. However, upon exiting, they each held a beautiful piece of gauze in their hands. Having finally emerged from the merfolk stall, Jian and Murphy were disheartened to find their own stall surrounded by a throng of eager customers. Jian lamented, "Oh my goodness. How is it that so many people have gathered in such a short time? We just squeezed out from next door. And now we must push our way back to our own stall? This is quite the predicament." Murphy echoed, "Indeed. What shall we do, Jian? Shall we attempt to push through?" Yet, before they could make a decision, a path miraculously opened from within their stall. To their astonishment, it was Bailuo who had emerged to greet them. In that moment, Jian regarded her formidable lion as a savior. And the two hurried to follow Bailuo back to their stall, joining their male counterpart in purchasing goods. Unsurprisingly, both stalls were thriving, and within less than a morning's time, nearly all the items displayed that morning had been sold. After a brief glance at the stalls, it became evident that most of the items had nearly sold out, and many vendors were beginning to pack up. Consequently, they decided to make their way home. Chapter 38. A stroll with the merfolk. Once the four had tidied up their belongings, they departed from their stall. As they approached the neighboring booth, they observed two male merfolk busily organizing their goods. Noticing the absence of the two female merfolk, Ouyang and Ban, Jian and Murphy inquired about their whereabouts. Upon learning that they had returned to soak in the seawater, they chose not to press further. After exchanging pleasantries, the quartet made their way back to the residence of the lion tribe. Once they arrived at the tent and set down their belongings, the two male beastmen transformed into their beast forms and took to the skies, soaring out of the tribe in search of prey. Meanwhile, Jian and Murphy, seeing that their beastmen had gone hunting, began to deliberate on what to prepare for lunch. Murphy was particularly eager to savor a dish made from wheat, as the dumpling soup from the previous day had been so delectable that she nearly swallowed her tongue in delight. After some contemplation, Jian decided to make noodles instead. For wheat could be crafted into a variety of dishes beyond just dumpling soup. However, to prepare noodles, they required flour. And since the flour ground yesterday had already been utilized for the dumpling soup, there was none left in stock. Thus, they would need to dehusk the wheat and grind the flour anew. Jane once again took out the stone mill and grinding plate, busily working alongside Murphy to grind flour. Once the flour was ready, they noticed that Bailuo and Xiao had yet to return, but neither Jane nor Murphy felt particularly anxious. After all, they were both well aware of the formidable strength of their orc companions. Unless they encountered a massive beast tide or were attacked by migrating dragon beasts, there was no reason for concern. Given that it was the harvest season, such occurrences were highly unlikely. After a moment of contemplation, Jane decided to teach Murphy how to make noodles. Since this required kneading the dough, Jane approached the task differently this time. Unlike her usual method of demonstrating for Murphy to imitate, she engaged in a hands-on teaching process, guiding Murphy through the proportions of flour and water, the force required to knead, and the duration of the kneading process. Before long, the dough was perfectly kneaded. At that moment, Jane and Xiao returned, bringing back an impressive haul, twice the usual amount of game, including several live young wild boars. Only then did Jane and Murphy truly relax. Seeing the abundance of game, Jane was curious to inquire further, but the timing was not right, so she continued teaching Murphy how to roll, cut, and cook the noodles. Upon their return, Xiao and Bailuo began to set up a grill for roasting meat. Soon, the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, coinciding perfectly with the moment the noodles were cooked. Thus, it was time to announce that dinner was served. During the meal, Jane could no longer contain her curiosity and asked Bailuo, "Did you encounter any trouble while hunting? Why did you return later than usual and with double the catch?" "Not at all, Jane," Bailuo replied. "While hunting wild boars, we stumbled upon their den, so we brought back a bit more than planned. We also prepared tomorrow's provisions in advance." "I see. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. But why prepare tomorrow's food? Is there something significant happening?" Murphy, overhearing the conversation between Jane and Bailuo, momentarily forgot to chew his food and, with his mouth full of noodles, cast a puzzled glance at Xiao, making him quite uncomfortable. "Murphy, why do you keep staring at me? Are you full? Not hungry anymore? If you're satisfied, we can leave," Xiao suggested. Upon hearing this, Murphy quickly shook his head and resumed devouring his meal with fervor. Jian and Bailuo observed the manner in which Xiao and Murphy communicated, exchanging a silent glance that spoke volumes, both adorned with expressions of exasperation. "Jian, Xiao and I have decided to forego our hunting expedition tomorrow. We shall devote our time to sorting the wheat at home." "Is that so? That sounds splendid. I have been quite troubled by the lack of time to tend to our wheat." With that, Jian resumed her meal in silence, choosing not to utter another word. The remaining three continued to partake in their meal, enveloped in a contemplative quietude. After finishing their lunch and tidying up the remnants, the four returned to their stall at the market, laden with unsold goods. Jane observed that the mermaids, Eurasia and Spot, along with their companions, had arrived. After exchanging greetings, Jane and Murphy returned to their respective stalls to meticulously arrange their goods one by one. The items intended for sale that afternoon were rather few, prompting Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao to decide that they would simply oversee the stall together, allowing Murphy and Jane the opportunity to wander through the fair or perhaps rest for a while. After all, their beloved female had toiled alongside them for an entire morning and had spent a considerable amount of time preparing lunch. The very thought of it filled them with tenderness. Jian and Murphy observed how considerate their orc companions were, making it difficult to decline their hospitality. It was the perfect opportunity to visit the neighboring merfolk and indulge in a bit of merriment. Jian felt a surge of excitement at the mere thought. Merfolk. Living, breathing merfolk. She had never encountered such magnificent beings in her life. Earlier that morning, she had been unable to resist the urge to converse with them. But everyone had been preoccupied with their business, leaving little room for conversation. Now, it seemed fortuitous, as she noticed that the items at the merfolk stall were dwindling in number. Murphy, since they have encouraged us to explore, shall we take a stroll? Absolutely. Jian, should we invite Oya and Bamban to join us? How delightful. I am positively thrilled at the prospect of meeting merfolk for the very first time. Indeed, this is my inaugural encounter with merfolk as well. Let us hurry and ask them if they would like to accompany us. Yes, let us inquire first. With that, the two quickened their pace towards the merfolk stall. Upon arrival, they spotted Bamban and Oya engaged in playful antics. It was at that moment that Murphy and Jian truly appreciated the beauty of Oya and Bamban's tails. Oya's tail shimmered in a pure emerald hue, radiating a gentle luminescence, with each scale resembling exquisite jade. It was a breathtaking sight. As for Bamban, true to her name, her tail was a pristine white adorned with vibrant red spots. Each spot was uniform in size, and intriguingly, the spacing between each pair of spots was consistent, with the shapes resembling an array of vividly colored roses, as if meticulously arranged. It was an enchanting spectacle. Both Jian and Murphy were utterly captivated by the tails of Oya and Bamban, which left the latter feeling rather bashful. After all, it was the first time they had received praise from individuals outside the merfolk. Unlike human legs, the mermaid's tail is ill-suited for terrestrial locomotion, which is why they seldom venture onto land. Oya and Bamban gazed enviously at Jian and Murphy, who possessed 2 legs. How wonderful it must be to walk freely upon the ground. Unlike us, who can only swim in the water, walking on land is exceedingly cumbersome. Moreover, the fishtail requires periodic immersion in seawater, otherwise, it becomes excessively dry, leading to severe dehydration and, ultimately, the shedding of scales. However, our legs serve little purpose in the water, as they are not designed for swimming and cannot match your merfolk's agility, Murphy remarked. After briefly listening to Murphy's remarks, Jian was left perplexed. What did he mean by stating that legs were utterly useless in the water? Surely, human legs can swim rapidly. Jian pondered for a moment, then decided it would be best not to challenge Murphy's assertions just yet. After exchanging some playful banter, Jian and Murphy conveyed their intentions to the mermaids. Oya, Bamban. Murphy and I are planning to explore the market. Would you care to join us? Upon hearing about the market, Oya and Bamban's eyes lit up with excitement. That sounds splendid. We've long wished to visit the market, especially since we've heard that there are many items not found in the ocean. However, we only arrived at the tiger tribe last night, and this morning we've already begun setting up stalls. You and Gu have no time to take us out. And being unfamiliar with the area, we wouldn't dare venture out alone. Having you both guide us is truly wonderful. Then let us depart at once. The stalls will soon close, Jian replied. With that, Jian and Murphy positioned themselves beside Oya and Bamban, bidding farewell to their companions Yu and Gu, before leading the 2 mermaids towards the bustling areas of the market. Before long, the quartet arrived at a stall run by the bear tribe selling honey. Oya and Bamban, encountering honey for the first time, were filled with curiosity. Murphy, what is this? It's all yellow. It seems sweet as well. It smells delightful. But I wonder if we can eat it, Bamban inquired, turning to Murphy beside him and licking his lips in anticipation. Haha, Bamban, this is honey. It's produced by bees from the pollen of flowers. And yes, it is indeed edible and quite sweet, delicious in fact. Upon hearing that honey was sweet and delectable, Oya and Bamban found themselves momentarily rooted in place. They stopped at a honey stall and, after inquiring about the price from the bear tribe, each purchased several tubes of fine honey. After settling the payment, the 2 mermaids could not resist dipping their fingers into the honey to taste it, discovering that it was even more scrumptious than they had imagined. Once they started, they simply could not stop, indulging in the delightful treats as they wandered through the market. Whenever they encountered something unfamiliar, they would purchase it without hesitation. The stalls selling food were particularly irresistible, prompting a continuous spree of buying. Jian observed the 2 mermaids, who were ceaselessly indulging in delightful treats and engaging in playful antics, their ferocity leaving him unable to suppress a wry smile. As he grew accustomed to the sight, he came to realize that these mermaids, astonishingly, possessed an insatiable appetite for consumption and enjoyment that surpassed even that of women on Earth. Jian and Murphy spent the entire afternoon without purchasing anything, merely observing Oue and Bamban as they shopped, assisting them in carrying their myriad of acquisitions. Their enthusiasm for shopping had dwindled considerably, It was only when Oue and Banban, two mermaids, finally ceased their shopping spree, burdened with their newfound possessions, that Jian and Murphy found themselves obliged to help carry the load back to the merfolk stall. After successfully delivering Oue and Banban to their destination, Jian and Murphy finally exhaled in relief. Unexpectedly, Oue and Banban called out from behind. Jian, Murphy, are you free tomorrow? Perhaps we could explore the market together? Jian and Murphy were greatly startled. They hurriedly exclaimed, we shall not attend the fair tomorrow. We have other matters to attend to. With that, they swiftly fled back to their own stall without looking back. This left Yuya and Banban, the two remaining mermaids, utterly bewildered. Chapter 39. Bai Luo sensed it. As Jian and Murphy returned to their stall, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao had already packed their belongings, preparing to seek out Jian and Murphy for the journey home. At that opportune moment, Jian and Murphy arrived, and thus the four of them commenced their walk back to the base together. Along the way, Jian and Murphy animatedly recounted the delightful experiences they encountered while visiting the market with the mermaid Oya and the charming Banban. Simultaneously, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao shared stories of the diverse individuals and events they had encountered throughout the day. They also touched upon recent happenings concerning their fellow tribespeople who had joined them for the Tiger Tribe gathering, including the unwed female, Una, who lived next door to Jian and Bai Luo. Rumor had it that Una had found her future partner during the gathering and was preparing to unite in the collective wedding ceremony. Both Jian and Murphy felt a surge of joy for Una, who was a wonderful female, possessing a pleasant and endearing personality. However, they were left to wonder which tribe's male beastman was fortunate enough to become her companion. Upon finishing her thought, Jian couldn't help but recall Guile, who often lingered silently by Una's side. Indeed, with whom will Una be paired? Murphy inquired, her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at Xiao Xiao. This attention delighted Xiao Xiao, prompting him to abandon his playful teasing with Bai Luo and respond, I am aware of this. The male in question is someone you all know well, my good brother Guile. So it is him. But why did he wait until the tribal gathering to solidify his bond with Una? I didn't notice any indication of his interest in her during our time in the tribe. Murphy pondered, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing the name Gillette, Jian immediately understood. However, noticing Murphy's furrowed brow in deep contemplation, he quickly reassured him, all right, Murphy, there's no need to be so troubled. Is it not evident? Have you forgotten that Una has only just reached adulthood? Just a day before the tribal gathering, did we not share a meal at his home? Upon Jian's reminder, Murphy's memory was jogged, and he exclaimed, indeed, I had completely overlooked the fact that Una has only recently come of age. Gillette must have harbored feelings for Una long before, or else he would not have sought to solidify their bond so quickly. Surely, he feared that Una might develop affections for another male. Truly, Gillette exemplifies the admirable qualities of a male orc from our Tianshire tribe. After briefly listening to Murphy, Jane could not help but feel her lips twitching. My goodness, how oblivious could Murphy be? Had she not noticed that each time Una appeared, they would often catch sight of Gillette lurking nearby? Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Jane decided to share her thoughts with Murphy. Upon hearing this, Murphy was taken aback. Goodness, there were still rumors she was unaware of? When did this happen? As these thoughts raced through her mind, she could not help but voice her curiosity. Jane stifled the urge to roll her eyes and suppress the twitching of her lips as she patiently clarified the confusion for Murphy. As Jane recounted all that she had witnessed and heard regarding the gossip surrounding Una and Gillette, the four of them unknowingly made their way back to the tribe's encampment. Given the late hour, it was time to prepare dinner. Thus, while the two male orcs returned their belongings to the tent and retrieved the cooking utensils and food, Jane and Murphy began to wash their hands, ready to assist Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao in organizing the ingredients. Jian and Murphy surveyed the array of ingredients presented by their orc companions and were pleasantly surprised to discover some leftover vermicelli and wild boar meat from lunch. They resolved to prepare a hearty dish of braised pork with vermicelli for dinner. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao had already begun to kindle the fire, while Bai Luo commenced washing rice for cooking. Upon noticing Bai Luo's efforts, Jian promptly called out, Bai Luo, we shall be having a stew today. Do remember to cook the rice properly. Bai Luo, hearing Jian's prompt, eagerly replied, indeed, we shall have steamed rice today. I will start cooking it right away. Jian, please wait a moment. Once my rice is in the pot, I will assist you with the ingredients. Jian understood that once Bai Luo had resolved to assist him in a particular endeavor, her dissent would hold no sway. Bai Luo would proceed regardless. Thus, she chose not to object, merely nodding in agreement. Subsequently, she lowered her head to continue preparing the ingredients alongside Murphy. In truth, the task of preparing the ingredients was simply a matter of slicing the wild boar meat into smaller pieces. They also boiled water to soak the vermicelli and took the opportunity to chop some garlic and ginger, among other seasonings. However, due to the orc's hearty appetite for meat, Jian and Murphy had a considerable amount of ingredients to process. Jian and Murphy did not take long to finish their task. Xiao Xiao and Bai Luo completed their own work and approached to take over the responsibilities from Jian and Murphy, commencing the preparation of meat and various seasonings that Jian and Murphy had yet to finish. Jian and Murphy were not idle either. They took over the task of cooking rice, which had previously been handled by Xiao Xiao and Bai Luo. After the meat and seasonings were prepared, Xiao Xiao and Bai Luo began washing the diced pork, placing it into a pot to simmer. At this juncture, Jian and Murphy commenced straining the rice water, subsequently pouring the strained rice into a steamer to cook. Given that the braising of pork and noodles required a considerable amount of time, Jian and Murphy, upon completing the steaming of the rice, proceeded to process the unrefined wheat. Meanwhile, the broth from Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao transitioned from a vigorous boil to a gentle simmer. Fortunately, it was not the cold season but rather a temperate harvest period, ensuring the rice would not cool too quickly. When the pork and noodles were finally ready and the announcement to dine was made, Jian and Murphy had managed to process some of the wheat, although they were not in a rush to eat and simply focused on shelling the grains. With both males declaring the meal was served, the two swiftly gathered the wheat, intending to continue their work the following day. During the meal, Jian contemplated the necessity of confirming the work schedule, location, and personnel distribution with the others. Thus, she broached the subject with Bai Luo and Murphy. Upon hearing this, Murphy became quite enthusiastic and immediately began discussing with Jian and their male orc about when to resume processing the wheat the next day. After a period of discourse, they finally established the timing, location, and roles for the task ahead. With matters settled, everyone returned their focus to the meal. After dining, Murphy and Xiao Xiao retreated to their tent, while Bai Luo and Jian entered their own to rest. Closing her eyes, Jian activated the system, recalling that failing to submit her tasks today would result in a failure. Although it was not explicitly stated, she sensed that such a failure could lead to undesirable consequences, potentially jeopardizing her safety. Xiaobai, at least you possess some self-awareness. Humph. Xiaobai, submit the task, Jian silently instructed. An inexplicable sensation enveloped her, and she distinctly felt its presence where she had previously discarded the snake's shed skin. Ding. Task completed. Time taken exceeded expectations, points deducted. Reward granted. 1 seed, experience 30. What the heck? You deducted points for such a meager reward. Was that intentional? Jian's mind swirled with frustration. At that moment, she remained oblivious to the fact that Bai Luo had been awake for quite some time. Chapter 40. Dumplings as the first rays of morning sunlight bathed the golden landscape. Jian and Bai Luo rose early. After freshening up, they joined Murphy and the others for a light breakfast before preparing to process the wheat. Due to the substantial amount of wheat requiring attention, there was insufficient space within the tent. Hence, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao decided to move the wheat outside, stacking it in the open area before the tent. This provided ample space to work, yet a new challenge emerged, the lack of adequate tools. Currently, there was only a small stone pestle and a tiny grinding stone. Previously, the wheat flour had been produced through a collaborative effort between Murphy and Jian, with one handling the shelling and the other operating the grinder. However, with the addition of Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, the tools were wholly inadequate. Initially, the two male orcs intended to procure additional tools for themselves, allowing their partners to engage in leisure. Yet upon witnessing their beloveds tightly clutching the diminutive tools, they silently compared the size of the tools to their own physiques, concluding that these two meager instruments were far too small for them. Moreover, it appeared that their partners had no intention of relinquishing the tools. Consequently, the two available implements were left for Jian and Murphy, while the orcs reluctantly set out to inquire among other tribe members if any grinding stones or pestles could be borrowed. With heavy hearts, the two orcs lamented. Woe is us, our capable females have rendered us utterly insignificant. What shall we do? Jian and Murphy observed Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao as they ventured out to borrow some tools, and could not help but burst into laughter. Jian, did you catch the expressions on their faces moments ago? It was utterly hilarious. Murphy exclaimed, watching as Xiao Xiao and Bai Luo silently departed, unable to contain her amusement. Of course I noticed. It was simply too amusing. Jian replied, glancing at Bai Luo's retreating figure, unabashedly laughing despite the fact that Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao had not yet distanced themselves. Upon hearing their own females laugh so joyfully at their expense, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao were left with no recourse. After all, females deserve to be cherished. Realizing that a small concession on their part could elicit such delight, they decided to let the laughter continue. With this thought, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao began to lift the corners of their mouths, their pace unconsciously quickening. As Jian and Murphy observed Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao walking away, their laughter gradually ceased. They resumed their customary division of labor to process the wheat. By the time Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao returned, Jian and Murphy had already ground a modest pile of flour. Noticing their progress, Xiao Xiao and Bai Luo hastened to utilize the borrowed large stone pestle and mill to swiftly process the wheat. In response, Jian and Murphy, unwilling to be outdone, quickened their pace as if competing against the males. After an indeterminate amount of time, a sudden loud noise erupted nearby. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered to be emanating from Murphy's stomach. Murphy, what is the matter? Are you hungry? Jian inquired, glancing at her watch and realizing that, unbeknownst to them, it had already reached noon. Yes, Jian, I'm famished. I feel as though I could consume an entire cow. Murphy replied somewhat sheepishly. Perfect. Today we shall make dumplings filled with beef. I just wonder if you can actually finish an entire cow, Jian teased, unfazed by Jian's jest. Murphy cheerfully licked her lips and said, well, I suppose I could give it a try. Hiki, a new delicacy awaits us today. As Jian observed Murphy's greedy expression, she could not help but twitch her lips. Naturally, her hands ceased their grinding motion, and she began to scoop flour from the pottery basin, adding water to prepare the dough for dumplings. Seeing Jian commence the kneading process, Murphy hurriedly set aside her own tasks to come over and watch. Luo and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances at Jian and Murphy before returning their focus to silently husking wheat and milling flour. After Jian skillfully kneaded the dough in her hands, she began to shape it into a long strip. Subsequently, she pinched off pieces of dough according to a specific ratio, forming small dough balls. Only then did she retrieve a rolling pin and commence the task of rolling each small dough ball into thin dumpling wrappers. Observing Jian's playful endeavor, Murphy hastily returned with a rolling pin of his own, emulating Jian's motions to roll out dumpling skins. Both worked at a commendable pace, yet despite their efforts, a considerable amount of time passed without yielding many wrappers. Thus, Jian proposed that the two male orcs join their ranks in the rolling endeavor. To their astonishment, the addition of the two males had an immediate and impressive effect. Before long, all the dumpling skins were prepared. Next came the task of chopping the filling. Unsurprisingly, this responsibility was swiftly claimed by the two male orcs. Consequently, Jian and Murphy set about preparing the various seasonings needed for the dumplings. In no time, Luo and Xiao Xiao had finally chopped the filling and even seasoned the meat to perfection. Naturally, the next step was to learn how to wrap the dumplings. Jian casually picked up a dumpling skin, spread it across her palm, and used a small wooden spoon to scoop a portion of filling onto the wrapper. With deft fingers, she skillfully shaped a beautiful dumpling. After slowing her pace and wrapping a few more, she looked up at the other three and asked, "How is it? Have you learned?" It's simply about enclosing the filling within the wrapper. After demonstrating a few more times, she encouraged the trio to attempt it themselves. Being first-time dumpling wrappers, the results were indeed a delightful array of eccentric shapes, a sight to behold. "Jian, this dumpling making is quite difficult. I can't seem to get it right," Murphy lamented after trying his hand at wrapping one. "It's all right, Murphy. It's only your first attempt. With more practice, it will become easier. Besides, your first dumpling isn't bad at all. Its shape is rather creative." Jian reassured him with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Luo, captivated by Jian's comforting demeanor, found himself momentarily lost in thought. Recalling the first time he had met her, she was just as beautiful yet somehow different. He remained entranced until Xiao Xiao, noticing his daze, playfully slapped him on the back. "Hey, isn't she stunning? You should hurry up and have a cub." His teasing remark jolted Luo back to reality. Glancing at Xiao Xiao, who was making playful faces, he shoved him away with a glare and quickly presented his dumpling to Jian, seeking her praise. With a glance at Luo's childish demeanor, I couldn't help but roll my eyes in exasperation. After encountering a setback, Luo suddenly felt a wave of indignation. Observing Luo's increasingly agitated state, I eventually relented, saying, "Luo, you're quite impressive. These dumplings are truly beautiful." Upon receiving the compliment, Luo's mood instantly brightened, and he hastened his dumpling-making efforts. However, the memory of what he had witnessed the previous night momentarily halted his hands. One day, Jian would reveal it to me herself. With that thought, Luo felt a sense of relief. Regardless, Jian would always be my companion. He then cast a triumphant glance at Xiao Xiao, who was left with an overwhelming urge to drag Luo outside for a good thrashing. Before long, all the dumplings were prepared. Due to the sheer volume, Jian didn't bother counting them and proceeded to boil water for cooking. To everyone's surprise, they all seemed to relish the dumplings, though it was unclear whether their enjoyment stemmed from hunger or the dumplings' exquisite taste. Ultimately, there wasn't even a drop of broth left. Chapter 41. The cart time slipped away unnoticed, and before we knew it, the tribal gathering hosted by the Tiger clan was drawing to a close. At this stage, everyone attending the gathering had sold their goods and had also acquired many items they needed at the market, and Jian's group was no exception. As Jian and Murphy meticulously surveyed the contents of their respective tents during the absence of Luo and Xiao Xiao, who had ventured out for a hunt, they were struck by the realization of how many items they had unwittingly accumulated. Faced with the overwhelming abundance before them, a cloud of worry began to envelop them. "What shall we do, Jian? It seems we have acquired rather too much," lamented Jian. "Oh, how tragic it would be if we cannot carry it all. These treasures are dear to me." "Indeed," Murphy echoed, "it would be such a pity if we were unable to transport them back. We have worked so hard to procure these items. Just look at all this food and equipment. I suddenly regret buying so much. What are we to do?" At that moment, Luo and Xiao Xiao returned, laden with their catch, approaching Jian and Murphy from behind, unaware of their presence. "What troubles you, Jian? Are you worried about not being able to take these items with you?" Luo inquired. "Fear not. There will certainly be a way to transport everything. Even if I must climb, I shall assist you in bringing all your belongings back to the tribe." Upon hearing Luo's encouraging words, Jian's mind sparked with an idea. "Luo, I've just thought of a solution. We can construct a wooden cart and then capture a few livestock to pull it. That way, we can journey back to the tribe with our belongings. However, this may prolong our return," she added. "That is of no concern. We shall treat the process as an adventure. After all, my father and mother will tend to matters at home. A delayed return is of little consequence." Seeing Jian and Luo preparing to embark on their cart-building endeavor, Murphy felt a surge of enthusiasm. Jian, may I and Xiao Xiao accompany you? I have many items as well. It would indeed be a shame to leave them behind. Please, I implore you. Jian observed as Murphy began to unleash her adorable charm, finding herself somewhat unable to resist. After all, she had intended for Murphy and Xiao Xiao to journey together. The prospect of having the lively Murphy accompanying them promised to be quite delightful. Without you, Murphy, this journey would be rather dreary, wouldn't it? Haha, how splendid. However, Jian, could you enlighten us on how to construct that cart? Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao had long wished to inquire about this, and now that Murphy had voiced the question, they both leaned in attentively. As for the cart, it is neither overly complex nor utterly simple. The challenge lies in crafting well-formed wheels and a sturdy wooden base, followed by assembling these components. On the other hand, the materials are quite accessible, requiring merely some wood. Conveniently, both Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao possess commendable woodworking skills. Upon hearing Jian's explanation, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao could hardly contain their excitement, eager to fashion a cart that would allow their beloved female to transport her cherished belongings. Jian and Murphy felt a sense of joy as they noticed the concern that Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao had for them. However, they could not help but restrain the two. After all, it was mealtime, and it would be quite absurd to abandon the cooking and run off elsewhere. Once Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao understood Jian and Murphy's intentions, they realized their reactions had been somewhat excessive. Consequently, they obediently remained behind to prepare the meal together with Jian and Murphy. Following their lunch, Jian and Murphy observed the eagerness of the two male beast men to gather timber. They decided not to keep them back to clean up the aftermath and, with a sweeping gesture, allowed them to depart with their tree-cutting tools. The remaining tasks were entrusted to Jian and Murphy. Once Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao transformed into their beast forms, they eagerly unfurled their wings and soared towards the forest. In a short while, they reached the forest's edge. Upon landing, they promptly tucked away their wings and hurried towards an area thick with sturdy trees. Upon arrival, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao reverted to their human forms and began searching for trees that were appropriately sized and easy to transport. After some time, they finally discovered a large tree that met their criteria. Having made their selection, they retrieved their cutting tools and commenced the vigorous task of felling the tree. Once the tree was down, they did not rush to leave. Instead, they stripped the bark in the forest before collaboratively shouldering the substantial trunk towards the Tiger Clan settlement. Upon reaching the settlement, they found that Jian and Murphy had already procured the necessary woodworking tools for them. At that moment, they remembered that in their excitement, they had forgotten the most crucial aspect. Without tools, how could they engage in woodworking? It was indeed their dear ones who had thought this through so meticulously. With the tools prepared and the timber brought back, they were ready to commence their work. As Jian seized the opportunity while Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao were occupied with felling trees, she presented the design of a cart drawn on animal hide. Upon seeing the design, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Jian, this cart is truly marvelous. I just wonder how long it will take to create such a masterpiece. This was our first attempt at constructing a cart, and we are uncertain if we can bring your vision to fruition." "Oh, that is of no concern, brother Xiao Xiao, as long as it is functional. There is no need for it to be aesthetically pleasing. Durability is what matters most. If that is the case, Jian, you may rest assured. I shall strive to do my utmost to ensure it is well crafted." Bai Luo, who was listening nearby, could not resist interjecting. With that, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao began to cut the wood with their tools, crafting the components and planks for the cart. Given the numerous materials required and the absence of iron nails at present, all the parts had to be assembled using the most primitive mortise and tenon joint techniques. Consequently, constructing a cart in this manner would take significantly longer than if they were using iron nails. After several days of relentless toil from Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, the first cart on the Orc planet was finally completed. As Jian gazed upon the cart, he could not help but feel a surge of emotions. He also commended the craftsmanship of Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao. To be candid, the cart they produced exceeded his expectations by a considerable margin. After receiving Jian's praise, Bai Luo exerted himself even more, and before long, he had crafted a second cart. Upon examining both carts, Murphy noted that despite the shorter duration of use, the second cart was indeed superior to the first. Confused, he inquired with Jian and soon discovered that it was a matter of experience. During their initial attempt at constructing the cart, both males lacked experience, leading to a process of trial and error. The subsequent cart, however, benefited from the lessons learned during their first endeavor, as they meticulously rectified the shortcomings they had identified. Naturally, the results were markedly different. Just as Jian was reflecting on the impressive craftsmanship of Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, he suddenly received a notification from the system, experience fully accumulated, host level upgraded. At this moment, Bai Luo glanced at Jian, his brow furrowed in confusion, seemingly perplexed by the sudden appearance of this cryptic message. Jian was equally perplexed. An upgrade had occurred, and it seemed just a short while ago that she had merely gained a few experience points. To her astonishment, she had advanced in level after only a few days. This was quite unusual. Frowning in contemplation, Jian resolved that she must uncover the truth behind this anomaly. Otherwise, her unease would persist. With this thought in mind, she steadied her emotions and made a silent vow. Turning back to the onlookers surrounding the cart, she unexpectedly met the gaze of Bai Luo, who was exploring the scene. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Did he perceive something amiss? Jian's heart raced as she forced a calm smile and asked Bai Luo, What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Chapter 42. Confession. Once the 2 carts were completed, the gathering was nearing its conclusion, with only a collective wedding remaining. Naturally, Jian and the 4 of them were not required to attend, so they decided to tidy up that day and depart early the following morning after breakfast. After finishing dinner, Bailuo escorted Jian back to their tent. Yet, upon their return, Jian found herself in a state of unease. She sensed that Bailuo was aware of something. Otherwise, he would not have diverted the conversation earlier. While Murphy remained oblivious, how could she be so unaware? Should she confide in Bailuo? She was reluctant to deceive him. But how could she articulate her thoughts? In a room, Jane was ensnared in her tumultuous thoughts, while Bailuo outside busied himself with his belongings. Exuding an air of cheerfulness, he pondered when Jane might conceive their offspring, along with various matters that could easily provoke her ire. As for the secret Jane harbored, Bailuo, having come to terms with it, chose to cast it aside from his mind. After much contemplation, Jian could not arrive at a conclusion. She considered various approaches, directly informing Bailuo, who was already aware that she did not belong to the Beastman continent. Surely, it wouldn't be too peculiar, would it? Alternatively, she could invoke the name of the beast god, as the priest had claimed to be a divine emissary. Communicating with the beast god through a system was not an outrageous notion, was it? The simplicity of the people around her left Jian at a loss for words. And she could not quite grasp why. A multitude of images flickered through her mind, and ultimately, it was Bailuo who came to the forefront. Taking a deep breath, Jian stepped out of her room, knowing that Bailuo was outside preparing hot water for her. Bailuo, I have something to tell you. Something I have kept hidden for a long time. Jian approached Bailuo, closing her eyes and pouring out everything related to the system in one breath. And that is how things are. Bailuo remained silent, causing Jian to feel anxious. She feared that he might be upset with her for hiding things from him. Why was she so afraid of this? Tentatively, she opened her eyes to sneak a glance at Bailuo's expression. Amused yet somewhat disheartened, Bailuo observed Jian's every action. He pulled her into his embrace, ruffling her hair affectionately, tilting her chin to meet his gaze. Silly Jian, your Bailuo has known all along. I was merely waiting for you to voice it. With a low, almost gritted tone, he whispered in her ear, the last syllable eliciting a giggle from Jian. But didn't I just say it today? Bailuo, please don't be angry. I was wrong to keep things from you. I should have trusted you. Noticing the slightly darkened expression on Bailuo's face, Jian wrapped her arms around him, playfully pouting her lips, her big eyes filled with an endearing charm that captivated Bailuo. His gaze deepened, as if awakening something dormant within him. So, Jian, how do you intend to make it up to me? At his suggestive remark, Jian's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him a playful glare. Humph, you shameless. Before she could finish her thought, Bailuo pressed his lips firmly against hers, sealing their bond in a night of passion. As expected, the following morning's itinerary involved attending the evening gathering, which was technically the next day, this afternoon. After Bailuo and Xiao Xiao secured sufficient provisions for 4 people for the evening and the following morning, they returned with Jian and Murphy, who had already prepared the spices, heading towards the central square of the Tiger clan. On their way, Jian and Murphy initially believed they arrived early. However, upon reaching the central square, they discovered that many others had arrived even earlier. The square was filled to capacity. Wow, Jian, I had no idea so many people would attend the clan gathering. Murphy exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Murphy, it seems many have yet to arrive. Jian responded, beginning to scan the area for a suitable spot to roast meat. Just then, Mia Luo squeezed through the crowd and approached Jian and her companions. Hey, Murphy, you're here too. Unfortunately, there might not be any decent spots left, but luckily, we arrived early and saved some space for you. Come, I'll lead you there. With that, Mia Luo took Jian and Murphy's hands and began to navigate through the throng, while Bailuo and Xiao Xiao followed closely behind with the food. After some time, Mia Luo finally led them to their destination. Once settled, Jian produced the prepared flower tea, pouring a cup for each of them as the females gathered to chat, while the males took charge of grilling the meat for dinner. Before long, night fell, ushering in the clan's collective wedding ceremony. This gathering resembled the collective weddings Jian had witnessed in the Tianshi clan, with one notable difference. The couples participating hailed from various clans, excluding Una and Jialai. Following the ceremony, a bonfire party commenced, where everyone sat together, singing and dancing beneath the stars. As I observed the multitude gathered together, singing and dancing, my gaze fell upon the drum in the square. This sight evoked memories of a game I used to play during bonfire gatherings back on Earth, passing the flower. I began to explain the rules to the group. The game is quite simple. One person stands with their back to the others and beats the drum. Once the drumming commences, everyone starts passing a flower along. When the drumming ceases, all must halt as well. The person who holds the flower when the music stops is deemed the loser and must perform a show for the others. Is this clear to everyone? As Jian concluded her explanation, the others began to voice their uncertainties. Once Jian had elucidated all their queries, comprehension dawned upon them, and thus the game commenced. In the first round, a male from the leopard tribe faced defeat, and his performance was a dance, however. His movements were so disjointed that none could discern the style he was attempting. This elicited uproarious laughter from the audience. In the second round, a male chick from the bird tribe, still in its beast form, lost. Unable to transform, he had to sing as part of his punishment. His melodic voice was truly enchanting, rivaling that of the nightingale on Earth. As the game progressed through the third, fourth, and fifth rounds, waves of joy and laughter resonated from the central square, permeating the entire tiger tribe. The bonfire gathering continued for quite some time, for the tribal assembly would conclude the next day, and everyone would return to their respective tribes, uncertain of when they might meet again. Old acquaintances and new friends took the opportunity to reconnect. As midnight approached, the bonfire festivities gradually came to a close. Afterward, heartfelt farewells were exchanged, and in that moment, Jian felt a pang of melancholy. Indeed, parting is bittersweet, even after a mere 20 days of camaraderie. When the moment of separation arrived, time's swift passage became painfully evident. People from various tribes began to prepare for their journey back home, and Jian's group was no exception. However, their belongings included 2 carts. Due to time constraints, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao had yet to secure any draft animals, thus they had to rely on human strength to push the carts forward. The denizens of the Tian Shi tribe observed Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao maneuvering the carts with curiosity. Regardless of age or gender, everyone was drawn to the peculiar contraption, eager to inspect it. "What are you pushing, Uncle Bai Luo and Uncle Xiao Xiao? It can carry so many things and still move. How impressive!" exclaimed an excited male chick from the Tian Shi tribe. Seeing the interest the onlookers had in the carts, Xiao Xiao felt a sense of pride. Having participated in their creation, Bai Luo beamed with satisfaction, declaring, "This is a marvelous invention conceived by our Jian. It is truly exceptional. After all, Jian is a divine messenger." Upon noticing the children's curiosity, he eagerly explained, "Haha, this contraption is called a cart, a new gadget conceived by your Aunt Jian. She says it can not only transport items but, when harnessed to livestock, can carry people as well. This will certainly save us much travel time." The little chick, utterly amazed, exclaimed, "Goodness, how incredible! We can ride on it too? That is fantastic." This thought led the chick to imagine how wonderful it would be if his family had a cart as well, alleviating his father's burdens of transporting himself, his brother, their mother, and countless items. The more he pondered, the more he envied Jian and Murphy's families. The surrounding tribespeople, upon hearing Bai Luo's explanations, began to quietly covet the innovation of Jian and Murphy. However, as the cart was a product of Jian's ingenuity, they felt it was not their place to claim it. Should they wish to learn how to construct such a cart, they would first need Jian's approval. At that moment, Jian observed the expressions and reactions of the crowd after Bai Luo's remarks. Fortunately, there was not a single voice raised in discontent, despite their envy. No one suggested that Jian should teach them how to make carts. Witnessing this, Jian's fondness for the beastmen deepened. For no one relishes the thought of their creations being coveted by others. Before long, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao had organized all their belongings and loaded them onto the carts. Jian and Murphy were also prepared to embark on their journey. At this juncture, Mia Luo and her 2 companions arrived bearing gifts of local specialties from the tiger tribe to present to Jian and Murphy. After a heartfelt conversation filled with reluctance, the 2 departed towards the entrance of the tiger tribe. Upon reaching the exit, the members of the Tian Shi tribe bid farewell to Jian and her companions, promising to reunite upon their return to their respective tribes, before the male beastmen unfurled their wings and took to the skies. After the departure of the 4 clansmen, they commenced their journey toward the tribe. As they walked, they sought out herds of wild horses or bison, for indeed, they aimed to capture a robust and agile beast from the wilderness to serve as their means of transportation. Despite having encountered no success by midday, they remained undeterred. Following a modest meal, they resumed their trek. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, observing that Jian and Murphy had accompanied them for such an extended duration without complaint, felt a pang of compassion. They urged Jian and Murphy to ride in the cart, recognizing that their beloved companions were unaccustomed to such long distances, and their legs must surely be weary. As the sun began its descent in the western sky, the group found a clean spot by a small river, lush with grass, where they hastily consumed their provisions. Not long after, Jian spotted a herd of wild horses drinking from the riverbank. With excitement, she exclaimed to Bai Luo, "How wonderful! Bai Luo, look ahead. There appears to be a herd of wild horses by the riverbank." "Indeed, Jian, your keen eyes have not failed you. It truly is a herd of wild horses. This is splendid. We now have horses to pull our cart." Upon Bai Luo's declaration, he released the handles of the cart, prompting Jian to quickly disembark. Xiao Xiao, having also noticed the wild horses, informed Murphy and set down the cart's handles, allowing her to alight as well. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Xiao Xiao would pursue the wild horses while Bai Luo would remain behind to protect Jian and Murphy. Once their roles were established, Xiao Xiao transformed into his beast form and soared toward the herd. Approaching quietly, he lunged and captured the strongest stallion. With the magnificent creature secured, he swiftly returned to Bai Luo and the others, instructing Bai Luo to train the stallion before he returned to catch more horses. Bai Luo gazed at the exceptionally strong stallion that Xiao Xiao had brought back and immediately transformed into his beast form, using his fierce presence to subdue it. Initially, Jian was perplexed by Bai Luo's sudden transformation, fearing danger, and instinctively pulled Murphy behind him. After a moment of concealment, she realized Bai Luo was not posing a threat, while the captured stallion shifted from a proud demeanor to a state of agitation. At that moment, Xiao Xiao returned with another robust wild horse. Curiously, although both horses were captured from the same herd and were equally strong, they bore no resemblance to one another. However, such details were of little concern to the group, and Jian chose not to dwell on them. Once Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao had harnessed the wild horses to the cart, Jian retrieved the whip she had prepared for driving the horses. Each of the two men took a whip, and the group settled into the cart, with Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao positioned at the front as the drivers. As Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao cracked their whips, the wild horses let out a powerful neigh and began to gallop toward the direction of the Tianshi tribe. After enduring 3 days of bumpy travel in the cart, the group could no longer withstand the discomfort. Coincidentally, they reached mealtime, prompting the four to disembark and rest for lunch. While in the wilderness and on the move, they had subsisted on the provisions prepared before their journey, and this day was no exception. Once off the cart, they sat on the ground, producing flatbreads to commence their midday meal. During lunch, Murphy, having suppressed his thoughts for several days, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "Jian, while this cart is indeed swift and saves us energy, I must say it is quite jarring. Oh dear, just look at me. My backside feels as if it has been jolted to pieces. Truly a pitiful state." Several individuals could not help but burst into laughter, particularly Jian, who, along with Murphy, Bai Luo, and Xiao Xiao, perhaps unaware that a certain part of the human anatomy was discreetly referred to as a particular flower, was indeed cognizant of this. After listening to Murphy's description, she struggled to contain herself but ultimately succumbed to laughter, her giggles growing increasingly boisterous until she was nearly beside herself with mirth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Observing Jian's exaggerated amusement, Murphy then glanced at Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, both valiantly attempting to suppress their laughter. It was at that moment that she realized her inadvertent words had become the source of their ridicule. The more she pondered this, the angrier she became, feeling a strong urge to retaliate. "Oh, Jian, how dare you find amusement at my expense?" she thought indignantly. It seemed the time had come to teach Jian a lesson. With that resolve, Murphy abruptly abandoned her pastry and pounced on Jian, unleashing her unparalleled tickling prowess. Jian was already in fits of laughter, and at that moment, being playfully tormented by the irate Murphy filled her with an exquisite joy that was almost unbearable. She quickly reached out to Murphy in a plea for mercy. Seeing that Jian had surrendered, Murphy chose not to pursue the matter further. He retracted his hand and returned to his place to continue eating. However, as he departed, he issued a stern warning to Jian. It was only upon returning to his seat that he realized he had unknowingly become weary, his back aching and legs feeling weak. Upon observing Murphy's somewhat sluggish movements, it became evident that she was feeling unwell. Just as I was about to approach her to offer support, I realized that Xiao Xiao had also taken notice. Furthermore, he had directly pulled Murphy into his embrace, showering her with tender concern and affectionate displays. Watching the couple before me, I couldn't help but shudder slightly at the sudden onset of goosebumps. Unfortunately, this subtle gesture did not escape the keen gaze of Bai Luo, who was always attentive to my demeanor. "Jian, what is the matter? Are you feeling cold?" he inquired, before leaning in closer and wrapping his arms around me for warmth. At this moment, Jian became acutely aware of Bai Luo's actions, suddenly feeling an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. "Bai Luo, I'm perfectly fine, and I don't feel cold at all. In fact, I feel rather warm. Please, come sit a bit closer," she said, shyly inching to the side. Upon noticing Jian's demeanor, Bai Luo couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, dear Jian, you're shy again. It's amusing how, after all this time together, you still blush so easily." His thoughts drifted back to a couple of days prior. Unable to resist, Bai Luo moved closer to Jian once more, wrapping his arms around her and began to speak. "But Jian, I suddenly feel so cold. I'm also quite fatigued, drowsy, and yearning for sleep. Just look at me. I've been traveling by carriage for several days, and I hardly slept well during last night's vigil. Please, let me lean on you for a moment and rest." Although Jian was aware that Bai Luo was not genuinely cold, she recognized that he was indeed fatigued. The more she contemplated the situation, the more she perceived her own impulsiveness, and with each thought, her guilt deepened. "Bai Luo, it's all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on taking the carriage, we wouldn't have parted ways with our kin, and you wouldn't be so worn out." As Jian spoke, her voice dwindled to a whisper, and eventually she lowered her head in silence. Observing Jian's sudden shift in mood, Bai Luo realized that he had perhaps gone too far in his jest. "What should I do? I've truly upset Jian. I am such a fool. Jian, please don't be sad. I am perfectly fine. I'm not tired at all, nor am I sleepy," Bai Luo declared, promptly leaping to his feet and twirling around. "Look, Jian, I am truly all right. Please, do not be disheartened." Jian observed that Bai Luo appeared to be devoid of any issues, which alleviated her guilt. After their meal, the quartet chose not to proceed further, but instead set up camp, opting to rest for the night. As dusk descended, they casually dined once more before retiring for the evening. Chapter 44. Corn. Having endured several days of jostling in a carriage that left them all sore and nearly disassembled, the group decided against remaining in the vehicle for the entirety of their journey. Instead, they adopted a leisurely pace, walking intermittently while reveling in the breathtaking scenery along the way. Naturally, Xiao Xiao and Bai Luo occasionally ventured out to hunt, capturing small game nearby for a modest feast, with the occasional larger animal caught as well. On this particular day, it was Xiao Xiao's turn to hunt, leaving Bai Luo to safeguard Jian and Murphy. Jian was initially resting in place when, quite suddenly, Murphy urgently called for her to accompany her in search of a suitable spot to relieve herself. It was during this excursion that Jian stumbled upon a familiar expanse of golden cornfields. "Murphy, do you see that patch of golden plants ahead?" Jian exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, pointing towards the cornfield. At that moment, Murphy, preoccupied with her urgent need, glanced in the direction Jian indicated and was inexplicably filled with joy. "Haha, Jian. You are simply wonderful. I was at a loss for a place, and you've just found one for me. How splendid. Those tall plants will serve perfectly for cover. Let us go. I can barely hold it." With that, Murphy took Jian's hand and sprinted towards the cornfield. As they approached, Jian confirmed that the crops were indeed the corn she had cherished from her youth. She reminisced about the days when the village aunties would gather everyone to cultivate a small patch of corn. Before the ears had matured, she would sneak off with the older village children to taste the sweet sap from the stalks, a flavor that no later treat, not even sugarcane, could rival. Despite the punishments they sometimes faced upon discovery, yet their joy remained unquenched. Once the corn grew tall, the village children would play hide and seek within the fields, which had become the ultimate playground. They frolicked and laughed, contributing their share of nutrients to the soil to aid the corn's growth. As the corn began to ripen, families would prepare tender cobs for their children. When the corn was fully matured, they would make fresh cornmeal for porridge, steamed buns, and flatbreads, among other delightful treats. This season was one of great joy for the children, a period of happiness second only to the festivities of the new year. Jian gradually withdrew her thoughts, gazing at the cornfield before her, and unexpectedly found herself reminiscing about a time she believed would fade into oblivion. A surge of mixed emotions swept over her, and she couldn't help but silently extend her blessings. Murphy tugged at Jian and dashed to the edge of the cornfield, unceremoniously tossing Jian outside, while she herself delved in to address her physiological needs. Upon her return, she caught sight of Jian diligently plucking corn, without needing to inquire. Murphy could tell from Jian's movements that this was indeed something delectable. How delightful. Another delicious treat awaited. The mere thought of food made Murphy hastily pull out her water bottle to wash her hands, joining Jian in the corn-picking endeavor. "Jian, how wonderful. We've found something tasty again, but I'm unsure what this is. Could you enlighten me?" "Murphy, this is the corn I mentioned to you before. However, the corn we have now is rather mature, and boiling it might not yield the best flavor. Nonetheless, we can grind this corn into flour to steam buns or make corn cakes." Initially, upon hearing Jian mention that boiling might not be ideal, Murphy was on the verge of giving up on picking corn. Yet, when Jian spoke of the new culinary possibilities, Murphy's spirits were rekindled, and she resumed her efforts with renewed vigor. "How splendid. Does this mean we will have something delicious today?" To be honest, after several days of eating wheat cakes, I've grown somewhat weary of them. Now, with this new food, everything is splendid. Ha! Jian listened to Murphy lamenting his weariness of wheat pancakes, unable to suppress a smirk, pondering, wearied? Surely not. Who is it that clamors for wheat pancakes every mealtime? However, upon reflection, Jian comprehended that Murphy was simply craving corn again, though he chose not to expose Murphy's little ruse. After all, he had intended to prepare some long-missed corn cakes. Both Jian and Murphy worked swiftly, and before long, they had finished plucking a small patch of corn. Yet, upon pausing, they were beset with a dilemma: how to carry back the excess corn. "What shall we do, Jian? With so much corn, how can we bring it back? If only I had thought to bring some cloth bags." Murphy lamented, his brow furrowed in distress. "Fear not, Murphy. Perhaps we can weave something from the surrounding grass to transport the corn, or we could make a quick trip back for bags. Moreover, if we cannot manage it ourselves, we still have our males to assist us," Jian reassured, noticing Murphy's furrowed brow and realizing that the storage area was not far away. Upon hearing Jian's words, Murphy had a moment of clarity. "Of course. How could I have overlooked that? The storage place is quite close. We could easily dash back." With renewed enthusiasm, they set off towards the direction of the cart. However, before they could reach the cart, they encountered Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, who were approaching in search of them. Upon their arrival, Jian and Murphy promptly halted. "Xiao Xiao, what brings you here? When did you return?" "We were just about to fetch some bags for the corn," exclaimed Murphy, who rushed into Xiao Xiao's embrace, chattering excitedly. Seeing Bai Luo arrive, Jian approached him, saying, "Bai Luo, you're here. Perfect timing. For Murphy and I have just gathered some corn and we're fretting over how to transport it back." Upon hearing about the corn, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao exchanged knowing glances, realizing that their culinary fortunes were about to improve. It seemed that since their journey began, the two females had scarcely cooked, subsisting primarily on rations or roasted meats. With the introduction of new ingredients, it was certain that the females would once again take to the kitchen. The thought alone made Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao swallow in anticipation. Unbeknownst to them, their subtle gestures had not gone unnoticed, as their females were keenly aware of their expressions, though the males' intentions were misinterpreted. Jian and Murphy pondered. Humph. Just a little reluctant to cook, are we? Do not think for a moment that we are unaware. Humph. The more you shy away from culinary duties, the more we shall compel you to hone your skills. Meanwhile, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao remained oblivious to the misunderstanding. Had they known, one could only imagine how fervently they might express their loyalty. All right, let us proceed swiftly. Just ahead, we have gathered all the corn we've husked. Hurry and take it away, lest it fall prey to other animals. After succinctly concluding her remarks, Jane promptly boarded the carriage, seizing the reins collected by Bai Luo and directing the vehicle towards the cornfield. Beside her, Murphy, noticing that Jane and the others had departed, hastily urged Xiao Xiao to follow suit. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the cornfield. Upon reaching their destination, Jane quickly disembarked to inspect whether the corn had sustained any damage. Having been hastily pulled away by Murphy earlier, she had not considered the need to guard the corn. What a pity it would be if it fell victim to small animals. After examining the corn, Jian let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Fortunately, there are few animals nearby, and there has been no loss. How dreadful it would have been if the corn we had painstakingly harvested had been ruined by small creatures. Upon hearing Jian's words, Murphy suddenly recalled that he had indeed become overly excited just moments ago. Unable to suppress a sheepish grin, he turned to Jian and said, Jian, I must admit, I got a bit carried away and completely forgot to leave someone to guard the corn. I dragged you away without a second thought. Considering that nothing was lost, could you find it in your heart to forgive me? With a sense of exasperation, Jian rolled her eyes at Murphy and remarked, Given your words, if I do not forgive you, wouldn't he that portray me as excessively petty? Hee, I knew Jian was the best. Murphy replied, Let us hasten to load the corn onto the cart. The day is advancing, and soon we shall need to find a suitable place to camp and prepare our meal. With that, Murphy began diligently loading the corn. Jian and the others glanced at the sky and promptly joined in the effort to transport the corn. Once all the corn was loaded onto the wagon, the group set off from the cornfield. Not far along their journey, Bai Luo discovered a habitable cave, prompting the four of them to make their way toward it. Upon reaching the vicinity of the cave, the two males cautiously entered after ensuring there was no danger, swiftly beginning to clear and tidy up the space. Meanwhile, Jian and Murphy worked outside, organizing the ingredients, chopping meat and vegetables, and grinding corn flour. By the time Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao completed their task inside the cave, Jian and Murphy had already prepared all the ingredients for their evening meal. Observing the considerable amount of corn Jian and Murphy had husked, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao recognized the hard work the two had undertaken. Without pausing to wash their hands, they immediately began gathering firewood outside the cave to assist their mates in kindling a fire. Jian and Murphy were delighted to see the two horses so eager. Murphy, I'm about to start making corn cakes. Would you like to learn? Absolutely. Please hurry up, exclaimed Murphy, barely containing his excitement. Very well. With that, Jian began mixing cornmeal into a batter, which this time was more akin to a thick paste than dough. As she prepared the mixture, she simply added a pinch of salt, refraining from incorporating any additional seasonings. Once the batter was ready, Jian called Bai Luo to place the stone slab onto the makeshift stove they had just erected. After the slab was preheated, she poured a spoonful of oil onto it. When the oil began to shimmer, Jian ladled a scoop of batter onto the slab, using a wooden spatula to spread it evenly. Once one side was cooked, she flipped the corn cake with bamboo tongs to cook the other side. In just a few minutes, a corn cake, fragrant with the rich aroma of corn, was ready. Chapter 45. Homecoming naturally, Jian continued this process, producing over a dozen cakes in total. Noticing Murphy's eagerness to try his hand at the task, Jian set aside her tools and handed the batter over to him, saying, Murphy, I can see that you're itching to give it a go. Why don't you take over while I take a short break? Murphy's eyes sparkled with joy. Really? That's fantastic. Hurry up and rest, Jian. You look exhausted. With a beaming smile, he took the spoon from Jian and began to mimic her actions. The initial cakes he produced were rather unfortunate in appearance, but Jian quickly stepped in to guide him. Once Murphy had fully grasped the technique, she excused herself to prepare a vegetable and lean meat soup. While Jian and Murphy busied themselves with cooking, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, the two male orcs, were also occupied. They unhitched two horses from the cart and led them to a nearby meadow to graze, while also gathering grass in 2 baskets for the horses' feed the following morning. When Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao returned, carrying the baskets of fresh hay, they found that Jian's corn cakes and the vegetable soup were ready. After setting down the feed and securing the horses, Jian declared that it was time to eat. For those who had been feasting on roasted meat for several days, enjoying corn cakes followed by a hearty bowl of soup was pure bliss. Jian, these corn cakes are delicious. I believe they surpass those made from wheat flour, exclaimed Murphy. However, it seems we have found rather limited corn this time, and I worry it may not be enough. Oh, that's not a concern. We can ration our portions for now, and we can also save some of the plum kernels as seeds. When we return, we can plant them. And by the next harvest, we can indulge ourselves. Initially, Murphy felt disheartened at the thought of rationing, but the prospect of planting seeds and feasting later lifted his spirits. Upon hearing Jian's words, Bai Luo silently resolved, it seems we will have much to do upon returning to the tribe, to ensure Jian has ample of her favorite foods. I must cultivate more land. One cannot underestimate the lengths to which an orc will go to please their female. They would brave any peril, be it farming or even hunting dragons, if it meant bringing joy to their beloved. Little did Bai Luo know that one day he would indeed venture alone to hunt a dragon for Jian's safety. But that is a tale for another time. Presently, they were still enjoying their evening meal. After dinner, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao efficiently lit a fire in the cave and settled their females in for a restful night. Once the females were comfortably arranged, the two males went outside to clean up the remnants of their meal. After washing all the dishes and pots, they did not rest, but instead boiled a large pot of water for Jian and Murphy to bathe. Once Jian and Murphy had taken turns bathing, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao headed to the nearby river for their own wash, bringing back the clothes their females had changed out of to clean as well. When Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao returned to rest, they found that their females were still battling the encroaching waves of sleep. Upon seeing their males return, Jian and Murphy no longer fought against their fatigue. After exchanging goodnights, they collapsed into the arms of their respective companions. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao exchanged affectionate smiles, marveling at how endearing their females were. After agreeing that Xiao Xiao would keep watch during the first half of the night, followed by Bai Luo, he gently kissed Jian and settled into sleep. After several days of walking, Jian and her companions were finally nearing the lion tribe. Jian could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. We are almost home. Although we have traveled safely, this marks the first extended absence from the tribe since my arrival. Murphy chimed in. Indeed, this is the longest I have been away from home. I miss my mother's soup and my father's roasted meat. Let us hurry. I must return to my mother's house for dinner. No sooner had Murphy spoken than Xiao Xiao urged the horses into a brisk gallop towards the tribe. As Jane observed, Murphy and the others were hastening to return home. Glancing up at the sky, she realized it was nearly noon. She urged Bai Luo to hurry home to prepare lunch, unaware that there was no need to cook that day. As Jane and Bai Luo's carriage approached the entrance of the tribe, they spotted Bai Luo's parents waiting there, smiling in their direction. As they drew closer, Bai Luo inquired, Father, Mother, what brings you here? Jiming smiled at Bai Luo, gently caressing the faces of both her and Jane, and replied, While I was cooking at home, I heard some commotion outside. Upon stepping out, I discovered it was Murphy and Xiao Xiao returning with their carriage. I thought, since they are back, you must be as well, so I asked them a few questions. Upon learning that you were still on your way, I hurriedly brought your father to fetch you for lunch. You have been away from the tribe for so long. It must have been arduous. Fiji, noticing his partner's incessant chatter with Bai Luo, interrupted, All right, Ji Ming, the children have just returned and must be quite tired. Let us hasten home for a meal, and afterward, they can rest. With that, Fiji gently took Ji Ming's hand, which had been resting on Jane and Bai Luo's faces, and clasped it tightly in his own. Oh dear, I got so carried away with joy that I forgot you just returned. Quick, let us go home for dinner. Ji Ming exclaimed, casting a playful eye at Fiji. Come, Father, Mother, please, get onto the carriage. We need not walk, Jane said, promptly dismounting to assist Ji Ming and Fiji onto the carriage. Thus, the family of four rode back to the home of Fiji and Ji Ming. Upon arrival, Ji Ming and Fiji busied themselves in the kitchen, while Jane fed the horse in the yard. Bai Luo began sorting through items acquired from the trade at the Tiger Tribe gathering, setting aside a portion to gift to Fiji and Ji Ming. After placing the items destined for Fiji and Ji Ming into the pantry, Jane and Bai Luo wandered through the house, reminiscing. This dwelling held significant meaning for Jane, as it was her first refuge upon arriving at the Lion Tribe, where she had shared her first bed with Bai Luo, their first kiss, and countless cherished moments. Exchanging knowing smiles, Jane and Bai Luo shared an unspoken bond, for everything was understood in their hearts, needing no further words. Chapter 46. Preparing the family feast. Jian and Bai Luo made a deliberate visit to their previous quarters. To their surprise, the furnishings remained undisturbed yet were impeccably clean, as if they still resided there. This realization warmed Jian's heart, evoking a profound sense of gratitude. It marked the first time since her arrival on the Orc planet that she felt the comforting presence of her elders. At that moment, Ji Ming had prepared a meal and called out from the living room towards the room where Bai Luo and Jian were. Bai Luo, Jian, the meal is ready. It's time to eat. Jane swiftly retracted her thoughts and exited the room alongside Bai Luo. Upon arriving in the dining hall, she was greeted by an array of sumptuous dishes, a clear indication that Ji Ming and Fei Ji had put forth considerable effort and were sincerely welcoming them back. As soon as Fei Ji and Ji Ming noticed Jane and Bai Luo's arrival, they eagerly beckoned the two to take their seats and enjoy the meal. Once seated, the four began to indulge in the feast. During the meal, Fei Ji suddenly recalled something and addressed Bai Luo, saying, By the way, Bai Luo, I have seen the items you placed in the storeroom. We have accepted the food, but there are certain items, such as the feathers from the Jiao bird, which are rather impractical for us. I have sorted them out and placed them back in your cart. Please take them with you for your own use. Bai Luo, observing his father's firm stance, refrained from further discussion and merely nodded in acknowledgement. The conversation soon shifted to familial matters and various incidents encountered during their journey to the tribal gathering. Jane also took the opportunity to inform Fei Ji and Ji Ming about the discoveries of wheat and corn. Upon hearing that they had found new food sources, Fei Ji was elated and later expressed to Ji Ming on several occasions how fortunate Bai Luo was to have encountered such an exceptional female. Naturally, he could not resist praising Ji Ming's gentleness and intelligence, while subtly lauding his own discernment in recognizing such a remarkable partner. This often left Ji Ming feeling exasperated. However, the primary focus remained on discussing the handling of the new food supplies. After considering Jian and Bai Luo's situation, Fei Ji remarked, "As for the two types of food you have brought back, it would be wise not to promote them just yet. After I finish my meal, I will speak with the chief. It is worth noting that the discovery of these foods has some connection to his family, particularly Murphy. It would be prudent to gauge his thoughts on the matter. Whatever the outcome, he will ensure that you are not at a disadvantage." Upon hearing Fei Ji's perspective, Jian and Bai Luo nodded in agreement. This indeed made sense, as Murphy was a female from the chief's family, and their relationship was inherently close. Jian suddenly recalled the events of the past. The clan leader had indeed ensured they never suffered any losses. Although Jian held the esteemed title of messenger, the tribesfolk did not take for granted the knowledge he imparted to them. Instead, they revered him even more. During Jian and his spouse's recent journey, whenever matters arose at home, the members of the tribe actively assisted Fei Ji and Jiming in tending to Jian's fields and livestock. Upon their return, they encountered numerous tribespeople, all diligently engaged in their own agricultural tasks, who paused to greet them warmly. After enjoying lunch, Jian and Bai Luo resumed their journey homeward in their carriage. In the brief span of a few minutes, no fewer than 30 tribesfolk exchanged pleasantries and engaged in light conversation with the pair, including several playful young ones. Upon arriving at their residence, Jian and Bai Luo set about unloading the carriage, with Jian leading the horse to the stable and securing it. Observing that all the livestock had grown significantly since their departure, Jian felt a swell of warmth in his heart, appreciating the sense of belonging that family brings. Once Jian had tethered the horse, Bai Luo began transferring the items from the cart to the storage room. Jian joined him in this endeavor, and after a considerable effort, they finally moved everything indoors. After organizing their belongings, both were thoroughly exhausted, feeling as if they had just emerged from a pool, drenched and sticky with sweat. Bai Luo promptly fetched water from the cistern in the yard to prepare for bathing, while Jian entered the kitchen to start the fire for boiling water. Before long, a large pot of water was ready. Bai Luo mixed the boiling water with cool water, and together, they took clean clothes into the bathing area. After their refreshing wash, Jian felt rejuvenated, the weariness dissipating completely. He sighed contentedly, exclaiming, "A hot bath feels so delightful. It's as if I've been reborn." Bai Luo wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, Jian. We have finally returned home." Then, Bai Luo suddenly remembered that their house had been uninhabited for quite some time and likely gathered a layer of dust. "Oh, Jian. Our home has been empty for so long, there must be quite a bit of dust. Why don't you take a seat while I tidy up the house?" Hearing Jian's words, Bai Luo quickly replied, "No need for that. Bai Luo, our home is quite tidy. I just checked. And I believe it must be Mother who helped us with the cleaning." Jian continued, "Speaking of which, both Mother and Father have done so much for us. It seems we have never properly treated them to a meal. How about we prepare a delightful feast with the fresh ingredients we just brought back to reward Father and Mother today?" Upon hearing this, Bai Luo nodded enthusiastically and responded with a smile, "Jian, you decide. I have no objections to whatever you choose." Jian glanced at Bai Luo, who readily agreed, expressing great satisfaction. "Very well. Let us proceed swiftly, for this afternoon we must invite Father and Mother to dinner. We need to prepare without delay." Jian then added, "Quickly go and inform Father and Mother, lest they prepare the meal in vain." Once Jian had finished giving instructions, Bai Luo hurriedly exited, making his way towards the homes of Fei Ji and Ji Ming. As soon as Bai Luo departed, he busied himself with unpacking the ingredients he had brought back, initiating the preparations. When Bai Luo arrived at the homes of Fei Ji and Ji Ming, he found them lounging in the yard, basking in the sun and engaged in conversation. After promptly explaining his intentions, Bai Luo took his leave and returned home to assist Jian with the preparations for dinner. Upon arriving home, Bai Luo joined Jian in readying the meal. Although the number of diners that evening would be few, Jian wished to express her gratitude to her father and mother by preparing a more elaborate spread. Observing Jian's determination to prepare an extensive array of dishes, Bai Luo felt a pang of concern for her well-being. After some contemplation, he suggested, "Jian, preparing so many dishes is quite laborious. Since it is just the four of us dining, it need not be so complicated. I propose we simply enjoy a spicy hot pot instead." Jian expressed a differing opinion. "Bai Luo, the weather has been quite dry lately, and indulging in spicy hot pot might lead to discomfort. How about we opt for a soup pot today? It is quite similar to hot pot, but without the chili, making it a lighter choice more suitable for this climate. Of course, if you desire something spicy, you can always add chili to your dipping sauce, but moderation is key." Bai Luo found Jian's reasoning sound and felt delighted by Jian's concern. "You make an excellent point, Jian. Eating spicy hot pot is indeed ill-advised at this moment. However, I am unfamiliar with the flavor of this soup pot. It seems a perfect opportunity to try it today. Thank you, Jian. By the way, is there anything you need me to do?" Noticing that Jian had already prepared the cleaned and chopped ingredients, Bai Luo eagerly volunteered to help. Ah, there is indeed a task for you. The accompaniments are ready, but we still need to prepare the soup base. Baluo, please head to the yard and dispatch a few poultry. Clean them thoroughly and chop them into pieces before bringing them back. Upon receiving Jian's instructions, Baluo sprang into action. First, fetching some clean water from the vat in the yard to heat for scalding the poultry. After preparing the hot water, he caught several robust roosters from the coop, tied them securely, and retrieved a large wooden basin along with a small earthen pot. Once everything was ready, Baluo took Jian's knife and began to dispatch the roosters, collecting their blood in the earthen pot. After draining the blood, he placed the chickens into the wooden basin. Meanwhile, Jian, estimating the time, hurriedly poured the hot water over the poultry in the basin. After a brief period, the feathers could be easily plucked. Together, Jian and Baluo worked diligently to remove all the feathers. Yet Jian still felt the poultry required further cleaning. Determined, she decided to singe the skin over a flame. Baluo promptly complied, gathering some hay in the yard to burn away the fine down. Once the delicate feathers were eradicated, he skillfully chopped the birds into pieces using a trusty cleaver. By the time Baluo finished preparing the poultry and presented it to Jian, she had already cleaned the pot. Seeing Jian's readiness, Baluo quickly settled in front of the stove to kindle the fire. As the flames flickered to life, Jian poured clean water into the pot. Once the water boiled, she added the chicken pieces for blanching. After blanching the meat, she retrieved it and cleaned the pot again, pouring in the rendered fat from the poultry along with the previously prepared wild boar fat. As the fats melted in the pot, Jian introduced the blanched chicken pieces and began to stir-fry them. When the meat started to change color, she added fresh water and the prepared soup base ingredients, such as ginger, garlic, and Sichuan pepper, covering the pot to simmer the broth. Baluo, observing the situation, added a few durable pieces of firewood. Once the broth began to bubble, Jian instructed him to lower the heat for a gentle simmer. After several hours of simmering, the aroma of the bird broth wafted through the air, and its color transformed into a rich pale yellow. As dinner time approached, Jian urged Baluo to set up the table and benches by the small stove in the yard, while also asking him to ignite the fire there. Following this, Jian fetched a large earthen pot and ladled some broth into it for Baluo to carry to the stove. Once Baluo completed these tasks, Jian presented the prepared meats, freshly made dumplings, meatballs, and an assortment of noodles onto the table in the yard, not forgetting the various dipping sauces. As they completed their preparations, twilight descended. Baluo's parents arrived, and with everyone gathered, the bubbling soup pot signaled the commencement of their family feast. Chapter 47. The family feast due to their youth and status as hosts. Jian and Baluo waited until Fei Ji and Ji Ming were seated before they took their places. Well, no need to linger any longer. Let us commence the feast, exclaimed Ji Ming. It has been quite a bustling midday here, and I was quite curious about what kept you so busy. Now, I see. She laughed heartily. Such an array of dishes, many of which are unfamiliar to us. I can only surmise that it is Jian who has crafted such delights. Just look at these round dumplings and this moon-like delicacy. It is evident that Jian possesses a remarkable talent in the kitchen. Ji Ming gazed at the table laden with food, her face beaming with satisfaction as she offered her praise. Once Ji Ming had finished her words, the four of them raised their chopsticks and began to dip into the hot pot, relishing the dishes. Baluo, witnessing his mother's delight in their beloved Jian, smiled radiantly at Ji Ming and Jian. Baluo seemed to have reverted to his foolish ways again, but she chose to disregard him and began speaking to Jiting, saying, "Mother, please do not praise me any further. The dumplings I made today are not particularly difficult. Many people on our planet can prepare them. If you enjoy them, I could certainly make more for you next time, or I could simply share the recipe with you. However, those moon-shaped dumplings are a bit more labor-intensive. Perhaps I could teach you another day? That would be splendid. I was just thinking about learning how to make these." Jiting replied, "Now that you are willing to teach me, how could I possibly refuse to learn?" Upon finishing her sentence, Jiting noticed her bowl had magically filled with dumplings. With a smile, she turned to glance at Fiji, who was voraciously devouring his meal. After serving him a generous helping of vegetables, she returned her focus to her own food. Baluo, seated across from them, couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Indeed, his father had not changed. Every time there was delicious food in sight, he would indulge himself without restraint. Yet, he never forgot to prepare a portion for mother sitting beside him. Jian sensed Baluo beside him gazing intently at Fiji and Ji Ming across the table, and curiosity began to stir within him. He lifted his head to take a look, only to be taken aback by what he saw. Goodness! What on earth has happened to the esteemed father-in-law? Has he been starved by the matriarch for days? His manner of eating is simply astonishing. Yet, observing the gentle matriarch across the table, it seemed unlikely that she would mistreat him. Moreover, during lunch earlier, he certainly did not appear this way. Could he have been swapped? Baluo, noticing Jian's unwavering attention on his father's eating habits, felt the familiar pang of embarrassment wash over him. Having a gluttonous father was truly a lifelong shame. However, since he was indeed his father, there was little he could do about it. As the meal concluded, Jian's thoughts remained ensnared by the image of his father-in-law's eating. Fiji, having finished his meal and patting his full belly, suddenly remembered that he had important matters to discuss. "Ah, Baluo, Jian, regarding the food you brought back. I have already spoken with your clan leader uncle about it. We discussed that, given the small quantity of wheat and corn you returned with. There is no need to exchange them with the tribespeople. Of course, finding new food is significant for the tribe. The clan leader has suggested convening a tribal assembly tomorrow, hoping that you and Murphy can present some of the new food to everyone, allowing the tribesmen to see and perhaps seek it out themselves. Bailuo and Jian had no objections to Fiji's words. Jian had never intended to hoard the new food. He simply hesitated to share the fruits of his labor. The clan leader merely wished for them to showcase a sample for everyone, allowing others to venture out for more. This posed no loss to them and could even enhance their reputation. Why not embrace it? Seeing that Bailuo and Jian were in agreement, Fiji nodded with satisfaction and said, "Ha ha ha. I knew you two would have no objections. Now that the important matters are settled, it's getting late. We should tidy up and head to bed. You two have traveled quite a distance. I and your mother want to keep you from resting. We'll take our leave now." With that, Fiji took Jimeng's hand and departed from Bailuo and Jian's home, heading back to their own. After seeing Fiji and Jimeng off, Bailuo and Jian did not immediately rest. Instead, they began to clear the remnants of the meal from the table, transferring the dishes to the kitchen. They returned the table to its original position in the living area, extinguished the small stove as fire, and secured the courtyard gate. Once these tasks were completed, they entered the kitchen to prepare some bathing water. After they had washed up, they finally closed the main door of their home and entered their room. Jian casually retrieved the reward from this task in front of Bailuo. Besides experience points, there was only a single seed left, roughly the size of a thumb. It was plump yet oddly shaped, unlike any seed Jian had seen before, and it was dark, raising doubts in Jian's mind about its viability. Could this be a trick? What use could such a seed possibly have? Seeing Bailuo also staring at the seed in astonishment, Jian's frustration flared, and he was ready to toss the seed away. After all the effort I put into this task, they deducted my points and gave me this mysterious seed. Bailuo promptly stopped Jian, saying, "Come now. This should be useful. Otherwise, why would they reward you with it?" "That's not certain," Jian huffed, still disgruntled, muttering under his breath. "All right, don't be upset. Didn't you say you bought quite a few things earlier? How about we take a look at them together?" Bailuo chuckled at Jian's sulking demeanor, finding it rather endearing. "Oh, right. If I don't take them out soon, they'll be confiscated. That stingy old miser charges for everything." With that, Jian began to pull out the items he had previously purchased with points, thinking to himself, and with a flick of his wrist, the items appeared on the bed. Even Bailuo, who was aware of the system's wonders, was momentarily taken aback. "Bailuo, look, these are the eggs I bought. They are staples in every household back home. This one is a chicken egg, and that one is a duck egg." Jian pointed to a bag of round eggs that resembled dragon beast eggs but were significantly smaller. "Bailuo, these eggs can hatch into chicks and ducklings. And we can raise them. They breed rapidly. Once the hens mature, they will lay 1 to 2 eggs daily. We can keep several hens. And they will grow to be about the size of a gula beast, while the ducks will be slightly larger." Jian continued explaining, observing Bailuo's reactions with anticipation. "This is rapeseed. It can be pressed for oil. While we can extract oil from fatty meat, it's not sustainable for long periods, especially in the cold season when meat is scarce. Oil becomes essential." Chapter 48. Experiment. The following day, the clan leader indeed summoned the tribespeople. After seeing the samples of corn and wheat provided by Jian and Murphy, many adventurous tribesmen recognized them. However, they had been unaware that these were edible foods. Now that they understood these wild grasses and the fruits growing on low trees were indeed consumable, they were quite agitated. After all, who would want to hoard food in these times? Upon learning that some had encountered corn and wheat, the clan leader promptly sought them out to gather information about their growing locations. He then convened a tribal assembly, urging everyone to participate in the harvest. After the meeting, each household dispatched an orc to join the clan leader's impromptu harvesting team. After counting the participants, the clan leader divided them into 2 teams. Additionally, he split those who knew the way into 2 groups, one for those familiar with corn and its growing area, and the other for those acquainted with wheat and its region. He appointed 2 captains to manage the teams. Bailuo and Xiao Xiao chose not to accompany the harvesting team, while Fiji and Jimeng joined them. The clan leader, needing to manage tribal affairs, also refrained from participating, leaving Xiao Xiao to take a trip instead. As for Murphy, he joined Xiao Xiao since he was heading out. Once the harvesting teams departed, Bailuo and Jian busied themselves preparing for corn and wheat cultivation. Jian was uncertain if planting corn and wheat in this season would yield any results, as he had never done so before. Yet, he decided to attempt it, treating it as a last resort. Regardless of the outcome, trying was the only way to find out. After all, even if it ultimately failed, it would not amount to a significant loss. Certainly, if she could successfully cultivate these plants, it would be most splendid, as it would not only enrich the tables of her kin swiftly but also facilitate her seamless integration into the Orc continent. Despite the presence of Bailuo, the prolonged duration had not fostered a profound sense of belonging for Jian in this unfamiliar realm. Instead, it was these familiar plants that provided her with solace for her spirit. Ultimately, her foremost desire remained to ensure that a sufficient number of her people could satiate their hunger and avoid starvation during the harsh winter. With her resolve firmly established, Jian was determined to execute her plans to the utmost perfection. Having never cultivated corn or wheat before, she was uncertain whether soaking the seeds beforehand was necessary. After pondering, she decided to divide her experiment into two categories. Jian meticulously separated the selected seeds of corn and wheat into two portions, each containing 10 seeds. One portion was soaked overnight before planting, while the other was sown directly without soaking. As this was an experiment, she opted not to plant them outdoors but rather in a small vegetable patch within her yard. Naturally, after planting, she did not forget to mark her work. Upon realizing the need for labels, she instructed Bai Luo to procure 4 small wooden boards, upon which she inscribed the types of seeds and their respective treatments using charcoal from burnt branches. After completing these tasks, Jian diligently visited the vegetable patch daily to observe the growth of the seeds, meticulously recording her findings in a notebook. After several consecutive days of observation, she noted that the soaked corn and the unsoaked wheat exhibited the most vigorous growth, with nearly all 10 seeds sprouting. In contrast, the unsoaked corn and soaked wheat yielded only a sparse scattering of seedlings. Over the course of the next 10 days, she observed that the unsoaked corn gradually began to sprout as well, albeit with noticeably weaker growth compared to the soaked variety. The soaked wheat, however, presented a starkly different scenario. The few seedlings that had managed to emerge began to perish, and those seeds that had yet to germinate showed no signs of breaking the soil even after several days had passed, while the unsoaked wheat seedlings thrived robustly. From these observations, Jian concluded that pre-soaking corn seeds was crucial for accelerating their growth, while wheat, being a drought-resistant plant, did not require soaking. Hence, both the soaked corn and the unsoaked wheat were capable of germinating in the shortest time possible. Following the completion of her experiment, the 2 gathering teams that the chieftain had dispatched returned one after another, each laden with their harvest. Unsurprisingly, they all returned with nothing but wheat ears and corn cobs, leaving behind the bulky stalks that would take up space. The team led by Murphy and Xiao Xiao was the last to return. Initially, upon seeing Fiji and Jiming arrive, Jian felt a surge of joy. How wonderful that they had returned safely. However, upon learning that Murphy and Xiao Xiao's team had not yet returned, a wave of concern washed over her, and she found herself silently praying for their safe return. After all, Murphy was her first friend in this tribe and her closest companion, while Xiao Xiao was Bai Luo's good brother. Even though Jian was relieved to see Fiji and the others, she did not forget to welcome her in-laws properly. After treating them to a sumptuous lunch, she fell back into a state of anxiety. It was only a few days later when Bai Luo returned from a hunt, bringing news that he had spotted Murphy and the others outside the tribe, that Jian's spirits were lifted once more. Without hesitation, she urged Bai Luo to set down the game and accompany her to the tribe's entrance to greet Murphy. Bai Luo readily agreed, understanding that it had been over 10 days since Xiao Xiao and the others had departed, and a sense of worry had begun to creep in. Without further ado, he transformed into his beast form, and Jian quickly secured the doors and windows before climbing onto his back. As soon as Jian was settled, Bai Luo unfurled his wings and soared towards the tribe's entrance. In no time, they arrived at the entrance, where they encountered other tribespeople who had also come to greet the returning members. Among them were Murphy's parents, Chieftain Rhea and Priestess Weir. To Jian's surprise, they also met Bai Luo's father, Rhea, and Jiming. This situation felt somewhat awkward. After all, during Fiji and the others' return, both Bai Luo and Jian had been preoccupied with their corn and wheat cultivation experiments and had not specifically gone to the tribe's entrance to welcome them. Yet this time, with Murphy and Xiao Xiao returning, Jian and Bai Luo had made a special effort to be there. Feeling particularly embarrassed, Jian explained to Fiji and Jimin with a hint of awkwardness and guilt, "Father, Mother, I must sincerely apologize. When you returned last time, Bai Luo and I were preoccupied with our experiments and completely forgot to greet you at the entrance of the village." Jimin, witnessing Jian's self-reproach over such a trivial matter, felt a pang of sympathy. After all, she understood that Jian and Bai Luo were engaged in endeavors that benefited the entire community. She had never been upset about their absence, nor did she believe it was necessary for them to welcome her and their father home. Quickly, Jimin reassured her, "Oh dear, there is no need for you to feel guilty about this. You were simply focused on your important work. Besides, your father and I returned safely within the designated time frame, and our journey was not nearly as lengthy as those of our previous travels. Moreover, we are not so aged that we require assistance from you. There was no need for a special reception." She then added, "Unlike Murphy and Xiao Xiao, who have overstayed their welcome by quite a few days. Naturally, we were all concerned, which is why we couldn't help but come together, right? Haha." With that, Jimin laughed heartily, dispelling the awkward atmosphere that had enveloped Jian. At that moment, Jian felt a wave of relief wash over her, as the tension dissipated with Jimin's laughter. Murphy and his companions did not keep them waiting long. Just as Jian finished speaking, they arrived at the village entrance. Once Murphy stepped into the village, Jian and Bai Luo hurried to assist everyone in carrying their belongings. Even the youngest among them could hardly contain their excitement and joined in the efforts. When all the items were finally moved to the community storage, Jian realized that having an abundance of food might pose a challenge for preservation. This thought led her to consider the possibility of a cellar. However, It was not the right time to dig one, as Murphy and the others had just returned and needed a few days to rest. Furthermore, even if a cellar were prepared, it would remain empty for the time being since the food was still growing in the fields. The previous season's harvest was already stored in their own storage room, so there was no immediate need to relocate it. After managing these matters, Bailuo and Jian exchanged a few words with Murphy and his companions before taking their leave. Of course, Jian did not forget to invite Murphy and Xiao Xiao, as well as Rhea and her children, to dinner that evening. That afternoon, due to the larger number of guests, Jian decided against preparing a soup. Instead, she and Bailuo spent the entire afternoon preparing various ingredients, culminating in a large pot of sauerkraut beef soup. They made hundreds of dumplings, catering to diverse tastes with both vegetarian and meat fillings, and also prepared a generous amount of meatballs and stir-fried dishes. Once Murphy and Xiao Xiao had organized their belongings and assessed the time, they ventured out towards Jian's home. On their way, they encountered Fiji and Jian, who were also heading to Jian's house for dinner. After exchanging greetings, the four of them walked together towards Jian's residence. Before they even entered the courtyard, the rich aroma of food wafted towards them, prompting them to inhale deeply. They pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. Upon a brief glance, all four individuals had already arrived, and with cheerful smiles, they promptly ushered everyone into the house for a meal. During the gathering, the long-awaited reunion sparked an endless flow of conversation, and naturally, everyone indulged in the feast. Consequently, by the end of the meal, both hosts and guests were thoroughly delighted. Chapter 49. The busy season of farming. After a brief observation of the flourishing wheat and corn seedlings in the yard, Jian contemplated the importance of disseminating the cultivation methods to others. After conferring with Bailuo, they approached the chieftain to discuss this matter. Upon hearing their proposal, the chieftain was filled with fervor. The Tianshi tribe would soon be able to cultivate new food sources. This winter would undoubtedly be far more bearable than previous ones. With this thought in mind, the tribe members solemnly bowed deeply to Jian and Bailuo, placing their right hands over their hearts in a gesture of gratitude and respect. Jian, Bailuo, on behalf of the entire Tianshi tribe, we express our heartfelt thanks and utmost respect for your contributions and the blessings you have brought to our people, especially you, the divine envoy. Without your assistance and generosity, our tribe would not have experienced such a significant transformation. You have guided our Tianshi tribe through the food-scarce rainy season, providing sustenance and the will to survive. Jian and Bailuo were momentarily taken aback by the chieftain's sudden actions. Now, hearing the chieftain express his profound gratitude towards them, particularly to Jian, left them even more bewildered. As Jian finished speaking, he suddenly regained his senses and swiftly extended his hand to assist the chief. Uncle Chief, you are our elder. How can you bow to us, the younger generation? Besides, I, too, am a member of the Tianshi tribe. It is indeed an honor for me to contribute in any way to assist everyone. You need not do this, so please, rise at once. We still rely on you to gather everyone and teach us the methods of cultivation. Once Jian concluded his words, Bailuo also came to his senses and hurriedly reached out to help the chief. Jian and Bailuo had concluded their discussions and agreed to meet the chieftain at the central square before heading home. Upon their arrival, they began to meticulously pack the selected wheat and corn into small cloth bags. They then ventured into the yard to scoop some soil into a broken clay pot, accompanied by a bag of water and a wooden basin, making their way towards the heart of the tribe. At that moment, the tribe's members had also heard the chieftain's call to assemble, and they began to emerge from their homes, flocking towards the central square. Upon seeing the items Jian and Bailuo were carrying, the crowd understood that they would once again acquire valuable knowledge. Consequently, Jian's stature in their hearts grew even more significant. Many began to accompany Jian and Bailuo on their journey. Una, Noya, and Murphy, the females who shared a close bond with Jian, upon spotting him, swiftly abandoned their males and rushed to his side. At such times, Bailuo invariably found himself relegated to the sidelines, and today was no exception, as he was once again pushed aside by the throng of females. Feeling solitary, Bailuo grasped his belongings and joined his fellow companions, who had similarly been forsaken by their own females. Before long, the group arrived at the central square, where the chieftain awaited them atop a raised platform. As the tribe's members gathered, the chieftain addressed them, first expressing his profound respect and gratitude towards Jian, before elucidating the purpose of their assembly. Once the chieftain had clarified the circumstances surrounding the gathering, he invited Jian and Bailuo to ascend the platform with their offerings. After Jian and Bailuo ascended the high platform, they spoke little and immediately began to arrange all the items in order. Once everything was meticulously laid out, Jian commenced explaining the essential points and considerations for cultivating corn and wheat. He emphasized, of course, that wheat should not be soaked in water, while corn benefits from an overnight soaking prior to sowing. Upon concluding this discourse, Jian proceeded with the practical demonstration. The audience watched with rapt attention as Jian submerged the corn in water, then retrieved it to scatter into a terracotta pot filled with soil. Subsequently, he began to plant the unshelled wheat directly into a wooden trough that had been excavated with holes. After completing these tasks, he addressed the crowd, stating that this was the process. Naturally, he also reminded everyone that corn should be planted in clusters once it reaches a certain height. At this juncture, Murphy suddenly recalled the cultivation method of rice and exclaimed, Jian, if what you say holds true, isn't the method for planting corn quite similar to that of rice? Both involve soaking the seeds first, followed by sowing them, and once the seedlings have flourished, the process of transplanting begins. Upon hearing Murphy's remarks, the others began to murmur, engaged in a discussion about the similarities and differences in the cultivation methods of the two crops. Jian, having heard Murphy's words, also observed the fervor with which everyone approached the cultivation of corn and wheat. Witnessing the collective anticipation, she could not help but smile. Thoroughly pleased with Murphy's insightful remarks and the enthusiastic discourse among the group, she then declared, "Everyone, please settle down and allow me to finish. First and foremost, I would like to commend Murphy. Her points are indeed valid. However, there is a distinction to be made. Corn does not require cultivation in paddy fields. It can simply be sown in the soil, and remarkably, corn grows at an accelerated pace. I am confident that if we plant it in the coming days, we shall undoubtedly reap a bountiful harvest before the onset of winter." As Jian spoke, the crowd instinctively ceased their discussions, turning their full attention to her explanation. Upon hearing Jian's confident and assured statements, their enthusiasm for the planting of corn and wheat surged to unprecedented heights, leaving their hearts in a state of lingering excitement. Jian stood atop the elevated platform, observing the expressions of her kin with clarity. As she gazed upon their countenance, she discerned that the past cold season had been arduous for them. Now, having instilled a glimmer of hope, her resolve was to ensure they soon witnessed the dawn of a bountiful harvest. Once the tribal assembly concluded that day, the members of the tribe busied themselves with fervor. Not only the adults, but even the young cubs who had yet to shed their juvenile forms, and the female infants who had just learned to walk, joined in the efforts. Though their contributions were modest, merely tending to the seeds or fetching water for the adults laboring in the fields, their enthusiasm was palpable. Meanwhile, Jian and Bailuo were also occupied, diligently planting corn and wheat alongside their fellow tribespeople, preparing for a season of ample sustenance. Despite their household comprising just 4 individuals, herself, Bailuo, their father, and their mother, they did not relent. Instead, they toiled with greater fervor, nurturing rice, corn, wheat, sweet potatoes, and cabbages in their fields. Each time the tribesfolk passed by Jian's family plot, they witnessed the siblings earnestly fertilizing, pestering, weeding, and watering the crops, inspiring them to likewise approach their own fields with renewed diligence. Whenever uncertainties arose, the villagers sought Jian's counsel. She would make a point of visiting their plots, meticulously examining the crops, and thoughtfully elucidating the issues at hand along with their solutions. After a fortnight of industrious planting, the corn and wheat sown first had reached a commendable height. Jian took a special trip to the initial fields, observing them for an extended period before announcing that it was time to thin the corn. Just as tranquility had settled over the Tianchi tribe, the villagers embarked on yet another flurry of activity. Jian and Bailuo commenced the process of thinning their corn seedlings, transplanting them into freshly dug holes enriched with fertilizer, adhering to a ratio of 2 to 3 seedlings per cluster. After several days of relentless labor, the tribe finally paused, and the children resumed their leisurely pursuits, wandering the streets in playful abandon. Exhausted, Jian took to resting at home, seldom venturing out unless necessary, while Bailuo engaged in hunting outside the tribe. Even the usually lively Murphy found solace at home, worn out from the endeavor. After a couple of days of respite, Jian felt rejuvenated. And soon Murphy regained his spirited demeanor, eagerly bouncing over to invite Jian to play alongside Xiao Xiao. Jian beamed with joy upon Murphy's arrival, exclaiming, "Murphy, you have come. Ha ha ha. I assume you must be utterly exhausted as well." After this whirlwind of activity, I could hardly bear it. I was drained beyond measure. It took me 2 days to recover. Yet, I see your spirits are quite high. Murphy chuckled in response. "Oh, it's not too bad. I too have been worn out from the relentless toil of planting corn and wheat. When I awoke the morning after completing my tasks, the sensation was indescribably refreshing. Truly, it was remarkable." In his excitement, Murphy recounted words that Jian had previously uttered in passing. Upon hearing this, Jian laughed so hard that she could hardly stand upright. "Haha. Murphy, you seem to be living quite swiftly, indeed. Even my offhand remarks have made a lasting impression on you. However, your description is undeniably trendy." Upon hearing Jian's newly coined term, Murphy eagerly pursued her for clarification. With no choice but to oblige, Jian explained it once more. Elated by the acquisition of a new word, Murphy could not suppress her curiosity and began to delve deeper into the subject. Seeing Murphy's insatiable appetite and incessant chatter, Jian swiftly retreated indoors to fetch a generous assortment of delectable treats, effectively silencing Murphy's voracious and talkative nature. Upon witnessing the bounty of snacks Jian had presented, Murphy immediately forgot the question she had intended to ask, diving headfirst into the feast. She nearly choked in her fervor, prompting Jian to hastily offer her a cup of floral tea. This gluttonous creature, Murphy, continued her indulgence, alternating between sips of water and mouthfuls of snacks, undeterred even by the near mishap. Consequently, when it came time for lunch, despite Jian preparing a lavish spread, Murphy could barely manage to eat. Even when faced with her favorite dishes, she only managed to consume a meager portion, leaving her feeling quite aggrieved for a considerable duration. Chapter 50. The cellar in the blink of an eye. The corn had grown to half a person's height, and the wheat had begun to flourish as well. The entire tribe gazed upon the sprawling fields of crops, unable to suppress their visions of the bountiful harvest that awaited them. Laughter and joy resonated throughout the community. As heartfelt expressions of gratitude were directed towards Jian, each individual conveying their appreciation in their own unique manner, which shall not be detailed here. After surveying his fields in the storage room at home, Jian made a rough estimate and realized that the space designated for food storage was utterly insufficient. After much contemplation, he resolved to dig a cellar in his home. However, Jian had never undertaken such an endeavor before. He had only seen finished cellars on television and would have to rely on his own exploration for the specifics of the task. Once he had decided to proceed with the excavation, Jian shared his plan with Bai Luo. Bai Luo, don't you think our storage room is inadequate? The rice harvest is imminent, and we have so many sweet potatoes and cabbages to store. Once everything is harvested, we will have nowhere to put it all. I must admit, I have never paid much attention to this matter. You are quite observant, Jian. Perhaps we should construct a few more storage rooms? That should suffice. But I wonder if we can preserve the food through the cold season. Actually, I have conceived a solution, though I have yet to test it myself, and I am uncertain of its efficacy. Nonetheless, I believe we should refrain from building additional storage rooms. The two we currently have should be adequate. Bai Luo appeared perplexed by this statement, his face a canvas of confusion as he inquired, Jian, what is the solution you speak of that negates the need for more storage rooms? Please, do enlighten me. The solution, Jian began, is something I am unsure will work. It involves digging a large hole underground to serve as a food storage area. This way, it occupies no surface space and effectively preserves food, preventing vegetables from freezing. Jian, that is indeed a splendid idea. With such an arrangement, even during the cold season, we shall have vegetables to eat. Yet, if the ground is hollowed out, will it still be safe for people to inhabit? Are we not concerned about the possibility of collapse? Listening to Bai Luo, I was struck with disbelief. Who asserted that the surface should remain uncovered? We could merely leave an entrance on the ground to facilitate our comings and goings. To ensure the cellar does not collapse, we could support it with trees above, much like constructing a house. However, this task is considerably simpler than building a conventional dwelling. I wonder if you can comprehend my explanation. I see. It is akin to how small animals dig burrows. The only distinction is that this cellar needs to be larger and deeper. Jian, do you agree with my assessment? Yes, that seems to be the case. Yet, I am uncertain about the best method to excavate it. We shall have to explore this ourselves. It is imperative that we complete the digging before the harvest. Otherwise, we will have no place to store our bountiful food. Indeed, Jian, rest assured, for your sake, I shall toil diligently to complete the cellar as swiftly as possible. Bai Luo, I believe you can certainly achieve this. However, I suggest you consult Brother Xiao or others for advice on how to proceed with the excavation. Many hands make light work, and collaboration could yield fruitful ideas. Of course, you might also examine the burrow structures of those subterranean creatures. Very well, Jian. I shall promptly gather everyone to discuss the excavation strategy. With that, Bai Luo eagerly transformed into his beast form and soared into the sky. Seeing Bai Luo so enthusiastically engaged in this matter, Jian felt a sense of joy, yet she couldn't help but think that Bai Luo's eagerness was a bit excessive. After all, he had rushed off without hearing the entire conversation. With a sigh of resignation, Jian closed her door and made her way to Fiji to join Ji Ming. Upon arriving at Fiji's home, I found both of my elders present and promptly inquired whether it was necessary to seek the chief's approval before digging a hole in our yard. Fiji and Jian were taken aback upon hearing my intention to excavate in my own garden. Jian, what prompted you to consider digging a hole in your yard? Is there a specific purpose behind it? I chuckled. Indeed, there is a special purpose. The harvest season is upon us, and I have noticed that our storage space for food is dwindling. The winter months are long and demand an ample supply of provisions. We must prepare in advance. Thus, I contemplated whether I could dig a hole in the cool, dry corner of our yard to store the food we would need for the harsh winter. Both Fiji and Jian were astonished. So, there exists such a method for preserving food. Although we typically gather in abundance during harvest, much of it is perishable, leading to scarcity each winter, forcing many in our clan to suffer from hunger. The men often brave the frigid elements to hunt for their families, yet few return safely. Like Xiao Xiao's father, who ventured out and never returned, Xiao Xiao's mother fell ill upon hearing the news, and tragically did not survive the winter, returning to the embrace of the beast god. As Jian recounted this somber tale, I sensed a palpable shift in the mood of both Jian and Fiji. This was the first time during my time at the Tianshe tribe that I learned of Xiao Xiao's tragic family history. I had not anticipated that he too bore such a sorrowful past. After gaining insight from Fiji and Jian about the management of our yard, assured that the chief would not interfere, I bid farewell to my elders and made my way home. As Jian had yet to return home, she noticed white smoke wafting above her house, initially fearing that a fire had broken out, particularly since no one should have been home at that hour. In a rush, she quickened her pace and hurried towards her abode. Upon entering, Jian discovered that there was no fire. Rather, Bai Luo had returned early and was busily preparing lunch in the kitchen. It dawned on Jian that it was already noon. She realized that her earlier visit to her elders had likely interrupted their mealtime, which struck her as quite impolite. Bai Luo, having heard the gate open, recognized Jian's return and promptly dashed out from the kitchen, smiling as he exclaimed, Jian, you're back. Just in time, lunch is almost ready. Go on in and take a moment to relax. We'll be eating shortly. With that, Bailuo returned to his culinary endeavors. Before long, he emerged from the kitchen, carrying bowls of rice and dishes into the dining room. After Jian and Bailuo had finished their meal, Xiao Wei Er and Jialai arrived at Bailuo's home as per their earlier agreement. Naturally, their female companions accompanied them to seek Jian's company. Once the group of beastmen congregated, they began to discuss the excavation of a cellar, while Murphy and her friends directly approached Jian to learn culinary skills from her. Upon realizing their intentions, Jian felt a wave of disbelief. Goodness, after all this time, it turns out I'm merely a cook. This is hardly in line with my style. She decided it was essential to educate everyone about the benefits of a cellar. Thus, Jian engaged several females, extolling the virtues of a cellar, such as its ability to store food and prolong its freshness. Indeed, upon learning of the cellar's advantages, the females lost interest in cooking and instead gravitated towards their respective beastmen, offering suggestions and ideas. After a lengthy discussion, the beastmen began searching for an appropriate location in the yard based on Jian's recommendations. After thoroughly inspecting the entire yard, they ultimately decided to dig the cellar beside the vegetable patch in the backyard. Once the site was determined, they commenced excavation as previously discussed. The four beastmen transformed into their beast forms and started digging up the ground in the yard. The scene was unexpectedly humorous, prompting laughter from Jian and her companions. This rendered the tools Jian had purchased from the system somewhat superfluous. Jian had not anticipated that the beastmen would be so adept in this regard. However, it was understandable, as her knowledge of their capabilities remained limited despite her time spent in this realm. Nevertheless, these tools could still prove useful for the weaker females in the future. The beastmen, hearing the delighted laughter of their companions, were perplexed but chose to focus on their task, digging with fervor. The age-old adage that many hands make light work proved true, as the four beastmen, united in purpose, completed the cellar's excavation in just an afternoon. They left the finishing touches for Jian and Bailuo to manage, sparing Xiao and the others from further inconvenience. That afternoon, while the beastmen were busy digging, Jian and the females were not idle. Under Jian's guidance, they entered the kitchen and learned several new dishes. When the beastmen concluded their work, Jian ensured that no one left hungry. Having prepared a substantial amount of food alongside the females, she steamed several large pots of rice, inviting everyone to share in the evening meal. Chapter 51. The community rises to dig the cellar. After several days of diligent effort, Jian and Bailuo finally completed the renovation of the cellar. The cellar, from an outward appearance, had transformed significantly. It was unrecognizable from its original state. Were it not for the wooden door nestled near the house, no one would have guessed that a cellar existed there. Following the successful excavation of Jian's cellar, several other male orc families who had lent their assistance also finished their own cellars, though they had yet to address the subsequent arrangements. Jian believed it prudent to allow the cellar to air out for a couple of days before storing any items, yet Bailuo, unable to contain his eagerness, secretly stowed away some perishable vegetables and fruits the very next day after the cellar was organized. However, once he deposited the items, he became preoccupied with aiding his friends in their own cellar excavations, and the matter slipped his mind. 2 days later, when Jian suggested they should begin experimenting with storing items, Bailuo suddenly recalled his earlier actions. He quickly led Jian to the cellar, opening the wooden door and guiding her down the wooden ladder into its depths. Upon reaching the bottom, they were greeted by the fragrant aroma of vegetables and fruits wafting through the air. Jian, perplexed, inquired of Bailuo, "Do you smell something peculiar?" It seemed strange, considering the cellar was empty. How can there be the scent of vegetables and fruits? At that moment, Bailuo remembered that he had indeed placed items inside without informing Jian. Jian, I must confess, a few days ago, after seeing that the cellar was ready, I casually stored away some vegetables and fruits. It was only when you mentioned the experiment that I recalled my actions. These past few days have been so hectic that I completely forgot to mention it, he admitted, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Well then, that is fortuitous. Let us see the results of our experiment. If those vegetables and fruits are still in good condition, then our cellar has proven successful. We can begin to share this knowledge with the tribe. If our people can store enough food during the harvest season, then we shall endure the coming winter with greater ease. Bailuo felt elated by Jian's response, relieved that she did not blame him for acting impulsively. Upon reaching the cellar's bottom, they promptly retrieved the vegetables and fruits Bailuo had placed inside, moving them to a sunlit area near the entrance to examine the condition of the items after 2 days of storage in the cellar. Jian and Bailuo were astonished to discover that vegetables and fruits, which would typically dehydrate and wither within a day under normal circumstances, remained remarkably fresh after 2 days in the cellar, as if they had just been harvested. The two were elated by such experimental results. My goodness, Bailuo, are you absolutely certain that these items were placed here 2 days ago and not just recently? How can they be so fresh? It's impossible to tell they've been stored for 2 days. Jian, I am absolutely certain. It was indeed the day we organized the cellar. And didn't you mention letting them air out for 2 days? However, I couldn't wait and casually placed some vegetables and fruits down here, and to my surprise, this cellar truly works wonders. I just wonder how long these vegetables and fruits can be stored if left here longer. Well, we can simply test that out. Can't we? Now that we've discovered the effectiveness of the cellar, I need not worry anymore. We can always dehydrate those vegetables that are not suitable for long-term storage or prepare pickled versions. As for the vegetables and fruits that are easier to keep, we can simply lay them out in the cellar. Yes, Jian, just tell me how you wish to proceed, and I shall take care of it. By the way, Jian, should we move the food from the pantry to the cellar now? Upon hearing Bai Luo's inquiry, Jian stroked her chin thoughtfully before responding. Well, for the time being, there is no need. Let us keep the food in the pantry for this period and reserve the cellar for the newly harvested grains. We can move them up when the cold season arrives. That sounds good. So, Jian, should we continue to keep these vegetables and fruits in the cellar? Or shall we take them up to eat now? It's better to leave them here for now. We can observe them a few more days to see how long they can truly last. Now, let us quickly put everything back and head upstairs. Remaining in the cellar for too long isn't good for our health. With that, Jian took Bai Luo's hand. And together they returned the vegetables and fruits to their original places before exiting the cellar. After Jane securely closed the wooden door of the cellar, she glanced at her watch and realized that lunchtime was fast approaching. Promptly, she and Barrow proceeded to the kitchen to prepare their midday meal. Before long, through their combined efforts, a sumptuous feast, vibrant in color and rich in aroma, was ready. Once they sat down, they began to enjoy their meal. After dining, they tidied up the dishes and retreated to their rooms for a brief afternoon rest. 2 hours later, Jane and Barrow arose. After arranging their attire and freshening up, they secured the doors and windows of their home and set out towards the chief's residence. Upon their arrival, they discovered that their timing was unfortunate. The chief was not at home, having gone to the tribal office, as informed by Veer. Consequently, Jane and Barrow bid farewell to Veer and made their way to the tribal office. Just as they arrived, they noticed the elders of the chief's tribe engaged in discussions. Eagerly, they entered the office and approached the elders. Upon hearing the footsteps of Jane and Barrow, the chief and the elders promptly halted their conversation. Jane and Barrow, what brings you here today? Is there something you wish to discuss? It is fortuitous that we are all gathered here. We can certainly come to a consensus. The chief warmly greeted, smiling as he welcomed the couple. Jian felt somewhat unaccustomed to the chieftain's enthusiastic demeanor, unable to suppress a shiver from the non-existent goosebumps on his skin. The matter at hand is that the chieftain and the elders, along with several of Bai Luo's close companions, had recently excavated a cellar in their courtyard to store provisions for the winter months. The project was completed a couple of days ago, yet none had tested the cellar's functionality, which is why the topic had not been broached earlier. However, today, upon visiting the cellar with Bai Luo, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that some vegetables and fruits Bai Luo had casually placed there just days prior remained as fresh as if they had been freshly picked. Both of them were astonished and hastened to seek the elders' company, wishing to invite them to inspect the cellar. They hoped that, if feasible, the elders might promote its utility. For if such a cellar could become commonplace in every household, the upcoming winters would surely be more bearable. Upon hearing Jin's account, the chieftain and the elders were nearly ecstatic. Goodness! If the cellar truly proves so beneficial, we must certainly excavate several more. As for the tribespeople, they believed that everyone would follow the divine messenger's suggestion and dig their own cellars for food storage. Naturally, they felt no advertisement was necessary. Simply informing everyone that it could preserve food would suffice to motivate them to dig. Indeed, before your arrival, numerous tribespeople had inquired about the storage of the forthcoming harvest. And we had just been fretting over this issue. What a fortuitous moment for the divine messenger to provide us with such a splendid idea. Haha. This solution is truly remarkable. Yes, it's quite simple. Just find a spot in one's own yard to dig a cellar. After this, Jian led the chieftain and the elders to his home, guiding them down to the cellar to observe the vegetables and fruits that had been stored for 2 days. Once the chieftain and the elders beheld the sight, they couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Has this truly been stored for 2 days? This cellar is indeed a treasure. If the tribespeople were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly prompt the entire clan to commence excavation that very night. Haha. As the chieftain finished speaking, laughter erupted among the group. Though his words were somewhat exaggerated, they bore a kernel of truth. In this primitive society where food was often scarce, the provision of ample sustenance could bring prolonged joy to everyone, not to mention a method for maintaining the freshness of their supplies. Now that the chieftain and the elders had witnessed the cellar's efficacy, he waved his hand and they all exited the cellar, making their way swiftly to the central square of the tribe. Upon arrival, the chieftain transformed into his beastly form, unfurled his wings, and ascended into the sky, calling for the tribespeople to gather using their native tongue. When the chieftain descended, Jian observed tribespeople flocking toward the central square like a rising tide. In no time, thousands of tribespeople filled the square. Once the chieftain confirmed that everyone had arrived, he began to discuss the excavation of the cellar. He made sure to emphasize that it was Jian who initially proposed the idea, informing everyone that the cellar had been successfully dug and was already in use. He also mentioned that if anyone had questions, they could consult Bai Luo, Xiao, Weil, or Jiley. As soon as the topic of the cellar concluded, cheers erupted. Finally, the concern over food storage had been alleviated. Remarkably, those who once feared a shortage of food were now worried about having too much without adequate storage. The swift change brought excitement to all. After the tribal meeting, the entire tribe offered a profound bow in Jian's direction, expressing their deep respect for him. In the following period, Bai Luo and his companions were tirelessly engaged in guiding the tribe's people in the excavation of cellars. Despite their busyness, they did not complain of fatigue. Instead, dedicating themselves joyfully to this task, the tribe's people observed their diligence and felt a sense of comfort and warmth. Though they also worried for their health due to their relentless efforts. Ultimately, every household in the tribe indeed followed Jian's vision and successfully excavated cellars, which later proved to be remarkably effective in preserving food. Chapter 52, Agricultural Labor. Not long after the cellar began to be utilized, the Tianshe tribe welcomed its second bountiful harvest of rice for the year. This time, every tribe person, whether adult male or female, elder or child, participated enthusiastically in the endeavor. After observing the celestial phenomena and the ripeness of the rice in the fields for several nights, a date was chosen to commence the harvest of their rice the following day. Naturally, they did not neglect to inform the clan leader and the elders. Almost simultaneously with the determination of the date, Bai Luo was dispatched to notify the clan. As soon as Bai Luo informed the clan leader about the harvest, the leader, disregarding the darkness of the night and without consideration for whether the clan's people had already retired, instantly transformed into his beast form and soared into the sky, issuing the harvest announcement in the beast tongue. Observing that the clan leader had already alerted the clan's people, Bai Luo did not linger but also transformed into his beast form and took flight towards his own home. Along the way, Bai Luo heard the roars of beasts resonating from all directions within the tribe. He understood that the clan's people were responding to the clan leader in the beast tongues, acknowledging the news while also expressing their gratitude to Jian and Bai Luo. After Jian stepped out, he did not return to his room to rest. Instead, he remained in the courtyard, gazing vacantly at the star-studded night sky. He began to reminisce about his life on Earth. How many months had it been since Jian inexplicably crossed over to the Orc planet? It was difficult to keep track. This was a world where the days of the months and the seasons of the year were utterly distinct from those on Earth. Ah, Earth. Before arriving here, he had not seen such a clear night sky in many years. He recalled only having witnessed a similar celestial vista during his childhood on Earth, with a large moon resembling a jade plate and an infinite number of twinkling stars above. Yet, Earth was still Earth, a planet inhabited by billions, where both the seemingly tranquil countryside and the bustling urban areas were teeming with countless souls, leading to an array of conflicts. In contrast, the Orc planet where Jian now resided felt as though everything was just beginning. The inhabitants were simple and kind-hearted, exhibiting profound friendliness towards their kin. Although their basic needs were not always met, they did not resort to plunder. Rather, they worked diligently for their families, their children, and their tribes, doing what they could. It must be said that Jian was genuinely touched by the warmth of the tribespeople. This unloved child approached all who showed him kindness with the utmost sincerity. When Bai Luo hurried back, he found Jian still gazing at the sky in the courtyard. Bai Luo felt a warmth in his heart upon seeing Jian waiting for his return, a smile curling on his lips as he broke into a broad grin, transforming into a beastly smile. Upon hearing a familiar laughter resonating from the heavens not far above, Jian turned her gaze in that direction. As anticipated, it was indeed her foolish lion returning. To her astonishment, he was still chuckling in the sky, leading her to wonder why it had suddenly started to rain. Alas, it was merely his drool. Jian wiped her face, where no drool existed, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. With a slight twitch of her lips, she inquired, Bai Luo, you return without a word, and yet you remain up there laughing? What is so amusing? Hee, Jian. I couldn't help but feel delighted seeing you sitting in the courtyard waiting for me. This joy caused me to laugh uncontrollably. Please don't be angry. I'll come down right away. With that, Bai Luo slowly descended beside Jian. Transforming into his beastly form, he swiftly grabbed a towel draped in the courtyard, approached the water tank, and after scooping some water to wash it clean, returned to Jian's side, beginning to wipe her face. Clearly, he had noticed her earlier gesture of wiping her own face. Jian naturally sensed the gaze that Bai Luo had briefly fixed upon his face, though he chose not to address it at that moment. Now, there was no need to remind Bai Luo, as he was already aware of his misstep. Hey, Jian. Please don't be upset. It was not my intention to let saliva drip onto your face. I merely happened to soar behind you, and in my laughter, it spilled forth unwittingly. If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon the enchanting night, for the moonlit figure before me was simply too captivating, rendering me unable to restrain my emotions. Listening to Bai Luo's words, Jian felt on the verge of breaking down. Had he not known that Bai Luo was a native, he might have wondered if he, too, had traversed time like himself. My heavens! Bai Luo, from where have you gleaned such expressions? They seem so well-structured and articulate. Upon sensing Jian's skepticism, Bai Luo bashfully scratched the back of his head and began to explain. Well, Jian, please don't be upset. I heard this from Murphy a couple of days ago. She mentioned it was from an ancient parchment, though she couldn't decipher it herself, as it was inscribed in a mystical script. She said she confirmed it with Priestess Qiran. It is said that the parchment contained knowledge known to Priestess Qiran. Upon hearing Bai Luo's account, Jian's interest was piqued once more. Initially, he had perceived the previous divine envoy, Qiran, as a delicate figure lacking in substance. But it turned out she could articulate such profound thoughts. Eager to learn more about Qiran from Bai Luo, Jian posed several questions regarding her. However, no matter how he inquired, Bai Luo could only respond with a lack of knowledge. In that moment, Jian was left uncertain whether Bai Luo genuinely did not know or was merely feigning ignorance. Nevertheless, seeing that further inquiries yielded no fruitful results, Jian decided to refrain from asking any more questions. With a decisive wave of his hand, he summoned Bai Luo to retire to their quarters for the night. The following morning, having already exchanged pleasantries with the tribespeople, Jian and Bai Luo, after enjoying their breakfast, ventured out to harvest rice. As they walked, they encountered numerous hurried tribesmen. Upon seeing the duo approach, the people offered merely a nod of acknowledgement before continuing on their way. Jian harbored no discontent, for it was the busy season for harvesting, and everyone was preoccupied with the collection of their rice crops. If they failed to complete the task in a timely manner and rain were to fall, the yield for the season would be ruined. With this thought in mind, Jian hastened alongside Bai Luo, pushing their cart towards their rice field. Upon their arrival, they realized that they had arrived relatively late, as even the perpetually languid Nuya had reached the field before them. Naturally, the Murphy couple and the Fiji pair had also already arrived. Consequently, Bai Luo and Jian quickly removed their shoes, rolled up their trousers, and descended into the field to commence their labor. Jian and Bai Luo, much like other orc families, adhered to the traditional division of labor. The males ventured forth to harvest rice, while the females meticulously organized the grains cut by their male counterparts, neatly stacking them onto the cart. Thus, the two toiled tirelessly throughout the morning, with their midday meal consisting solely of pancakes prepared earlier that day. Naturally, other orc families within the tribe shared a similar approach to their lunch. As afternoon approached, following a modest repast, Jian and Bai Luo maneuvered their cart back home to thresh the rice. Once Bai Luo completed the threshing of all the grains, he returned to the fields to resume the harvest. Meanwhile, Jian took advantage of the midday sun to dry the rice as soon as Bai Luo began the threshing process. Jian spread all the rice grains in the yard using a wooden rake to dry them in the sun. Afterward, she returned to the kitchen to boil a pot of water. Once the water had cooled, Jian added a suitable amount of salt and stirred it until well blended. She then filled a water bag with the saline solution. Upon leaving the kitchen, Jian turned the rice grains over in the yard and set out with the water bag, heading towards the rice fields. As Jian approached his family's rice fields, he observed Bai Luo swiftly harvesting the rice. Noticing the cart at the edge of the field nearly brimming with grain, Jian couldn't help but furrow his brow. This foolish lion. Did he not realize the toll of such relentless labor? It was somewhat heart-wrenching to witness his determination. Bai Luo, you must cease your toil for a moment and come over to drink some water and rest, Jian called out. Upon seeing Jian approach with supplies, Bai Luo immediately halted his work and hurried over, alighting on the bank to exclaim, Jian, why have you come out again? You should return home quickly. The sun is so fierce here, and I fear you might get sunburned. As Jian glanced at Bai Luo approaching, he swiftly handed over his water pouch, saying, Here, have a sip of water. We aren't in a hurry these days, so don't exhaust yourself. Besides, I've observed that there won't be any rain in the coming days, so there's no fear of missing the harvest. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo paused his rice harvesting and accepted the water pouch, settling on the ground to quench his thirst. After taking a sip, Bai Luo noticed something unusual. Jian, why does this water taste salty? He inquired, though the flavor was subtle. He could still discern a hint of saltiness. That's because you sweated quite a bit. The sweat contains salt from your body, so naturally, you should replenish some of that salt. Jian replied with a smile directed at Bai Luo. The sight of Jian's smile melted Bai Luo's heart. Even if she were to ask him to drink poison at that moment, he would likely do so without a moment's hesitation. Alas, Jian would never suggest such a thing. Encouraged, Bai Luo took several more sips from the water pouch. Jian remained there solely to ensure that Bai Luo could rest a little longer. He understood that once he departed, Bai Luo would undoubtedly return to the fields to labor. Thus, he too sat down, waiting patiently until Bai Luo felt sufficiently rested before they both returned with the cart. After returning from the fields, Jian unloaded the rice and then pushed the cart back to the edge of the field, where he found, as expected, Bai Luo was working fervently again. Jian had no way to stop him, so he let him be for the time being. After setting down the cart, Jian hurried home to begin threshing the freshly harvested rice. By evening, the tribe's members, having worked diligently throughout the day, paired up with their nearby kin to head home. Bai Luo was no exception, returning alongside Liya and others. Before Bai Luo arrived, Jian had already prepared dinner, so when Bai Luo came home, set down his tools, and washed up, they were ready to eat. After dinner, the two ventured into the yard, taking advantage of the sunset's fading light to gather the rice and straw. Once everything was tidied up, they took a bath and went to bed early. Chapter 53, The Chief's Invitation After a Considerable Period of Industrious Labor. The members of the Tian Shi tribe finally finished harvesting, drying, and storing the rice in the cellar. Jian's household, consisting solely of the two of them, had a modest yield compared to the larger families in the tribe. Once they had stored all the rice, Jian and Bai Luo began transferring the grains into the cellar. Not long after the rice harvest, it was time to dig up the sweet potatoes. Observing that the tribe's members had successfully harvested their rice, Jian announced that it was time to unearth the sweet potatoes. This marked the second collective effort of the year for the tribe to dig up sweet potatoes. Thanks to their previous experience, Everyone was well prepared, and Jian was pleased to have a lighter workload. The vigorous sweet potato digging campaign lasted about 10 days before concluding. This time, the chief did not formally announce the tribe's overall yield, as it was evident that everyone had harvested significantly more than before. With this bountiful harvest, the tribe's morale was once again uplifted, instilling confidence that they could safely weather the cold season. The chief observed the tribe's members, each radiating vitality and exhibiting no signs of fatigue from their strenuous labor, glowing with pride. Ha ha ha, how splendid. Under my management, Leah. It is remarkable to witness such prosperity. This is a scene worthy of even the most revered ancestors and the benevolent beast god. However, I must extend my gratitude to the divine messenger, Jian. With this thought, the chief suddenly realized that since Jian's arrival in the Tianshi tribe, he had yet to host them for a meal. Panic struck him. What should I do? Today, we just hunted a large antelope. It might be a bit late for lunch, so I'll simply host them for dinner instead. With clarity returning to his mind, the chief could hardly contain his excitement and hurried home from the tribal office. Upon arriving home, the chief found Wire had already prepared lunch, causing his heart to lift. He rushed to the table to inspect the dishes, only to feel relief wash over him. Thank goodness. It's not the antelope. Phew. Seeing the chief rush to the table, Wire thought he was famished and quickly returned to the kitchen to serve rice. When Wire returned with the rice, he noticed the chief was patting his chest, seemingly relieved. This sight amused him. Leah, what is the matter? Is something wrong? Nothing. Just relieved to see no antelope on the table. Do you want lamb? You should have mentioned it earlier. I just marinated the antelope for roasting tonight. If you want to eat it now, I can cut some meat and cook it. Hearing Wire mention the marinated antelope, the chief was elated. Laughing heartily, he exclaimed, Wonderful. My dear, you truly are my perfect companion. I was just about to suggest using that antelope to treat Jian and Bai Luo tonight. I rushed home thinking you might have already cooked it, only to discover you hadn't even begun. This is splendid. Wire, pleased by the chief's words, felt joy as they hadn't had roasted meat in a while. Since you've decided to invite them for dinner, I'll prepare more after we finish our meal. As they sat down, Wire began to eat, and the chief, realizing he had many responsibilities still pending, quickly joined him in the meal. Halfway through, Wire recalled something significant. Leah, you mentioned inviting Bai Luo and Jian for dinner. Did you remember to inform them? At that moment, the chief realized his substantial oversight. He set down his chopsticks, smacked his forehead, and lamented, Oh no, I completely forgot this crucial matter. If I don't notify them in time, we may have to push back dinner. I must hurry to their home and inform them. We should also invite Murphy, Xiao Xiao, and our old friend Fiji. But Leah, one antelope might not suffice for so many guests. Of course, but I fear you may struggle to manage alone. Regrettably, I have matters to attend to and cannot remain to assist you. The chief, feeling guilty, embraced Wire warmly and placed a sweet kiss on his cheek. Wire felt a surge of warmth from the gesture. Even after decades of living together, their love remained as strong as ever. Time had only taken their youth, leaving behind eternal memories and warmth. Wire returned the embrace, mirroring the chief's affection with a kiss on his cheek. All right, Leah, let us not rush. Let us finish our meal first. We have plenty of time. However, it would be helpful if you could spare some time to notify Murphy and Bai Luo. The chief promptly agreed and returned to his seat, filling Wire's bowl with food before resuming his own meal. As Wire's bowl overflowed with dishes, he felt a wave of warmth and began to serve the chief in return. Before long, the meal concluded in a cozy, sweet atmosphere. Once the chief finished, he barely had time to help Wire with the dishes before Wire urged him to seek out their guests. However, the chief bore no ill will, understanding Wire's concern for his well-being. Upon exiting his home, the chief made his way directly to his daughter Murphy's house. Upon arrival, he saw Murphy and Xiao Xiao chatting in the yard. Without knocking, he entered the courtyard. Seeing her father, Murphy quickly stood and asked, Father, what brings you here? Have you eaten yet? Wait, I'll warm up some food for you. Fiji, observing Murphy's lively demeanor, suppressed a chuckle at her enthusiasm. Just as he was about to call her back, Xiao Xiao stepped in to stop her. After halting Murphy, Xiao Xiao addressed the chief, Father, did you come for something important today? As Leia observed Xiao Xiao successfully detaining Murphy, she couldn't help but nod in satisfaction within her heart. Indeed, Xiao Xiao exhibited a commendable level of composure. It was essential for Murphy to have him as a stabilizing influence. Otherwise, one could anticipate a plethora of mischief from the boy. In truth, my purpose for visiting today was not of great consequence. I merely intended to invite Uncle Fiji and his family to dinner this evening, not to mention expressing my gratitude to Jian for his contributions to our tribe. However, the abundance of ingredients proved overwhelming, and with other matters demanding my attention, I found myself unable to assist your mother. Thus, I sought your help. Upon hearing this, Murphy immediately grasped the situation. She hastily patted her chest and assured the chieftain, Father, rest assured, Xiao Xiao and I will promptly assist Mother. You need not worry. Attending to tribal affairs is of utmost importance. With that, she dashed off to close the door, eager to enlist Xiao Xiao's help. The chieftain gazed at his daughter, feeling an increasing admiration for his earlier decision. Indeed, allowing Murphy and Xiao Xiao to grow closer had yielded benefits. She had become notably more patient. He recalled the days when Murphy was unaccompanied, She was truly reckless, often darting off before completing 3 sentences. Now, she demonstrated the wisdom to communicate clearly before departing. Noting that Murphy had swiftly secured the door, the chieftain chose not to linger outside her home any longer and made his way to the Bailuo residence. Upon arriving at Bailuo's home, he approached with greater formality than at Murphy's, first knocking cautiously at the gate. When Bailuo emerged to answer the door, the chieftain followed him inside. As Jian heard the voice of the clan leader within the confines of her home, she realized that he had arrived. Though she remained uncertain of the purpose behind his visit, nevertheless, she refrained from dwelling on it, understanding that clarity would soon present itself. Thus, she stepped out of her room and entered the main hall, where she promptly poured a cup of warm tea for the clan leader. After he took a sip, Jian seized the opportunity to inquire about the reason for his visit. Upon learning that the clan leader wished to express his gratitude for the planting methods she had previously taught the clan's folk by inviting her family to dinner, Jian felt a mixture of amusement and incredulity. "Dear Uncle Clan Leader," she began, "there is truly no need for such gestures. After all, I have stated that I am also a member of this tribe. If I possess knowledge that can enhance the well-being of our community, why should I withhold it? The members of our tribe have always treated me with kindness, and I could not bear to see them suffer from hunger during the harsh winter months. However, since it is you, dear uncle, who is extending this invitation, rest assured that Bailuo and I, as your juniors, shall attend punctually. Regardless of whether it is meant as a token of gratitude or not, I cannot help but feel a tinge of guilt, as it seems we have never invited you in any way to dine with us." Upon hearing Jian's affirmative response to the dinner invitation, Lei was filled with joy and erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, well said, Jian. You truly embody the qualities of a chosen emissary of the great beast god. You possess a vast heart, countless thoughts, and unparalleled wisdom. Now that you have accepted, do remember to come to my home before sunset." With that, the clan leader bid farewell to Jian and Bailuo before departing. Both Jian and Beiro found themselves wide awake, prompting them to venture into the storage room of their home in search of suitable gifts for the chieftain and his spouse. The afternoon slipped away amidst their bustling preparations. Beiro and Jian, laden with gifts, joined Feiji and made their way to the chieftain's residence. Upon their arrival, the chieftain warmly greeted them and ushered them to the dining table in the living room. As they dined, the atmosphere was relaxed and familiar, allowing everyone to enjoy the meal wholeheartedly. Once they finished eating, they did not linger long. After assisting in clearing the dishes, they bid farewell and departed. Chapter 54. A night out on the back mountain. After dining at the patriarch's home, Jian and Bailuo returned to their abode, where they alternated in bathing. Upon emerging from the bathroom, Jian did not hasten to bed, as Bailuo had just entered the shower, allowing her to wait for him. Although it was harvest season, the temperatures remained unrelentingly warm, rendering the air slightly stifling even after a refreshing bath. Consequently, Jian opted to step outside into the courtyard to enjoy a cool breeze. With little to occupy her in the yard, she gazed upwards at the myriad stars adorning the night sky. In that moment of tranquility, Jian mused to herself, "How delightful it is that tomorrow will again bring sunshine, though I do wish for a slight drop in temperature." As she contemplated the stars, memories of her life before arriving in the Orc continent surfaced, prompting her to find a chair and sit, allowing her thoughts to drift amidst the vast sky. When Bailuo emerged from the bathroom and noticed Jian's absence from the room, he instinctively knew she had ventured outside to stargaze. He quickly retrieved a jacket for her and stepped out in search of Jian. Upon exiting, he found her seated in the courtyard, lost in thought as she gazed at the heavens. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, stirring Jian's delicate nightgown and tugging at Bailuo's heartstrings. He hurried over, draping the jacket around her shoulders and drawing her into his embrace. It was then that Jian realized, without her awareness, Bailuo had already come outside and adorned her with the jacket. Although she felt the temperatures were not particularly cold, she was nonetheless touched by his thoughtful gesture. She understood that the man behind her cherished and adored her as if she were a precious treasure. After placing the jacket upon her, Bailuo rested his chin near her ear and softly inquired, "Jian, why have you come out to gaze at the stars again? You could simply look out the window from inside. It's easy to catch a chill right after a bath. Why not wear something warmer?" Jian clearly perceives that in Bailuo's words, there is not a hint of reproach. Rather, they are imbued with love and concern. "Ah, how could I have forgotten? Yet, forgetting is of little consequence, for I have you, Bailuo. With your presence, can I truly fear the chill?" The warmth of Bailuo's breath graced Jian's face, causing her cheeks to flush as she shyly remarked that Bailuo understood the futility of speaking to Jian about her penchant for the cold, as she seldom took heed of such matters. "Tell me, do you find the stars in the sky to be beautiful? I notice you often gaze into the heavens, especially during this time. It seems you were not always this way. Jian, do you long for your former planet? Do you miss your old home? I find the stars to be exquisite. It is a rare sight on Earth, burdened as it is with smog. Even the air we breathe is fraught with harmful substances. I recall that before my arrival here, I had only glimpsed such a clear night sky in my childhood. But if you inquire whether I yearn for home, I can only say that wherever you are, my home resides there too. In truth, there is little left on Earth that I hold dear. Yes, Jian, wherever you are, I shall be as well." Bailuo vowed to remain by Jian's side, forever shielding her. In that moment, Jian felt instantaneously healed by Bailuo. She sensed an overwhelming happiness, akin to a dream, yet it was no mere illusion. Turning to embrace Bai Luo, she gazed into his eyes, seeing herself reflected in their depths. Bai Luo, you are truly wonderful. Jian and Bai Luo gazed into each other's eyes for what felt like an eternity. Unsure of who initiated the moment, they embraced tightly, their lips fervently entwined, neither willing to retreat. The urgency of their breaths transformed the cool night into a blazing inferno. After a prolonged interlude, their lips parted. Bai Luo held the blushing Jian close, his intense gaze seemingly seeking to uncover her very essence. Yet, he did not act further. Merely holding her tightly, quietly observing her. Slowly regaining her awareness, Jian lay peacefully in Bai Luo's embrace, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Suddenly, Bai Luo broke the silence. Asking Jian, you adore stargazing so much, shall I take you to the back mountain to admire the stars? We can spend the night there and witness the sunrise together tomorrow. Upon hearing Bai Luo's suggestion, Jian promptly nodded in agreement. The two indulged in each other's company in the courtyard for a while, before Bai Luo entered the house to prepare the necessities for their journey up the mountain, including provisions and water. Although both had already dined, Bai Luo was concerned that Jian might feel hungry. So he ventured into the kitchen to fetch some jerky and dried fruits. Naturally, he also packed a generous supply of Jian's favorite fruits, along with their clothing, blankets, and bed linens. Once Bai Luo had everything in order, he emerged with the luggage just as Jian had finished dressing in her room. With all preparations complete, they securely closed the main door and the gate to the courtyard, ready to embark on their adventure. As the night grew late, Jian realized that it was no longer feasible to trek up the mountain for camping. Instead, she decided to transform Bai Luo into his beast form, allowing her to ascend directly into the sky. Without needing Bai Luo's prompting, she approached and took the luggage from his hands. Once Jian had received the bags, Bai Luo immediately morphed into his beast form, and Jian quickly mounted. Once she had settled herself securely, Bai Luo spread his wings and soared toward the direction of the tribe's rear mountain. Bai Luo was intimately familiar with the terrain of the mountain, having explored it since childhood, and thus navigated directly without any detours. Before long, the pair arrived at the highest point of the rear mountain. Bai Luo carefully selected a landing spot and descended gracefully. After Jian dismounted, Bai Luo reverted to his human form. Upon reaching the rear mountain, Bai Luo instructed Jian to set down the luggage while he began gathering dry twigs and leaves to prepare for a campfire. Knowing there were no predatory animals in the vicinity, only some herbivorous creatures that posed no threat to them, he also managed to catch a few wild rabbits during his collection of firewood. When Bai Luo returned to Jian's side, he found her unpacking the luggage under the cover of night, having laid out the food and seasonings she had prepared. Upon seeing Bai Luo return with the rabbits, Jian knew they were in for a delightful feast. Haha, Bai Luo, didn't you bring enough food already? Why did you catch more rabbits? She teased. But it works out perfectly. I just noticed you packed quite a few seasonings. Are we going to roast rabbit tonight, or should I take over the cooking? Bai Luo replied, you should rest for now. I will handle the roasting, and you can simply wait to enjoy the meal. With that, Bai Luo set down the firewood, crouched down, and began to kindle a fire on the bare ground. Once the flames flickered to life, he skillfully threaded the cleaned rabbits onto sticks. As the rabbits roasted over the fire, Jian watched, feeling somewhat useless, and turned her gaze upward to the stars twinkling in the night sky. After what felt like an eternity, the rabbits were finally cooked to perfection, and the mountaintop was enveloped in the rich aroma of roasted rabbit. Although Jian had not felt particularly hungry, the tantalizing scent wafting through the air awakened her appetite, stirring her cravings and igniting her desire for the feast that awaited. At this moment, Jian had completely lost the desire to gaze at the stars, his mind consumed with thoughts of roasting wild rabbits. He could no longer remain seated. Quickly rising to his feet, he dashed over to Bai Luo and settled beside him, gazing eagerly at the wild rabbit in Bai Luo's hands. Bai Luo had anticipated Jian's approach the moment he stood up. Thus, as soon as Jian took his seat, Bai Luo handed him the freshly roasted rabbit. Jian accepted the offering without a second thought, ready to devour it despite its recent roasting. Bai Luo was momentarily startled by Jian's impulsive action, exclaiming, Jian, this rabbit is still very hot. How can you just shove it into your mouth like that? What if you burn yourself? It's late at night. There's barely enough time to find it way air. You should wait a moment before eating. There is no rush. There are plenty more here for you to enjoy. At that moment, Jian realized that he might have been a tad too eager. Sticking out his tongue, he sheepishly addressed Bai Luo, saying, haha, my apologies, Bai Luo. Perhaps it's been too long since I savored your roasted hare, which has made me somewhat impatient. Hiki. Bai Luo, caught between laughter and exasperation, responded with a hint of resignation. All right, Jian, I shall make it a point to prepare roasted meat for you more frequently. I will ensure you are thoroughly satisfied. Haha. That would be splendid, as it would allow me to be lazy and avoid cooking. Hehe. At that moment, Bai Luo noticed that the roasted hare in his hands had cooled down considerably, so he promptly tore off a leg of the hare and offered it to Jian. Jian eagerly seized the long-desired rabbit leg and began to gnaw at it with fervor. Observing Jian's delight, Bai Luo also took a rabbit and joined in the feast. After savoring the succulent rabbit meat, the two washed their hands and feet, then settled onto the prepared bedding to engage in conversation while gazing at the stars. Time slipped away unnoticed until fatigue finally lulled them into slumber. The next morning, before dawn had broken, Bai Luo awakened early. After preparing breakfast, he gently roused Jian from her sleep. Once they had enjoyed their meal, the sun began its ascent from the eastern horizon. After witnessing the breathtaking sunrise, they began to pack their belongings for the journey ahead. Once everything was in order, Bai Luo led Jian back home. Chapter 55, The Art of Winemaking. Upon their return home in the early morning, Jian and Bai Luo opened the door and retrieved their belongings from the packages, placing them back in their designated spots. Having already dined on the mountain, they were merely fatigued from their late night and the early sunrise. After organizing their possessions, they prepared to retreat to their room for much-needed rest. As for the livestock and poultry in the yard, Bai Luo nonchalantly dismissed their needs, stating that they would survive a missed meal, and it was merely a matter of delaying their feeding. At that moment, nothing could deter him from the desire to sleep alongside Jian. Thus, Bai Luo pretended to ignore the cries of the animals, firmly leading Jian, who wished to tend to them, back to their room for rest. It was not until nearly noon that Jian stirred from her slumber. Feeling the pangs of hunger in her empty stomach and noticing the vacant space beside her, she threw off the covers, donned her shoes, and exited the room, making her way toward the main hall. As Jian entered the main room, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of dishes wafting from the kitchen, which intensified his hunger. He hastened his steps towards the kitchen and, upon entering, saw Bai Luo busily serving the rice. Without pausing his actions, Bai Luo quickened his pace to fill the bowls. Once he had placed the dishes onto the tray, he spoke. Jian, you're awake. You must be famished. Why not sit in the room? We will be dining shortly. After speaking, Bai Luo took Jian's hand with his free hand and led into the main room. I noticed you were missing and was just about to come to the kitchen to prepare something. But since you've already done the cooking, I shall not be polite. Haha, let us go. It's time to eat. Upon their arrival at the dining table, Jian and Bai Luo arranged the dishes and commenced their meal. Jian, having been ravenously hungry, seized the chopsticks and began to devour his food with great fervor, concerned for his well-being. Bai Luo hurried to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, which he then offered to Jian to prevent him from choking. After finishing their meal, neither Jian nor Bai Luo felt any urgency to clear the table, as they were alone in the house and had no pressing matters to attend to that afternoon. Jian took the liberty of retrieving a selection of fruits from the pantry, including some wild grapes that Bai Luo had foraged from the hills the previous night. As Jian meticulously washed the grapes and other wild fruits, arranging them in a dish to bring indoors, Bai Luo had already tidied up the bowls and chopsticks from the table and placed them in the kitchen. Jian gazed at the vibrant platter of fruits and casually peeled a grape, popping it into her mouth. The moment she bit down, her face contorted in shock from the overwhelming sourness. Goodness, Bai Luo, what kind of fruit have you picked? This grape is incredibly sour. It's almost inedible. Is it sour? Bai Luo exclaimed. Let me try. He quickly peeled a grape and took a bite, only to have his expression change instantaneously. Ah, yuck. Oh dear. It's truly sour. With that, he promptly spat out the grape he had just eaten. Yet, to his astonishment, he saw Jane peeling another grape to eat. He hurriedly snatched the grape from her hand, exclaiming, Goodness, Jane, why are you still eating? Stop. Such sour things will ruin your teeth. Jian was amused by Bai Luo's antics. Ha ha ha, Bai Luo, you look so funny. I didn't actually consume it. I was merely savoring the flavor, pondering whether I could attempt to transform these grapes into wine. In an instant, Bai Luo transitioned from a furious lion to a curious little one, inquiring, Jian, what is wine? Can it be eaten? Jian mysteriously shook his head and replied, Well, the items made from food are certainly consumable, yet they are not meant for eating. As for the specifics of the wine, I cannot elucidate that for you at the moment. How about we experiment with these grapes today? Once it is prepared, you will understand what wine truly is. After speaking, Jian set down the grapes and turned to enter the storage room. Bai Luo, seeing that his questions remained unanswered, hurriedly followed him with eager steps. Upon entering the storeroom, Jian commenced rummaging through a collection of jars and containers, seeking one of suitable size to hold grape juice for winemaking. The moment Bai Luo stepped into the storeroom, he discerned Jian's actions and instinctively perceived her intentions. Jian, what size of ceramic jar are you searching for? Do share, and I shall assist you in your quest. I require a jar large enough to accommodate all the grapes we have at home, Jian replied, her hands remaining busy. I see. Then, Jian, how about this one? Bai Luo promptly selected a jar that was neither too large nor too small. Ah, this will do splendidly. Ha ha ha, it appears your Qina has triumphed once again. Bai Luo, let us hasten to extract the grape juice. Indeed, let us go. With that, Bai Luo grasped the jar and led Jian out of the storeroom and into the main room. Once they reached the main room, Bai Luo released her hand, saying, Jian, please take a moment to sit while I wash the jar before we begin juicing the grapes. Sounds good. I shall prepare the grapes in the meantime. You go ahead and clean the jar. All right, I shall step out now. With that, Bai Luo exited through the door, heading to the courtyard to fetch clean water for washing the jar. Meanwhile, Jian entered the room to retrieve the scissors she had purchased from the system. Speaking of that wretched system, it had been eerily silent since the last update, dead as a doornail. Oh well, it makes little difference with or without the system. With that thought, she also procured a clean ceramic basin and began meticulously cutting the grapes one by one with the scissors. By the time Bai Luo returned with the clean jar, Jian had nearly finished processing the grapes. Bai Luo, you're back. Just in time. As I've almost finished with the grapes. Hurry over and help me extract the juice. Bai Luo, perplexed by Jian's intention to proceed without any tools, inquired, Jian. Are we really going to extract the grape juice with our hands? Could we not use the small stone mill at home? Didn't you always use it for juicing before? Well, Bai Luo, the grape juice we're making is intended for winemaking. It cannot be treated like the ordinary juice we drink. Besides, I have never seen anyone produce grape juice for winemaking using a stone mill. Let us adhere to the traditional method. With that, Jian washed her hands and began to crush the grapes. However, after a while, she realized that this method was not only inefficient but also time-consuming, failing to extract the juice adequately. Thus, Jian ingeniously modified her approach, instructing Bai Luo to boil a pot of water to sterilize the clean cloth bags. When Bai Luo returned with the boiled bags, Jian eagerly accepted them. With Bai Luo's assistance, she began transferring all the grapes from the ceramic basin into the cloth bags. After Jian had neatly packed the grapes, she secured the cloth bag with a strap. She then handed the bag along with the ceramic basin to Beiro, instructing him to commence crushing the grapes within the bag with his fists. Beiro, the devoted and submissive orc, eagerly embraced the task assigned to him by his beloved, stabilizing the grape bag in the basin with one hand while the other formed a fist, striking down with vigor upon the bag. His movements were swift and powerful, and with each blow, fresh grape juice began to emerge from the bag. As Jane observed Beiro's actions, it wasn't long before the once plump bag of grapes deflated. Jane hastily urged Beiro to cease his actions, then took hold of the bag, extracting it from the grape juice and vigorously wringing out the remaining liquid. Once this was accomplished, she instructed Beiro to lift the earthenware pot and pour the freshly extracted grape juice into the meticulously cleaned vessel. After Beiro finished this task, Jane suddenly recalled a crucial detail. She had completely forgotten to procure sugar. Now that the grape juice was ready, it was devoid of sweetness, and she feared that the small amount of sugar she had brought would not suffice. Nevertheless, in her pursuit of crafting the perfect wine, Jane resolved to sacrifice her remaining stash of white sugar. With this determination, she steeled herself and entered the room, retrieving her last small jar of white sugar and pouring it into the grape juice. Beiro, witnessing Jane's actions, was momentarily taken aback. Jane, didn't you say that sugar was precious? Why are you pouring it all in? Once it's gone, it's gone. It's all right, Beiro, Jane reassured him. I have devised alternative methods to acquire sugar. It's better to use it now than let it dissolve over time. With that, she set down the sugar jar. Beiro, astonished, exclaimed, What? Jane, you intend to procure sugar yourself? How do you plan to do that? Do you require my assistance? With a slight roll of her eyes, she replied, Of course, I will handle it myself. However, I do indeed require your assistance in gathering materials. It would be ideal to complete this before the winter season. Rest assured, I shall ensure the task is accomplished. She added, But aren't we currently in the process of brewing wine? How long will it take for it to be ready? I estimate we will have to wait several more days to determine its success. Nevertheless, this period should suffice for us to prepare the sugar. Hey, Bai Luo, why aren't you stirring the grape juice? She inquired. If you don't stir it, the sugar will struggle to dissolve into the juice. Is that so? Then I shall fetch a spoon from the kitchen, she replied before dashing off towards the kitchen. Jian called from behind, Bai Luo, please bring a new spoon. All right. Soon, Bai Luo retrieved the spoon and began to stir the mixture within the ceramic jar, only pausing once the granulated sugar dissolved within the grape juice. After Bai Luo completed this task, Jian took a piece of cloth that had been sterilized at high temperature and covered the jar, before asking Bai Luo to fetch a rope to secure it tightly. Once the initial sealing of the jar was finished, Jian stepped outside and fetched a ceramic basin filled with water to the backyard. In the backyard, she dug up some soil and added it to the water, stirring until it formed a thick paste. Only then did Jian carry the basin back to the front yard. At that moment, Bai Luo had also brought the grape juice to the front yard as Jian had instructed. She hurried over and began applying the muddy paste to the rim of the ceramic jar, initiating the second layer of sealing. Upon realizing Jian's actions, Bai Luo too began to coat the mouth of the jar with the paste. Once they had thoroughly sealed the jar, Jian did not rush to wash her hands with Bai Luo. Instead, she assisted him in placing the jar into the cellar for storage. Chapter 56, Sugar Cane. After placing the jar into the cellar, Jian and Bai Luo exited to the courtyard to wash their hands. Bai Luo, may I inquire if you have seen any long, straight, sweet little trees nearby? The edible parts are as green as bamboo, and there are also purple ones resembling grapes, yet the leaves differ, appearing much like thatch. Jian suddenly recalled that despite having spent considerable time on the Orc continent, she had yet to encounter sugarcane. However, upon reflection, she realized that she had not frequently ventured beyond the tribe. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired of Bai Luo, a native who often hunted in the vicinity. Bai Luo instinctively felt that Jian's inquiry regarding such an unusual tree bore a striking resemblance to sweet stalks. Perhaps I know where to find the peculiar little tree you seek, he mused, though I cannot be certain. Would you like me to take you to see it? Jian felt an overwhelming excitement. Ha ha, that's wonderful. Let us go. Quickly, let's check it out. Only then will I know if it's what I've been searching for. With that, Jian eagerly dashed to close the door before returning to urge Bai Luo to transform swiftly. Observing Jian's exuberance, Bai Luo said nothing and promptly assumed his beast form, carrying Jian as they soared toward the eastern part of the tribe. Seated upon Bai Luo's back, Jian enjoyed an expansive view and soon spotted a vast field of sugarcane to the east of the tribe. Ha ha ha, Bai Luo. I believe I have already seen what you mentioned. It's right over there in the field, isn't it? Jian exclaimed, pointing towards the sugarcane field. Hurry. We must gather plenty of sugarcane to make sugar. Upon realizing that Jian had identified the sweet stalks as the raw material he sought for sugar production, Bai Luo immediately increased the frequency of his wing beats. In no time, he had flown Jian above the sugarcane field. After scouting for a relatively open spot, Bai Luo descended gracefully. As soon as Jian landed, she swiftly dashed towards the sugarcane field. Upon noticing Jian's departure, Bai Luo hurriedly transformed into his human form and followed suit. Jian, look at all these sweet stalks. Oh no, I mean sugarcane. Inky, whatever quantity you desire. I can certainly help you gather it. However, it seems some of the sugarcane has been infested with pests. We should select carefully. Of course, I am aware. Nevertheless, Bai Luo, let us hasten our selection. While the daylight still lingers, please assist me in gathering some sugarcane to process first, and then you can go hunting. Would that be agreeable? Certainly. Whatever you say, Jian. With that, Bai Luo began to choose the tall, straight, and slender stalks of sugarcane. Once selected, he effortlessly severed them with his claws, transformed from his beastly form. In no time, Jian and Bai Luo had harvested no fewer than 20 stalks of sugarcane. Observing the bounty, Jian gathered some dry grass nearby, skillfully weaving it into ropes, and instructed Bai Luo to bundle the sugarcane into 2 separate stacks. Having organized the sugarcane, Bai Luo reverted to his beast form, allowing Jian to mount his back. With both bundles of sugarcane clutched in his claws, he soared into the sky, heading towards the tribe. Upon their arrival home, Jian disembarked from Bai Luo's back. Bai Luo promptly shifted back into his human form and began to separate the sugarcane, meticulously peeling off the husk as per Jian's instructions before cutting it into manageable pieces. Having glanced at the weather, I took over the tasks from Bai Luo, sending him out of the tribe to hunt. Jian had just processed 5 or 6 stalks of sugarcane when Bai Luo returned home with the prepared game. Upon seeing Bai Luo's arrival, Jian hastily set aside the sugarcane, washed his hands, and went to receive the game Bai Luo had brought back, heading into the kitchen. Noticing the sugarcane left in the yard, Bai Luo also washed his hands and resumed his work. By the time Jian poured the rinsed rice into the pot to begin cooking, Bai Luo had already finished processing all the sugarcane, packing it into several large wooden barrels. After transporting the sugarcane into the main room, Bai Luo entered the kitchen and, with great initiative, assisted Jian. Soon, the two had prepared their dinner as well as the evening meal for the livestock in the yard. Jian was responsible for serving the meals for the two of them, while Bai Luo tended to the livestock in the yard. After ensuring the animals were well fed, Bai Luo washed his hands and joined Jian for dinner. Once they finished their meal and cleaned the dishes, Jian and Bai Luo began to carry the prepared sugarcane pieces, 1 bucket at a time, to the already cleaned grinding stone. Bai Luo then went back to the yard to bring over a blindfolded donkey. Upon seeing this, Jian quickly handed over the rope by the grinding stone. Once Bai Luo secured the donkey, he began to use a large ladle to feed the sugarcane pieces into the mouth of the stone mill. Jian then entered the house to fetch a sterilized cloth bag, which he placed at the outlet of the grinding stone to filter the sugarcane juice. Bai Luo, initially puzzled by Jian's actions, finally understood upon seeing him attach the bag. Naturally, Bai Luo seized the opportunity to flatter Jian. Is this bag you've attached for filtering the sugarcane residue, Jian? How clever of you. Why didn't I think of that? He exclaimed, feigning a tap on his forehead to express mock chagrin. Jian had long anticipated Bai Luo's little trick, yet chose not to expose it. Instead, she feigned an air of arrogance, proclaiming, of course. Humph, have you forgotten who I am? I am the chosen envoy of the beast god, selected with great care from among millions. How could I possibly be anything less than clever? With that, Jian erupted into hearty laughter. Observing Jian's delight at her own flattery, Bai Luo intensified his pretense. This led to a delay in extracting the sugarcane juice, which, due to their antics, was not finished until nightfall. Much later than Jian had anticipated, she had hoped to produce sugar that very day. Consequently, she instructed Bai Luo to carry the freshly squeezed cane juice into the house to allow impurities to settle. After attending to this, the two washed up and retired for the night. The following morning, Jian, preoccupied with thoughts of her sugar, rose early. Coincidentally, Bai Luo was also awake, and they conferred, deciding to have breakfast before commencing the sugar-making process. After enjoying their meal, they began transporting the settled cane juice into the kitchen. Once the pot was thoroughly cleaned, Bai Luo took his place at the stove to ignite the fire. Jian waited until the steam had completely evaporated from the pot before carefully ladling the cane juice into it, spoon by spoon. After Jian ladled the sugarcane juice into the pot, she began to instruct Bai Luo, please increase the heat. Once the sugarcane juice reaches a boil, reduce it to a gentle simmer. The process of making sugar is quite prolonged, so pay close attention to the flames. We must not allow the sugar to burn. Very well, Jian, you can count on me. Do you doubt my capabilities? Bai Luo replied confidently, patting his chest with conviction. Humph, it better be so. If you ruin my sugar, just wait and see how I will deal with you. Jian retorted, casting a pointed glance in Bailuo's direction. Upon meeting Jian's gaze, Bailuo quickly capitulated, eager to appease her. Rest assured, Jian, I will exercise utmost caution. I will not let the sugar burn. Before long, the sugarcane juice began to bubble, prompting Bailuo to promptly lower the heat as instructed. Jian observed the simmering liquid and immediately took up a spoon, stirring continuously. As time progressed, the juice gradually thickened. Jian felt a quiet joy within her, yet she refrained from displaying it outwardly, for the outcome of this sugar remained uncertain. Thus, she maintained her diligence, stirring the juice with unwavering focus. Bailuo, with his keen observation, noticed the transformation occurring in the pot and felt a surge of delight. Jian, do you see? The sugarcane juice has changed. It is significantly thicker than before. Does this mean we are on the path to successfully making cane sugar? Jian truly did not wish to dampen Bailuo's spirits. However, given the current trends, it was unavoidable. If she were to express certainty and ultimately fail, it would be quite embarrassing, even if it were only in front of her partner. Well, Bailuo, I cannot guarantee success today. For this is my first attempt at making sugar, and I lack absolute confidence in the outcome. Thus, Jian refrained from voicing her thoughts. Yet Bailuo seemed to comprehend her unspoken concerns. In light of this, let us strive together. If this batch does not succeed, we can always attempt a second and perhaps a third. Upon hearing Bailuo's words, Jian felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Indeed, having a partner who resonates with her soul and wholeheartedly supports and cherishes her is of paramount importance. Throughout the morning, Jian and Bailuo busied themselves in the kitchen, venturing nowhere except for the restroom, fully engrossed in the sugar-making process. As expected, diligence bore fruit. Jian could hardly contain her elation upon witnessing the crystallization of sugar in the pot. Her excitement was beyond description. Bailuo, seeing Jian so jubilant, could not help but smile widely, almost reaching his ears. It was indeed a moment that could only become more exaggerated. Nevertheless, once the sucrose had fully crystallized, she picked up a small piece with chopsticks and placed it into the wide-open mouth of Bailuo, who could no longer manage to smile. Here. This is a reward from the divine being for you. You've worked hard these past few days. Now, close your mouth and savor the sweetness. As Bailuo held the sugary morsel in his mouth, he felt the delightful flavor gradually conquering his taste buds, and with each moment, it sweetened his very heart. As Bailuo savored the sugar cane with such delight, he couldn't resist popping a piece into his mouth. To his surprise, he found the sugar truly delectable. And perhaps it was merely a matter of perception, but he felt it surpassed any confection he had ever tasted on earth. Perhaps this was a reflection of the transformation in his state of mind and surroundings. Of course, one cannot discount the possibility that it stemmed from the pride in his own labor. Chapter 57. White Sand Sugar. During her initial attempt at sugar production, Jian did not anticipate her remarkable fortune in achieving success on the first try. Subsequently, she gathered a wealth of experience. After numerous repetitions of her experiments, she gradually identified certain shortcomings and made necessary improvements. In the early stages, the cane sugar Jian produced bore a faint yellow hue, but after several refinements, she ultimately crafted cane sugar that could rival the pure white rock sugar found on Earth. Through a dedicated afternoon of effort, she finally ground the freshly made white rock sugar into delicate granulated sugar. That morning, Bailuo returned from a hunting expedition and happened upon his beloved, who was gazing at several jars filled with white granulated sugar and large vats of previously produced cane sugar. Her brow furrowed. He promptly set down his catch and approached her. Upon recognizing the familiar scent and footsteps, Jian knew that Bailuo had returned. Jian turned her head with a hint of frustration and said to Bailuo, "What shall we do? It seems that we have made an abundance of candy these past few days. We may not be able to consume it all in the near future." Bailuo, observing Jian's furrowed brow, approached her and gently smoothed it with his warm hand, saying, "It's all right, Jian. Don't forget, we have the cellar, which still has plenty of empty space. We can certainly accommodate this amount of candy. Even if we cannot store it all, we can always share it with others. We have so many acquaintances, there must be those among them who relish sweet treats." Upon receiving a slight nudge from Bailuo, Jian immediately experienced a moment of enlightenment, nearly leaping with excitement. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, how could I have forgotten? Murphy adores sweets. We can certainly prepare some for her, and Mother enjoys them as well. We could share some with her too. Splendid. Now I need not worry any longer." With that, Jian exuberantly dashed into Bailuo's embrace, rising on her toes to plant a sweet kiss on his lips. By the time Bailuo registered the kiss, Jian had already filled a large basket with 2 jars of white sugar and brown sugar, ready to venture out. Bailuo quickly followed her, seizing the heavy basket from Jian's grasp and hoisting it onto his own back, expressing his concern. "Jian, why did you not inform me before heading out? I barely had time to react before you dashed away. You truly caused me much worry. Look at these 4 jars of sugar. They are so heavy. You are so delicate. How could I allow you to carry this? Let me handle it. My sturdy frame is well suited for such labor." Inky. Jian cast a glance at Bailuo, yet inwardly, she found it immensely beneficial. Thus, Bailuo and Jian set forth towards Fiji's home, carrying the sugar. At that moment, Fiji returned from the hunt. The two encountered Fiji, and Bailuo hurriedly informed him about the sugar cane. presenting the portion he had originally intended for his parents. After receiving the sugar, Fiji exchanged a few words with the couple before heading home. After Jane and Barrow delivered the sweets, they turned and made their way towards Murphy's residence. Upon arriving, Jane approached the door and gently knocked. Inside, Murphy heard the sound and called out, "Who is it?" Come in. Come in. It's me, Murphy. Open the door. I've brought you some delicious treats." Upon recognizing Jane's voice and the promise of delightful goodies, Murphy's eyes lit up with excitement. Almost immediately after Jane finished speaking, he dashed to the entrance and flung the door open. "Ha ha, it's truly you," exclaimed Murphy. "Jane, didn't you say you were bringing me some treats? Come on, come on. Don't just stand outside. Hurry in." With that, Murphy reached out to grasp Jane's hand, pulling her inside while glancing back eagerly at Barrow, who was carrying a large basket. Once both of them were inside the yard, Murphy could hardly contain his curiosity. "Jane, you mentioned there were delicious things. Why haven't you taken them out yet? I can barely wait. Hurry, let us see what delectable surprises you've brought." In an instant, Jian was amused by Murphy's impatient demeanor. "Ha ha ha, Murphy, look at you. Are you really this anxious? It's not as if I'm refusing you." Murphy, feeling teased by Jian, was not flustered at all. Instead, he eagerly nodded. Of course. Of course. It's absolutely pertinent. Have you forgotten how delectable your dishes are? Each time they've been so scrumptious that one cannot help but savor every morsel." "Oh, is that so? Then, Murphy, why don't you open your mouth for me to see?" Murphy found this rather curious, yet without a hint of hesitation, he complied, parting his lips for Jian. Only after Jian nodded in approval did he close his mouth again. At this moment, Murphy was filled with confusion and asked, "Jian, why do you want me to open my mouth?" "Ha ha ha. Did you not just say that my cooking is so delightful it could make someone swallow their own tongue? I've seen you indulge in my meals so many times. I merely wanted to check if your tongue is still there, or if you, the glutton, have devoured it." At this point, there was no longer any confusion for Murphy. Once he realized the jest, he swiftly approached Jian and began to unleash her unparalleled tickling prowess upon her. As she tickled, Murphy chattered on, "Well, you Jian, are you mocking me again? Humph, just wait and see how I deal with you." Luo, observing the joyous antics between Jian and Murphy, chose not to interrupt. Instead, he quietly retrieved a jar of candy from his backpack and sat in the courtyard, watching the two frolic. Suddenly, the once-closed courtyard door swung open, causing all three to halt and turn their gazes towards the entrance. Before long, Xiao entered with a fresh catch. Upon seeing her companion return, Murphy promptly abandoned Jian and dashed into the embrace of her beloved beast man. The unfortunate soul, who had narrowly escaped the clutches of Murphy, hastened to the side of his orc companion. Upon seeing Jian rush towards him, Luo promptly rose to his feet, opening his arms wide. Alas, Jian coldly brushed past him, instead opting to inspect a ceramic jar brimming with sweets. This left Luo with a look of embarrassment and his husband, Xiao, wearing a teasing grin. When Murphy and Xiao arrived, Jian quickly presented both jars of candy to the gluttonous Murphy, exclaiming, "Here, you greedy creature. This is the delightful treat I brought for you today." "Really? Ha ha ha. This is fantastic. So much. But what exactly is this? Why is it sealed so tightly?" "Well, why don't you open it and find out for yourself?" Before Jian could finish his sentence, Murphy eagerly unsealed the jar filled with granulated sugar. As the lid was lifted, a sweet aroma wafted through the air. The moment Murphy caught a whiff of the fragrance, he could no longer resist. He swiftly pinched a small handful and placed it in his mouth, savoring it with great delight. His eyes widened in astonishment, prompting him to indulge again. And then a third time. Chapter 58. An outing. As Jane observed Murphy's demeanor, she restrained the urge to rub her forehead and remarked, "Murphy, how can you consume so much? At this rate, I wager that before twilight descends, you will have polished off this entire jar of candy. By the way, you haven't even glanced at the other jar yet." Upon hearing Jane's reminder, Murphy realized that she had seemingly succumbed to temptation once more. With a hint of indignation, she replied, "Oh Jane, it's entirely your fault. Who could resist when you make such delectable treats? They are so visually appealing, each piece slender and white, resembling beautiful snowflakes in winter, yet far more delicious than tasteless snow. So sweet." While speaking, Murphy did not pause her indulgence. She promptly opened the second jar. "Wow, Jane, more candy. How did you create this? This jar's contents are completely different from the previous one," Murphy exclaimed, noticing the deeper hue and larger pieces of candy. Without hesitation, she selected a smaller piece of yellow candy and tossed it into her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise. "Ah, Jane, did you know? I can actually taste the flavor of sweet sticks in this candy, but it's so much sweeter than sweet sticks. It's absolutely delightful. Thank you so much, Jane, for gifting me such a delicious treat. You should simply stay for lunch today. Let us have the meal at my house." With that, she disregarded whether Jane and Luo agreed and directly handed the jar of candy to Xiao, who had just returned from the kitchen after setting down his catch. Then, she enthusiastically pulled Jane into the kitchen, leaving Luo and Xiao in the yard, exchanging wide-eyed glances. After Jian was drawn into the kitchen by Murphy, she pondered briefly and ultimately decided against rejecting Murphy's kind offer. After all, had she declined, It was likely that Murphy would not have allowed her and Bai Luo to depart so easily. Thus, she resigned herself to the task of preparing a meal alongside Murphy. Upon entering the kitchen, Murphy began to examine the spoils that Xiao Xiao had recently brought back, a wild boar and several hares. After some deliberation and seeking Jian's opinion, Murphy resolved to prepare the wild boar. Once the decision was made, they both set to work on the ingredients. Before long, the two had successfully prepared lunch for four: a large earthen pot of braised meat, a generous cauldron of pork bone soup, and a steaming basket of white rice. After arranging the dishes, they began serving the meal on the dining table in the main room. Eventually, the meal concluded amidst the laughter and joyous banter of the four. Following the feast, Jian and Bai Luo did not rush to return home. Instead, after their meal, Murphy and Jian ventured into the yard to bask in the sun and engage in conversation, while the two orcs were left by their respective mates to tidy up the dishes and clean the kitchen. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao swiftly completed their tasks in the kitchen, and as they emerged, they happened upon Jian and Murphy chatting amiably in the yard. Jian and Murphy, upon hearing the commotion, immediately recognized the presence of two orcs but chose not to turn around. Instead, they continued their engaging conversation. The orcs, noticing that their female companions were unresponsive, remained unfazed and simply pulled up chairs to sit beside them, listening intently to their dialogue. "Murphy, let me tell you," Jian exclaimed. "A few days ago, I concocted something delightful with Bai Luo at home. However, the timing isn't quite right, so I can't share it just yet." Upon hearing this, Murphy's interest piqued. She promptly set down the jar of sweets, hastily wiped her hands, and, brimming with excitement, took Jian's hand, playfully imploring, "Jian, please tell me. I am so eager to know. Just between us, can you let me in on the secret? Is it something delicious?" Upon hearing Murphy's delicate and melodious tone, a sudden wave of discomfort washed over Jing, leaving her feeling utterly unwell. The exposed skin of her arms was covered in goosebumps. Jian stifled the impulse to eliminate Murphy. Shaking off the goosebumps that prickled her skin, she gently pushed Murphy's hand away and exclaimed, "Oh, I must say, if you wish to indulge in some playful affection, seek out your beloved Xiao Xiao, not me. I simply cannot endure it. Moreover, the item we are working on is not yet complete. Even if I were to tell you now, it would be beyond your comprehension. It would be far better to wait until it is ready, and then allow you to savor it." Upon hearing this, Murphy's expression immediately fell, her lips pouting as she released the grip she had on Jian's clothing. "How infuriating. You won't even tell me what it is," she huffed. "However, considering the 2 jars of sweets you gifted me and the promise of future treats, I shall graciously overlook it this time, but you must take me to see what delectable delights await. Otherwise," observing Murphy's mischievous smile, Jane immediately sensed that mischief was afoot and promptly raised the white flag of surrender. All right, Murphy. I shall divulge my secret. A few days ago, I merely brewed a few casks of grape wine at home. However, it has yet to ferment properly and cannot be savored for another 10 days or so." Upon hearing that the wine would require an additional 10 days before it could be enjoyed, Murphy's face fell in disappointment. Must it truly take so long? Is there no way to hasten the process just a little? I yearn to taste it sooner. If Jing does not clarify things today, it is likely that Murphy will remain preoccupied with the matter of the wine. The truth is, wine must be stored for at least 15 days before it can be uncorked, and the longer it is aged, the more exquisite its taste becomes. Murphy, if you desire to savor a truly fine wine, it would be best to wait until the winter season to indulge. Besides, wine can also provide warmth. However, if you wish to sample its flavor sooner, you could wait another 10 days or so. Ah, I see now. In that case, I shall wait a bit longer. When the time comes for you to uncork that wine, do not forget to invite me. Ha ha ha, of course. However, Murphy, seeing as you seem so free all day, why don't we head up to the mountains today to pick some wild fruits? We could also enjoy a picnic. Ha ha ha, it's a win-win situation. We can alleviate our boredom, indulge in delicious food, and have some fun outdoors. Upon hearing this, Murphy immediately raised both hands in agreement. Great. Fantastic. You have no idea how busy I have been at home these past few days making all those delightful dishes without inviting me to help. I have simply been stuck at home eating and sleeping. I can only imagine how much weight I have gained. It's perfect. Today we shall go out, and perhaps I might even shed a few pounds. Listening to Murphy's complaints, Jian touched his nose helplessly, remaining noncommittal. Beside them, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, upon hearing their female companions express their intent to embark on a mountain excursion, immediately chimed in. "We shall accompany you. It is far too perilous for just the 2 of you females to venture forth alone. Moreover, the mountain paths are quite treacherous. With both of us together, we can carry you should you tire along the way." Upon hearing the suggestions from Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, Jian and Mo Fei nodded in agreement. Since it was merely an outing, they did not prepare extensively, taking only some seasonings and a few small bamboo baskets for fruits from Mo Fei's home before heading towards the nearby mountains. Not long after, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The group showed no intention of stopping and continued their ascent, as it was already afternoon. They chose a mountain that was not the highest in the vicinity of the tribe, but rather the closest one adorned with fruit trees. Consequently, they swiftly climbed to the summit. Along the way, they encountered fruit trees that had been mostly stripped of their bounty. with only a couple remaining untouched due to the height of the fruit. However, with Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, the two flying male beast men, even the most elevated fruits were within reach. By the time they reached the mountain top, Jian and Mo Fei had gathered a considerable harvest, albeit not personally plucked by their own hands. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as the fruits belonged to them regardless of who had gathered them. Chapter 59. The Trap. Upon reaching the summit, the group found a shaded spot away from the sun to rest. Jian, we've made it up here. But I don't see anything entertaining. There is no one else around, just the four of us. This is incredibly dull. It's better to stay at home, exclaimed Mo Fei. Hey, don't be so hasty. The absence of others is precisely what makes this our domain. We can do as we please. Haha. But if you find it boring, just speak up, Jian replied. At that moment, a wild chicken suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, and Jian's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Look, there is a wild chicken. How about we catch one for our afternoon tea? Mo Fei immediately applauded. Ha ha ha. You're brilliant, Jian. This is definitely worth a try. However, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, overhearing their conversation, were struck dumb with alarm. What do you mean you want to catch a wild chicken? What should we do? Jian and Mo Fei have never hunted before. What if something dangerous happens? The more they thought about it, the more anxious they became for the girl's safety. Almost in unison, they voiced, No, Jian, Mo Fei, you cannot go. You've never hunted before, it's far too perilous for you females. What if you encounter danger? Clearly, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao were overreacting. This area belonged to the Tianshi tribe. And while it was true that only the four of them were present on the mountain, the proximity to the tribe meant that patrolling beastmen frequently passed through, leaving only small herbivorous creatures in the area. Moreover, Jian and Mo Fei merely suggested catching a wild chicken. For someone like Jian, who had spent over a decade studying on Earth, there was no need to risk her life for a few chickens. Her approach was one of cunning rather than danger. All of this stemmed from Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao's instinctive protective nature towards the females they cherished, coupled with their concern for their closest companions. It's fine. Bai Luo, we won't venture far. We'll just set a trap and wait for rabbits or wild chickens to wander in. There is absolutely no danger. Besides, you're here to protect me, right? With you around, I fear nothing. Mo Fei chimed in to reassure Xiao Xiao, vowing that she would not place herself in harm's way. With their reassurances, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao began to reflect on their overzealous reactions, silently exchanging glances and recognizing the shared concern mirrored in each other's eyes. Jian and Murphy, having observed Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao's lack of opposition, hastened to gather their tools for digging traps. By the time Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao realized what was happening, Jian and Murphy had already excavated several traps. When Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao arrived, they found that Jian and Murphy had just completed their final trap. Spotting Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao's approach, Jian and Murphy quickly stood up and rushed over, pulling them back to the location of the first trap. Upon discovering that they had indeed captured a wild chicken, Murphy was nearly beside herself with joy. Ah, Jian, you were truly remarkable. It turns out this trap is genuinely effective. We caught a wild chicken so swiftly. Haha. We have set quite a few of these traps today. If only each trap could yield such fortune in capturing small animals. To be honest, Jian had not anticipated the trap's efficacy either. Feeling a bit bashful at Murphy's praise, she responded, Ha ha ha. I honestly did not expect this trap to work. It was merely for fun. But it seems our afternoon tea is looking promising. At this moment, the most complex emotions were felt by Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, both seasoned hunters who could not compare to the novice Murphy. This scene prompted a multitude of thoughts for them. Bai Luo, unable to contain his curiosity, finally asked Jian, Did you bring this method from Earth? It is incredibly effective. With such ease, one can procure food. This could save a significant amount of time. In the wilderness, every additional moment spent increases the danger. He added, if this method were to be widely adopted, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous sensation. Indeed, Bai Luo's assertion was spot on. For now, it is best to keep this matter from others. We should return and discuss it with the chieftain and the elders before making any decisions. Upon witnessing the sudden shift in atmosphere to one of gravity, Jian and Murphy promptly nodded in understanding, abandoning their previous mirth. The remaining individuals subsequently ventured to other traps, and without exception, each trap ensnared its intended prey. In this moment, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao gained a profound appreciation for the significance of the traps. Observing the seriousness of Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, it felt as though time had been stealthily paused, leaving a sense of helplessness in its wake. After some contemplation, I decided it would be best to interrupt them. Just as I was about to speak, my wristwatch began to chime. Good afternoon. It is now 4 o'clock. Upon hearing the sound emanating from the wristband, aside from Bai Luo, who remained unfazed, both Murphy and Xiao Xiao were taken aback and bewildered. Noticing the lack of surprise from Bai Luo and myself, Murphy deduced that we were undoubtedly aware of the source of the sound. Without further ado, he inquired, Jian, what was that sound just now? How is it that your wristband can speak? Could this be a characteristic of beastmen? Yet, I have never encountered such a thing before. After a moment of contemplation, as if a revelation had struck him, Murphy exclaimed, wait, is this something you brought from Earth, Jian? Well, that explains why I've never seen it before. So, there are such beastmen on Earth, but why have I never seen it in its human form? It must be said that Jane greatly admires Murphy's imagination. It is truly whimsical, bordering on the absurd. What on earth is this? Jane rolled her eyes at Murphy and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Murphy, how could this possibly be an orc? If I were an orc traveling from Earth to the orc planet, would I still be with Balo? Moreover, this is merely a commonplace timer on Earth. It serves solely as a tool to remind people of the time. Observing Murphy's hesitation, Jane felt compelled to elaborate. Of course, this watch is a lifeless object, unlike orcs that can transform between beast and human forms. As for its ability to speak, that is simply due to the embedded sound software, enabling it to remind people of the time as it passes. Why have I never heard it before? How is it that I only noticed it this time? This is so peculiar. At this juncture, Balo, seeing that Murphy was persistently clinging to his beloved mate, could no longer contain himself and began to explain. I know this. It's because Jane hadn't worn her watch before. She just found it in her bag. Besides, it can be adjusted to remain silent as well. Xiao Xiao, surprised that Balo was so well informed, couldn't resist teasing him. Hey, not bad, Balo. You actually know quite a bit. It seems that since you've been with your mate, you've learned a lot. Haha, I thought you were still the same foolish young lad. I didn't expect you to have matured. Chapter 60. The beggar's chicken. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's remarks, Balo, initially wearing a smug expression, suddenly froze, his face shifting from pale to crimson, then to a deeper hue, and glanced at Jane. He was taken aback to find that Jane was also joining in the mockery alongside the mischievous Xiao Xiao. In that moment, Balo felt an overwhelming sense of grievance and thought, sniff, sniff, the baby feels so upset, but the baby won't cry. Surprisingly, this thought lightened his mood considerably. At that point, Jane had finished her laughter and stepped forward to comfort him, saying, All right, Balo, you're not a child anymore. How can you be so easily defeated by Xiao Xiao's words? You make me feel as though I am raising a child rather than a partner. It must be noted that Jane was quite inept at providing comfort. Her words only reinforced Balo's feeling that he would be the subject of Xiao Xiao and Murphy's laughter for eternity. Thus, Balo quickly clarified to Jane, Jane, how could you think that? Although I long for children, how can you perceive me as a child? I am your lifelong companion, not some beast cub that can be discarded upon reaching adulthood. Upon hearing Balo's words, Jane fell into contemplative silence. As for children, she felt she was not ready to assume the role of a mother just yet. After the four had gathered all their prey, they made their way toward the spring on the mountain. Fortunately, this spring was not far. It was actually near the shaded area they had discovered earlier. Jane was quite astonished when Bai Yiluo mentioned the presence of a spring here. To think there is a spring on this mountain. I wondered how you all chose this mountain. It turns out it is not only close to the tribe but also boasts a natural water source. How splendid. This means we won't have to venture down the mountain in search of water to process our game. Indeed, Jane, with all the rabbits and wild chickens we've caught, how shall we prepare them? Sometimes, having too many options can be quite perplexing, Murphy remarked with a hint of pride. As Jane observed Murphy's exuberance, she sighed with resignation and remarked, All right, Murphy. It's already past 4 o'clock. If we continue to ponder so much, we might as well spend the night on the mountain, don't you think? To her surprise, the mention of spending the night on the mountain only invigorated Murphy further. Ah, that sounds delightful. Haha, spending the night on the mountain today would be splendid. Kiki. After all, it's south so close to home. We can return tomorrow morning. Besides, I'm aware that you and Bai Luo spent a night on the highest hill last time. Humph. With such enjoyable experiences, why didn't you invite me and Xiao Xiao? Murphy's merciless revelation left Jane feeling quite uncomfortable. She awkwardly explained, Well, you see, it was rather late that day. Wasn't it? I merely wished to stargaze. Initially, I intended to do so in my yard, but Bai Luo insisted on taking me up the mountain instead. Humph. At least you're sensible. I, Murphy, am magnanimous enough to forgive you for that. However, it's best we enjoy ourselves on the mountain today. I have decided. We will indeed stay here tonight. The first part of Murphy's statement was directed at Jane, while the latter part was turned towards Xiao Xiao. What could Xiao Xiao possibly object to? He immediately concurred without hesitation. Meanwhile, Bai Luo began to exchange knowing glances with Jane. Upon observing Bai Luo's expression, Jian immediately grasped his thoughts. Thus, he hastily addressed Murphy, saying, Since you and Xiao Xiao intend to spend the night here, it would be inappropriate for Bai Luo and me to intrude upon your delightful moment. Why not let this entire mountain be yours for the night? Bai Luo and I shall return home after we have had our meal. We have business to attend to at the tribal office tomorrow. Murphy, upon hearing Jian's words, could not help but feel a wave of shyness wash over her. Jian, what are you saying? How can you suggest giving the entire mountain to us? She exclaimed. However, since you both have important matters to attend to tomorrow, I shall not insist on your stay any longer. As soon as her words fell, Jian and his companions had already arrived at the mountain spring. This spring, though modest in size, emerged from the crevices of the rocks. Remarkably, a tree, so large that it would take 2 people to encircle it, thrived defiantly atop the boulder. One could not help but marvel at the tree's resilience and be awed by the grandeur of nature. Upon their arrival, Jian and his companions immediately set about gathering materials, systematically dispatching their still-living prey. Jian and Murphy took on the task of skinning the rabbits, while Bailuo and Jian, both seasoned in the ways of bloodshed, plucked the feathers from the wild chickens. They also eviscerated the rabbits and chickens, burying the entrails in a pit they dug. The four of them worked in unison for quite some time until all the game was prepared. The next step was to engage in cooking, however, being in the wilderness. They lacked pots and stoves that one would typically find at home. Observing the bounty before them, Jian proposed, "I believe that with the four of us, we have more than enough wild chickens and rabbits to feast upon. Unfortunately, we have no clay pots, nor even a smooth stone slab to use. Therefore, I suggest we roast the rabbits, and as for the chickens, let us prepare a dish known as beggar's chicken. What say you?" The others had no objections to Jian's suggestion, although they were somewhat puzzled. Murphy, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Beggar's chicken? Jian, what exactly is that? I've never heard you mention it before. However, it does sound tantalizing. Come on, Jian, let us hasten to prepare this beggar's chicken. I am quite famished." With that, Murphy began gathering firewood alongside Bailuo and Xiao Xiao to kindle a fire. Jian began to use spring water to mix the earth into a soft mud. Then, she gathered large leaves from the nearby trees to wrap the seasoned wild chickens one by one. Once the chickens were wrapped, Jian proceeded to evenly coat the exterior of the leaves with the prepared mud. At that moment, Murphy's fire was already ablaze. Jian then placed each mud-coated wild chicken into the pit that had been previously dug, carefully covering them with soil afterward. After completing these tasks, Jian began to transfer the fire that Murphy had prepared to the wild chicken, initiating the process of roasting the beggar's chicken. Meanwhile, Bailuo and Xiao Xiao placed the already prepared wild rabbit on the fire beside Jian and Murphy, commencing its roasting. Since the rabbit was cooked over the flames rather than beneath them, it was more readily done than the beggar's chicken. Once the rabbit was thoroughly cooked, Bailuo and Xiao Xiao began to serve Jian and Murphy. However, both Jian and Murphy were preoccupied with the beggar's chicken cooking beneath the fire and did not indulge excessively in the roasted rabbit. Even the gluttonous Murphy, upon inhaling the rabbit's tantalizing aroma and savoring its tender, juicy flavor, fought against the overwhelming urge to consume it all. Indeed, perseverance is rewarded. After finishing the roasted rabbit, just before sunset, Jian called for Bailuo to shift the fire aside. The moment Murphy tasted the beggar's chicken, tears nearly welled in her eyes. With chicken in her mouth, she mumbled to Jian, "Jian, this beggar's chicken is absolutely divine. Truly, whenever Jian is involved, there is bound to be exquisite cuisine." Haha. Indeed, the decision to restrain themselves from excessive rabbit consumption was evidently wise. Jian was quite delighted, as it was her first time preparing beggar's chicken with a wild chicken. To her surprise, it turned out to be extraordinarily delicious. Chapter 61. Heredity. Bailuo and Xiao Xiao observed Jian and Murphy savoring their meal with great enthusiasm. From the moment Jian unveiled the first clay ball to reveal the beggar's chicken, they had caught a whiff of its enticing aroma and were eager to taste it. Now, seeing the two of them seemingly wishing to devour even the bones, their desire to partake grew even stronger. Yet, they hesitated, mindful that Jian and Murphy had barely eaten enough, and thus refrained from acting impulsively. As Jian and Murphy indulged in their meal, they stole glances at Bailuo and Xiao Xiao. The sight of the two of them drooling over a pile of beggar's chicken, yet hesitating to act out of fear of not having enough to eat, was utterly amusing. Murphy playfully tapped Jian's arm, and with a mouthful of beggar's chicken, leaned in closer to whisper in Jian's ear, "Hey, Jian, did you see that? Haha, they are so funny. They look like they want to devour it. Yet they are desperately holding back, afraid we might not have our fill. They dare not indulge. Look, look." Xiao Xiao's eyes are scanning that pile of beggar's chicken again. Haha, but still, Bailuo is even more entertaining. You must see the expression on Bailuo's face. It truly cracks me up. With that, Murphy, her hands oily from the beggar's chicken, doubled over with laughter, clutching her belly. Observing Murphy's exaggerated laughter, Jian couldn't help but feel a tinge of annoyance. However, upon witnessing Bailuo's expression, which resembled that of someone abandoned by the entire world, Jian instantly burst into laughter. Bailuo and Xiao Xiao watched Jian and Murphy reveling in their merriment, utterly perplexed. They exchanged glances, each seeing confusion mirrored in the other's eyes. The two were at a complete loss. What on earth was happening with them? Jian and Murphy could hardly contain their laughter as they observed Bailuo and Xiao Xiao's utterly bewildered expressions. Their amusement was so profound that tears nearly streamed down their faces. Unable to hold back any longer, Bailuo finally inquired, "Jian, what is it that you find so amusing? Why are both Xiao Xiao and I left in the dark? Perhaps you could share the source of your laughter so that we may join in?" Upon hearing his words, Jian and Murphy erupted into even more uncontrollable laughter, nearly doubling over. After managing to compose herself slightly, Jian responded, "Well, since you were so eager to know, I shall reveal it to you. However, you must promise not to be upset after hearing it." Bailuo and Xiao Xiao exchanged knowing glances, sensing they were on the verge of uncovering the reason behind the mirth. As Jian received their tacit approval, she continued, "In truth, we are laughing at you. Haha. Your expressions are simply hilarious. You are practically drooling at the sight of the beggar's chicken, yet you restrain yourselves, merely watching Murphy and me feast." At that moment, Murphy chimed in, echoing Jian's sentiment. "Indeed, You have no idea how amusing your expressions are. Moreover, with so much beggar's chicken available, how much can Jian and I possibly consume? Ultimately, it will all end up in your bellies. As Jian and Murphy gazed at Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, who appeared as if they had been struck by lightning, they once again succumbed to laughter, only amplifying the embarrassment of the two men. Jian, Bai Luo interjected. Perhaps you should stop laughing. You've been at it for quite some time now. Aren't you tired? It might be best to take a break. With that, Bai Luo gathered some mountain spring water with a leaf and handed it to Jian. Here, Jian, drink some water. Look, Murphy has already devoured a chicken. You should eat as well. Just look at you. You've hardly eaten anything. Barely half a chicken after all this time. I'll wait until you're satisfied before I indulge myself. At this moment, Jian, facing the concerned Bai Luo, could no longer muster a smile. He quickly took the water, sipped a couple of times, and then handed over the remaining half of the chicken to Bai Luo, urging him to hold it for now. He then went to fetch another beggar's chicken for Bai Luo. Here you go, Bai Luo. You must eat too. There is plenty of beggar's chicken left. Murphy and I can't finish it all. Besides, there are portions in this for both of you. Don't just watch us eat. Hurry and dig in. After saying this, Jian took back his remaining half of the beggar's chicken and resumed eating. Bai Luo gazed at the chicken Jian had given him, touched to the point of tears, though perhaps that was a bit exaggerated. Seeing Jian and Bai Luo eating together so closely, Murphy quickly pulled Xiao Xiao to get 2 chickens for themselves, and they began to eat face to face. Once the 4 of them were satiated, several beggar's chickens still remained. Jian and Murphy decided to split the remaining 6, each taking 3. After a brief respite, Bai Luo bid farewell to Xiao Xiao and Murphy. Once Jian was ready, Bai Luo transformed into his beast form and soared towards the direction of the tribe with Jian. In midair, Jian spoke to Bai Luo, who was carrying him. Bai Luo, what if we take 3 of the beggar's chickens to our parents? It would be a wonderful chance for them to savor the taste. Of course. You decide, Jian. Bai Luo responded, then altered his course towards Fiji's home. Before long, Bai Luo landed outside Fiji's yard with Jian. Once Jian dismounted, Bai Luo immediately shifted back to his human form and rushed to the door, knocking. Inside, Fiji and Ji Ming were having dinner. Upon hearing the knock, Fiji slightly twitched his nose, instantly recognizing who was outside, and he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar yet enticing aroma of food, which invigorated him. Just as Ji Ming was about to rise to open the door, he dashed out. As Fiji reached the entrance, he swung open the door and exclaimed, "You little rascal. Have you eaten something delectable again today? Humph. At least you have a conscience. You remembered to bring something for your father and mother. Now, you too. Stop standing around like fools and come inside." With that, Fiji led the way into the house. Jian, carrying the basket containing the beggar's chickens, carefully closed the yard gate behind him and followed by Luo and Fiji inside. During this time, only Fiji spoke. Upon entering, Jian realized that he and Bai Luo had inadvertently interrupted Fiji and Ji Ming's dinner. However, Ji Ming was not angry. Instead, she was delighted by the arrival of Bai Luo and Jian. Sitting at the dining table, Ji Ming smiled warmly at them. "You're here, just in time to join us for dinner. Oh, by the way, Jian, I really enjoyed the 2 types of candy you made today. I even tried cooking with that fine white sugar, and it turned out quite delicious. Don't just stand there. Please take a seat." After addressing Jian and Bai Luo, Ji Ming turned to Fiji, who had just sat back down. "Dear, could you please help me bring some bowls and chopsticks for Bai Luo and Jian?" Initially reluctant, Fiji, upon hearing Ji Ming's call, immediately stood up, saying, All right, dear, I'll go right away. You keep eating." With that, Fiji shot an innocent-looking glare at Bai Luo, as if to say, "You rascal. Humph. Now that you're married, you still can't be at ease. You had to bring your partner to bother my dear." Bai Luo, accustomed to his father's various grievances, remained unfazed. Meanwhile, Jian, watching the scene, understood where Bai Luo's temperament stemmed from and couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself. Chapter 62. Teaching. Bai Luo took Ji Ming's hand, disregarding Fiji's subtle glares, which Jian found quite amusing. "Mother, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. And just to clarify, Jian and I didn't come here just to eat. We've already had our fill. We came to bring you something to eat." With that, Bai Luo reached for the basket Jian was holding and retrieved 3 large clay balls. Under the curious gaze of Ji Ming and Fiji, he smashed the clay balls open, revealing the beggar's chicken wrapped in thick leaves. In an instant, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, lingering enticingly. The expressions of Fiji and Ji Ming transformed from confusion to delight. "Ah, so this is the aroma of the food I smelled. What a delightful surprise. Who would have thought such deliciousness was encased in these unassuming clay balls?" Fiji remarked, inhaling the familiar yet novel scent. "Indeed, the method of preparation is quite peculiar. When I first saw Jian making it, I found it strange. But the moment I opened the clay ball, I couldn't help but salivate." With that, Bai Luo couldn't resist scratching his head with his freshly cleaned hands. Jian quickly placed the beggar's chicken into the bowl that Fiji had just retrieved, and then, grasping Bai Luo, prepared to bid farewell to Fiji and Ji Ming. Sensing Jian's intent, Ji Ming could no longer remain seated. She promptly rose and moved to Jian's side, gently assisting her onto the chair at the table. "Ah, I specifically asked you to sample the dish I prepared using the sugar you gifted us. and yet you haven't tasted it. Planning to leave so soon? It won't be that simple. Consequently, Jian and Bai Luo had no choice but to obediently sit down and take a few bites of Ji Ming's culinary creation, observing that both were dutifully enjoying the food. Ji Ming's delight grew even more. By the way, Jian, you have bestowed upon us such delightful treats, and I find myself lacking in offerings to reciprocate. I have heard that you possess a fondness for those plants we are unfamiliar with. So I have resorted to presenting you with some exotic fruits that your father brought back from afar as a token of gratitude. Though the fruits are few in number, I hope you shall not look down upon them. With that, Ji Ming rose and entered the storage room, emerging shortly after with a large basket in hand. As she approached Jian, she extended the basket towards her. Upon a cursory glance, Jian's spirits soared. The vibrant red fruit was none other than a tomato. How effortlessly delightful. Jian quickly expressed gratitude to Ji Ming, carefully accepting the basket from her hands. Observing Jian's evident delight in the fruits, Ji Ming felt a sense of joy. Realizing her gift was well received and had brought unexpected pleasure. Hence, she decided not to prolong their stay, bidding farewell and encouraging them to return home for some rest. Once Bai Luo and Jian departed, Fei Ji and Ji Ming eagerly indulged in the beggar's chicken sent by Jian and Bai Luo. If Jian were to witness this scene, his lofty image in her heart would surely shatter in an instant. Nevertheless, it was already somewhat tarnished. Upon returning home, Jian was in high spirits. He clutched the tomato, unwilling to let it go. Are you familiar with this fruit? He inquired. Indeed, we refer to it as a tomato. It can be used to prepare a myriad of delectable dishes. As he spoke, he unconsciously swallowed the non-existent saliva, reminiscing how long it had been since he savored a tomato. Tomato scrambled eggs, tomato beef brisket soup, braised eggplant with tomatoes, and tomato chicken stew with potatoes. Oh, and it can even be transformed into tomato sauce. Lost in thought, Jian inadvertently voiced his cravings, prompting Bai Luo to swallow hard in response. Jian, those dishes sound utterly delicious. Of course. However, we are out of ingredients, Jian replied. Fear not, Jian. I shall procure the necessary ingredients for you tomorrow. Bai Luo reassured him. Thank you, Bai Luo. You are truly wonderful. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a feast for you. A restful night passed. The following morning, after breakfast, Bai Luo and Jian strolled out of their home hand in hand, not to hunt, but leisurely making their way to the tribal office. Though their pace was slow, the office was not too far, and they arrived in due course. Upon entering, they discovered that Murphy and Xiao Xiao had already arrived. Seated at the large round table in the council hall alongside the chief and elders, all gazing at them with serious expressions. At that moment, Jian surmised the gravity of the situation and exchanged a silent glance with Bai Luo. Upon noticing their arrival, Murphy instantly changed his demeanor, standing up with a playful grin, exclaiming, "Ah, Jian, you're finally here. Everyone has been waiting for you." He beckoned them to sit down, pulling Jian to a chair at the round table before returning to his own seat, while Bai Luo settled beside Jian. Seeing that everyone was present, Chief Leia broke the silence, addressing Jian with a grave yet gentle tone. Divine Messenger, it has come to my attention that you created something called a trap yesterday. I have heard that you and Murphy managed to capture an impressive number of prey. Is this true? Jian had already surmised that Murphy and Xiao Xiao could no longer contain their eagerness to share this matter with everyone, and thus ceased their pretense. They openly acknowledged the situation and extolled the numerous advantages of the traps to the assembly. Initially, the chieftain and the elders were skeptical of Murphy and Xiao Xiao's assertions. How could a female possibly capture prey? It seemed ludicrous. They would sooner believe that wild boars could ascend trees than accept that a female could successfully hunt alone. Not to mention the notion, as Murphy suggested, that one could ensnare a multitude of prey merely by digging a few pits and bending a few branches. However, upon hearing Jian articulate this method, the chieftain and elders were enveloped in an indescribable shock. At that moment, their doubts regarding the words of the Murphy couple dissipated. After all, the identity of Jian as a divine envoy was undeniable. She was a chosen messenger of the beast god. They were entitled to question anyone, yet dared not challenge the beast god. Curiosity regarding the traps began to stir among the assembly. What manner of device could it be? Unbeknownst to Jian, her casual gesture had sparked a plethora of thoughts among the tribal leaders. She was solely focused on promoting the practicality and safety of the traps, along with the specific guidelines for their use and the necessary precautions to undertake. The chieftain and elders observed Jian as she spoke fervently, though they found it quite challenging to comprehend. The terminology she employed inadvertently resonated with widely used concepts from Earth, which, while broadly applicable there, remained utterly foreign to the inhabitants of this primitive, Stone Age planet. After a lengthy discourse, Jian finally noticed that every individual in the council chamber wore a slight frown. Even Bai Luo, his constant companion, bore the same expression. It was at that moment he realized, to his dismay, that he had unwittingly spoken an abundance of words that were incomprehensible to them. Truly, the perils of habit can be quite daunting. With a sense of responsibility towards his audience, Jian bowed his head in contemplation for a brief interval before rephrasing his earlier statements in a manner that even the youngest cubs of the beast men would comprehend. Upon concluding his thoughts, the chamber erupted into a thunderous applause, leaving Jian somewhat taken aback. Apart from his partner and friends, the rest were tribal leaders. And for a moment, he found himself at a loss. Sensing Jian's emotional turmoil, Bai Luo swiftly embraced him, lowering his head to plant a gentle kiss atop Jian's crown. At that instant, Jian regained his composure, offering Bai Luo a subtle smile, and in that shared glance, everything was conveyed without utterance. Chapter 63. Tomatoes. After elucidating the theory, Jian reflected that it would be more beneficial to take everyone to witness the practical application firsthand. This would allow them to tangibly appreciate the myriad advantages of the traps, while also enabling the skilled hunters from the tribes to explore potential enhancements to the trap's shortcomings, thus maximizing their utility. Having settled on this idea, Jian addressed the chieftain directly, saying, "Honorable chieftain, I believe that merely listening to my explanations will not provide a clear understanding of the trap's effectiveness. I propose we venture out of the tribe to observe the traps in action. This would offer a more direct insight into their various benefits and limitations. As you all know, I am not a hunter. The methods for setting these traps were gleaned from literature in my previous home, a place that has long since ceased to have individuals relying on their strength and wits for outdoor hunting. My recollection of traps was sparked by whimsy yesterday, and I never anticipated their efficacy would surpass my expectations. Therefore, I hope that you, esteemed chieftain, can arrange for some agile-minded hunting experts to join us in conducting this experimental hunt using traps in the wild." Once Jian finished speaking, the chieftain did not hesitate. Waving his hand decisively in agreement, he immediately instructed Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, two young beast men, to fetch the tribe's hunting experts. When everyone gathered, the beastmen transformed into their animal forms, including the chieftain and elders, eager to witness this unprecedented hunting experiment. Jian and Murphy both climbed onto the backs of their respective orcs, who then carried them along with the main troop as they soared into the skies beyond the tribe. Throughout the journey, silence reigned, as if the very air had become suspended in time. After what seemed like an eternity of flight, they finally arrived at a riverside teeming with prey. It was the third month of the harvest season, and the grass had shed its vibrant green attire in favor of a withered, golden hue. Countless herbivores were migrating towards the lush patches of grass nearby. Coincidentally, the location Jian and her companions had discovered was a flourishing source of greenery. This area was not only abundant in herbivores but also home to numerous predators. Just as Jian and her group landed, an unexpected and fierce struggle erupted by the tranquil riverbank. A robust adult bison, adorned with two formidable horns, was being pursued by a rather unremarkable, youthful carnivorous dragon. In an instant, the serenity of the riverside was shattered. All the creatures began to scatter in every direction, leaving the bison to be relentlessly chased by the dragon. The confrontation was brief. The bison was swiftly overpowered by the dragon's sheer strength. After the dragon delivered a fatal bite, it departed with its prey, leaving Jian and her companions to silently observe the transformation of the riverside. Once tranquility returned, Jian began to gather materials from the surroundings, utilizing unassuming twigs and stones to teach everyone how to set traps. Initially, the orcs were puzzled by Jian's request for stones and branches. However, when Jian fashioned a small trap using only the scant resources at hand and successfully captured two young antelopes, astonishment washed over them all, including Bai Luo and Murphy. They had not anticipated the trap's effectiveness. The clan leader and elders recognized the potential of this newfound method, and soon everyone began brainstorming improvements for the rudimentary trap. The results that followed were astonishing. The enhanced trap unexpectedly ensnared an adult herbivorous dragon beast, a monumental catch indeed. This event instilled a sense of urgency among the tribe members to disseminate the knowledge of trap making throughout the community. Consequently, even during the harsh winter months, families with fewer or no orcs would have the means to procure food. With this realization, the tribe's fear of the impending cold season diminished significantly. After conducting several experiments, the morale of the group soared to new heights. Had it not been for the approaching noon hour, they might have continued their trials. At midday, rather than returning for a meal, they utilized the two captured antelopes and several bison to prepare lunch right there. After feasting, under the clan leader's direction, they began to divide the dragon beast into numerous portions, allowing each orc to carry one or two pieces before setting off towards the tribe. Upon reaching the skies above the tribe, Jian and her companions did not pause. They flew directly to the central square as per the clan leader's wishes. Once they had descended and deposited their bounty, the clan leader ascended once more, excitedly roaring towards the surrounding tribe. The tribe members, upon hearing the call, immediately set aside their tasks and surged towards the central square like a tidal wave. When everyone gathered, the clan leader eagerly announced the breakthrough with traps. The revelation sparked a wave of astonishment. No one had envisioned that simple stones and branches combined with a deep pit could yield such a bounty. Most remarkably, they had captured an adult dragon beast. This realization was nothing short of monumental. After publicly praising Jian for her selfless contributions, the tribe members bowed respectfully in her direction, offering her the highest honors. In the following days, Jian and Bai Luo busied themselves teaching the tribe members how to set traps outside the village. Before long, every member of the tribe, be they male or female, elder or youngling, had gradually mastered the art of trap making. After several days of relentless effort, Jian and Bai Luo finally took a moment to rest. One day, as Jian prepared rice, she decided to steam it over the remaining embers of the stove. Remembering the basket of tomatoes her mother had sent some time ago, she called for Bai Luo to join her in retrieving the entire basket from the cellar. After contemplating, she also took out 2 bird eggs from the cellar. They had yet to discover chicken eggs, so these would suffice for now. With her thoughts racing, Jian swiftly made her way to the kitchen. Chapter 64. Tomato and Bird Egg Stir Fry by Luo. Today you shall savor a dish unlike any other. This is something you have never tasted before. Jian's voice echoed from the kitchen, heightening Bai Luo's anticipation for the meal. As an orc who relished meat, Bai Luo had gradually developed a fondness for vegetables during his time living with Jian. Ultimately, he had become quite the Epicurean under her care. Now, hearing Jian speak of a dish he had never encountered before filled him with joy surpassing even Jian's own excitement. Wonderful. That sounds splendid. Jian, do you need any assistance? Jian casually selected a few tomatoes from the basket, instructing Bai Luo to wash them thoroughly and cut them into pieces. Not forgetting to ask Bai Luo to remove the seeds as well. Bai Luo took the tomatoes from Jian's hands and fetched a ceramic basin to scoop water for washing. As Jian gazed at the water tank in the kitchen, she silently contemplated that perhaps the matter should be addressed soon, for it would likely prove challenging to execute once the cold season arrived. At that moment, Bai Luo had already prepared the tomatoes, neatly arranging them in a large bowl. Jian fetched a large bowl, cracking the bird eggs into it before seasoning them with a pinch of salt and whisking them together, setting the mixture aside for later use. She then instructed Bai Luo to chop the prepared beef into chunks, blanching them briefly before tossing them into the pot to commence a slow simmer. As the beef neared tenderness, Jian took half of the chopped tomatoes Bai Luo had prepared and added them to the pot, covering it once more to allow the flavors to melt. After a while, when Jian lifted the lid, she was enveloped by a wave of steam and the familiar, enticing aroma that transported her back to her days on Earth. Having stored the remaining tomatoes in the cellar, Bai Luo ventured into the yard to tend to the animals. However, upon catching a whiff of the delightful scent, he hastened his movements, completing his tasks in the shortest time possible. Once he set everything down and washed his hands and feet, Bai Luo dashed into the kitchen. At that moment, Jian was still lost in her reverie. Sensing her nostalgia for her former home, Bai Luo chose not to disturb her. Instead, he quietly moved to the other side of the stove to assist her in kindling the fire. It was only when Jian heard the sound emanating from the other side of the stove that she realized Bai Luo had already entered. She hurried over and began to scoop water to wash the pot. As soon as Jian finished washing the pot, Bai Luo immediately intensified the heat. As the pot began to emit wisps of smoke, Jian poured in some animal fat. Once the fat had melted and started to sizzle, she added the pre-mixed tomatoes and bird eggs into the pot, commencing to stir-fry. Since the bird eggs had been seasoned with salt from the outset, Jian refrained from adding much salt at the end, merely sprinkling a touch. After the tomato and egg dish was completed, Jian fetched a large bowl, portioned out half of it, and similarly divided the beef broth into another bowl. She entrusted these to Bai Luo, instructing him to deliver them to Ji Ming and Fei Ji. Once Bai Luo departed, Jian commenced to carry the soup, vegetables, and rice into the dining room, taking a seat on a stool to await Bai Luo's return. Meanwhile, Bai Luo, upon exiting, made his way directly toward the homes of Fei Ji and Ji Ming. Upon his arrival, he encountered them in the midst of preparing ingredients. Without hesitation, Bai Luo halted their activities, placing the earthen jar in the large bowl he had been carrying onto their dining table. At that moment, Fei Ji and Ji Ming could not have been more enlightened. A glance at the vibrant dishes in the bowl and jar revealed the delightful truth. The fruits Fei Ji had gathered were not only edible raw but could also be transformed into sumptuous cooked dishes. As soon as Bai Luo had set the food on the table, Fei Ji hurried into the kitchen, retrieving a basket along with 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. The urgency of her actions clearly indicated her intent to not host Bai Luo for dinner, regardless of his generous contribution. Noticing Bai Luo lingering, Fei Ji expressed her discontent. Bai Luo, why are you still here? Shouldn't you return to dine with Jian instead of lingering with us? Bai Luo, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and promptly bid farewell to Ji Ming and Fei Ji before hastening homeward. Ji Ming, observing Bai Luo being ushered away by Fei Ji, shot her a reproachful glance. However, Fei Ji, wholly engrossed in the food, remained oblivious to his discontent. She continued to serve rice and vegetables for Ji Ming, beginning her own meal. It was only later that night, as they prepared for bed, that Fei Ji grasped the gravity of the situation. Jane did not wait long before Bai Luo returned. Upon seeing him, she promptly urged him to wash his hands before joining her for dinner. Bai Luo accepted the bowl of freshly served white rice from Jane and began to savor the dishes laid out on the table, praising Jane's culinary skills while also offering her some of the food. Observing Bai Luo serving her, Jane reciprocated by selecting food for him as well. Thus, their lunch unfolded in a tranquil silence. After they finished their meal and washed the dishes, Jane asked Bai Luo to bring out the tomato seeds he had unearthed. She then commenced washing the seeds with a sieve, carefully removing the membrane enveloping them. It is evident that Jane was preparing to plant tomatoes. After numerous washes, she finally cleaned all the seeds thoroughly. However, instead of sowing them immediately, she instructed Bai Luo to prepare a clean wooden board, onto which she spread the seeds evenly to sun-dry. Once these tasks were completed, Jane finally paused and beckoned Bai Luo to accompany her as they headed to Fei Ji's home. Upon their arrival, as Fei Ji opened the door, Jane eagerly inquired about the tomatoes. After gathering information about the tomatoes' growing location from Fei Ji, Jane and Bai Luo returned home. Initially, Jane had intended to visit the tomato field, but upon learning that it would take half a day's flight from the tribe to reach the location, She quickly dismissed the idea, deciding it would be better to set out the following day. Thus, upon returning home, Jian and Luo began preparing provisions for their journey the next day. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Jian awoke. After sharing a simple breakfast with Luo, they set out with their prepared supplies, flying towards the location Fiji had mentioned for the tomatoes. Throughout the journey, Jian was filled with excitement at the prospect of personally picking tomatoes or transplanting a tomato plant. She also contemplated whether to make some tomato sauce, considering its convenience for storage and delightful flavor, perfect for culinary use. Chapter 65, Little Bell Peppers. Oh my goodness. There are so many tomatoes here, exclaimed Jian. This is wonderful. Luo, let us hurry and pick them. Upon hearing this, Luo immediately responded and began descending towards the ground. Once they landed, Jian, with a basket on her back, rushed towards the area with the densest concentration of tomatoes. Upon arrival, she began picking indiscriminately, regardless of whether the tomatoes were good, bad, or had been nibbled by insects, though she did separate the good from the bad. Seeing Jane's fervor for the tomatoes, Luo gently shook his head with a fond smile and joined her in the harvest. Although the tomato field was vast, with their swift and determined efforts, the area was soon stripped bare. Yet, Jian remained unsatisfied, realizing that this was the only patch available, and they had yet to discover tomatoes elsewhere. Consequently, they resorted to the provisions they had brought, replenishing their energy before returning to the tribe with 2 full baskets and a large cloth bag of tomatoes. Upon their return, they placed the good tomatoes from their haul directly into the cellar for preservation, while the rotten or insect-damaged ones were discarded in the yard for sorting. Jian salvaged the unblemished portions of the tomatoes that had been bitten by insects or had rotted, washing them thoroughly before placing them into a ceramic bowl. Once all the tomatoes had been attended to, she instructed Beiro to chop them into a pulpy consistency. Jian began to kindle the flames at the stove. Once the steam from the water in the pot dissipated, she washed her hands and poured the tomato puree into the pot, allowing it to simmer gently over a low heat. During the simmering process, she added a pinch of salt and some granulated sugar to enhance the flavor. As the tomato mixture thickened, Jian instructed Luo to turn off the heat, allowing it to stew in the residual warmth. Before long, the tomato sauce was ready. After tasting a small spoonful to assess its flavor, she promptly requested Luo to fetch a clean ceramic jar, into which she ladled the finished tomato sauce. By the time Jian waited for the tomato sauce to cool in the jar, afternoon had already arrived. Observing the abundance of sauce, she found herself uncertain of how long it would take to consume it all, and thus resolved to share some with others. Having made her decision, she instructed Luo to retrieve 2 smaller ceramic jars from the pantry. Once Luo had washed the jars, Jian began to ladle some tomato sauce into them. Luo, noticing Jane's determined demeanor, sensed that she was preparing to distribute more items, and he shook his head in mild resignation. This subtle gesture did not escape Jane's notice. However, she merely smiled quietly in response. After preparing the 2 jars of tomato sauce for gifting, the 2 of them fetched a basket to hold the items and secured the door behind them as they set off towards the homes of Fiji and Jian. After delivering 1 jar of sauce, Jian and Luo proceeded to Murphy's residence, where they presented the second jar. Murphy expressed immense joy at receiving the new food and asked Xiao Xiao to bring out several beautiful plants freshly picked to give to Jian. As Jian admired the vibrant, cherry-sized fruits that Xiao Xiao presented, she felt a sense of delight. I can hardly contain my joy. My goodness. I never anticipated that this would be found here as well. I remember when I went to university in another city, I traversed quite a distance just to savor this delicacy. Jian almost immediately reached out to receive a basket of small colorful peppers that Xiao Xiao handed over. She then began to explain to Murphy, who regarded the peppers as mere decorative items. Murphy, are you not aware of what this is? After a moment of contemplation, Murphy replied, well, I must admit, I truly do not know. This fruit has no discernible aroma, and while it is not poisonous, I am hesitant to sample its flavor. After a brief moment of laughter, Jian began to explain to Murphy, this is a small colorful pepper, a variety of chili. However, its taste is quite distinct from that of ordinary peppers, and its preparation differs as well. These small colorful peppers simply need to be washed, dried, and then placed in a jar to be marinated with soy sauce and seasonings like ginger and garlic for a few days. The result is a delightful combination of fragrance and spiciness, with a satisfying crunch that makes them perfect as a snack or a side dish with rice. Intrigued, Murphy immediately took Jian inside to the storage room, where she retrieved a basket and began rinsing the peppers with water in the yard. Once the small colorful peppers were thoroughly cleaned, Jian advised Murphy not to remove the stems, as doing so would render them less convenient to eat. Seeing that Murphy had finished washing the peppers, Jian decided it was time to bid farewell to Murphy and Xiao Xiao. Together with Luo, who carried the basket of small colorful peppers, she headed home, her heart brimming with joy. How wonderful! I can enjoy these small colorful peppers again. Upon arriving home, Jian's smile radiated happiness. Luo, noticing her delight at having a basket full of peppers, understood that these were indeed one of Jian's favorites. As soon as they stepped inside, Luo began washing the small colorful peppers without needing any prompt from Jian. After several rounds of rinsing, he finally ceased and took a winnowing basket to transfer the peppers into it, then placed them outside to dry. Observing Jian's industriousness, Luo did not intrude but instead made his way directly to the kitchen to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. Fortunately, the game from yesterday had been promptly processed and stored in the cellar. Otherwise, the meat left out from yesterday afternoon until today would have become utterly unpalatable. Not to mention inedible. After Luo had meticulously prepared the small bell peppers, he entered the kitchen to assist Jian with the cooking. Upon entering, he noticed Jian diligently chopping the ribs of the wild boar from the previous day. He hurried over, seized the knife from Jian's hand, and, with a tinge of concern, exclaimed, "Jian, why did you not call me to help with the bones? With so many to chop, you would tire your hands before finishing. Allow me to take over. I possess greater strength." After listening to Luo's words, Jian rolled her eyes and began to argue. "Luo, I am not a fragile porcelain doll. How could I be so fearful of what you do? If you complete all the tasks, I would be utterly bored. Besides, with all the things you do daily, don't you ever feel exhausted?" Jian's remarks were always taken seriously by Luo, who responded with enthusiasm and diligence. However, upon witnessing Jian tackle heavy tasks, he would immediately swoop in to take over, leaving Jian both frustrated and speechless. Each time, she found herself at a loss, unable to pinpoint any fault. This instance was no different. Despite Jian's protests, and by Luo's eyes, she remained a delicate female, incapable of handling strenuous work or numerous responsibilities, and thus, her only role was to enjoy good food and drink each day. At such moments, Jian couldn't help but silently roll her eyes, yet deep down, she relished the sweetness of being so cherished. Nonetheless, she did not wish to be treated like a porcelain doll, waiting at home for Luo to attend to everything. She desired to share in their experiences as a united front rather than relying solely on him. Despite expressing her thoughts to Luo countless times, the situation remained unchanged. Leaving Jian feeling quite helpless, she could only comply and play along. Chapter 66. Tender corn. Early the next morning, Jian rose before dawn, prepared breakfast, and shared it with Luo before seeing him off as he departed to patrol the tribe. Just as Luo stepped out, and Jian was closing the courtyard door, she heard Murphy's voice calling from outside, "Jian, don't close the door yet. I'm not inside." Without a moment's thought, Jian opened the courtyard door and, upon raising her gaze, beheld Murphy carrying a basket brimming with condiments such as avocados, ginger, and garlic. Remarkably, he also cradled an empty jar and a large scoop of small bell peppers. "Murphy, are you planning to move? Why bring so many things?" she inquired. "Or are these gifts for me?" "Oh dear. Jian, where are your thoughts wandering? I merely came to seek your advice on how to prepare the marinated bell peppers." Jian was somewhat perplexed, recalling that she had already shared the method with him yesterday. "It's quite simple. You just need to follow my instructions." At this juncture, Jian suddenly remembered that Xiao Xiao was also scheduled for patrol today and realized that Murphy wished to avoid solitude at home. Understanding this, she chose not to confront Murphy's subtle intentions and welcomed him directly into the courtyard. Before even stepping inside, Murphy spotted the small bell peppers drying in the yard. He quickly approached with his belongings, and after placing them down, he adeptly pulled over a small stool and settled into it. Jane did not merely entertain Murphy in the yard. Instead, she ventured into the storeroom to retrieve a pristine jar along with an assortment of spices. After bringing everything into the yard, Jane washed her hands with fresh water and began to gather handfuls of small colorful peppers from the basket into the jar. Observing Jane's actions, Murphy hastily followed suit, washing his hands before also collecting the vibrant peppers into the jar. After Jian meticulously placed all the small bell peppers into the jar, she commenced pouring the juice from the avocado sauce, managing to submerge the peppers after adding precisely 30 avocados. Subsequently, Jian began incorporating various other seasonings into the mixture. Once all the condiments were added, she finally sealed the jar, ensuring a liquid seal by adding water along the rim. Upon completing these tasks, Murphy, who had been working nearby, gradually finished his own chores as well. Instead of hastily tidying up the jar, both Jian and Murphy opted to leave it in its place. Even after mastering the process, Murphy chose not to return home with his belongings. Instead, he lingered at Jian's abode, retrieving snacks to enjoy while reclining on a lounge chair in the yard. Engaging in delightful conversation with Jian, the two found no tedium in their leisure, remaining in this state of relaxation until nearly noon. At that moment, Luo and Xiao Xiao returned home. Since Xiao Xiao had left with Murphy, he was already informed about Murphy's plan to visit Jian. After finishing their patrol, he accompanied Luo directly to Jian's home to fetch Murphy. The previously listless Murphy suddenly sprang to life upon seeing Xiao Xiao, leaping into his embrace. In contrast, Jian and Luo shared only a knowing smile without any overt displays of affection. Once Murphy and Xiao Xiao departed hand in hand, Jian and Luo exchanged a warm embrace, sharing a gentle kiss on the cheek before heading into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 7 days had swiftly passed. On that particular morning, as Luo and Xiao Xiao stepped outside to check the traps for game, Jian and Murphy set off together to inspect the cornfield. As Jian gazed upon a vast expanse of newly sprouted corn, a sense of eagerness washed over him. He could not resist the temptation to peel back an ear of corn for a closer inspection, and to his delight, he discovered that what would take several months to mature on Earth had ripened in merely a month and a half on the Orc planet. Though still tender, this corn was indeed ready for cooking, wasn't it? Beside him, Murphy observed Jian's expression of astonishment and decided to follow suit, peeling back an ear of corn nearby. To his surprise, he too found a fully grown ear. The sweet, natural aroma of the fresh, tender corn wafted through the air, causing Murphy's mouth to water almost instantaneously. "Jian, can we eat this corn?" he inquired, noting that it appeared somewhat different from the corn they had initially brought back. "Indeed, it is ready to be consumed. The current corn is quite tender. We can simply wash it and boil it for a delicious meal. The corn we harvested previously was aged, suitable for seed preservation or grinding into flour. But this corn cannot be processed in such a manner just yet. It must be boiled since it has not fully matured and cannot be ground into meal." Murphy nodded, partially comprehending, and fell silent. Meanwhile, Jian continued to peel back several husks, gathering the tender ears that were ripe for consumption and placing them at his feet. Murphy approached to examine Jian's harvest, discreetly noting which ears were edible before hastily excusing himself to dash to his own cornfield adjacent to Jian's home to gather some corn for himself. As Jian watched Murphy leave in a flurry, she couldn't help but chuckle softly and shake her head in resignation before returning to the task of husking corn. Meanwhile, upon arriving at his family's cornfield, Murphy began to ponder the appearance of the corn that Jian had just harvested, all the while his hands busily rummaging through the corn. Whenever he spotted a suitable ear, he mimicked Jian's method, carefully plucking the corn from the stalks along with their husks. It wasn't long before Jian had gathered the 20 ears of corn she needed for the day. Given the abundance of corn, it became cumbersome to carry. So she resorted to stripping several long leaves from the corn plants, partially peeling the husks off each ear before bundling them together. As Jian pondered that Murphy was likely still in the field, she hurriedly picked up a bundle of corn, one in each hand, and made her way towards the neighboring cornfield. As expected, upon arriving at Murphy's land, Jian found him diligently husking corn, with at least 17 or 18 ears already piled at his feet. Observing this, Jian promptly set down her own corn bundles and approached Murphy to assist him in tying up the corn. It was only then that Murphy noticed Jian. His expression one of genuine surprise as he exclaimed, "Jian, when did you arrive? I had no idea you were here." With a resigned roll of her eyes, Jian remarked, "Just now, your gaze was solely fixated on these corn cobs. Of course, you couldn't see me, a living being." I said, "Murphy, you certainly move with great swiftness. I've only just arrived, and you've already harvested 4 or 5 more corn cobs. That brings the total to over 20. How can you possibly continue without fear of not finishing them?" Upon hearing this, Murphy chuckled awkwardly and replied, "Hee, I just got a bit too excited. Before I knew it, I had picked this many again. Well, I think I've gathered enough now. Shall we head back? We could cook some corn to enjoy." With that, Murphy hurriedly embraced the freshly harvested corn cobs that had yet to be bundled and joined Jian, taking the corn strings she had just tied up. Together, they exited the cornfield, moving toward home. As they reached the fork in the path, Murphy did not part ways to return to his own home but continued to follow Jian, matching her pace toward her abode. Jian felt no surprise at this, as Murphy was indeed a voracious foodie who detested being alone at home. Chapter 67, The Spice-Loving Murphy. As Jian opened the courtyard door, Murphy darted towards the water tank with the speed of a rocket. Upon dropping the corn, he immediately scooped water from the tank and began to drink voraciously. Jian, noticing this, hurried over, discarding the corn, and attempted to seize the ladle from Murphy's grasp. "Murphy, please stop drinking," Jian exclaimed. "This water was just fetched from the river by Jiro this morning. It contains a great deal of sand and has yet to settle." Upon hearing this, Murphy promptly abandoned the ladle and turned to retch in the courtyard, lamenting to Jian as he did so. "Jian, why didn't you mention this sooner? I have no idea how much I've already consumed. Alas, it must be said that the waters of the rivers near our tribe have become increasingly murky since the onset of this year's rainy season. The water we collect now takes longer and longer to settle." After listening to Murphy, Jane silently contemplated advancing the plan. Once she had made up her mind, she pulled Murphy into the main room and then went to the kitchen to fetch the freshly boiled water she had prepared that morning, offering it to Murphy. Murphy accepted the large cup and gulped down several swigs. After finishing, he casually wiped his mouth and began to inquire, "Jane, when shall we start boiling corn? I can hardly wait. How about we start now? It's still early, and if we begin now, we might finish just in time for Bai Luo and Xiao Zhao's return, rather than languishing in boredom. We might as well prepare something delicious to reward ourselves for our hard work." Jian cast a glance at Murphy, mercilessly unmasking his hidden intentions. "Murphy, why not simply admit your cravings? Must you concoct elaborate excuses? I am truly astounded by you." Upon realizing that he had been so effortlessly exposed, Murphy's demeanor shifted, and he replied, "Jian, how can you be so heartless? It suffices for you to know my thoughts. Why must you vocalize them?" With that, Murphy promptly covered his face with both hands, exclaiming, "This is so embarrassing." In an instant, Murphy's antics brought a smile to Jian's face. Observing Jian's laughter, Murphy remained unperturbed, instead playfully pestering her to assist in boiling corn. Left with no choice under his relentless coaxing, Jian finally acquiesced. With her promise made, action was imperative. Thus, Jian promptly took Murphy with her to the yard to retrieve the corn they had carelessly discarded earlier. Once inside the kitchen, she began washing 10 ears of corn with the clean water that had settled overnight. Next, Jian fetched a large ceramic pot, rinsed it thoroughly, filled it with water, and tossed in the corn before covering it with a lid. She then placed the pot on the small stove outside the kitchen, igniting a fire to commence the boiling process. As the water reached a rolling boil, Jian carefully lifted the lid with a towel wrapped around the handle. The moment the pot was uncovered, a wave of steam wafted towards them, carrying the sweet aroma of the corn. Both Jian and Murphy inhaled deeply, unable to resist the delightful scent, and let out a contented sigh. Jian hastily prodded the corn in the earthen pot with her chopsticks, and upon confirming that it was thoroughly cooked, she instructed Murphy to fetch a large bowl from the kitchen. Each of them received a cob of corn, after which Jian extinguished the fire beneath the stove, replaced the lid, and carefully wrapped the pot of boiled corn in a towel before bringing it into the kitchen. After Jane brought the clay pot into the kitchen, she proceeded to the living room, where she and Murphy enjoyed nibbling on sweet corn. This was her first taste of tender corn since arriving on the Orc planet. While they savored the corn, they engaged in conversation about various topics, and somehow, their discussion meandered to the subject of small bell peppers. At that moment, they both realized that it had been 7 days since they had soaked the small peppers. Now, they were ripe for consumption. Upon this revelation, their corn-eating paused as they exchanged glances, both feeling a growing sense of impatience. Thus, Jane quickly set aside her corn, grabbed clean bowls and utensils, and headed to the storage room, with Murphy eagerly following suit. As Jian opened the jar of pickled chili peppers, Murphy immediately leaned in, inhaling deeply with an eager nose. Observing Murphy's greedy demeanor, Jian couldn't help but chuckle quietly, choosing not to expose him. Before long, Jian scooped a vibrant bowl brimming with an array of colorful mini peppers. Gently nudging Murphy, she signaled him to sample the flavor. Upon receiving Jian's cue, Murphy, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly grabbed several mini peppers and, under Jian's watchful gaze, popped a whole one into his mouth without hesitation. The moment he bit down, Murphy's expression shifted dramatically. He was instantly overwhelmed by the heat, coughing uncontrollably. To his dismay, the fiery liquid made its way into his nostrils, intensifying his discomfort. Yet, despite the burning sensation, he did not discard the remaining peppers. After catching his breath, he bravely consumed another one. Seeing Murphy like this nearly made Jane laugh herself into fits. Ha ha ha, Murphy, didn't you claim it was spicy? How come you're indulging now? Hee hee, Jane. This little bell pepper is absolutely delightful. It's both spicy and crunchy, truly irresistible. I simply cannot stop eating. After saying this, Murphy devoured the third and fourth one. It wasn't until he consumed the eighth that he finally couldn't bear it any longer and started demanding some water. Jian swiftly made her way to the kitchen and ladled a bowl of boiled corn water for Murphy. Sipping the fragrant liquid, imbued with a subtle sweetness reminiscent of corn, Murphy instantly felt invigorated and capable of indulging in more of the delightful mini bell peppers. Consequently, he proceeded to consume the 9th and 11th peppers. Upon observing Murphy's seemingly insatiable desire for spicy food, Jian promptly intervened. Murphy, can you truly withstand such an abundance of chili? Are you not concerned about the repercussions come morning? In response to Jian's words, Murphy reluctantly ceased his consumption of chili peppers and began to quietly nibble on the corn in his bowl. Nevertheless, his gaze remained fixated on the bowl filled with vibrant bell peppers. After Jian and Murphy had consumed 5 or 6 ears of corn, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao returned, each bearing several large animal hide bags filled with their quarry. Upon seeing their partner's return, Jian and Murphy promptly ceased their actions and rushed out of the main house to observe. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao were delighted to be greeted by their females, each embracing their partner warmly. Once Bai Luo released Jian, she immediately took his hand and led him inside, where she fetched the pot of boiled corn, inviting both Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao to partake. Subsequently, she and Murphy ventured into the yard to retrieve some game, heading to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for their midday meal. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao devoured the corn with astonishing speed and finished the broth before entering the kitchen to assist. As they entered, they found Jian and Murphy already washing rice and cooking. Rather than intervening, they inquired how to prepare the ingredients and began their tasks. Before long, the two males had chopped the ribs, blanched them, and added the corn into the pot to simmer. By the time Jian and Murphy had finished cooking the rice, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao's corn and rib soup was nearly ready. At noon, the four gathered around to share their meal. After dining, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao dutifully washed the dishes while Jian and Murphy retreated to the yard to chat on the lounge chairs. As their conversation flowed, drowsiness gradually enveloped them, and they succumbed to sleep upon the chairs. When Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao emerged from washing the dishes, they were greeted by the sight of Jian and Murphy, each sprawled on a lounge chair in a disheveled slumber. The two shared a knowing smile, both exasperated and affectionate. Observing this, Xiao Xiao promptly gathered some game and carried Murphy back to his home. Bai Luo, meanwhile, gently lifted Jian and placed her upon the bed inside, quietly admiring her serene sleeping face. He refrained from waking her, bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead before returning to the yard to tend to the game, ensuring everything was stored properly before joining Jian in slumber. Chapter 68, teasing having indulged in a deep slumber throughout the afternoon. Jane awoke to find that the outside world had succumbed to darkness. A glance at her watch revealed that it was already 6:30 in the evening. To her surprise, she discovered she had been resting not in the garden-esque recliner, but within the confines of her room. She mused to herself, "It must be Bai Luo." With this thought, Jane hastily dressed and rose from her bed. Suddenly, her stomach emitted an untimely grumble. In a moment of frustration, Jane clasped her hands over her abdomen and spoke softly to it. All right, please be quiet. I shall feed you soon. Remarkably, whether it was her words that resonated or the mere gesture of her hands that worked wonders, her stomach ceased its protests, determined to quell any further disturbances. Jane promptly exited her room. As Jian emerged, he was greeted by a delightful aroma of sumptuous dishes wafting through the air. At that moment, Bailuo appeared from the kitchen, carrying a wooden basin brimming with steaming white rice. Upon spotting Jian, Bailuo smiled warmly and gently remarked, Jian, you are awake. Just in time, for I was about to call you for dinner. You've slept the afternoon away. You must be quite hungry. Allow me to fetch the dishes, and we shall dine together. Jian, relishing the considerate tenderness of Bailuo, offered him a gentle smile and said, All right, Bailuo. You have been busy for quite some time. Please take a seat. I shall fetch the dishes. With that, Jian firmly guided Bailuo into his seat before stepping into the kitchen to retrieve the meal. As Jian entered the kitchen, she beheld a large basin of sweet and sour ribs and a substantial earthenware pot of corn and bone soup placed upon the stove by Bailuo. Instantly drawn to the culinary delights, Jian made her way directly to the stove. The moment her gaze fell upon the dishes, her stomach audibly began to protest. Its rumblings far more pronounced than when she had just awoken. Rather than clutching her belly, Jian promptly lifted the sweet and sour ribs and carried them into the dining room. Upon setting the ribs down, Bailuo, with a smile illuminating his face, remarked, All right, Jian, you may start eating. The soup is still hot. I shall fetch it. Without waiting for a response, Bailuo swiftly returned to the kitchen and soon emerged with the steaming pot of soup. After placing it on the table, he realized, to his surprise, that Jian had not begun her meal. Jian, did I not just instruct you to eat first? Why are you so disobedient? You must be famished. Stop staring at me. Looking at me won't fill your belly. Hurry and eat. With that, Bailuo quickly served Jian a bowl of rice and personally selected dishes to feed her. Jian rolled her eyes playfully and snatched the bowl and chopsticks from Bailuo's hands. A sudden whimsy took hold of her as she resolved to tease Bailuo. With a flirtatious glance, she swept her gaze over Bailuo's figure from head to toe. She extended her tongue, licked her lips, and remarked, I must say, merely gazing at you does not suffice to satiate one's hunger, yet you certainly inspire a desire for embrace. Following this, Jian gently caressed Bailuo's cheek and bestowed a light kiss upon his face. After completing these gestures, she nonchalantly prepared to eat, only to be abruptly pulled into Bailuo's arms, where he pressed his lips against hers with fervor. The kiss was overwhelming and assertive, and Jian could distinctly sense Bailuo's yearning for her, tinged with a hint of playful reprimand. His large hand expertly ventured beneath her clothing, while the other firmly squeezed her dairy re-mmm. Bailuo's kiss left Jian breathless, involuntarily releasing soft moans that only deepened the intensity of their kiss. It was not until every breath of air was claimed from her mouth that Bailuo finally relinquished her, though his hand remained ensconced within her garment. Before Jian could fully comprehend the situation, Bailuo's husky voice whispered in her ear, Little mischief maker, do you dare to cause any more trouble? With that, he tightened his embrace, his hand within her clothing giving a significant squeeze. The sensations triggered a mixture of pleasure and pain within Jian, prompting her to resist. Don't move, she gasped, feeling Bailuo's arousal pressing against her as she nestled against him, paralyzed by the moment. After what felt like an eternity, Bailuo finally released the blushing Jian, and they resumed their meal with an air of intimacy. Following their repast, the two moved in perfect harmony to clear the table, subsequently entering the kitchen to wash and tidy up. Once these tasks were completed, they grabbed a light blanket and retreated to the patio to enjoy the cool evening air. At that moment, Jian recalled a matter she had been contemplating for quite some time. She realized that if she did not act swiftly, she would likely have to wait until after the corn harvest to address it. This thought weighed heavily on her, as putting it off would impede many other plans. After all, once the corn was harvested, winter would be swiftly upon them, leaving a multitude of tasks to be completed. The provisions for winter must be meticulously managed. It was essential to ensure abundance, not scarcity. Resolute in her decision, Jian turned to Bailuo and began, Bailuo, have you noticed how the water along the riverbank is becoming increasingly murky? We must prepare the water for the following day ahead of time. Although there isn't much to do at the moment, in about a fortnight, at most half a month, we will be harvesting the corn. And let us not forget about the vegetables in the field. Pausing momentarily, she stroked her chin thoughtfully before continuing, in summary. We will find ourselves unable to allocate time for water collection in the coming days. So, I propose that since we have some free time now, we should engage in other meaningful endeavors. Upon hearing this, Bailuo's spirits lifted instantly, and with a hint of excitement, he inquired, Jian, pray tell, what meaningful activity do you have in mind? Are you suggesting that you're ready to start a family? That would be wonderful. If that is the case, we could become parents by next year. With a sigh, Jian glanced at the jesting Bailuo, feeling a sense of exasperation. All right, Jian, I was merely teasing you. We are still young, and I certainly do not wish to have children so soon. In my heart, you will forever hold the utmost importance. Even I must take a backseat. Jian, in a manner she could hardly comprehend, found herself laughing heartily at his antics. After the fit of laughter subsided, she proceeded to share her plans with Bailuo. Upon hearing her intentions, Bai Luo was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, "This is fantastic, Jian. If we truly manage to dig a well, it would enable everyone to access water without stepping outside. This way, even when the beast tide arrives, we need not risk our lives to fetch water from the river. Consequently, after surviving the beast tide, many of our kind will be able to live safely. After all, we have amassed a great deal of food now. This is an unprecedented achievement." As he spoke, Bai Luo felt an immense sense of pride swell within him. This female, who had transformed the entire tribe in just 6 short months, was none other than his partner, a divine envoy personally chosen by the beast god. Suddenly, Bai Luo's face radiated with the pride of a parent whose child has unexpectedly secured the top position in school, a sight that was somewhat overwhelming. P.S. Today, the first chapter has finally emerged after much difficulty. Later this evening, I shall continue with the update for chapter 69. Morning, Jian. Good morning, Bai Luo. After exchanging warm greetings, the two shared a knowing smile. Jian, realizing that Bai Luo had likely not yet eaten, generously filled a large bowl of porridge for him. Bai Luo accepted the bowl, took a hearty mouthful, and then began to serve Jian some vegetables. After a brief moment, Jian and Bai Luo, preoccupied with the matter of the well, neglected to wash the dishes. They promptly closed the doors to their home and courtyard and made their way to the tribal office. Upon arrival, they realized it was still too early. The chieftain and elders had not yet arrived. This unexpected situation caught them off guard. However, given the paramount importance of the well, they lacked the patience to wait idly. Resolute in their decision, they decided to head directly to the chieftain's residence. As fate would have it, they encountered the chieftain en route to the office. On the way, Bai Luo and Jian succinctly conveyed the details regarding the well to the chieftain. Upon hearing this, the chieftain clapped his hands in delight, momentarily disregarding his dignity. Nearly leaping with joy, this spectacle piqued the curiosity of the tribe's people passing by. Was it possible that the divine messenger had conceived yet another splendid idea? Why else would the chieftain be so unreservedly expressive in public, clapping, singing, and dancing? Naturally, some who stood nearby caught snippets of the conversation, and those tribes' people eagerly relayed what they had overheard. As they speculated, the notion seemed increasingly plausible. Before the well project could even be finalized, it had already stirred a significant commotion throughout the entire tribe. Yet, at that moment, Bai Luo and the chieftain remained oblivious to the uproar. They had only just reached the tribal office and were engaged in discussions with the elders regarding this matter. To the chieftain and elders, the endeavor of digging a well was not merely a trivial concern for Jian and Bai Luo, but rather a substantial undertaking beneficial to the entire tribe. Such a matter could not be taken lightly. It demanded due diligence. Even by midday, Jian and Bai Luo found themselves unable to extricate themselves from the situation, remaining at the office to share a meal with everyone. Of course, even during the meal, they could not cease their discussions. Thus, after deliberating for much of the afternoon in the office, Jian meticulously outlined all the details, precautions, and safety issues to the assembly. The chieftain and elders diligently recorded everything Jian conveyed using quill pens on parchment, ensuring that no detail was overlooked. Jian, upon witnessing them produce these items, felt a sense of astonishment. After all, having been in the tribe for quite some time, it was her first encounter with written words in this place. Curiously, she examined the records made by the chieftain and discovered symbols that resembled characters, yet she could not decipher any of them. They bore no resemblance to oracle bone script nor to hieroglyphics. The symbols appeared deceptively simple, consisting merely of circles, dots, and crosses. Yet they presented an enigma that eluded her understanding. Subconsciously, Jian felt that it was inappropriate to pose such questions directly in front of the chieftain and the elders. So he suppressed all his inquiries within his heart. It was only after the meeting concluded and he was released by the chieftain and elders, returning home, that he dared to ask Bai Luo about these matters. Bai Luo, is it true that our tribe possesses written language? Jian exclaimed, surprised by this revelation, as he had previously believed that such a system of writing had yet to emerge among them. Bai Luo, taken aback by Jian's knowledge, remarked, Jian, you truly are the chosen emissary of the beast god. To recognize that his writing at the very first glance is remarkable. After expressing his admiration, Bai Luo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he continued. It is said that these characters were imparted by the beast god to the leaders of a great tribe during the creation of the Beastman planet. Subsequently, those leaders endeavored to secretly teach their kin the art of writing. In no time, many among the tribe had learned. However, somehow, this knowledge reached the ears of other beastmen from different races, envious of the written language bestowed by the beast god. They felt an intense fury upon discovering that this tribe possessed such a gift, leading them to conspire to seize it. Thus, they allied with several large tribes to wage war against the tribe that had been granted writing. Encircled by these formidable factions, the tribe soon faced annihilation. Over time, the multitude of characters dwindled from tens of thousands to less than 100. From that point onward, any tribe endowed with the writing of the beast god refrained from teaching their people the alphabet, reserving such knowledge solely for the ruling elite. Only those chosen as the next chieftain could learn to read and write. Upon hearing Bai Luo's explanation, Jian began to comprehend the underlying principle. Innocent people suffer for possessing something precious. Moreover, he pondered the nature of the beast god's gift. If writing were to be granted, why not extend it equitably to all? Yet, he found himself perplexed by the elders' understanding of the written word. If that is the case, why do the elders possess literacy as well? And what do the priests? To Jian's inquiry, Bai Luo chuckled. Jian, the elders are the former chieftains. Naturally, they are literate. As for the priests, their writing is a divine gift, an innate form of writing that only they can wield, while ordinary individuals cannot. Furthermore, this divine writing differs significantly from the script bestowed by the beast god. Ah, I see now. Once the confusion was alleviated, Jian found herself irresistibly drawn back to the words she had cherished since her childhood. She pondered whether she should bring them forth, and if so, when would be the most opportune moment to do so, in order to persuade the clan chief and the elders to allow her to promote them on the orc planet. After much contemplation, Jian could not devise a satisfactory plan, so she simply shook her head and cast the thought aside. At that moment, a thunderous rumble erupted from Bai Luo's stomach. Jian heard it, and, unable to contain herself, burst into laughter. Bai Luo felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and could not help but flush. Hesitantly, he stammered, Jian, I am hungry. Jian, feeling quite pleased, glanced at her watch and chuckled softly. Of course, I know you're hungry. How could I not hear that loud noise? Well, it's time to eat now. It's already past 5. With that, Jian headed to the kitchen to busy herself, and Bai Luo promptly followed suit. Chapter. Apologies for the delay. My home has been quite hectic lately, with someone hospitalized. Therefore, the update schedule may be somewhat unstable in the coming days. However, I assure you that I will maintain 2 updates daily. I appreciate your understanding. Chapter 70. The emergence of conflict early the next morning, after finishing breakfast. Bai Luo sought out Xiao Xiao to join him in hauling stones up the mountain. Meanwhile, after washing the dishes, Jian took a stone hoe and began digging in the yard, searching for potential water sources beneath the surface. Before long, Murphy arrived with a large assortment of snacks. Upon entering the yard, Murphy's gaze fell upon the sizable pit, approximately 1 meter in diameter, located on the left side of the yard. Curiosity piqued, Murphy inquired, Jian, what is this pit for? Jian earnestly explained everything to Murphy regarding the issue at hand. Upon hearing Jian mention that this large pit was a means for obtaining water at home, Murphy's curiosity was piqued even further. Especially as Jian picked up a hoe and began to dig, Murphy could hardly resist the urge to join in. At that moment, she set aside her snacks, carelessly placing them on the lounge chair in the yard, and went inside to fetch a spade, quietly assisting Jian in the excavation. Initially, Jian was pleasantly surprised by Murphy's newfound enthusiasm. However, it was long before Murphy began to chatter incessantly. After digging for a short while longer, Murphy, feeling fatigued, tossed down the spade and resumed snacking. At this point, Jian couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Luckily, she hadn't harbored high expectations for Murphy. Otherwise, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. With Murphy's incessant chatter now absent from her ear, Jian found herself working at a significantly swifter pace. When Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, the 2 male beast men, returned with the stones needed for constructing the well's walls, they were greeted by only Jian and Murphy's lingering scents. They found Murphy fast asleep on the lounge chair, clutching her snacks, with Jian nowhere in sight. Only an inexplicably large pit remained in the yard. This sight alarmed Bai Luo. He dropped the stones and rushed inside, searching through the house and even the cellar multiple times, yet he found no sign of Jian. Meanwhile, Jian, who had just unearthed a water source 4 meters deep, was aware of Bai Luo's return but hadn't anticipated his distress at being unable to find her. Therefore, the earthling, blissfully unaware of the anxiety she had caused her partner, continued enthusiastically digging the water reservoir. When Jian finally completed the well's excavation and climbed up the long ladder, she realized to her astonishment that she had nearly driven Bai Luo to madness. Approaching him quietly, she spoke soothingly to calm his agitated state before revealing that she had finished digging the well. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo's heart, which had just settled, leaped again with apprehension. He anxiously pulled Jian away to inspect her thoroughly, still not at ease. Jian, how could you do this? Did we not agree that I would handle the well digging? Before Bai Luo could finish his thought, Jian pressed her hand over his mouth, silencing him. Bai Luo, this is not a matter of concern for me. It was merely a simple task of digging a well. I will take care of myself. You must understand that on our earth, females and males are equal. Although there may be differences in physical labor, in many respects, females can be just as capable, if not more so, than males. Therefore, I hope you can regard me as your equal, rather than as your subordinate. After enduring for a considerable time, Jian could no longer suppress his heartfelt sentiments and decided to express them directly once more. After Jian expressed her thoughts, Bai Luo remained unresponsive, his own emotions barely contained. Stealing a glance at him, Jian discovered Bai Luo was staring at her in a daze, which made her feel uneasy, yet she was at a loss for words, merely gazing at him for an extended time. Finally, when Jian could no longer bear the silence, Bai Luo spoke, turning her shoulders so she could face him directly. Jian, I know you are not like the females of the Beastman continent. I have always reminded myself of this, yet I still worry for your safety. Why do you insist on shouldering everything alone? Is it not acceptable for me to assist you? Why do you draw such a clear line between us? Are we not companions? Are we not one? Jian, why do you perceive yourself as my subordinate? Do you believe you are with me solely because I saved you? That you are reluctant to stand by my side? Please, tell me. Jian's immediate reaction was to deny his words. It was not the case. She longed to convey to Bai Luo that his assumptions were incorrect. While she had harbored such thoughts, they were overshadowed by her own willingness to be with him. She loved Bai Luo, and it was not as he had described. Shaking her head vigorously, she grasped Bai Luo's arm, but the words remained lodged in her throat, leaving her to simply watch him, shaking her head in desperation. January. January. Before Bai Luo could finish his sentence, Jian hastily pressed her lips against his, fearful of what he might say next. She understood the depth of his love for her, yet a sense of trepidation enveloped her. In that moment, she kissed him passionately, her urgency evident in the way she sought to prove her feelings. However, she felt no reciprocation from Bai Luo, intensifying her anxiety. And tears began to flow unbidden. In a fit of frustration, she kissed him even more fiercely, nibbling at his lips. Bai Luo, caught off guard by the sudden pain on his lips, snapped back to reality. He also became aware of the salty taste in his mouth and the cool sensation of her tears on his face. Alarmed, he gently pushed her away, only for her tears to flow even more profusely. Jian, please do not cry. It is my fault. It is Bai Luo's fault. Please, do not cry. Bai Luo, panicking as her tears continued unabated, pressed his lips softly against her tear-streaked face, murmuring apologies as he tenderly kissed her eyelids, the corners of her eyes, her cheeks, the tip of her nose, and finally her red lips. Their breaths intertwined, growing increasingly fervent. Jian responded with fervor, igniting Bai Luo's passion, who kissed her back with growing intensity, as if he sought to draw her very essence into himself. January. His kisses became more assertive, leaving Jian breathless. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Luo's hand had slipped beneath her garment, squeezing firmly, his deep, seductive voice sending shivers down her spine. No. Inside. The final syllable heightened Bai Luo's excitement, making him feel as if he might burst. He embraced Jian tightly, pressing her against his chest as he guided her hand to his desire. Jian, touch it. He temporarily released her lips, only to kiss her more passionately, exploring her mouth, her earlobes, the nape of her neck, leaving wild marks wherever he traversed. Until Jian's entire being. Chapter 71. Opening one's heart. The following day, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao busied themselves constructing the well's walls, while Murphy ventured to the tribal market with a pouch of shells to purchase goods, bringing along some candies, pickled peppers, and tomato sauce that Jian had made during her leisure time to sell. After selling everything he had brought, Murphy returned and took Jian to procure essential items such as fabric. Once their purchases were complete, Jian and Murphy strolled leisurely back to her home. As they approached the gate, Jian and Phil heard the sound of Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao moving stones in the courtyard. Upon entering, they found Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao diligently working on the well platform. Upon observing the scene, it was evident that the well walls had likely been constructed. As I approached and inquired, my suspicions were confirmed. In the midst of our conversation, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao had already completed the well platform. In the days that followed, the well of the Jian family attracted the attention of the entire tribe, drawing visitors from far and wide. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao busied themselves with instructing the tribe's members on how to dig wells. Naturally, this was not an act of altruism, a Jian suggestion. The chief convened a meeting to inform everyone that any family receiving guidance from either of them would be required to compensate them with 1 wild buffalo per day as remuneration. At long last, the tribe's members were able to savor the sweet water from their own wells just before the corn harvest season. Recently, Jian has been somewhat lost in thought. Ever since Bai Luo posed those questions, she has come to realize that her feelings for him have indeed become problematic. Even though Bai Luo later apologized, acknowledging his own excesses, Jian understands that it is her own instilled sense of distrust and insecurity that has caused this rift. She must reflect deeply on how profoundly Bai Luo means to her. Although she loves him, she is acutely aware that since the emergence of that deceptive system, a flicker of hope has ignited within her heart, despite there being little on earth to which she clings. Yet, she cannot help but entertain the notion of returning. Deep down, she yearns to grasp Bai Luo, but the desire to return to Earth has been unearthed, leaving Jane bewildered at how she has become so selfish and petty, having resolved to live well here. Consequently, she has spiraled into a profound self-loathing, spending days staring blankly into space. This has caused Bai Luo considerable worry and concern. Yet Jane remains silent, leading to a daily routine of one lost in thought and the other anxiously watching. It wasn't until Murphy could no longer bear the sight that he intervened, sending Bai Luo off to assist Xiao Xiao with tribal matters. Jane, if you consider me a good friend, you must tell me what is going on with you. And Bai Luo, is that rascal bullying you? I can have Xiao Xiao teach him a lesson for you. No need, Murphy. It's not Bai Luo, it's my own issue. Jane, what issue could you possibly have? You are so capable and exceptional. What could trouble you? It must be something Bai Luo has done. Really, it's not, Jane replied, feeling helpless. What then? Murphy, do you love Xiao Xiao? Love? What is that? I only know that since childhood, I have been Xiao Xiao's partner. And I only wish to remain his partner. I relish being by his side and wish to stay there forever. Even if it means returning to the embrace of the beast god together, willing to do anything for him. Is that love? To desire to be by his side forever. Jane, are you listening to me? Murphy, do you think I am unworthy of Bai Luo's love? He is so wonderful. Yet I still hope that one day I might return to Earth, even though there is nothing left for me there. I cannot help but think about it. Jane, do you miss home? Unintentionally lifting her gaze, Jane spotted Bai Luo standing at the door, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment. I should take my leave. You two talk. Murphy, waiting for Jane's response, also noticed Bai Luo outside. Bai Luo, I'm not trying to leave you. Bai Luo, I think we need to have a serious conversation. Jian swiftly interrupted Bai Luo, stepping forward with eager anticipation in her gaze. Thank you, Bai Luo, she said softly, gently taking his hand as they entered the room. Bai Luo, I heard you want to go home. You want to leave. He exclaimed with an urgency that belied the pain in his heart. No, Bai Luo, listen to me, Jian said, embracing the somewhat agitated Bai Luo before he could retort. You know, I come from Earth, where I lived for 20 years. Even though there was nothing to hold me there, it is ultimately my birthplace, my homeland. Akin to the significance of a tribe for an orc. Bai Luo, you should understand. When I first arrived here, I was terrified. Everything was foreign to me. Nothing felt familiar. I was frightened to my core. It was you who cared for me, indulged me, and protected me. In that moment, I began to wish to stay here, to build a life with you. But then, that system appeared, igniting a hope within me that I had not even realized I possessed. Such a wondrous thing. Perhaps one day, if I fulfilled all the conditions, I could return to Earth? That day, you asked those questions. And I came to the stark realization that I had been harboring such thoughts all along, enjoying your love while simultaneously contemplating leaving you. How selfish of me. I am truly afraid that if you knew, you would be angry, you would ignore me, you might even. As Jian's voice grew more passionate, she was abruptly interrupted by Bai Luo. Jian, how could I ever be angry with you? How could I ignore you? My only frustration lies in my ignorance. In my inability to provide you with a joyful life, in my failure to help you forget your life on Earth. I want you to stay here, resolutely. Bai Luo gazed deeply into Jian's eyes, his earnest tone causing tears to cascade down her cheeks once more. Jian, why are you crying again? Bai Luo, why are you always so good to me? She sobbed, clinging tightly to him, burying her face in his embrace. Of course. I would not treat anyone else with such kindness, Bai Luo replied tenderly, lifting Jian's face to plant a kiss on her forehead. What will happen if you spoil me like this? Jian sniffled, her nose reddening. How could that be? Bai Luo merely desires for Jian to be unable to leave him. Chapter 72. A titleless chapter. A few days after the well in the tribe had been completed, a gentle rain began to fall, cooling the air and nurturing the earth, gradually bringing relief from the heat. Bai Luo, it's time to get up. Yes, quickly, Jian urged, playfully prodding the still sleeping Bai Luo. Jian, just a little longer. There is no rush. With that, Bai Luo playfully pulled Jian down beside him, resting his chin atop her head, his arms encircling her waist. Jian, I wish I could hold you like this forever, doing nothing at all. Yes, Bai Luo, Jian will always be by your side. I will never leave. Jian nestled her head against Bai Luo's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, her arms wrapping around him in return. Bai Luo. Upon hearing Jian's words, Bai Luo, filled with excitement, flipped her beneath him and kissed her passionately, their lips entwined in a fervent dance. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually released her, a silken thread connecting them, heightening the atmosphere's intimacy. Bai Luo's intense gaze caused Jian to feel flustered. Burying her face deeper into his embrace, her words barely above a whisper. Bai Luo, you were simply, what's wrong? Isn't it you who tempts me? How could I? Jian found the situation absurd and, disregarding her shyness, raised her head to gently scold Bai Luo. Now, Bai Luo seized every opportunity to plant kisses on Jian. Bai Luo, enough games, I'm going to cook, he said, swiftly exiting Jian's line of sight before she could explode with indignation, leaving her wide-eyed in the room. Thus, it is said that cunning knows no bounds of time or space. I was causing trouble? Bai Luo, you are in big trouble now. After Jane stepped out of the house, she busied herself with household chores and tending to the livestock. Once she had completed her tasks and taken a moment to rest, she ventured outside, standing beneath the eaves, and gazed upward at the sky, which had been exquisitely cleansed by the rain, revealing a brilliant azure hue. A wave of gratitude washed over her as she silently rejoiced. Thank goodness it wasn't a torrential downpour. Thank goodness the skies have cleared. Otherwise, the tribe's corn would surely suffer losses. Gradually, the sun began to rise in the east, and as Jane watched, a magnificent rainbow, adorned with 7 distinct colors, slowly emerged in the sky. This somewhat unfamiliar sight stirred memories of Earth, that beautiful blue planet. Jane recalled the last time she had seen a rainbow on Earth. She was just a child then and lacked the means to capture the rainbow's beauty in a photograph. As soon as Jian thought of this, she hurried indoors to retrieve her phone. She activated the camera function and aimed it at the rainbow gracing the sky, capturing several shots. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, she turned her back to the rainbow and took a selfie, ensuring the vibrant arc was still within the frame. When Bai Luo returned, bringing with him the prey ensnared in the traps he had set outside the tribe, he found Jian obliviously engrossed in her phone, laughing softly, completely unaware of his arrival. Bai Luo, slightly exasperated, cleared his throat a couple of times, but Jian remained oblivious, which left him feeling rather displeased. Setting down his catch, he approached her and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Leaning close to her ear, he playfully exhaled a gentle breath and, in a tone laced with mock complaint, whispered, "Jian, did you not see me come back? Why are you ignoring me? I'm feeling quite unhappy." Listening to Bai Luo's words sent shivers down Jian's spine. Jian couldn't help but roll her eyes. Here we go again. Recently, Bai Luo had become extraordinarily clingy, occasionally indulging in playful antics. Although he had always exhibited a certain charm, it was now on an entirely different level. This had profoundly altered Jian's perception of Bai Luo. After all this, Bai Luo noticed Jian's lack of a significant reaction and felt a twinge of boredom. He then turned Jian around, gently kissed her forehead, and softly murmured, "Jian, I'm back. No more fooling around." With a hint of resignation, Jian raised her head and smiled at Bai Luo, lifting her phone before him. In truth, she had already noticed Bai Luo's return. Seizing the moment while he was unaware, she had captured numerous photos of the two of them together. This included the intimate moments when Bai Luo had playfully whispered into her ear. As soon as Bai Luo saw Jian lifting her phone, he understood she had something to convey. He remained silent, accepting the device she handed him, and upon glancing at the screen, he realized the truth. Jian had not been oblivious to his arrival. She had recognized him the moment he appeared in the sky above her home. She was not intentionally ignoring him, but rather engrossed in taking pictures of them together. While she longed for her hometown, she also deeply missed him, even before his return. Happiness, it seemed, was that simple. Bai Luo perused the collection of photographs on the phone, a sweet smile spreading across his face, gradually filling his heart with warmth. Jian, witnessing Bai Luo's endearing grin, could not help but chuckle. Silly Bai Luo. After the two had enjoyed their midday meal, they did not indulge in their usual afternoon nap at home. Instead, they took a basket and a cart, setting off towards the family cornfield. Days prior, Jian had already consulted the clan leader, and everyone had received the notice that today would be the day for harvesting corn. As Jian and Bai Luo stepped outside, they encountered several clansmen, including Una and Jian, who had partnered up during the last tribal gathering, as well as Murphy and his spouse, not to mention Bai Luo's father. Since their homes and plots of land were in close proximity, they decided to journey together. Upon arriving at the cornfield, they bid farewell to one another and headed towards their respective plots. Bai Luo and Jian set down the cart and basket, each slinging a basket over their shoulder as they entered the field to begin the task of picking corn. This time, unlike previously when they had consumed tender corn along with the husks, they focused solely on harvesting the cobs. Nearby families, witnessing Jian and Bai Luo's method, soon followed suit. Labor is noble, yet can be monotonous, especially when performing the same task repeatedly, which can render the experience rather tedious. Gradually, everyone began to feel the weight of the silence and monotony. Thus, they initiated conversations, unexpectedly finding that this exchange of words alleviated their fatigue. And they continued their work until the sun dipped below the horizon, still yearning for more. However, as night approached and after a full afternoon of labor, it was indeed time to conclude their efforts and return home. When Jian and Bai Luo arrived at their abode, hunger struck, leaving little room for elaborate culinary endeavors. They opted instead for simple flatbreads wrapped around roasted meat and vegetables for supper. While eating, Jian, distracted, nearly choked, leaving Bai Luo in a state of alarm. He rushed to pat her back and offer her water until she finally swallowed the morsel lodged in her throat. At that moment, Jian suddenly recalled something of great importance. Upon this realization, she abandoned her bread, shoving a piece into Bai Luo's mouth, and tugged him towards the cellar. Chapter 73. Wine. Throughout the journey, Jian was all laughter, neglecting to share what was on her mind, leaving Bai Luo perplexed. Even when he inquired, she playfully withheld the information, smiling enigmatically. After several unanswered questions, Bai Luo decided not to press further. After all, he would soon discover the mystery. After Jian led Bai Luo down to the cellar, they made their way directly to the area designated for storing wine. At that moment, Bai Luo glanced at the jars before him and suddenly recalled. Tapping the back of his head, he turned to Jane and said, "Jane, isn't this the wine we brewed a few days ago? Did you bring me here because the time has come to uncork it?" Jian, having swiftly discerned Bai Luo's thoughts, nodded slightly and responded with a smile, "Indeed. Let us indulge in a cask this evening to savor its essence." With that, Jian seized the smallest cask of wine and, taking Bai Luo by the hand, they made their way toward the cellar. Upon returning to the house, Jian eagerly pried open the seal of the cask, unfastened the ropes binding it, and lifted the covering cloth. As the cloth was removed, a rich and fragrant aroma of the wine wafted gently into the evening air. Carried by the soft breeze of the courtyard, Jian could not resist taking a deep breath, and then immediately scooped a spoonful out with a small spoon. She savored a delicate sip, closing her eyes to relish the experience. Observing Jian's expression of enjoyment, Bai Luo could no longer contain himself. He quickly leaned in to take a small sip, followed by a soft smack of his lips. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He unabashedly consumed the entire spoonful of wine in one go. Upon opening her eyes, Jane beheld Bai Luo, who gazed at her with starry-eyed admiration, alongside an utterly empty spoon. After casting a fleeting glance at Bai Luo, Jane promptly covered the wine jar once more with a cloth. Bai Luo, noticing Jane's action, became anxious. "Jane, why have you covered it again? We have only just taken a tiny sip." With a slight roll of her eyes, Jian remarked, "Bai Luo, do you not think that enjoying wine in the courtyard is far more evocative? She instructed him to fetch 2 cups, and together they would dine and drink in the garden. With that, Jian cradled the wine jar and strolled towards the courtyard. After Bailuo had procured the cups, he did not immediately join her. Instead, he gathered the remaining bread, roasted meat, and vegetables onto a tray, along with the wine glasses, and brought them outside. Upon his arrival, Jian promptly poured a glass for each of them, and they began to drink face to face. That evening, they finished the small jar of wine, with Bailuo consuming the most. Although he had never indulged in alcohol before, he remained sober despite the significant quantity of wine he drank. Ironically, it was Jian, who had a low tolerance and was prone to boasting, who succumbed to intoxication. Observing Jian as he dozed off on the table, Bailuo helplessly pinched the tip of his nose, wondering why he hadn't mentioned his fatigue. With no other option, Bailuo carried Jian indoors, changed his clothes, and laid him on the bed to continue his slumber. He then returned to the courtyard, tidied up the remnants of their meal, secured the courtyard gate, and returned to his room, where he embraced Jian before succumbing to sleep himself. The following morning, when Jian awoke, Bailuo was nowhere to be found. Rubbing his aching head, a remnant of the previous night's revelry, he furrowed his brow, attempting to recollect the events of the evening. After pondering for quite some time without clarity on how he had collapsed, he decided to dismiss the thought altogether. Instead, he changed his clothes, freshened up in the bathroom, and made his way to the main room for breakfast. After finishing his meal, Jian gradually felt his headache dissipate, resolving not to linger at home any longer. He donned a makeshift straw hat, gathered a jar of wine and several cups into a backpack, and set off to the cornfield. Upon arrival at the cornfield, Jian discovered that Murphy and the others had already arrived. Jian hastily summoned all the females and began pouring a glass of wine for each, offering them a taste of delight. There was no sense of formality among them, as they were all close friends, and Ji Ming, in particular, was the mother of Bailuo. Thus, when Jian produced the wine, they all eagerly rushed forward. Each person took a glass and began to drink. Upon finishing, they unanimously gave Jian a thumbs up in praise. At that moment, Murphy recalled the wine he had brewed alongside Jian, and thinking of it, he lost interest in husking corn, bidding farewell to everyone before hastening home. After sharing the wine with everyone, Jane did not indulge in idleness but instead ventured into the cornfield to diligently harvest corn. It was only when Bailuo, having returned with his catch but not finding her at home, followed the scent and eventually caught up with her that they made their way back together, laden with their labor's bounty. At noon, before their meal, Jane and Bailuo hurriedly delivered 2 jars of wine to Ji Ming, as Jane had keenly observed Ji Ming's fondness for the beverage during the distribution. Whether as a gesture of goodwill or out of respect for elders, it was imperative that these jars were presented. After their midday meal, the couple returned to the cornfield to continue their work. Naturally, with Bailuo present, Jane could not toil as incessantly as she had that morning. However, inquiries regarding the wine were inevitable. Indeed, within just a few hours, the news of the wine had spread throughout the tribe. Yet, Jane did not delve deeply into the matter. She answered all the questions posed by the curious tribespeople, elaborating extensively until they dispersed. As evening approached, after a day's work, Jane and Bailuo, pushing their cart of corn home, were struck by the absence of the children who usually frolicked around the tribe. Intrigued, they inquired and learned that the children, enticed by the tales of wine, had sought their parents' permission to climb the mountain and pick grapes. Upon discovering this, Jane was left in a state of bemusement. She couldn't help but ponder how the parents would react if they knew the intoxicating nature of the wine. However, Jane merely entertained these thoughts without voicing them, somewhat mischievously wondering how the parents would respond if all the children became inebriated. Subsequently, Jane took Bailuo by the hand, and they returned home for dinner. Unbeknownst to her, the indigenous inhabitants of the entire Orc planet possessed an extraordinary tolerance for alcohol. Even the younglings could imbibe without becoming inebriated. Conversely, she was the sole individual on the planet who could succumb to drunkenness. Chapter 74. Busyness. After several days of toiling to harvest and dry the corn, the entire tribe finally succeeded in storing all the corn in their respective cellars. Some families, either due to a larger workforce or their swiftness, had even ground their corn into flour. Of course, Jane and Bailuo were not among those swift households, nor did they have a significant number of helpers. As a couple accustomed to a life of self-sufficiency since their union, they had only sought assistance from their parents when traveling far away. Thus, in this brief span of time, Jane and Bailuo merely managed to thresh the corn and store it in their cellar. It must be said that the cellar proved to be exceptionally useful. When it was initially dug, it had been spacious, allowing for the storage of several thousand pounds of corn, wheat, and rice, along with over 1,000 pounds of sweet potato flour, dried sweet potatoes, rice flour, and wheat flour, while still retaining ample space for winter vegetables. Every day, Jane would return to the vegetable garden to observe the growth of her crops, meticulously planning the optimal harvest times based on the various vegetable types and their stages of maturity. One day, after enjoying her breakfast, Jane once again visited the garden. As she casually brushed aside some nearby branches, she unexpectedly unearthed 4 or 5 sizable sweet potatoes, each with a diameter of several centimeters. This outcome took Jane by surprise. This was merely a casual dig. If all the yields were of such caliber, it would undoubtedly be a bountiful harvest. Encouraged, Jane continued to sift through a few more sweet potato plants, only to discover that the subsequent harvests were remarkably similar to her initial find. This delighted her immensely. Abandoning her pruning of the sweet potato vines, she left her stick behind and hurried home, carrying the sweet potatoes along with the vines. As fate would have it, just before reaching home, she encountered Bai Luo, who was returning with his own catch. Noticing the 10 or so large sweet potatoes in Jane's hands, Bai Luo quickly approached, took them from her, and led her home. Along the way, Jane shared her plans for harvesting sweet potatoes. Once they arrived, the two set down their respective catches and gathered their tools, hoes, sickles, baskets, and carrying poles, before heading back to the field. Upon arrival, they promptly set to work, with Jane tending to the sweet potato vines while Bai Luo focused on digging. Together, they toiled diligently throughout the morning, managing to excavate nearly half of the entire plot they had originally planted. Jian gazed upon the towering mound of plump, crimson sweet potatoes, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment wash over him. Even after a morning filled with laborious toil, he felt not a trace of fatigue. Bai Luo, standing diagonally opposite Jian, observed his joy, and his heart too swelled with comfort, contemplating that for Jian, any effort was worthwhile. This thought invigorated him anew, filling him with boundless energy. As Jian observed Bai Luo diligently excavating sweet potatoes, he promptly called for a halt. Together, they began to gather the sweet potatoes, placing them one by one into the baskets before loading them onto the cart, making several trips back home to store their morning's labor in the cellar. After at least 10 rounds of hauling, they finally returned home with their harvest. Once Jian and Bai Luo caught their breath, it was time for lunch. After a hasty meal, they began to feel the weight of fatigue. Following the washing of their dishes, they retreated to their room for a midday nap. In the afternoon, upon awakening, Jian and Bai Luo equipped themselves with tools and returned to the sweet potato field, determined to harvest all the remaining tubers by day's end. At that moment, members of the tribe were also engaged in the same labor, and due to the proximity of their fields, they inevitably gathered to gossip. In the realm of the beast men, all females could be likened to women on earth, possessing skills akin to childbirth. And thus their penchant for gossip was no longer a source of curiosity for Jian. However, seeing the group huddled together in hushed conversation piqued her interest, especially given the seriousness etched on their faces. Feeling somewhat excluded, Jian, a proud member of the Tianshi tribe, pondered why matters were not being discussed openly among them. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, she set aside her sickle and sweet potato vines and approached them with a gentle smile, asking in a warm tone, "I noticed you've been conversing for quite some time. What is it that has you all so serious?" Upon hearing Jian's inquiry, Murphy replied candidly, "Well, Jian, we've successfully unearthed the sweet potatoes, but we will need to process them into flour for preservation, which will consume considerable time. Moreover, we still have many vegetables to harvest. We fear we may run out of time, with the cold season only 30 days away. Perhaps you could offer us a suggestion? Your ideas are always the most plentiful. Initially, we did not wish to trouble you, considering how much you have on your plate each day. Yet, after much deliberation, we find ourselves in need of your assistance." Upon listening to Jian, I found solace in the revelation that it was indeed this way. It became clear that the others did not disregard their kinship. Rather, they were preoccupied with assisting the chieftain in strategizing for the tribe, and thus refrained from interrupting me, sparing me from unnecessary worries. As soon as Jian thought of this, he couldn't help but slap his forehead vigorously. He addressed everyone, reassuringly stating, "There is no need for concern. Since we have not planted many sweet potatoes this season, we merely need to allocate some time to grind them into a paste, allowing them to settle naturally. Of course, we could also take the easy route by slicing the sweet potatoes and sun-drying them for preservation." As I spoke, my thoughts drifted to the corn we had just harvested a few days ago. "By the way," I exclaimed, "you can temporarily store the corn and grind it into flour when the time comes, or whenever you find leisure during the cold season. As for the vegetables still in the fields, we can sun-dry them or prepare pickled vegetables, such as salted or fermented varieties. Considering all this, 30 days is ample time for everyone to prepare for the winter. Moreover, many of us have raised livestock. If we are still concerned about our meat supply, we have the beast tide month approaching. We can gather a significant amount of food during that time." Upon hearing my words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. One by one, they raised their thumbs in approval, exclaiming, "Jian, you are truly remarkable. After all our discussions, we hadn't thought of these solutions. Now we need not worry about food this year." Chapter 75, Dried Sweet Potatoes. We toiled until dusk, and it was only then that we prepared to conclude our work. At this moment, both my sweet potatoes and Bai Luo's had been harvested. We tied all the sweet potato vines into neat bundles and loaded them onto the cart, transporting them home along with the sweet potatoes. Since we had gathered more sweet potatoes in the afternoon than in the morning, I began to prepare dinner upon returning home, while Bai Luo continued to load the freshly dug sweet potatoes into the cart, one basket at a time. After about 20 trips, Bai Luo finally brought all the sweet potatoes back home. By this time, I had finished preparing dinner. Once Bai Luo returned and washed his hands, he sat down at the dining table, which was laden with dishes. When I emerged from the kitchen with bowls and chopsticks, we began to serve ourselves and eat. After a few bites, I suddenly remembered something and decided to seize the moment to speak with Bai Luo. "Bai Luo," I said, "we have finished harvesting our sweet potatoes. But there are still plenty left at your parents' place. Should we go help them in the fields tomorrow? Bai Luo was pleased by my concern for his parents. But instead of agreeing to help, he gently pulled me closer and shook his head. Jian, we need not worry about that. Look at you. You've been working so hard. You haven't even had a moment to rest, and yet you're thinking of helping others. We don't need to go. I asked my father today, and he said they don't require our assistance. In truth, Bai Luo, concerned for my well-being, did not tell the whole truth. He had not inquired with his father at all, nor did his father ever say they didn't need help. This was all a fabrication. However, for me, it was a kind-hearted lie, was it not? Besides, my father surely wouldn't want me to help. If I went, he would likely resent my interruption of his intimate moments with my mother. Yes, just their little world together. Bai Luo silently scoffed to himself with a hint of pride. The following morning, I took another stroll through our vegetable garden, yet I did not see the vegetables that were expected to be harvested in the next couple of days. Consequently, I returned home and began washing the sweet potatoes. After cleaning a large basket of sweet potatoes, I started slicing them. Keeping my fondness for dried sweet potatoes in mind, half of the basket was cut into thin slices, while the other half was carved into slender strips. Jian diligently tended to the basket of sweet potatoes throughout the entire morning, remaining steadfast in her task even when Bai Luo returned. She insisted on having Bai Luo prepare lunch. After finishing their meal, she had no intention of resting, preferring instead to utilize her break to steam the sliced and diced sweet potatoes. Naturally, Bai Luo opposed this notion. He had gradually developed a method to manage Jian's stubbornness, which ultimately served his own interests as well. In his playful manner, he understood that defiance would only lead to compliance. Thus, under Bai Luo's gentle persuasion, Jian reluctantly succumbed to the need for a nap, which turned into an extended slumber until nightfall, much to Bai Luo's concern. He transformed into a motherly figure, gently chiding Jian, leaving her feeling somewhat dejected. Consequently, the work had to be postponed until the following day. In the morning, Jian prepared breakfast and hurriedly placed the sweet potato strips and slices in the steamer. Once the sweet potatoes reached the desired level of doneness, she extinguished the flame and called Bai Luo to assist in moving the potatoes to the yard. There, they began to spread the sweet potatoes out on a drying mat specifically designated for that purpose. After completing this task, Jian busied herself with Bai Luo, grinding the sweet potatoes into a paste, which they poured into a large basin to allow the starch to settle naturally. Having done all this, Jian and Bai Luo ventured into the vegetable garden to gather produce. Considering that Bai Luo believed Jian had overexerted herself the previous day, he vehemently opposed her undertaking such labor again. Despite Jian's division of the garden into eastern and western sections, assigning each of them a designated area for harvesting, Bai Luo remained unsatisfied. However, dissatisfaction proved futile. He was resolute in his commitments. Not wanting to provoke Jian, he recognized that if she were displeased, she might retaliate later. Hence, for the sake of his own happiness and seeing Jian's mildly upset demeanor, he quickly acquiesced, albeit with the request that she take on fewer tasks. Yet, upon witnessing Jian's face, which had just settled into calmness, ignite with frustration once more, he promptly covered his mouth, refraining from further comment. Without a second thought, he seized the knife and commenced chopping the vegetables with determination. Jian has already compromised and is now content. Without showing his true power. He seems to regard me as a meerkat. This brings to mind the events of last night. You may have your strategies to deal with me, but I possess my own. Let us see who prevails. Not long after they began their work, many tribe members emerged to gather the harvest. Murphy, Jiming, Noya, and Una arrived with their partners, freshly returned from the hunt. Upon spotting Jian, Murphy dashed over. Hey, Jian, when did you arrive? Why didn't you call for me? Oh, by the way, the sweet potato chips you taught us to make last time were absolutely delicious. I brought some today to share with everyone. Don't forget to bring some of your sweet potato chips this afternoon. I want to see how my chips compare to yours. If there is a significant difference, I'll have to visit you for guidance, and perhaps indulge in some of your delectable food as well. As she spoke, Murphy retrieved some from her bag and personally fed Jian, smiling at him before scampering off to distribute the sweet potato chips to the nearby females for tasting. Once the sweet potato chips received unanimous praise, Murphy joyfully returned to Xiao Xiao and busied herself with packing the vegetables Xiao Xiao had just harvested into a basket. As noon approached, after several trips, Jian and Bai Luo finally transported all the vegetables back home. After lunch, they seized the opportunity of the midday rest to sort the vegetables they had brought back by type. They particularly organized the cabbages meant for making sauerkraut and spicy kimchi, neatly arranging them in the yard to dry. After finishing this task, Jian rummaged through the sweet potato chips laid out to dry. Once she had sorted them all, she returned indoors to fetch a clean bag. Following Murphy's suggestion, she selected the most visually appealing sweet potato chips from the already dried batch and packed them away. Following their midday respite, Jian and Bai Luo returned to the vegetable garden to continue their harvesting. Once all the owners of the surrounding plots had gathered, Jian took out the bag of sweet potato chips she had prepared at noon, placed it under a large tree beside the garden, and called everyone over to taste. Chapter 76, Nightmare. After neatly stowing away the cloth bag, she returned to the eastern plot of land for which she was responsible, resuming her task of wielding the bone knife to harvest the vegetables. Jian and Bai Luo toiled tirelessly throughout the day, finally managing to gather all the vegetables from their garden. In recent days, Bai Luo had refrained from venturing out of the tribe to hunt or set traps. Now that the work in the fields was complete, Bai Luo returned to his routine of hunting or laying traps each morning after breakfast. Jian began to immerse herself in the bustling task of processing vegetables. After transforming the cabbages into spicy kimchi and pickled cabbage, she turned her attention to other leafy greens. She meticulously selected the leaves suitable for crafting preserved vegetables, discarding the cores, stems, and wilted leaves. One by one, she threaded the fresh greens onto slender bamboo strips, each leaf carefully strung together. Once completed, she hung the assembled bundles in the yard to dry under the sun. Having finished this laborious task, Jian proceeded to clean the harvested radishes, seasoning them with salt, chili, Sichuan pepper, ginger, and garlic, before placing them into jars to ferment into tangy pickled radishes. Given the radish's inherent moisture, she opted not to add any water, relying solely on the salt for the curing process. By the time she paused, the hour for lunch had arrived. Placing a hand on her rumbling stomach, she gazed up at the wisps of smoke curling from her kitchen chimney. After washing her hands, she made her way to the kitchen. Upon entering, she found Bai Luo busily serving dishes at the stove. Noticing Jian's arrival, Bai Luo hastened her efforts. Once the dishes were ready, Bai Luo quickly retrieved 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls from the cupboard, handing them to Jian and urging her to wait in the living room. With the bowls in hand, Jian made her way to the living area while Bai Luo continued to bustle about, bringing the food into the room. After their meal, Jian led Bai Luo outside to assist in gathering the discarded vegetable leaves strewn about the yard, which they took to the backyard to feed the rabbits and other herbivorous animals. Several days later, the leaves drying in the yard gradually lost their moisture and wilted. Observing this, Jian called upon Bai Luo to help fetch several basins of well water, and together they began washing the wilted leaves thoroughly. After Jian meticulously washed the vegetable leaves, she retrieved them and hung them once again in the courtyard to dry. During this time, many villagers from the tribe gathered around to observe Jian's vegetable leaves. Seeing the curiosity of so many people, Jian decided to directly inform the chief, allowing those among the tribe who wished to learn the art of pickling vegetables to attend classes. She also proposed a modest tuition fee of 1.5 sheep per day, a price that was readily accepted by the tribespeople. Thus, on the day the classes officially commenced, it created quite a stir throughout the entire tribe. Observing the large number of attendees, Jian had no choice but to relocate the class from her home to the central square of the tribe. However, when she noticed the priest, clad in a white robe, standing at the foot of the stage, intently observing her every movement, she was nearly paralyzed with fright. Was this truly the ethereal priest who rarely mingled with the tribe and preferred to remain at home with the chief? Jian sincerely believed that Antwer from the chief's household had a split personality. She appeared quite normal, indistinguishable from the other elders of the tribe. Yet the moment she donned that timeless white robe, she seemed to transform entirely. Strangely, the tribespeople accepted this without question, leaving Jian feeling quite uneasy. When the priest sensed Jian's gaze upon her, she merely curled her lips into a slight smile. Jian found the priest's smile even more unsettling. Yet, under the scrutiny of so many, she could do nothing but return a hesitant smile. After the class that day, Jian continued to dream of the priest's somewhat eerie smile, awakening in a cold sweat. In the following days, she noticed the priest attending her classes regularly. Perhaps it was due to her increased familiarity or a shift in her focus, but aside from the nightmare on the first day, Jian found herself sleeping soundly each night thereafter, as the females of the tribe busily transformed vegetables into easily preserved dried goods or pickles. Jian also taught them how to create simple and convenient preserves and dried fruits. Meanwhile, the males busied themselves with hunting, though this year was different. Instead of bringing back only the food needed for the day, they predominantly chose to return with live game. This was to prepare for the harsh winter ahead. Although if large prey were caught in their traps, they would certainly find a way to bring it back. Today, after finishing her class, Jian noticed that Bai Luo did not come to fetch her, which was odd. Upon returning home, she found no sign of him either. This was peculiar. Typically, Bai Luo, no matter how busy, would make an effort to pick her up, and even if he could not make it on time, he would wait for her at home. Yet today was different. Although Jian found it peculiar, she did not dwell on it, for Bai Luo was indeed a formidable male orc. For some reason, she was suddenly reminded of the first encounter with Bai Luo. At that time, she had been so terrified by the long-toothed creature that her legs felt weak. Believing her end was near, it was then that Bai Luo appeared before her as if descending from the heavens. Yet, the first thought that crossed her mind was the fear of being devoured by him. Although she later found herself utterly consumed, the manner of her consumption was distinctly different. Reflecting on this, Jian couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment for her initial thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Jane decided to cast her worries aside and entered the kitchen to begin preparing lunch. Although Bai Luo had yet to return, she felt a sense of urgency. Yet she refrained from overthinking it, as Bai Luo always managed to turn adversity into triumph. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, Jane felt a lingering unease, and her heart began to race. While adding seasonings to the pot of soup, she inadvertently knocked over the salt shaker that had been securely placed on the countertop. Jian gazed at the heap of white salt and the shattered ceramic pot on the ground, a sense of urgency swelling within her as she pondered the magnitude of the situation that had befallen Bai Luo. Her confidence in Bai Luo's ability to navigate through adversity began to wane. Previously, Bai Luo, while hunting outdoors, had resolved to capture a glimmering dragon beast to aid Jian in dispelling the nightmares that had plagued her after a night of tormenting dreams. Chapter 77. The glimmering dragon beast Bai Luo had been digging traps in a small grove by the river when he heard a piercing roar from the skies above. He looked up to see a flock of approximately 10 dragon beasts soaring towards him, alighting beneath a large tree just 50 meters away. Upon spotting the dragons, Bai Luo's heart leaped. Among them was the glimmering dragon beast, adorned with resplendent, multicolored scales, which he had sought for several days. Overcome with excitement, he abandoned his trap and concealed himself behind a small tree, awaiting a chance to catch a solitary dragon beast. The wait was interminable and excruciating. After nearly 2 hours, still no lone dragon beast appeared. With no other options, Bai Luo resolved to continue his vigil. The glimmering dragon beast, contrary to its name, was not diminutive. It measured 15 meters in length and was a medium-sized dragon. Unlike the mindless herbivorous giants, the glimmering dragon beast possessed remarkable intelligence and was the only dragon species capable of evolving into a beastman. Tragically, these dragons were abandoned by their kin at birth, left to fend for themselves, making those that successfully evolved into beastmen exceedingly rare. Thus, even a common glimmering dragon beast exhibited a higher intellect than ordinary dragons or other creatures. They were also formidable pack hunters, capable of flying, running, and swimming, masters of air, land, and sea. Despite Bai Luo's formidable prowess, he remained hidden, crouched behind the tree, waiting for the opportune moment. Just as he was on the verge of dozing off, an unexpected commotion erupted within the previously tranquil flock of glimmering dragon beasts. Startled awake by the noise, Bai Luo's drowsiness dissipated. Observing the unfolding scene, he speculated about the cause of the disturbance. Was it an internal conflict? Before long, he witnessed 2 adult male glimmering dragon beasts take to the skies, engaged in a fierce battle, while a recently matured female dragon hovered above them, watching intently. Suddenly, the female dragon turned her gaze toward Bai Luo's hiding spot, her eyes glinting with mischief. Sensing her gaze, Bai Luo glanced back, unaware that she had shifted her focus to the spectacle before her, thus failing to notice any abnormality. After a prolonged struggle, the other adult dragons, weary of the stalemate, began to join the fray, while some drifted away. As Bai Luo observed the dispersal of the group, comprised of 10 adults and 3 juveniles, he felt a surge of excitement. Seizing the moment, he darted towards the nearest juvenile dragon. Just as Bai Luo captured the young dragon and turned to flee, the female dragon, who had been spectating from above, swooped down. Realizing he was being pursued, Bai Luo clutched the stunned juvenile and accelerated his escape, knowing that if he took to the skies, he would surely attract the attention of the other dragons, leading to dire consequences. As Bai Luo nearly evaded the female dragon's pursuit, the juvenile dragon suddenly regained consciousness and let out a sharp cry for help. Alarmed, Bai Luo thought this could spell disaster. The juvenile's call, resonant and clear, reached the keen ears of the adult dragons nearby, prompting them to pursue. Left with no choice, Bai Luo swiftly silenced the juvenile dragon, then continued his frantic escape. However, as he glanced back, he recognized the 2 adult males, the very dragons that had been locked in combat moments earlier, now hot on his trail. With no alternative, Bai Luo hastened into the depths of the forest, clutching the lifeless juvenile. Despite his best efforts to evade them, the 2 glimmering dragon beasts, undeterred by the dense foliage, pursued him relentlessly. Hours passed in Bai Luo's frantic flight, but he could not shake off his formidable pursuers, who had expended considerable energy during their earlier battle. Even as they navigated the narrow confines of the forest, their vibrant scales, once radiant, were now marred by numerous wounds. Yet, they pressed on, leaving a path of shattered trees and scattered leaves in their wake. Bai Luo, while fleeing, remained keenly aware of the dragon's movements. Noticing their breaths grew more labored and their pace slowed, he recognized an opportunity. Instead of continuing his flight, he dropped the juvenile dragon and sat down in a barren clearing, a mere 100 meters from the 2 exhausted dragons. With a defiant gaze, he regarded the weary beasts. The 2 dragons, taken aback by the audacity of this creature that dared to confront them, exchanged glances filled with indignation. Bai Luo feigned indifference, casting a casual glance at them before lowering his body, maintaining a dismissive expression, as though he were not the one who had been fleeing moments before. Chapter 78. Severe injury. Bai Luo's demeanor and actions were undoubtedly provocative, yet he seemed utterly unfazed by the presence of the 2 dragons. Only he himself knew the true thoughts that resided within him. The 2 dragon beasts, already incensed at Bai Luo for carrying away their kin, were further enraged by the challenge to their authority. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged recklessly towards Bai Luo. However, before they could reach him, they tumbled into a pit that had mysteriously appeared. Seeing the 2 beasts fall in, Bai Luo could no longer contain his excitement and rushed to investigate. Yet, he had forgotten a crucial detail: the trap he had dug was not fully prepared. The lethal poison meant for ensnaring large prey from the tribe's healer had yet to be placed. It was only as he approached the edge of the pit that he remembered this, but it was too late. By the time Beekle realized the danger, he had already been dragged into the pit by the 2 dragon beasts. Upon recognizing his predicament, Biro immediately shifted into a combat stance, seizing the initiative to attack. He struck first with his sharp claws, delivering a powerful blow to the two beasts. Reacting swiftly, the dragon beasts retaliated with their robust tails. However, whether due to their lack of awareness of their surroundings or their underestimation of Biro's threat, they inadvertently struck one another instead of hitting Biro. This sight nearly provoked a chuckle from Biro. Before long, the two dragon beasts regained their senses and lunged at Biro. He deftly dodged one beast's fearsome jaws, yet could not evade the other's razor-sharp claws, which grazed his back, tearing through his thick fur and causing blood to flow. Though their sense of smell was not particularly acute, at such close proximity, the beasts detected the rich scent of blood emanating from Biro. This only fueled their excitement. And disregarding their exhaustion, they continued their assault. Despite his injury, Biro remained composed, counterattacking with precision using his own sharp claws and teeth. He understood that in this dire situation, only effective strikes would ensure his survival. Aware that the two dragon beasts were fatigued, he recognized their formidable reputation as powerful predators. Thus, while he attacked, he also remained vigilant, evading their drooling, foul-smelling jaws. In a swift motion, Biro lunged and sank his teeth into one dragon beast's neck, ending its life. The sudden death of its companion seemed to unleash a frenzy in the surviving beast. The once weary creature surged with newfound strength, snapping its jaws at Biro. Sensing the imminent danger, Biro narrowly avoided the attack aimed at his neck, only to feel a searing pain in his lower back as the beast's jaws found their mark. In that instant of agony, Biro felt his life force ebbing away, blood trickling from his body into the jaws that clung to him. Yet, the thought of his beloved companion, the exquisite and gentle female he cherished, ignited a fierce resolve within him. He could not surrender. His unwavering belief compelled him to silently promise himself that he would return to her. He had yet to fulfill his vow to protect her for a lifetime. In a flash, Biro mounted a fierce counterattack. With a swift turn, he bit down on the beast that had clamped onto him, delivering several powerful strikes with his claws. Time seemed to blur as he fought valiantly until he finally extinguished the life of the dragon beast. However, the toll of blood loss soon overcame him, and he fell unconscious. Fortunately, both Biro and the two dragon beasts were apex predators, and no other creatures posed a threat in the vicinity. Thus, even with two lifeless dragon beasts and an unconscious lion laying in the battleground, no other animals dared to approach, instinctively keeping their distance, except for Xiao Xiao and Feiji, who, having awaited Biro's return at their agreed rendezvous, noticed his absence. They had set out from the tribe together, but differing hunting ranges had led them to part ways upon reaching their destination. After setting traps and gathering prey, they were startled to hear a mournful dragon's roar echoing from the forest, Biro's designated hunting area. Exchanging glances, they saw the shared panic in each other's eyes. Regaining their composure, they abandoned their hard-won catch and transformed, using all their strength to soar toward the source of the roar. Upon arrival, they beheld a bloody Biro lying amidst the two deceased dragon beasts. Their breaths hitched in unison, particularly for Feiji, whose heart seemed to skip a beat. This was his son, the one he had often deemed foolish, who had interrupted his moments with Jian. Yet, despite his frustrations, he had always harbored a deep affection for him. As he gazed at this somber scene, memories flooded back, his joy upon learning of Jian's pregnancy, the exhilaration when Biro was born, and the adorable sight of his son learning to walk and calling him father. Overwhelmed with regret for failing to protect his son, Feiji forgot that Biro was no longer the clumsy child he once was, but a fully grown warrior of the tribe, now with a partner and a family of his own. In that moment, after a long unconsciousness, Biro stirred, managing to open his eyes slightly and emit a low whimper. Chapter 79. Severely wounded Feiji, lost in thought, seemed to have a telepathic connection with Biro, suddenly emerging from his reverie. He looked up just in time to see Biro's eyes flutter open. In that instant, joy washed over Feiji, leaving him almost speechless. In an instant, it was by Bailuo's side, remaining in its beast form, and began to gently lick the wounds of Bailuo with its tongue. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Xiao felt a sense of relief, transforming into human form. He commenced the task of clearing away the three exquisite dragon beasts, two large and one small, that had been slain by Bailuo. Once he had tidied up, he approached Bailuo and remarked, "Bailuo, you truly are formidable. A three-headed dragon beast, no less, and not a mere herbivorous creature, but a cunning and ferocious exquisite dragon beast. What prompted you to bite down and kill three of them? Are you courting death?" Bailuo, gravely injured, could no longer maintain his human form, yet he managed to force a weak smile, his beastly mouth curling slightly, without uttering a word. By this time, it was past midday. After a brief discussion, Xiao Xiao and Feiji resolved to return to the tribe with both the slain dragon beast and Bailuo, prioritizing Bailuo's treatment for his wounds. As for the prey they had captured earlier, they decided to hide it away and retrieve it after ensuring Bailuo's well-being. At that moment, Bailuo had exhausted all his strength and succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Thus, Feiji had no choice but to secure Bailuo upon his back and soar towards the tribe. Meanwhile, after concealing their catch, Xiao Xiao followed closely behind, carrying the three dragon beasts in the same direction. By the time Feiji and Xiao Xiao returned to the tribe with Bailuo and the three dragon beasts, it was already afternoon. This was the busiest time for the tribe, and upon their arrival with the gravely wounded and unconscious Bailuo, A wave of commotion swept through the entire community. Although the two did not pause at the tribe's grand entrance, they exchanged greetings with the guards in the air. They then parted ways, with Fei Ji heading directly to the chieftain's residence with Bai Luo, while Xiao shouted the three dragon beasts towards the Jian family. However, the keen senses of the beastmen were not to be underestimated. Even though Fei Ji and Xiao were aloft, the tribe members observed everything with clarity. Yet, through the embellishments of the beastmen relaying the news to the females, the tale morphed into one of Bai Luo being grievously injured and devoid of breath by the time it reached Jian's ears, which were already filled with worry. At that moment, Xiao had not yet reached the Jian household, and thus Jian was unaware of the truth. Upon receiving the alarming news from Murphy, she felt as if the sky had fallen, her world suddenly shrouded in darkness. Her heart skipped a beat as memories of the midday cooking incident flooded her mind. In recalling that moment, Jian felt a surge of regret for allowing him to venture out hunting. She realized that her previous behavior was not mere hysteria but akin to a form of telepathic connection. As she emerged from her chaotic thoughts, disbelief washed over her. Fear. This cannot be true, can it? How could it be? Bai Luo promised to accompany me for a lifetime. It cannot be. It cannot be. However, when Murphy informed her that the news had spread throughout the tribe, Jian pressed her hands against her heart, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Her sobs unrelenting. After weeping for a time, she was suddenly overtaken by a violent cough. This cough, however, brought forth blood. Alarmed, Murphy hastily wiped the blood from Jian's lips with her sleeve and supported the now hoarse-voiced Jian inside. Jian, it cannot be. Bai Luo is a warrior of our tribe. He cannot be so easily. Just as Murphy helped Jian lie down, she went to fetch some water from the main room to comfort her. Suddenly, she heard Xiao Zhao's voice from outside and quickly set the cup down to rush to the door. Upon opening it, she found that it was indeed Xiao Zhao returning, accompanied by the two large and one small exquisite dragon beasts. Yet, at that moment, Murphy did not focus on the dragon beasts but instead quietly inquired about Bai Luo's condition. Seeing Murphy's sudden concern, Xiao Zhao surmised the situation and promptly pulled her into the courtyard, shutting the door behind them. He placed the three dragon beasts in the Jian family's yard and entered the house with Murphy to explain to Jian what had transpired. Upon hearing that Bai Luo was, in fact, alive, Jian felt a flicker of hope penetrate the darkness that had recently enveloped his world. Though aware of Bai Luo's grievous injuries, Jian remained steadfastly optimistic, believing wholeheartedly that Bai Luo would persevere. After all, Bai Luo had promised him that he would take him to all the places he yearned to visit and remain by his side for eternity, until they both returned to the embrace of their kind. Now, with the truth unveiled, Jian felt an overwhelming urge to leave his home immediately. He sprang from his bed, disregarding Murphy and the others who stood by, and hastily slipped on his shoes before dashing out. Murphy and the others, witnessing Jian's renewed spirit, were filled with joy. However, Murphy could not shake the memory of Jian's recent bout of coughing up blood. Without hesitation, he beckoned Xiao Zhao to follow closely behind Jian, neglecting to close the door. After all, in their tribe, no one would venture into a home while its occupants were away. Thus, the two of them hastily pursued Jian toward the chieftain's residence. When Jian and Murphy arrived at the patriarch's residence, designated for the care of the ailing, Bai Luo, who lay upon a hospital bed, had already undergone preliminary treatment and was now awake. Upon catching the scent of Jian, he let out a low, hoarse whimper that immediately drew everyone's attention to himself, though his intention was merely to call out to Jian alone. Upon hearing the voice of Bai Luo, Jian felt as though he were grazed by the celestial harmonies, despite Bai Luo's current voice being remarkably hoarse. In that moment, Jian was oblivious to the traces of blood lingering at the corners of his mouth, a remnant of the anguish he had experienced upon receiving the news of Jian's demise. He managed to muster a rather unsightly smile towards Bai Luo and gently inquired, "Bai Luo, you are awake? How do you fare?" Bai Luo, barely holding on, resisted the urge to succumb to unconsciousness once more. Exerting all his strength to gently shake his massive head in response to Jian's question, he emitted a couple of soft sounds, almost as if to acknowledge Jian's words, which indeed was the case. Amidst the gentle hum of Bai Luo, she approached, cradling the beastly visage of Bakuer with her own hands, her face inching closer until it brushed against Bai Luo's. With a tender voice, she reassured, "Bai Luo, I am unharmed, as long as you continue to live. As long as you persist, that is all I wish for. I simply desire for you to thrive." Chapter 80. Awakening. Jane leaned beside Bai Luo, gently nuzzling against him, her face illuminating with a smile radiating pure happiness. At that moment, all the strength Bai Luo had been gathering was nearly depleted. After a few tender nudges in response to Jane, he succumbed once more to unconsciousness. This startled Jane profoundly, causing her to cough up blood in her agitation. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Veer promptly instructed Ji Ming to retrieve the swift-acting heart-saving pills crafted from the formula Jane had procured at a hefty price from the system. Ji Ming brought forth an entire bottle containing 10 of these essential pills, and upon reaching Jane, she immediately dispensed one into the unconscious Jane's mouth. Meanwhile, Veer hastily cleaned Bai Luo's wounds anew, applying fresh medication. When Jane eventually stirred from her stupor, Bai Luo remained ensconced in his faint. By this time, dusk had settled, and Jane, realizing how long Bai Luo had been unconscious without sustenance, felt a pang of sympathy. particularly remembering that he had missed lunch while battling the dragon beast earlier that day. Determined, she rose, donned her shoes, and approached Bai Luo's bedside, softly stroking his fluffy golden fur. Leaning down, she placed a gentle kiss upon his closed eyes, whispering her intentions to the deeply slumbering Bai Luo before turning to return home. Upon her arrival, Jane noticed the 3 dragon beasts, 2 large and 1 small, gathered in her courtyard. The sight of them triggered vivid memories of Bai Luo's grievous injuries inflicted by these creatures, intensifying her irritation towards them. Resolutely, she marched forward and dragged the smallest beast, the only one she could manage, into the kitchen. Jian gazed at the dragon beast before him, consumed by rage as he brandished his knife, dismembering it with ruthless precision until it was reduced to a pulpy mass. He then added an array of seasonings, molding the mixture into delectable meatballs, which he proceeded to steam. Subsequently, he simmered a large pot of rice porridge. After casually eating something at home, Jian picked up a basket filled with food and set off towards the chieftain's house. Upon her arrival, she was delighted to find that Bai Luo had awakened. She hurriedly approached him, retrieving the food and feeding him spoonful by spoonful while he lay on the sickbed, still unable to take human form. When Bai Luo noticed Jian was feeding him, he hoarsely urged her to eat first. Jian simply replied that she had already eaten and continued to feed him. At that moment, Bai Luo did not refuse any longer and eagerly opened his mouth to eat, for he had not had a meal in nearly a whole day. Due to accompanying Jian for meals daily, he had grown accustomed to eating only 3/4 full at each meal. Over time, this habit diminished his previous way of eating, where he would indulge in several days' worth of food at once and then refrain from eating for the following days. Consequently, Bai Luo was now ravenously hungry. The reason he had awakened from his slumber was likely due to hunger. Under Jian's attentive feeding, he consumed every bite without leaving a trace. Yet they both silently understood each other, as silence spoke volumes. When Bai Luo reached a point of 6/10 full, Jian, having been feeding him for an extended period, felt her arms ache. Observing her set down the utensils and begin to massage her arms, Bai Luo understood immediately. He exerted effort to lift his front paw and gently placed it on Jian's arm, beginning to knead it softly. Seeing Bai Luo, despite his injuries, still care for her, warmed Jian's heart, and she smiled gently at him. Bai Luo reciprocated with a comical grin, causing Jian to laugh uncontrollably, shattering the serene atmosphere that had persisted for so long. The ambience transformed into one of joy, even amidst their respective hardships. That evening, Jian chose not to return home but instead stayed in the chieftain's quarters designated for the ill, where only she and Bai Luo resided. Of course, should other patients arrive for treatment, they would naturally go to different rooms. As Jian was also a patient who had been provoked into coughing up blood by the unfounded rumors circulating among the tribe. Upon learning of this, the chieftain was incensed and ordered an investigation, imposing severe penalties on those who spread the falsehoods. Consequently, the entire tribe, witnessing the chieftain's fury, discreetly ceased to mention the matter. Unbeknownst to Jian and Bai Luo, while they were oblivious to the events unfolding outside, someone had already taken steps to quell the rumors. At that moment, they were in the sick room, embracing each other and sleeping soundly, as if nothing in the world could ever separate them. The following morning, when Jian awoke in the sick room, she discovered Bai Luo quietly gazing at her. Feeling a sudden shyness, she asked, "Bai Luo, how are you? Do you feel any discomfort? If you do, please let me know." Bai Luo, still unable to transform into human form, remained in his beastly appearance. Aware that Jian could not comprehend beast language, he chose silence, gently shaking his head instead. He then lifted the paw closest to Jian and lightly patted her head with his paw pad. Upon noticing her slightly flushed face, he affectionately ruffled her hair before lowering his paw. Jane finally freed herself from the clutches of Bai Luo and hurriedly departed, not forgetting to inquire about his breakfast preferences before leaving. After receiving his response, she made her way back home. Upon arrival, Jane busied herself with preparing breakfast, first concocting a pot of dragon beast meat porridge for Bai Luo, followed by frying a large batch of meat patties. Once everything was ready, she closed the door and set off towards the infirmary room where she and Bai Luo had spent the night together. However, Jane found it quite perplexing that, unlike the usual cheerful greetings from her kin, this time her relatives not only failed to greet her but actively avoided her presence, which left her utterly bewildered. Upon entering the infirmary, she remained oblivious to the underlying issues at play. During their meal, Bai Luo noticed Jane's persistent state of unease and growing agitation. When she offered him another spoonful of porridge, he refused to eat, instead gazing at her with a look of confusion, inquiring about what was troubling her. Jian, having grasped the situation, expressed her inner doubts candidly. Upon hearing her, Bai Luo immediately comprehended her sentiments. However, due to his severe injuries, he found himself unable to articulate even the simplest phrases in Mandarin, resorting instead to his innate language, the beast tongue. Alas, even though Bai Luo had discerned the answer, he could not convey it to Jian. Nevertheless, Jian felt an immense sense of relief after voicing her thoughts and articulating her uncertainties, rendering her in no haste to uncover the truth. Thus, the two of them chose not to dwell on such trivial matters any longer. As noon approached, just as Jian was preparing to return home to cook, Fiji and Jiming arrived with food to visit them. Jian promptly welcomed Fiji and Jiming, inviting them to sit beside Bai Luo's sickbed. Observing Jian's solitary vigil at Bai Luo's side, Jiming felt a pang of sympathy. The memory of Jian having bled due to the distress caused by Luo's condition lingered in her mind, evoking the sorrow of those in the tribe who had lost their beloved beast companions, their hearts ceasing to beat as they returned to the embrace of the beast deity. This thought intensified her compassion. Chapter 81. The truth. With this in mind, Ji Ming rose resolutely and approached Jian, gently guiding her back to the bedside. She then opened the basket she had brought, carefully dishing out the meals one by one before urging Jian to sit at the table. With heartfelt concern, she clasped Jian's hand, her face radiating warmth as she encouraged her to eat. Jane naturally did not wish to dine alone, for Luo had yet to have his meal. Thus, she did not relent but rather cast a gentle glance at Luo, who lay upon the hospital bed, and said to Ji Ming, "Mother, Luo has not eaten yet. I shall feed him first. Once he has finished, I will eat." Upon hearing this, Ji Ming was taken aback. Luo was certainly capable of feeding himself. It was unreasonable for Jane to exert herself daily to feed him. Therefore, Ji Ming resolutely declined Jane's request. "Jane, Luo is a male orc, sturdy and resilient, and his injuries are not overly severe. There is no need for you to sacrifice your own well-being to feed him every day. You must eat first. Look at how thin you have become. It pains your mother's heart, and your condition yesterday was truly alarming. Quickly, eat your meal. Do not neglect your own health." With that, Ji Ming hastily presented a piece of bread to Jane's lips. Jane felt a pang of guilt. It seemed odd for Ji Ming to be feeding her. She quickly accepted the bread and began to eat it in small bites. Luo observed this scene with a warmth that enveloped him. Indeed, it was Jane who cared for him the most. Fiji noticed Luo's unwavering gaze upon Jane and Ji Ming and understood the situation. He swiftly offered a bowl of porridge to Luo, speaking to him in a soft tone. "Come, my child, eat up." Luo, taken aback by his father's sudden gentleness, nearly toppled from the bed. What was going on? Why was his father being so tender? Had he taken the wrong medicine? Or had his mind become befuddled? Lost in such thoughts, Luo unintentionally conveyed his bewilderment through his facial expressions. However, this only served to irritate Fiji further. "Ah, you ungrateful boy. After all my hard work in bringing you into this world and raising you, even rescuing you from the wild, how dare you question my affection? This is intolerable." Luo's perceptive eyes quickly discerned the underlying tension. Yet, even if Fiji did not express his thoughts as blatantly as Luo, the fiery glint in his eyes betrayed his emotions, and he remained blissfully unaware of it. While the father and son engaged in a battle of wits, the atmosphere between Jane and Ji Ming was harmonious, creating a striking contrast. After the meal, Fiji and Ji Ming chose not to depart but remained in the hospital room, conversing with Jane and her husband. The exchange between Luo and Fiji was limited to glances, and the atmosphere was anything but cordial. In stark contrast, Jane and Ji Ming shared an intimacy that was palpable. Before long, Veer entered the room. He first examined Luo's wounds, then changed the dressings and brought a large bowl of medicinal broth for Luo to drink. Once Luo had finished, Veer made no move to leave. Instead, he joined the conversation with Jane and Ji Ming, engaging in lively discourse. At that moment, Jane discovered that Murphy's mother, Veer, was actually Ji Ming's sister. Hence, by extension, Murphy was Luo's cousin. As the trio chatted merrily, Murphy and Xiao Xiao unexpectedly arrived. Murphy, upon hearing the laughter from within the room before even entering, abandoned Xiao Xiao and rushed inside. Seeing everyone in such high spirits, she quickly joined the conversation. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao silently approached Fiji and Luo, exchanging silent glances with them. Murphy's arrival was met with great joy, as he was immediately invited to sit beside the host, who then resumed engaging in delightful conversation with the group. The afternoon was spent in lively discussions, with everyone relishing the opportunity to gather and converse. However, this camaraderie did not extend to the three superfluous male orcs. When the chieftain returned from the tribal affairs office, the gathering remained intact. Observing the rare assembly of attendees, the chieftain decided to take the initiative and invited everyone to share dinner. Naturally, it was understood that the gathering would not be without reciprocation. Thus, except for Luo, who was genuinely unwell, the others eagerly participated in the preparations for the meal. At this moment, Jian recalled the two formidable dragon beasts remaining at home. Consequently, he promptly summoned the Murphy couple to assist in transporting the two creatures to his residence. During the journey, Jian observed that nearly everyone they encountered deliberately avoided them. Even when they occasionally encountered a few individuals who appeared unfazed and attempted to greet them, they were invariably immature cubs who lacked understanding. Jian's patience finally waned. While it was acceptable for a couple of individuals to behave this way, the entire crowd's reaction was bewildering. He expressed his utter confusion, unable to fathom the underlying cause. Seeing Jian's brow furrowed in frustration, Murphy could not help but inquire further. Given their close friendship, Jian felt at ease and candidly posed his question. Upon hearing this, Murphy smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling the events of the previous day. He, filled with indignation, recounted the incidents to Jian, repeatedly hoping that Jian would not harbor any resentment towards him. Jian readily assured him that he bore no ill will, acknowledging that had Murphy not been present, he might not have regained his composure so swiftly. Once Jian absorbed Murphy's explanation, enlightenment struck him. It turned out that the false rumor regarding Luo's demise had originated from several foreign females who had recently married into their tribe. Although Murphy mentioned that these individuals had faced the chieftain's punishment, Jian still felt a twinge of anger. However, a silver lining emerged. The rumors circulating among the tribespeople mirrored the deceitful claims made by the three females word for word. This indicated that the tribespeople harbored no malicious intent. They merely relayed what they had heard without perpetuating further misinformation. Furthermore, a significant portion of the community had doubted the veracity of the claims, engaging in lengthy disputes with the three females. In light of this, Jian felt compelled to express gratitude towards his fellow tribespeople. Were it not for their swift dissemination of information, he would not have learned of Bailuo's predicament so promptly. Naturally, Jian also felt it necessary to extend his thanks to the chieftain. Without the chieftain's intervention, he might not have swiftly discovered the identity of those responsible for the incident. That evening, during dinner, Jian publicly expressed his gratitude to the chieftain for his assistance, promising that once Bailuo recovered, he would host a grand feast for everyone. Chapter 82, The Art of Seduction. After spending several days in the hospital with Bailuo, Jian could no longer contain her feelings. This man, who had been bustling about for her sake and even returning home daily to prepare meals, had become a familiar presence. After a few days of recuperation, Bailuo's injuries had indeed improved significantly. He could at least engage in conversation and maintain a human form for short stretches. In her joy, Jian playfully threw herself at Bailuo, showering him with affectionate kisses. "Ah, Bailuo, you are truly better now. How wonderful," she exclaimed. Yet, her heart ached for Bailuo, who remained so near yet could not indulge in the pleasures of their closeness due to his circumstances. Observing the longing in Bailuo's eyes, Jian couldn't resist teasing him several times each day. Whenever she sensed his discomfort, she would swiftly retreat from his embrace, feigning innocence and blaming him for her mischief, all the while secretly reveling in her delight. "Well, Bailuo," she thought with a smirk, "today is your day of reckoning. You once enjoyed every bit of me. Now it is my turn to have some fun at your expense. You are injured and cannot retaliate." The mere thought sent waves of laughter through her heart, though she maintained a composed facade in front of him. Poor Bailuo had to endure this teasing, fearful that if he succumbed to his impulses, he might upset Jian and drive her away. Today, after breakfast, Jian concocted yet another scheme to provoke Bailuo. Since he had just eaten, he remained in human form, as transforming into his beastly shape would hasten his healing. But he could not bear the sight of Jian tirelessly attending to him while he lay helpless. Seizing the moment when Bailuo was distracted with the dishes, Jian pretended to trip, falling into his arms. As he instinctively reached to steady her, she stealthily brushed her hand against his chest muscles, then slyly ventured towards a more tantalizing area. Bailuo froze at her touch, his mind racing with possibilities. Could it be that Jian is flirting? What should I do? Perhaps I should speak with Aunt Wei Er and suggest we return home to heal? Bailuo voiced his thoughts, but Jian, with her mischievous intentions, could not allow him to retreat home. After all, she had finally found an opportunity to explore Bailuo's body. If they returned home, she would lose much of her amusement. Thus, she firmly rejected his suggestion and insisted that he stay and recuperate longer. Seeing Jian's determination, Bailuo gently whispered in her ear, asking if she missed him. The moment he uttered those words, Jian's face flushed crimson, and she quickly pushed him away, clutching the clean dishes as she hurried home, her heart racing. How dare you tease him? Now look what's happened. Who's even thinking of him? As Bailuo watched her leave, his suspicions were confirmed. Since Jian was unwilling to let him go home, he refrained from bringing up the matter again, fearing it would only embarrass her further. Back at home, Jian began to worry about Bailuo, her cheeks still warm as she pondered whether his prolonged restraint would negatively impact his health. Realizing she may have gone too far, she resolved to give him space to recover, deciding to postpone all matters until he was well. At that moment, she was unaware that this was her final successful escape after teasing Bailuo. Once home, after washing the dishes, Jian retrieved a notebook and pen, perusing her recent entries. To her surprise, she chuckled at the many times she had playfully tormented Bailuo, always retreating just as he seemed on the verge of losing control. After reflecting on her antics, she began documenting her latest adventures in her journal. When she finished, she returned the pen and notebook to their place, then went to the backyard to feed the livestock before returning to the front to salt the sun-dried vegetables, carefully packing them into jars. As noon approached, she paused her work and entered the kitchen to prepare lunch. Meanwhile, Bailuo, having transformed into his beast form since Jian left, lay on the hospital bed counting the minutes until her return. As he waited, he grew anxious, and at last, when Jian arrived with the meal, he immediately reverted to his human shape. Upon entering, Jian was greeted by the sight of Bailuo sitting at the table, radiating warmth and affection as he smiled at her. In that moment, Jian hesitated, reconsidering her plan to cease her teasing. Two conflicting thoughts battled within her mind. One, an angelic figure clad in white with wings and a halo, urging her to be considerate of Bailuo, and the other, a mischievous demon in black, insisting she seize the opportunity before it slipped away. Why let this chance pass? The demon chided. It's a rare occasion. The angel countered. Think of Bailuo, he mentioned wanting to return home to heal. If you let him go, what might happen next? Jian finally realized. Indeed, the reason she was hesitant was due to her fear of him becoming overly indulgent. This was not her home. One must exercise caution in their actions. If she returned home, wouldn't Bailuo come and go as he pleased? She couldn't resist. After all, With this thought, Jian suppressed her inner turmoil. As her mind cleared, she lifted her gaze to behold the imposing visage of Bai Luo right before her, which startled her considerably. In a reflexive motion, she pushed Bai Luo away and hurriedly clutched her basket as she made her way to the table. Jian, what are you thinking? You. Why did you suddenly come so close? You startled me. All right. It's my fault, my Jian. Shouldn't it be time for a meal? Your Bai Luo is hungry. Chapter 83, the completely crumbling persona of Bai Luo after the meal. Just as Jian was preparing to slip away once more, Bai Luo suddenly spoke up. Jian, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Stay and keep me company. I haven't seen you all morning. I miss you so much. The towering figure of Bai Luo, over 2 meters tall, pouted and playfully pinched his nose, which sent chills down Jian's spine. Yet, beyond that, it left her feeling that her limbs were growing unresponsive, stirring a desire to give him a good thrashing. Bai Luo, seemingly oblivious, wrapped his arms around Jian. Just as she thought he had returned to normal, he began his antics anew, even escalating them with exaggerated movements. Witnessing Bai Luo's increasingly outrageous mimicry of earthly women left Jian regretting ever allowing him to play with her phone. She felt she could no longer endure this. In a decisive manner, Jian pushed Bai Luo onto the bed and rushed out with her bowl and chopsticks in hand. Seeing Jian escape once again, Bai Luo could only return to his beastly form and lay back on the sickbed in silence. Before long, all entered with medicinal concoctions in hand. Upon seeing Bai Luo forlornly sprawled on the bed, Wall couldn't help but stifle a laugh, though her amusement was clearly audible to Bai Luo, adding to his frustration. After tending to Bai Luo's wounds, Wall did not hasten to leave but instead took a seat to discuss Jian with her nephew, Bai Luo. Upon hearing Jian's name, Bai Luo perked up, listening intently. While recounted the events of the day, Bai Luo returned grievously injured, though he had been unconscious for a long stretch. He had briefly awakened to see the blood at Jian's lips. Despite his heartache, he could not voice his feelings, they remained unexpressed within him. Over the past few days, Bai Luo had contemplated directly asking Jian about it, but each time the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he could not bring himself to speak them. Thus, he continued to harbor this question in silence. Now, hearing while explained that Jian's blood was a result of her being shocked by the news of his demise, his heart ached for her. When he learned that Jian had been frightened into coughing up blood upon witnessing him faint again, his sorrow deepened immeasurably. It turned out that Jian held him in such high regard. It seemed his determination to survive for Jian was indeed a profoundly right decision. With this realization, Bai Luo quietly resolved to treat Jian with utmost care and ensure her happiness for a lifetime. That evening, Jian once again brought dinner to Bai Luo's room. But this time, before she could even step inside, she was enveloped in his embrace. After a moment of surprise, Jian extended his hand to embrace Bai Luo. Then gently inquired, Bai Luo, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Upon uttering these words, Jian's expression shifted dramatically. He broke free from Bai Luo's embrace and insisted, You must lie down. I shall summon Aunt Wei Er to attend to you. However, before Jian could turn away, his hand was grasped by Bai Luo. That hand was then lifted and brought to Bai Luo's lips. With a tender smile that radiated warmth, Bai Luo gently kissed the back of Jian's hand. As Jian began to comprehend the situation, Bai Luo spoke softly, his voice imbued with a magnetic charm due to his injury. Jian, I am well. You are well too. We shall always be well together. It must be said, Jian was utterly bewildered by Bai Luo's sudden display of emotion, unable to grasp the meaning behind his words. In his confusion, Jian looked at Bai Luo, at a loss for how to respond appropriately. Yet, Bai Luo realized that Jian was still oblivious to the essence of his declarations. This thought stirred a sense of frustration within Bai Luo, but upon witnessing Jian's perplexed expression, he found solace. Indeed, having a partner who could be both astute and momentarily bewildered was a delightful experience. Just look at that little expression. Oh my, it was utterly enchanting. Jian exclaimed, Goodness, Bai Luo, what absurdities have you been learning on your phone? As Jian gazed at Bai Luo, his gentle demeanor suddenly transformed into an expression of infatuation, stirring a sense of frustration within her. She silently chanted to herself, lamenting her choices, her selected partner, her chosen path, her own demise. She could blame no one but herself for being entranced by Bai Luo's robust physique and his radiant, handsome visage. With this realization, Jian felt an immediate sense of relief wash over her. With a soft smile, she confidently declared to Bai Luo, Yes, you are wonderful, and I am wonderful too. We shall always be well together. After uttering these words, Jian took Bai Luo, who wore a blissful expression, by the hand and led him to the dining table. During their meal, Bai Luo remained in a state of euphoria, even expressing a desire to feed Jian. However, she coldly turned him down. And in that fleeting moment of rejection, his happiness morphed into a look of regret. Jane sensed the mournful gaze of Bellona lingering upon her ever since she had declined his offer to feed her. As they reached the midpoint of their meal, she could no longer contain herself. All right, I shall allow you to feed me, she huffed. A simple, helpless remark from Jane shattered the fleeting facade of tranquility. In that moment, Belo's face blossomed into a radiant smile as he seized his chopsticks, deftly picking up a morsel of food and bringing it to Jane's lips. Without a hint of reluctance, Jian opened her mouth to eat, and then quietly began to serve Bai Luo, initiating a gentle exchange of feeding between the two. Thus, the dinner unfolded slowly amidst their mutual care. After the meal, Jian commenced the task of clearing the dishes and broached the subject of returning home to sleep alone that night. Upon hearing this, Bailuo instantly erupted with dismay. How could his beloved partner wish to abandon him and retreat home alone to rest? This was a dilemma of utmost urgency. Bailuo's antics were becoming increasingly amusing. What was he to do? Consequently, Bailuo began to ponder how he might dissuade Jian from this notion. After contemplating for quite some time, he could not devise a superior strategy and ultimately resorted to feigning sorrow. This tactic had proven effective in the past, particularly when Jian displayed pity in his presence. Especially during their intimate moments. How can you be so heartless as to leave me here alone in this cold, desolate hospital room? He lamented. Without you, I feel so lonely. I will be forlorn, frightened, and heartbroken. As he spoke, he pretended to wipe away tears, his body language vividly expressive. When he concluded, he squatted down, wrapped his arms around Jian's legs, and began to wail on the floor. Jian gazed at Bailuo, who was suddenly resorting to shameless antics, feigning pitifulness. Her expression darkening as she could not help but roll her eyes at him repeatedly. Chapter 84. Discharge from the hospital. Who is Bailuo? He had resolutely determined to keep Jian by his side at all costs. He was truly audacious, utterly devoid of shame. At this moment, Bailuo's inner monologue was, humph. Compared to his beloved partner, what is face? What is dignity? What are those trifles? Can they be consumed? Thus, Jian was destined to be no match for such a brazen Bailuo. As Bailuo observed Jian's continuous eye-rolling, his resolve only firmed. Seated upon the ground like a rock, his arms steadfastly embracing Jian's legs, he disregarded all of Jian's expressions and body language, feigning ignorance. It was at this moment that Jian realized just how shameless and boundless Bailuo could be. She acknowledged that, in comparison to him, her own level of shamelessness was clearly insufficient. After all, she still valued her dignity, while Bailuo had completely cast aside all notions of face and propriety. Jane and Barrow had been quarreling in the hospital room for quite some time, yet Jane was unable to make her escape. Meanwhile, Vale, who had been lurking outside, had certainly eavesdropped on their conversation. Observing that Jane was struggling to free herself, Vale felt a tinge of amusement. After deliberately clearing his throat a few times, he indeed noticed that the commotion inside abruptly ceased. Inside the room, Jane was taken aback. Oh my, there was someone outside. Why did that fool Barrow not warn me? With this thought, Jane shot several glaring looks at the seemingly innocent Barrow. Barrow, feeling embarrassed, finally released his grip from around Jane's legs, dusted off his trousers, and stood up leisurely, feigning ignorance to the sounds outside, though his expression had already betrayed him. As soon as Jane rose from her slumber, she hurriedly approached the door and opened it. Upon doing so, she was greeted by the sight of Veer, who held a tube of ointment and bandages, a teasing grin adorning his face. In that moment, Jane's embarrassment surged forth, her cheeks gradually blooming with a rosy hue, reminiscent of the colorful clouds adorning the horizon. Once Veer entered the room alongside Jane, he refrained from immediately tending to Bailuo's wounds. Instead, he chuckled lightly and playfully remarked, "Ah, the vigor of youth. Even before the injury has fully healed, he is already yearning for companionship." Jane felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into a hole in the ground. Meanwhile, Bailuo continued to smile nonchalantly, oblivious to her discomfort. If it weren't for the presence of elders, Jane mused, she would have been tempted to slap him. What a brazen individual. Witnessing the stark contrast in their reactions, Vale couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that this was indeed a spectacle to behold. However, upon noticing the increasingly awkward expression on Jane's face, Vale swiftly composed himself, shifting to a serious demeanor. Well, Bailuo, why don't you lie down on the bed? I shall examine your wound to see how it is healing. Oh, and if the recovery is satisfactory, you may begin your convalescence at home starting today. Upon hearing this, Bailuo was nearly ecstatic, leaping back onto the bed and transforming into his beastly form, eagerly awaiting Vale's inspection. Yet, to Jane, this announcement felt like a dreadful omen. Observing Bailuo's exuberant demeanor, Jane found herself at a loss for words. All she could do was silently light a candle for herself in her heart, shedding tears as she mourned the impending end of her joyful moments. Soon, while completed the examination for Bailuo and replaced the ointment, he then announced that Bailuo was free to return home to recuperate. The reactions of Jane and Bailuo were starkly contrasting. Bailuo was almost overwhelmed with joy. Eager to depart immediately, he had been confined in that small hospital room for several days, feeling as though he were on the brink of decay. Had it not been for his concern for Jane, he would have discreetly slipped away long ago. In contrast, Jane appeared crestfallen. Oh dear, what should she do? During Bailuo's convalescence, she had indulged in tormenting him mercilessly, especially taking advantage of his vulnerability. If not for the constraints of their surroundings, she would have likely succumbed to his charms countless times by now. The thought of returning home and facing the consequences of her recent mischief filled her with trepidation. The idea that she might have to pay for her playful antics with her own body left Jane regretting her actions over the past few days. Indeed, one reaps what one sows. Once while departed, Jane began to leisurely gather her belongings. Observing this, Bailuo quickly transformed back into human form and joyfully rushed over to snatch the items from Jane's hands, hastily assisting in the packing. As they tidied up, Bailuo's voice bubbled with excitement. Jane, this is wonderful. I can finally go home. After lying here for so many days, I feel like I'm almost growing mold. After listening to Bai Luo's words, Jian suddenly realized that she had been neglecting Bai Luo's emotional state, although she had always cared for him. Her concern had been limited to his physical wounds, overlooking the depths of his feelings. Upon this epiphany, Jian instantly returned to her usual self. Approached Bai Luo with a radiant smile and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Bai Luo. Let us hasten our preparations. I long to return home, to our shared abode." With that, Jian began assisting Bai Luo in packing their belongings. Once everything was stowed away, Bai Luo transformed back into his beast form, and Jian took it upon herself to place their luggage onto his back. Only after they were fully prepared did they exit the ward in tandem. "Bai Luo, congratulations on your recovery." However, they were unprepared for the sight that awaited them outside the door. Bai Luo's parents and the Murphy family had gathered, ready to shower them with blessings. After bidding farewell to the chieftain and his spouse, Jian and Bai Luo set off with the Murphy couple and Fiji towards their respective homes. Upon arriving, Jian immediately placed the dishes in the kitchen, barely pausing to wash them before she began boiling water for Bai Luo. Since Bai Luo's injuries had not fully healed, he was unable to bathe and could only have his body sponged with warm water. Once the water was ready, Jian called Bai Luo to the bathroom to tend to himself while she remained in the kitchen to wash the dishes. It was only after Bai Luo emerged that Jian took her turn to freshen up. When all tasks were finally completed, she returned to the room to find Bai Luo peacefully asleep. Observing him lying in bed, Jian felt a wave of tenderness wash over her. Bai Luo had likely not rested well in recent days. She leaned in and gently kissed his forehead before lying down beside him, drifting into slumber. In the early morning, Jian was awakened by Bai Luo's kiss. As she stirred, the world around her seemed to spin, and she felt the warmth of Bai Luo's body pressing against her abdomen, a sensation that was undeniably intense. In the subsequent moments, Bai Luo's hands began to explore her body, igniting a fire within her that rendered her both parched and restless. Just as Bai Luo's hands ventured towards her most intimate areas, Jian, as if suddenly coming to her senses, firmly pushed against him, gasping for breath, and softly protested, Bai Luo, wait a moment. Your injuries are not yet healed. Please, do not rush." Jian remained oblivious to the evocative resonance of his own words. In that moment, he was only aware of the searing heat pressing against his lower abdomen, intensifying with each passing second. This startled Jian, prompting him to hastily push Bai Luo away, and then scramble to his feet, hastily donning his clothes as he fled the scene. Left behind, Bai Luo lay alone on the bed, his blood still boiling with fervor, observing Jian's frantic escape. Barefoot and disheveled, Bai Luo felt a twinge of bitterness. How could Jian be so disdainful? Hadn't they vowed to be each other's angels? Hadn't they promised a lifetime of happiness? With a sigh of resignation, Bai Luo cast a glance at his own eager member, and helplessly resorted to the solace of his own hand. As Jane stepped outside, she suddenly realized, in her flustered state, that she had forgotten to wear her shoes. She hurriedly returned, but upon remembering that Bai Luo was still inside, she hesitated to go back in. Instead, she went to the adjacent guest room to retrieve a new pair of shoes before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Meanwhile, after Bai Luo resolved his personal matters, he retreated to the bathroom to freshen up. During this time, Jane caught glimpses of Bai Luo but feigned indifference, not uttering a single word to him, adopting a rather proud demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, the crimson hue creeping from her cheeks down to her neck betrayed her true feelings. Observing Jane's bashful demeanor, Bai Luo, who initially intended to strike up a conversation, found himself at a loss for words. Once Bai Luo had completed his grooming, he entered the kitchen and quietly assisted Jane in making breakfast. Noticing Bai Luo's eagerness to help, Jane refrained from speaking. However, the slight tremor in her hands revealed her underlying anxiety. In her mind, Jane was caught in a tumultuous battle, contemplating what she would do if Bai Luo were to unexpectedly approach her in the kitchen. Would she embrace it? Or would she embrace it? Such thoughts caused the flush that had begun to fade from her cheeks to return in full force. Bai Luo, observing this amusing scene, found it irresistibly entertaining and began to entertain his own playful thoughts. Suddenly, as he stood at the counter chopping vegetables, Bai Luo stealthily moved beside Jane, wrapping his arms around her from behind, whispering softly in her ear while exhaling gently, "Jane, do you find yourself shy at the sight of me? No need to rush. I haven't unleashed my full charm yet." Jian never anticipated that Bai Luo, the loyal canine, would adopt such a tone of speech. To her surprise, it sounded unexpectedly pleasant to her ears. Upon this realization, Jian couldn't help but slap herself, silently chiding, "Serves you right for your loose tongue. Now look what you've done. You've taught him." Bai Luo, witnessing Jian inflict a slap upon herself, was indeed taken aback and ceased his playful teasing. He immediately took her hand, the one that had just struck her face, and gently lowered it, then bent down to examine her visage closely, blowing softly several times. "Jian, how could you strike yourself? If you have frustrations, you could simply take it out on me. My tough skin can withstand your blows. I fear more for your own pain. Your hurt resonates in my heart." Jian couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion from Bai Luo's words. Of course, she firmly assured herself that it was merely a slight sentiment. We mustn't dwell on it too much, right? After comforting Jian, Bai Luo did not leave the kitchen. Instead, he returned to the countertop, washed his hands, and resumed his earnest task of chopping vegetables, though one could not overlook the occasional furtive glances he cast in Jian's direction. Thus, through their collaborative efforts, a sumptuous breakfast was soon laid out on the table. After the meal, Jian tidied the dishes and placed them in the kitchen before heading to the backyard to feed the livestock. Meanwhile, Bailuo voluntarily took to the kitchen to wash up. Since Bailuo's injury had yet to heal, Jian firmly declined his request to venture out for hunting, instead commanding him to transform into his beast form and lounge on the deck chair in the yard to bask in the sun. While Jian was busy tending to the vegetables at home, Bailuo, despite his injuries, remained restless. With the cold season approaching and firewood insufficiently gathered, the only kindling available was a meager collection of what Bailuo had brought back before his injury, along with straw, corn husks, and cobs that burned poorly. Fortunately, food supplies were adequate, as Jian had recently been engaged in teaching others how to make pickled vegetables, thus receiving a fair amount of tuition from her students. After being ordered to rest, Bailuo kept a keen eye on Jian, who was tirelessly occupied in the courtyard. He felt an overwhelming urge to race over and take over her tasks, yet he refrained due to Jian's authoritative presence. As the morning wore on, one was busily working while the other idly counted ants, until at last, lunchtime arrived. At the appointed hour, Bailuo sprang from his reclined position like a jack-in-the-box, transforming into his human form and hastily entering the kitchen to prepare lunch before Jian could enter. To Jian's astonishment, upon her arrival in the kitchen, she found Bailuo, who was supposed to be resting under the sun due to his severe injuries, already at the stove. Bailuo, upon noticing Jian's entrance, promptly set down what he was doing, approached her with a smile, and gently ushered her out. "My dear, you have worked hard all morning. Now it is my turn to serve you. Please, go rest in the bedroom, and I shall call for you once lunch is ready." With that, he swept Jian into his arms and carried her to their bedroom. Once there, Bailuo tenderly placed the bewildered Jian on the bed, carefully removed her shoes, and leaned down to bestow a soft kiss on her forehead before returning to the kitchen to continue his work. It was only then that Jian realized she had once again been charmed. Chapter 86. The wounds have all healed. As Bailuo entered the main room with the food, he was greeted by the sight of Jian sitting up straight. He hurried over to arrange the dishes and assist her with serving. Jian felt a pang of concern seeing Bailuo, still recovering from his injuries, laboring to prepare and serve meals for her. "Bailuo, I can manage on my own. Look at you, your wounds are still healing. What if they reopen?" Bailuo, however, dismissed her worries with a gentle touch to her face. "I am fine, Jian. You need only to understand that I am not as severely injured as it appears. You, on the other hand, have been working tirelessly these past few days, attending to household matters while caring for me." After their meal, Jian and Bailuo chose not to remain busy at home as they had that morning, but rather retreated to their room for a shared nap. Later that afternoon, after refreshing themselves, they strolled hand in hand to the clan leader's home to seek medicine from Vale. Upon arriving, Bailuo instinctively retreated to the sick room where he had spent the past several days, while Jian approached Vale to request the medicinal concoction. After consuming the potion Jian offered, Bailuo shifted back into his beast form and lay down on the bed, awaiting Vale's assistance with his bandages. Before long, Vale arrived with ointment and bandages. After unwrapping Bailuo's bandages, Vale began cleansing the wounds with fresh water. To their relief, they discovered that Bailuo's injuries had already formed scabs. Seeing this, both Vale and Jian exhaled in relief. Bailuo, catching onto their expressions, couldn't help but chuckle. Vale, observing the exchange between them, also smiled, remarking on the marvels of youth. "Such severe injuries, and yet, in just a few days, you are nearly healed. From tomorrow onward, you need not come every day. Every 2 or 3 days will suffice." As he spoke, Vale continued to apply fresh medication and new bandages to Bailuo's wounds. Once everything was attended to, he exchanged a few casual words with Jian before preparing to leave. Seeing the situation, Jane hastily called out to Veer to discuss the matter of hosting a gathering. However, to her surprise, Veer politely declined, citing a simple reason: Bailuo had not yet fully recuperated. In her capacity as a physician, Veer further advised Jane to postpone the gathering until Bailuo had completely recovered. As Jane concluded the conversation, she bid farewell to Beiro and began their journey homeward. Along the way, they deliberated on what ingredients would be best to prepare for a celebratory meal once Beiro's wounds had healed. However, despite their discussions throughout the journey, they failed to reach any definitive conclusion. Ultimately, Jane waved her hand decisively and proclaimed, "Since we cannot seem to arrive at a resolution, let us simply wait for a more opportune time to gather everyone for a discussion." Beiro, of course, wholeheartedly agreed. How splendid! Jane had finally shifted her focus away from the matter of hosting a dinner, although her attention was not entirely directed towards herself either. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, Beiro's injuries had completely healed. What astonished Jane the most was that not only had Beiro's wounds recovered in such a short span of time, but there was also no trace of any scars left behind. The situation unfolded as follows. That morning, as Jane awoke from her slumber and unconsciously turned over, her hand brushed against Beiro's back and abdomen, where he had previously sustained severe injuries. To her astonishment, her fingers encountered nothing but smooth skin, devoid of the protruding scars that should have remained. Jian, momentarily taken aback, swiftly turned over and sat up, rubbing his eyes. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were indeed no scars. In that moment, disbelief washed over him. Was there a scar just last night? How could it have vanished upon waking? Jian began to question whether he was still dreaming, shaking his head vigorously before closing his eyes tightly once more. When he opened them again, he was greeted not only by the absence of scars but also by the realization that the newly grown skin had transformed into a vibrant, healthy wheat hue, akin to the rest of Bai Luo's body. At that moment, Jian finally grasped the situation and was about to rouse Bai Luo when Bai Luo's eyes fluttered open. In such circumstances, if he could still slumber, he would scarcely be worthy of being called a male, especially with his female companion igniting sparks of desire all around him. Upon witnessing Bai Luo's eyes flutter open, Jian was taken aback. In a flurry of urgency, she attempted to retract her hand, which had been carelessly exploring Bai Luo's person. However, before she could withdraw her hand, in a flash of rapidity, Bai Luo had already seized it. Yet, what left Jian even more astounded was not merely this action, but the audacity of Bai Luo, who shamelessly tightened his grip on her hand and then shifted his focus. The new target was none other than Bai Luo's little brother, a figure with whom Jian was all too familiar. As Jane's hand made contact with that place, an involuntary tightness gripped her heart, soon followed by a profound sense of embarrassment. Summoning her courage, she raised her gaze to meet the seemingly placid face of Bai Luo. Gradually, she began to exert force, attempting to withdraw her hand. However, Bai Luo, not wishing to yield to Jane's desire, found himself softened by the sight of her discomfort, ultimately relenting and releasing her. After Jian retracted her hand, she no longer felt awkward. Instead, she feigned nonchalance and pointed to the spot where Bai Luo had previously been injured, inquiring, Bai Luo, what happened to your wound? Wasn't it there just last night? How could it have vanished so suddenly? Upon hearing Jian's words, Bai Luo finally registered the situation and hurriedly reached to touch his waist and back, only to discover that the scar had indeed disappeared. A wave of joy washed over him. Jian, it's true. It has really vanished. It seems Aunt Wire's medicine has been successfully developed. Ha ha, this is wonderful. Jian, if Aunt knows, she will surely be overjoyed. This concoction was crafted from the formula you provided, and I never imagined it would be so effective. At this moment, upon hearing Bai Luo's words, he suddenly recalled that when Bai Luo had just been returned, coinciding with his own bout of coughing up blood, he had faintly heard Wei Er and Ji Ming whispering something in his ear. However, at that time, his mind was clouded, and he could not discern what they had said. Reflecting on it now, it seems they must have decided then to utilize the remedy he had provided. Ah, indeed. When I was coughing up blood and lost consciousness, I felt Aunt and Mother administering some pill to me. Shortly thereafter, I regained consciousness. Considering this, it is likely that it was the so-called fast-acting heart-saving pill I mentioned. Suddenly, Jian slapped his forehead, exclaiming in surprise that Auntie and Mother had actually succeeded in concocting the remedies. What astonished him the most was the fact that these potions exhibited effects that surpassed even the finest medicinal herbs found on Earth. Although Bai Luo was unaware of the specific benefits of the superior herbs from Earth, he was acutely aware of the remarkable effects of the herbal treatments he had been utilizing during this period. These herbs were incomparably superior to those commonly employed in his tribe. Furthermore, their efficacy in promoting wound healing was particularly remarkable. Naturally, their analgesic, anti-inflammatory, and hemostatic properties were also exceptional. With this thought in mind, Bai Luo could no longer remain seated. He believed he must hasten to share this splendid news with Andy while in the others. For, the annual Beast-Tide month was fast approaching, and a fierce battle between the Beastmen and the Wild Beast loomed ominously on the horizon. Chapter 87, The Beast God? Jian had never experienced the terrifying Beast-Tide month, and thus remained oblivious to its horrors. Therefore, upon witnessing Bai Luo's frantic urgency to rise, even insisting that breakfast could wait until they returned, she was rather dismissive. However, after Bai Luo recounted the harrowing experiences of past Beast-Tide months, Jian's understanding dawned upon her instantaneously. Then ensued a flurry of activity as they hastily dressed, washed their faces, and rinsed their mouths before setting off towards the chief's residence without delay. Upon their arrival, even before they could knock, the courtyard door swung open from within, revealing the chief standing in the yard. He smiled warmly at the sight of their tightly clasped hands before gently inviting, "Come in. You're at Weir, and I have been waiting for you for quite some time. It's still early, and I presume you haven't had breakfast yet? Please, do come in." With that, the chief turned, hands clasped behind his back, and walked inside. Jian and Bai Luo exchanged a silent glance before ensuring the courtyard door was closed securely and followed him in. Even before entering the main hall, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted towards them. They instinctively patted their empty stomachs and quickened their pace in unison. As they stepped into the hall, they spotted her seated at the table, ready to speak, but her exuberance momentarily rendered them speechless. "Bai Luo, Jian, come here quickly. I know why you've come. However, I believe we should first indulge in a meal. We can discuss matters afterward when we are well fed." Upon hearing such remarks from Jian and Bai Luo, Weir appeared less impatient than when he first stepped out. Instead, he calmed himself and proceeded to the table, taking a seat. Throughout the meal, Weir warmly attended to Jian and Bai Luo, displaying an exuberance that was undeniable. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Jian sensed something peculiar about Weir today. Although he typically exuded kindness, his enthusiasm today was markedly heightened. In that moment, she could not quite pinpoint the source of her unease. After finishing breakfast, Jian rose, intending to assist with the dishes, but were intervened. Wait, Jian, please set down the dishes. There is no need for you to trouble yourself with that. Just let Leah handle it. You and Bailuo should accompany me to the ward. As Jian heard the voice, he promptly set down the items in his hands, rubbed them together, and offered a somewhat bashful smile. He then followed closely behind Vale and Bailuo, making their way to the hospital room where Bailuo had previously resided. Upon arrival, Vale instructed Bailuo to remove his shirt, revealing a well-built torso. He then guided Bailuo back onto the hospital bed and proceeded to examine the previously injured areas with meticulous care. After several thorough inspections, Vale allowed Bailuo to don his shirt again. Before Bailuo and Jian could engage him in conversation, Vale swiftly exited the room, left in the ward. Jian and Bailuo exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. Just as Jian was about to speak to Bailuo, they were suddenly startled by Vale's exuberant shouts and his calls for the chief outside. Leah, come out. Don't wash the dishes yet. Hurry and fetch Sister Jilung and the others. This is wonderful. The medicine has indeed been successfully developed. Jian is truly remarkable. Absolutely extraordinary. As Vale's voice faded, Leah burst out of the kitchen, excitement evident as she embraced Vale, exclaiming, "This is fantastic. With those healing medicines, this year's Beast-Tide month will undoubtedly be far better than ever before." Jian's prowess is indeed formidable. No sooner had the chief spoken than a knock resounded at the door. The chief quickly set Vale down and made his way to open the door. Sensing the aroma, Bailuo bent down to kiss Jian's forehead, saying, "It's mother and father. Shall we go out to greet them?" Upon hearing the news, Jian immediately took Bailuo and stepped out. To their astonishment, it was indeed Jiming and Fei Ji. After exchanging glances, they all entered the hospital room together. Bailuo, rather self-consciously, removed his shirt, allowing everyone to observe him repeatedly before finally getting dressed again. At that moment, they all witnessed that Bailuo's abdomen and back bore no visible scars. This left Tofu and Fei Ji utterly incredulous. "My dear Bailuo, how is it that your wounds have vanished completely? I was here yesterday when you came for your aunt to examine you. I distinctly saw your scars then." Jian and Bailuo were equally baffled by Dilfu's inquiry. Seeing that everyone was present, Jian decided to honestly recount what he had observed last night before sleeping and what he noticed this morning. After hearing Jian's account, the group fell into deep contemplation. The phenomenon of a wound healing overnight intrigued them, yet they could not fathom the reason behind it. At that moment, in a resplendent and grand temple, a handsome man was gracefully walking towards the throne at its pinnacle. After much deliberation, the group still could not decipher how Bailuo's injuries had healed so swiftly. Jian, noting the furrowed brows of his companions who had spent the entire morning pondering this mystery, felt a twinge of irritation. After all, it was merely a matter of swift healing. What was there to contemplate? They could simply find someone else to test it out next time. Bailuo, catching a glimpse of the subtle expressions on Zhang Fan's face, surmised Jian's thoughts. In an effort to lift his beloved partner's spirits, as well as to appease his own rumbling stomach, he addressed the room. "Honestly, I don't find this to be particularly strange. After all, Jian is a divine emissary. And as the male partner of a divine emissary, I must naturally be favored by the beast god. Perhaps it is the beast god's magic that has facilitated my recovery. Now, it is already noon. We should all return home and start preparing our meals." At that moment, Jian was unaware that Bailuo had already deduced much of the truth. Upon hearing Bailuo's statement, Jian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Bailuo certainly had a knack for spinning tales. However, given that he had broken the deadlock, Jian decided to commend him silently. The group's reaction to Bailuo's words was markedly different from Zhang Fan's. They expressed profound reverence. They bowed deeply towards the horizon, quietly reciting a few phrases in a language of beasts that Jian could not comprehend. Then, they returned to Jian and Bailuo's side. Looking at the couple with affectionate gazes, Jiming even reached out to gently stroke Jian and Bailuo's faces, tenderly saying, "You two are such good children. May the beast god forever bless you." Indeed, Bailuo is right. It is time to return home and cook. Let us be on our way. With that, Jiming took Jian's hand and bid farewell to Wei Er, leading the way out. Bailuo and Fei Ji quickly followed suit. Chapter 88. The gathering. After a hearty lunch, the two did not indulge in a nap but instead tidied up everything before stepping outside, heading towards Fei Ji and Jiming's home. Upon gathering the two, they continued on to Murphy's residence, inviting him and Xiao along. Throughout the journey, Jiming and Murphy bombarded Jian with questions. In order to maintain discretion, Jian kept his answers vague, simply stating that the time was not yet ripe to divulge details. Upon arriving at the chief's home, Jian began to inform everyone of the dinner he planned to host that evening. Upon hearing this, Murphy nearly leaped with joy. Wei Er and Jiming exchanged amused glances at Murphy's exuberance. As for the males, they exhibited expressions of contentment, pleased as long as their beloved was happy. Once Murphy's excitement had subsided, he settled beside Jian, prompting the others to shift their focus as well. As everyone gathered, lively discussions ensued. Since Jian had declared that the evening's menu was open for everyone's input, it was decided that all would contribute to the preparations. Given the large number of attendees, the ingredients to be handled were considerable, and Jian and Bailuo found themselves rather overwhelmed. Bailuo was tasked with hunting outside the tribe, leaving Jian solely responsible for the preparation and cooking of the ingredients. Bai Luo was vehemently opposed to this arrangement, insisting that everyone who wished to eat should contribute. The others had no objections, understanding that both Bai Luo and Jian were newly recovering from illness and should not be overburdened, especially Jian, who would need to endure considerable hardships in the future should he tire himself too much. After approximately half an hour of deliberation, they finally settled on the evening's menu. Is this all? Jian asked the group. Yes, it should be sufficient. Braised pork, steamed spare ribs, fried chicken, pickled fish, sweet and sour pork, Murphy exclaimed, salivating at the thought. Look at all this delicious food. Wow, today is a real treat. It's all my favorites. Jian, you were truly wonderful. With that, an overly excited Murphy lunged towards Jian. While the leap itself was harmless, it startled Jian. As Murphy's approach threatened to collide with her, Jian swiftly stood up, evading her just as she was about to reach her clothing. Jian observed Murphy narrowly miss his target and finally let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest. He gratefully remarked to Murphy, "Phew, I'm glad I dodged that. If you had actually knocked me down, would I have been able to get back up? Just look at your physique. Oh, by the way, Murphy, are you perhaps no longer interested in delectable treats?" If that's the case, before Jian could finish his sentence, Murphy dashed over and covered Jian's mouth, flashing a grin at everyone before turning to Jian with a mock huff. Humph. How dare you call me fat, Jian? Humph. I possess a perfectly normal physique. If I were to slim down, what would happen in the future if I were to have a baby? Humph. No way. I need to eat more. I still feel a bit thin. I must have lost quite a bit of weight due to being so busy lately. It seems I must indulge myself tonight. Jian finally managed to free herself from Murphy's grasp, taking a deep breath and preparing to speak. Just then, Bai Luo approached her, whispering a few words into her ear. Instantly, Jian's face turned the color of a boiled shrimp. Meanwhile, the onlookers, seemingly insatiable for the spectacle, directed their curious gazes towards Jian. This left her utterly disheartened. How could her partner be so embarrassingly brazen? However, aside from Murphy and Xiao Xiao, who were of the same generation, the rest present were elders she could not afford to offend. Realizing the predicament, Jian wished she could find a hole to hide in and never emerge again. Yet, reality was harsh. This was the patriarch's front courtyard, where wandering aimlessly was not permitted. Furthermore, apart from the well, there was no nook to conceal herself. Even the cellar was situated in the backyard behind the house. Ji Ming, observing her often bashful son's partner blushing yet again from a mere gesture of her son, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Only when Jian's face began to reveal signs of embarrassment and discomfort did she compose herself. Approaching Jian, she took her hand and led her back to their seats, saying, "All right, Jian, what is there to be shy about? It's merely a private conversation between a couple, quite normal indeed. Now that we've already discussed the menu, shouldn't we begin our preparations? The weather is getting late." Upon hearing the initial remarks from Ji Ming, Jian felt a tinge of awkwardness. However, as Ji Ming suggested hastening the preparation of dinner, the last vestige of embarrassment dissipated like a fleeting wisp of wind. At that moment, Jian pondered, what is embarrassment? What is shyness? Can they be consumed? Licking her lips, she savored the thought. Are they delectable? Once this was settled, Jian, accompanied by several females, made their way to the vegetable garden of the Jian household to gather fresh produce for the evening meal. Meanwhile, even Leia, who typically refrained from leaving the tribe, transformed into her beast form alongside the males, soaring beyond the tribe's confines in pursuit of tender and succulent prey to bring back for supper. After gathering a sufficient amount of vegetables, they concluded their harvest and returned home. Upon arrival, Jian and the others began to divide tasks. Jian and Murphy took charge of washing the utensils required for dinner, while Ji Ming and her sister attended to washing and chopping the vegetables. Once Jian and Murphy had thoroughly cleaned the utensils, Ji Ming and had also prepared the vegetables nearly to completion. Everything was in readiness. All that remained was the arrival of the east wind, meat. They did not have to wait long. As soon as sight appeared in the sky, the males returning with their quarry in tow. As the males landed, everyone gathered around to assist in unloading the meat. Once the males reverted to their human forms, the females were commanded by their respective males to take a rest. As for the remaining prey, it was naturally the male's responsibility to handle. After such a lengthy endeavor, Jian felt a bit fatigued and, considering she still had to cook, did not insist on engaging in tasks with the vigorous and brawny males. With a sense of simplicity, Jian led Ji Ming and the others into the main hall, where they brewed fragrant flower tea and brought out snacks to gather together for a delightful tea drinking and chatting session, allowing themselves a moment of respite. Meanwhile, once the males had meticulously processed the game as Jian had instructed before their departure, they did not take a break. Instead, they eagerly vied to assist their respective females in tending the fire. However, this request was promptly and thoroughly declined by their own females, who insisted that they take a rest, just as they themselves had done moments earlier. Unlike Jian and her companions, the males did not settle down to enjoy tea and conversation. Instead, they took the freshly removed animal hides to the riverside to wash them, returning afterward to prepare them with medicinal herbs for curing. Jian and the others returned to the kitchen, busily preparing dinner. As the evening was still young, they did not start cooking the rice immediately. Instead, they first blanched the meat and bones. Afterward, they turned their attention to coating the steamed ribs in flour. concocting a sweet and sour sauce and slicing pickled vegetables. By the time Jian and the others had finished preparing the meal, night had fallen. The males, upon seeing this, quickly lit a bonfire in the courtyard and brought out the chairs from the main room. Once Jian had set the prepared dishes on the table, the group of 8, 4 females and 4 males, gathered around to begin their feast. At that moment, Jian was suddenly reminded of the wine and promptly sent by Luo to fetch several barrels from the cellar. Each person was served a glass, and they toasted together before indulging in a hearty meal accompanied by jovial conversation. By the end of the dinner, everyone had consumed a fair amount of wine. And aside from Jian feeling a bit tipsy, the others remained largely unaffected. Chapter 89. As if encountering a false beast god now that Bai Luo's injuries had healed, Jian's life was expected to gradually return to normalcy. However, on the night following the dinner party, Jian, having indulged a bit too much, fell into a slumber and experienced a peculiar dream. While dreaming was not unusual, what transpired was extraordinary. Jian found herself sprouting wings and departing from Bai Luo, soaring alone towards a magnificent palace. Upon reaching that place, her legs seemed to possess a will of their own, guiding her towards the palace entrance. Once inside, she beheld a strikingly handsome man clad in a white robe, seated upon a lofty throne, exuding an air of dominion. Before Jian could utter a word, the man let out a soft chuckle, as if fully aware of the inquiry she was about to make. This only deepened Jian's confusion, prompting her to furrow her brow. Observing her perplexity, the man on the throne erupted into hearty laughter, further intensifying her bewilderment. Just then, the man addressed her directly. "You are Jian Yunxi, are you not? The earthling who suddenly arrived on the beast planet approximately 6 months ago?" Upon hearing this, Jian's heart raced with alarm. Who was this person? Possessing such intimate knowledge of his secrets? Could he be a member of the Tianshi tribe? But that seemed implausible. He was acquainted with all the tribe's people and had never encountered anyone of this description. What on earth was happening? Could it be that one of the foreign females who had married into their tribe had betrayed him? Yet, that too seemed unlikely. For those females lacked the skills to survive in the wild, let alone convey information. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Jian suddenly entertained a bold hypothesis. Could it be that there was already an infiltrator from a foreign tribe within the Tianshi clan? At that moment, Jian kept his speculations to himself, not daring to voice them aloud. However, the man perched high above seemed to be fully aware of Jian's thoughts. He grimaced, nearly losing his balance, and then pressed his fingers heavily against his forehead, as if steeling himself for a significant revelation. He addressed Jian, stating emphatically, "Enough of your wild conjectures. I am neither a foreign infiltrator nor a member of your Tianshi tribe." Upon hearing the man of high stature refer to himself as a deity, Jian was utterly astonished, her mind racing with thoughts. A god? What god? He dares to proclaim himself as a god? Am I the one who has lost my sanity? Or is it he who has gone mad? Perhaps it is this world that has descended into madness? The man, noticing Jian's dazed expression and vacant stare, could not help but place a hand on his forehead. Upon perceiving Jian's inner thoughts, he could hardly suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Well then, you are not mad, nor am I. And this world is not mad either. To speak plainly, I am indeed the deity of the Beastman planet, and everyone refers to me as the Beast God. As Jian gradually regained his composure upon hearing the man atop the high seat proclaim himself as the Beast God, a sense of confusion washed over him. He gazed at the Beast God with a perplexed expression and finally uttered his first question. Beast God? You are indeed the Beast God? Given that you are aware of my origins, you must also know that I was living quite contentedly on Earth. Pray tell, why did you bring me to this primitive planet? Upon hearing Jian's inquiry, the Beast God chuckled awkwardly, clearing his throat a couple of times before responding with an air of feigned amiability. Well, you see, the matter is somewhat complicated. Originally, you were meant to live out your days in solitude on Earth. However, one day, out of sheer boredom, I decided to visit the matchmaker for a drink. Upon hearing this, Jian felt that the Beast God was intentionally diverting the topic. Thus, he promptly interjected, urging him to get directly to the point. The Beast God, recognizing Jian's growing impatience, swiftly focused on the crux of the matter. Ahem, the situation had taken a sudden turn, while at the Moon Elderess. He inadvertently encountered the fated bonds that the Elder had set in place. In the ensuing entanglement, it was unclear how it occurred. But your red thread became intertwined with Bai Luo's. Despite numerous attempts, it remained stubbornly knotted. At this point, the Beast God produced a cup of tea from somewhere, took a sip, and continued, fortunately, both you and Bai Luo are destined to lead solitary lives. By a twist of fate, you have been bound together. However, due to the differing realms and planets you inhabit, I took the liberty of bringing you from Earth to the Beast planet. After listening to the words of the Beast God, Jian couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. She found the deity's remarks rather peculiar. Why would he amusingly choose to drink with the god of marriage? Moreover, she had never heard of such a deity as the Beast God. It felt as if he were a charlatan. Nevertheless, considering her relationship with Bai Luo, she decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. Upon sensing Jian's skeptical thoughts, the Beast God was nearly moved to tears. Yet, he reminded himself that he was, indeed, a god, a magnificent one at that. Hey, I'm no fraud. Just because you are permitted to indulge in romance, does that mean I cannot pursue my own beloved? In his fervor, he failed to notice the infatuated, loyal demeanor he was displaying. However, This very display startled Jian. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the god of marriage is simply an old man with a white beard? What a peculiar taste. Wait. That doesn't seem right. Could it possibly be a woman? That would truly be a transgression. Hey, stop your wild imaginings. The god of marriage is not the elderly figure you earthlings envision, nor is he a woman. He is, in fact, a silver-haired handsome man. Moreover, he possesses an adorably youthful appearance. It turned out that the so-called beast god was merely a lovesick adolescent, and one who had become utterly infatuated. Do not speak nonsense. I am fully aware of your thoughts. You call me lovesick and accuse me of having peculiar tastes. These remarks have not escaped my memory. At that moment, the beast god abruptly recalled the purpose of his visit to Jian. I did not come to engage in trivialities today. There is a matter of utmost importance that I must discuss with you. Upon hearing the words, Jian immediately adjusted his throat and inquired, what significant matter could it be? Is it of utmost importance? Does it pertain to this year's Beast Tide month? He pondered. Why is it that previous years were so normal, yet this year has seen an extended rainy season, a shortened harvest period, and even a prolonged cold season? What on earth is happening? Should I interpret this as your dissatisfaction with me? Upon hearing this, the beast deity rolled his eyes, rose from his seat, brushed off the hem of his garment, and began to stroll leisurely towards Jian. At that moment, the beast deity, observing Zhang Fan's reaction, began to contemplate silently. Am I truly that intimidating? Have I frightened him to such an extent? Could it be that earthlings possess such a low tolerance for pressure? Yet, that cannot be the case. Just moments ago, wasn't he audacious enough to curse me in his heart? Chapter 90, The Origin of the System in Truth. The irregularities in the season serve as a punishment for my misdeeds. I sincerely apologize for the trouble it has caused you. The beast deity chuckled awkwardly a few times before continuing. Indeed, these occurrences can also be viewed as a test for you. However, considering your commendable performance within the Celestial Lion Clan, I have decided to bestow upon you some rewards. With that, the beast deity suddenly produced what appeared to be an ordinary jade ring from the void and directly placed it upon Jian's thumb. Jian gazed at the suddenly appeared jade ring on his finger, filled with perplexity. Beast god, what is this jade ring? It appeared rather ordinary, devoid of any special attributes. To Jian's surprise, the beast god shook his head and, feigning an air of mystery, replied, you are unaware. This is a spatial artifact capable of holding items. Regardless of the quantity, everything can be stored within. I cleverly obtained it from that rascal, the Supreme Old Lord, a few years ago. Take good care of it. By the way, I haven't gotten to the main point yet. The beast tide is about to descend, isn't it? I've seen the healing potions you all have developed. Their effectiveness is commendable, yet they still leave much to be desired. The beast god withdrew his hand and sauntered back toward a higher vantage point. Had it not been for my intervention, your buckler's wound would have required an additional 7 or 8 days to heal, and even then, it might not have reached its current state. Within this jade ring, I have already placed a considerable amount of high-quality medicinal herbs. Once you return, consult with the physician to further research. Perhaps you can complete the remedies before the beast tide arrives. Upon hearing the words of the beast god, Jian immediately inquired about the usage of the jade finger ring. The response he received was straightforward. One merely needed to silently recite the name and quantity of the item to be retrieved or deposited, or simply think of it directly, and it would manifest. Thus, Jian promptly attempted it, and to his astonishment, he successfully extracted items from the jade ring, items of a notably high caliber, some of which he could scarcely recognize. Having tried just once, Jian had already grasped the correct application of the jade finger ring. Subsequently, the beast god informed Jian that as long as he diligently completed the tasks assigned to him, he would receive unexpected rewards. Upon hearing the mention of rewards, Jian felt an embarrassing rush of eagerness wash over him. Tasks? This reminded him of the inexplicable system he had encountered, prompting him to question the beast god. Indeed, it was revealed that the system was merely a prototype, initially crafted by the beast god as an imitation of various systems found in earthly novels. However, due to the constraints of cosmic laws and his own insufficient prowess, it had ultimately failed, leaving behind an incomplete program. He had discarded it, only for it to be later discovered and activated by a previous inhabitant of Earth. Unfortunately, greed had led to its downfall. Eventually, it fell into Jian's hands, prompting the beast god to intervene, for he could not idly stand by, coupled with the erratic seasonal punishments. He was unwilling to witness the demise of his own kind, for they were fundamental to his own ascendance. Thus, the peculiar system that Jian now possessed was birthed. Awakening suddenly, Jian sat up, and, noticing the cold bed beside him, realized with a start that he had slept until nearly noon. He rubbed his hair, yet was immediately struck by an unsettling sensation. Was there something on his thumb? As this thought crossed his mind, he placed his hand before his eyes, and upon closer inspection, he beheld the jade finger ring that had appeared in his dreams. Jian felt an inexplicable sense of mystery. How could there suddenly be a jade ring? Was it possible that last night was not merely a dream, but a genuine occurrence? The mere thought of this sent a wave of unease through him. Quietly, he began to recite the method he had learned in his dream, and to his astonishment, something emerged from the jade ring. It turned out that the beast god was indeed summoning him. This revelation shattered his atheistic beliefs, leaving him in a state of panic. He was unsure how long he had been lost in thought until a gurgling sound jolted him back to reality. no longer pondering the jade ring. He hurriedly got out of bed, dressed, and instinctively covered his stomach with his hand, slipping into a pair of slippers as he made his way to the living room. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of breakfast that had presumably been on the table for quite some time. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find it remarkably abundant, featuring eggs, pancakes, porridge, and soy milk. Jian, unable to contain her disapproval, shook her head vigorously. Why does Bayero prepare so much when he knows I eat so little? She sighed, contemplating that finishing this breakfast would mean she could forego lunch entirely. However, Jian did not anticipate that not only would she consume the entire breakfast, but she would also find herself craving more. Observing her suddenly increased appetite, she pondered. Could it be that the physical exertion from being summoned by the beast god last night has led to this surge in hunger? With this realization, Jian felt a sense of relief and hurried to the kitchen to cook a few flatbreads, before returning to her room with a full belly. After lying in her room for a while, she suddenly recalled the matter of the jade ring and the medicinal ointment. This was indeed a new task bestowed upon her by the beast god. Realizing this, Jian could no longer lie still. She sprang up and began to gather several clean cloth bags, meticulously placing the precious herbs from the jade ring into them. Once the herbs were packed, she fed the livestock before securing the house and setting off towards the clan leader's residence. On her way, she encountered Murphy, who was carrying a large bag of snacks. Upon learning that they were heading to the same destination, they decided to travel together. Throughout their journey, Murphy expressed great interest in the cloth bag Jian was carrying. Seizing the opportunity, Jian discreetly informed her that it contained gifts from the beast god. Upon hearing this, Murphy's astonishment was palpable, her reaction a masterclass in surprise. Jian appeared as if she were about to exclaim, promptly covering Murphy's mouth with her hand. She then whispered the reasons into Murphy's ear. Murphy, really? Why are you always so jumpy? Can you not be a bit more composed? This is a significant matter. We cannot just blurt it out. We must first consult with Uncle the Chief. Upon hearing this, Murphy understood and nodded vigorously to indicate she was aware. Jian then released her hand from Murphy's mouth and together they hurried towards the chief's residence. Upon arriving, Murphy immediately rushed to knock on the door. Before Ver could respond, she impulsively pulled Jian inside the courtyard and dashed towards the main hall. To their surprise, Ji Ming was present as well. Jian swiftly grabbed a cloth bag and hurried over to sit beside Ver. Both Ver and Ji Ming were the tribe's healers, accustomed to dealing with medicinal herbs. Although Ji Ming's medical skills did not quite match Ver's, her extensive travels had endowed her with a keen sense, allowing her to identify that the bag Jian held contained rare medicinal herbs, some of which were not found in the surrounding areas, including snow lotus flowers from the northern snowy regions. Jian, these medicinal herbs are. Chapter 91. Pharmacology. As you can see, the bag contains medicinal herbs, all of which are quite rare. Jian stepped forward and took a seat beside Ji Ming, presenting the bag filled with herbs before everyone. Ver and Ji Ming could hardly contain their excitement as they opened the bag and examined its contents. Upon inspection, they were astonished. Merely observing the shapes and inhaling the scents revealed that these were indeed exquisite, high-quality herbs. Ji Ming, trembling slightly as she held a millennium-old ginseng, turned to Jian and asked, "Child, where did you acquire these herbs? I've never seen anything like them before." As soon as Ji Ming finished speaking, Ver looked at Jian with hopeful eyes. At that moment, Murphy, unwilling to remain silent, jumped in to answer for Ver and Ji Ming. "These herbs are a gift from the beast god." This proclamation left Ver and Ji Ming utterly astonished, their excitement rendering them speechless as they delicately placed the herbs down, as if any undue pressure might shatter them. After a moment to collect herself, Ver could not hold back her curiosity. "Jian, is what Murphy said true? Is there really such a thing?" Jian listened intently, neither denying nor affirming, but rather gently nodding before recounting the details of her dream from the previous night. She deliberately omitted any mention of the jade ring and the task assigned by the beast god, as well as the beast goddess romantic history. Instead, she emphasized the matter of medicinal herbs and the significance of the beast-tide moon, embellishing her account with the claim that upon awakening, she discovered an abundance of herbs beside her, which she promptly brought forth for collective examination. Upon hearing this, Ji Ming and Weio abandoned their concerns regarding the herbs and immediately urged for the priest to be summoned. Jian, bewildered, was at a loss, she questioned. "The priest? Isn't and Weio here?" Observing the solemn expressions of the two elders, she refrained from voicing her confusion. It was Ji Ming who, noticing Jian's perplexity, elucidated the matter. It turned out that the priest and Weio were not one and the same. Rather, whenever the need arose to summon the priest, Weio had to venture into the cave behind to do so, a practice steeped in ancient tradition. Moreover, the priest of each tribe must be the partner of the chieftain. Hence the apparent discrepancy Jian observed. Furthermore, several months prior, the day before Jian's unsettling dream, the priest had already foreseen certain omens and had subtly hinted at them to both the chieftain and the two sisters, Weio and Ji Ming. However, the priest's cryptic words had proven too obscure for the community to decipher, and they had not given them much consideration. It was only after hearing Jian's account that the two recalled the priest's prior statements, and upon juxtaposing them with Jian's dream narrative, they finally comprehended the implications, prompting their immediate request to summon the priest. After listening to Ji Ming's explanation, I was suddenly reminded of the priest's eerie smile directed at me. which had haunted me with a night of nightmares. Had it not been for that dreadful dream, Bai Luo would not have sought to hunt the Linglong dragon beast. If he had not pursued the Linglong dragon beast, he would not have been injured. Without injury, there would have been no need for the medicinal trial. And without the trial, the beast god would not have intervened to hasten Bai Luo's recovery. Reflecting on this, I realized that every event is intricately interconnected. The absence of a cause would nullify the effect, demonstrating how a single thread can influence the entire tapestry. The beast god truly played a masterful game. Per beast god. Upon realizing my thoughts, must have felt utterly helpless, believing himself to be entirely innocent. After watching for a considerable time, I could no longer bear it. Reluctantly, I began to pack my belongings and sought solace from the Moon Elder. Yet, at that moment, I remained unaware of these developments. Currently, I was seated in the room with Ji Ming and Murphy, awaiting the arrival of the priest. I had no idea how long we had waited when it were indeed returned. However, it was evident that she was not the priest. The priest had stated that this matter did not require her presence, asserting that these items were bestowed upon the divine envoy by the beast god, with all authority resting in the hands of the envoy. After quenching her thirst with several gulps of water, she continued, "Oh, by the way, the priest asked me to give you this. She said that once you see it, you will naturally understand." With that, we produced a piece of thin cloth from her pocket and handed it to me. Upon unrolling the cloth, Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. The fabric was inscribed with a multitude of diverse medicinal prescriptions. Moreover, the herbs listed were predominantly those rare treasures bestowed by the beast god. Yet, this revelation was not the source of her greatest shock. What truly astounded her was that although the writing was composed of incomprehensible Orcish script, she could discern every single character flawlessly. Not only could she recognize them, but she also understood the meanings they conveyed. What was happening? Observing Jian's bewildered expression, while smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling an incredibly important matter he had neglected to mention. "Jian, it is as follows. The priestess stated that, as you were chosen by the beast god as his envoy, you possess the right to learn our tribe's script, and this has been sanctioned by the beast god. Therefore, you are not only able to comprehend the tribal writing but can also understand the innate language of the orcs. However, the reading and writing of the script will require your gradual study. Nevertheless, this is still a wonderful opportunity." "Wow, Jian, this is fantastic," Murphy exclaimed with exuberance, as if he himself had just mastered the art of writing. Jian felt a genuine sense of gratitude in her heart for having such a good friend. Upon hearing Weil's words, Jian also felt immense joy for Jian. After all, the privilege of learning to read and write was not granted to everyone. In the Orcish tribe, literacy held immense significance. Within the entire community, aside from those in positions of authority, no one was permitted to study, regardless of the contributions they had made to the tribe. At this moment, Jian suddenly recalled the story, or rather the legend, that Bai Luo had shared with him, one that spoke of the beast god, the written word, and the tragic tribal wars. This thought sparked within Jian an unexpected desire to teach the village children how to write, albeit to avoid any misunderstanding. He planned to instruct them in the characters of his native tongue, Chinese. However, more pressing matters demanded his attention. Thus the teaching would have to be postponed for the time being. Following this, Jian began categorizing the medicinal herbs based on the information recorded on the cloth. Once everything was organized, Jian and Murphy assisted Vale and Ji Ming in crafting healing salves, with the list of ingredients provided by the priest and the complete process outlined. Their efforts proved remarkably efficient. By lunchtime, they had already produced a small batch of finished products. Yet, without practical application, their effectiveness remained uncertain. During lunch, Jian and the others were coaxed and persuaded by their male companions to return home. After the meal, Jian felt an irresistible urge to venture outside once more. But before she could step out the door, Bai Luo's formidable presence quelled her intentions, leading her back to her room for a midday nap. Chapter 92, The Jade Ring. In the afternoon, the moment Jian opened her eyes, she discreetly glanced to see if Bai Luo had awakened. Upon noticing that his eyes were still closed, she felt a surge of energy and sprang out of bed. After dressing, she quietly made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Unbeknownst to her, every movement had already been observed by Bai Luo. Once Jian emerged from the bathroom, she was intercepted at the doorway by Bai Luo. Cautiously, she looked at him and, feeling slightly embarrassed, whispered, Bai Luo, why are you up? What are you doing blocking the door? You scared me." As she spoke, her courage grew, and she exclaimed, "Don't you know I'm easily frightened? How do you block me now?" "Humph. You already did that at noon. Are you not tired of it?" To Jian's remarks, Bai Luo seemed to feign ignorance, merely leaning on the door with one hand, lowering his head slightly as he smiled indulgently at her. "All right, Jian, how could I block you? I'm simply waiting for you to come out. If you don't come out, how can I possibly go in to wash up?" With that, Bai Luo entered the bathroom to retrieve his toiletries. As there was no plastic on the beastman's planet, their toothbrushes were fashioned with wooden handles. The first time Jian saw such a toothbrush, it immediately reminded her of Qinyu. She speculated that Qinyu was also a modern individual from Earth. Yet she found it peculiar that he seemed unaware of animal domestication. Fortunately, having grown up in a rural setting, Jian possessed a modicum of knowledge on the subject. Through discussions with Bai Luo and extensive interactions with the tribespeople, they managed to introduce animal husbandry into every household of the tribe. Their success in nurturing the captured animals, enabling many to reproduce, alleviated some of the tribe's fears regarding the cold season. Consequently, Jian earned the affection and respect of her fellow tribesmen. After Jane emerged from the bathroom, she proceeded to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Bai Luo, upon exiting the bathroom, went to the kitchen in search of Jane. He snatched the still unwashed dishes from her hands and diligently cleaned and arranged them himself. Once the two had tidied up their home, they prepared to visit the patriarch's residence. At that moment, Jane suddenly recalled an important matter. She quickly reached out to grasp Bai Luo's hand, leading him back to their room. Once inside, Jane, still feeling uneasy, meticulously checked the doors and windows several times, securing them tightly before returning to the bewildered Bai Luo. She then carefully recounted her dream from the previous night and the events of that morning, informing him of the matters at hand. Upon hearing this, Bai Luo did not express any resentment towards Jane for not openly disclosing the matter of the jade ring to others. Instead, he embraced her joyfully, exclaiming, "Jane, I believe you have made the right decision. It is indeed better for fewer people to know about this. However, Jane, does this mean that this secret is known only to you, me, and the beast god? I had no idea that you visited the beast god while I was unaware. I was wondering why you slept in so late today." Jian felt utterly perplexed by Bai Luo's divine logic and unexpected twists, inwardly repeating, "I do not know him. I do not know him. I do not know him." A mantra he felt compelled to emphasize thrice for its significance. However, this was merely Jian's clandestine thought and could not serve as a substantial justification for claiming unfamiliarity with Bai Luo. After all, they had been a couple for quite some time now. Asserting ignorance at this juncture was rather belated. Following his remarks, Bai Luo, intrigued, requested Jian to demonstrate the use of the jade ring before him. To Bai Luo's astonishment, he discovered that the jade ring indeed possessed the capability to store items, a truly remarkable treasure. After demonstrating the usage of the jade ring, Jian found it difficult to remain seated. After all, the task assigned to him by the beast god was still unfulfilled, and time was of the essence. With only a few days remaining, the medications listed had all been prepared. Now, it was merely a matter of conducting subsequent trials to evaluate and categorize the remedies comprehensively. However, as Jian gazed at the remaining one-third of the medicinal materials bestowed upon him by the beast god, he hesitated. After pondering for a moment, he finally inquired, "And Vela, why not utilize the remaining medicinal materials?" Vela smiled gently at Jian and replied, "My dear, these materials are a gift from the beast god. We should not use them frivolously. Utilizing nearly one-third is already ample. Keep the rest for yourself." I vehemently disagree with this. However, dear aunt, these medicinal herbs were bestowed upon me by the beast god, intended for replenishing the tribe's supply of healing salves. Furthermore, the fact that the beast god has intervened this time leads me to believe that this year's beast tide may prove to be particularly daunting. I fear there may not be enough healing supplies to meet our needs. What if this turns out to be? As Jian observed the slight softening of Weir's expression in response to his words, he added, "Moreover, this medicinal herb serves no purpose in my possession. It would be far more beneficial if transformed into various commonly used remedies or healing potions, thus allowing the tribe's people to reap its rewards." Jian's remarks thoroughly convinced Weir, who was already wavering. Meanwhile, Ji Ming recalled the unfortunate small tribes she and Fiji encountered during their travels. Those who fell to ruin due to a lack of medical care and supplies. Her heart ached at the thought, prompting her to gently shake her sister's arm. Weir, recognizing the wisdom in Jian's words, found himself unable to refuse. After all, a healer possesses a compassionate heart. As the tribal physician, he could not stand idly by and watch lives perish. Furthermore, as Jian pointed out, transforming these herbs into medicinal products would indeed benefit the entire tribe. And saving even one life is a profound act of kindness. Thus, when mealtime arrived in the afternoon, Weir, in gratitude, invited Jian and his family to stay, declaring he would personally prepare a feast for them. Jian felt compelled to accept, joining Murphy and the others, while Weir and Chief Rhea busied themselves in the kitchen. The remaining males followed suit to assist with roasting the meat. This left only Murphy, Jian, and Ji Ming and the apothecary, diligently organizing the herbs. By sunset, Weir had prepared the dinner and sent Bai Luo to summon Jian and the others. Upon Bai Luo's arrival, Jian and the others slowly set down the herbs and exited the apothecary. Seeing them emerge, Weir promptly brought a basin of clean water for them to wash their hands. Once everyone was ready, they made their way to the round table in the courtyard, laden with food. Only when everyone had gathered did they take their seats and begin their meal. However, due to the time constraints, the feast was not lavish but rather abundant in quantity, particularly with the roasted meat and rice, which were plentiful. Chapter 93, Preparation. Bai Luo's experiment with the medicine was conducted with his own consent, albeit his judgment was somewhat clouded at the time. Fortunately, the trial was remarkably successful. Bai Luo not only recovered faster than usual but, thanks to the blessings of the beast god, was fully healed overnight, with not a scar to be seen. Once the meal was concluded and the dishes were cleared with the chief's assistance, they exchanged farewells and, shrouded in the dim twilight, made their way homeward. Upon their return home, Jian and Bai Luo hurried to the kitchen to boil some water. After both had enjoyed a warm bath, they donned their pajamas and returned to their room. However, instead of resting, the two engaged in a thorough examination of the jade ring multiple times. Jian even adorned Bai Luo with the jade ring, urging him to test its functionality. However, repeated failures revealed that when the jade ring rested upon Bai Luo's finger, it was nothing more than an ordinary piece of jade, utterly incapable of storing or retrieving items. Jian felt a twinge of disappointment. She had believed that this jade ring, as Bai Luo's orc companion, would also serve a purpose. Yet reality informed her that only she could wield its power. In stark contrast, Bai Luo's sentiments diverged entirely from Jian's. Upon realizing he could not utilize the jade ring, he felt no trace of dismay. Instead, a sense of relief washed over him. Observing Jian's crestfallen expression, he smiled gently, stroking her head as he offered words of comfort. Jian, do you know? I am truly grateful that this jade ring is yours alone. It is a precious gift from the beast god, symbolizing something extraordinary. I dread the thought of others being able to use it, harboring ill intentions towards you. I cannot be by your side at every moment, although I long to be. However, Jian, I know you would not agree to that. With that, Bai Luo guided Jian to the bedside, where he continued, but now it is perfect. This jade ring is solely for you. You can store essential life-saving potions and weapons within it, enabling you to protect yourself in times of peril. Even before I can arrive. Upon hearing Bai Luo's reassurances, Jian swiftly emerged from her disappointment, wholeheartedly agreeing with his perspective, resolving not to dwell any longer. She nodded at Bai Luo with a mischievous grin before playfully leaping onto him. The next morning, after rising, Jian headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, additionally making an abundance of portable provisions. When Bai Luo awoke, he noticed Jian's absence from the bed and quickly dressed, setting off to find her. Ultimately, he discovered her bustling in the kitchen. Without hesitation, Bai Luo rushed to assist her. Yet, he found himself perplexed by Jian's extensive preparation of provisions, dried meats and flatbreads in considerable quantities, as if she were preparing for a long journey. Observing the ample food she had already prepared, he questioned her continued efforts. Jian, aren't we merely making breakfast? Why are you preparing so many provisions? We are not embarking on a long trip. We want to consume all this food before it spoils. That would be such a waste, don't you think? Jian listened briefly, rolled her eyes, and without further ado, set down the items in her hands and approached Bai Luo, extending the hand adorned with a jade ring. The moment Bai Luo caught sight of the jade ring encircling Jian's thumb, enlightenment dawned upon him. Oh, how could I have forgotten? But Jian, do you truly believe all this food can fit inside? Moreover, if the food is placed within this jade ring, will it spoil? Jian could hardly contain her exasperation at Bai Luo's foolish inquiries, and with a resigned expression, she clarified, Bai Luo, did I not mention? The beast god assured that this jade ring can accommodate any inanimate object. However, it cannot contain living beings, at least for the time being. Furthermore, this jade ring possesses the remarkable ability to preserve freshness. As she spoke, Jian retrieved a beef patty she had previously placed inside the ring. Observe. This is the patty I made just moments ago, and it still emanates warmth, whereas the others have already cooled. She continued. This demonstrates that the jade ring not only preserves freshness but also ensures that the food retrieved remains identical to how it was before being stored. Having finished her explanation, Bai Luo promptly took the beef patty and devoured it, then proceeded to wash his hands and resumed his tasks. After Jian had prepared 30 large corn cakes, 30 large beef patties, and 30 small beef patties, she finally ceased her activities. In front of Bai Luo, she carefully stored the 60 large cakes within the jade ring. Observing this, Bai Luo could only bring the remaining 30 small beef patties and the cooked meat porridge to the dining table. Jian hastily grabbed a bowl and chopsticks, joining Bai Luo at the table for breakfast. After the meal, Bai Luo prepared to venture out to catch small animals, as discussed the previous night. Observing this, Jian swiftly retrieved his personal knife and tucked it into his jade ring, ready to accompany Bai Luo. Noticing Jian's persistent following, Bai Luo vaguely deduced his intentions. However, he recalled that it had been arranged for Jian to collaborate with Wei Er on researching other herbs. Why was Jian now trailing him? After pondering for a while without clarity, Bai Luo decided to directly inquire, believing it to be the simplest and most straightforward approach. When Bai Luo posed the question, Jian hesitated, stammering for quite some time before finally articulating his thoughts. Upon finishing, instead of feeling relieved, Jian grew increasingly anxious, wondering what he would do if Bai Luo refused to take him along. Yet, Jian was merely scaring himself off. Bai Luo was overjoyed by his request and would never deny him. After Jian expressed his desire, Bai Luo momentarily froze, but as reality set in, he enthusiastically nodded his head. All right, how delightful, you silly. Jian couldn't help but think that if Bai Luo continued nodding, his head might just fall off. Thus, for the sake of his future happiness, Jian quickly urged Bai Luo to stop nodding while simultaneously supporting his head with his hands. Chapter 94. Hunting and outing. Once they reached a decision, the two closed the door and approached the clan leader's residence to inform the elders of their plans. Upon receiving the elders' consent, they were about to leave when they heard Murphy shouting from behind, insisting on joining Xiao Xiao. The elders, unable to show favoritism, agreed, recognizing that it would be unfair to exclude Murphy. Thus, the four of them exited the clan leader's home. with Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao swiftly transforming into their beast forms, leading Jian and Murphy toward the outskirts of the tribe. Along the way, Jian and Murphy chattered incessantly, discussing herbs and the beast god. After all, Jian was the only one who had encountered the beast god, and Murphy had long been curious, but had refrained from asking in the presence of the elders, fearing they might deem such discussions disrespectful. Upon encountering Murphy's assertion, Jian was instantly filled with a mischievous inclination. Murphy, she remarked, if we are to take your words seriously, it seems we are now showing disrespect to the beast god. Are you not concerned that he might retaliate if he were to find out? Surprisingly, Murphy responded not with trepidation, but with an exaggerated laugh. One so hearty that Jian feared she might lose her balance and fall. Ha ha ha, Jian. Really? You are so timid. How can that be? Especially for someone who has encountered the beast god? And as a divine envoy, no less. To be afraid of such trivialities? Murphy continued, her laughter unabated. Besides, how magnificent and wise the beast god is. Would he truly concern himself with such matters? Let us not be ridiculous. However, in the midst of her boisterous laughter, Murphy unexpectedly choked on her drink, prompting a fit of coughing that nearly caused her to roll her eyes back. This alarmed Jian and her companions, who promptly sought a flat surface to land safely. Jian dismounted from Bai Luo and hurried over to assist Murphy down from Xiao Xiao's back. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Xiao promptly transformed into his human form and began to help Murphy regulate his breathing. After considerable effort, they finally managed to restore Murphy to his normal state. Seeing this, Jian couldn't help but laugh, pointing at Murphy and exclaiming, "See, I told you so. I knew you would be in trouble. You didn't believe me. Now, how does it feel?" Murphy, caught off guard by Jane's sudden mockery, couldn't contain herself either. "Oh, you're laughing now? Be careful, or you might end up like me." With a playful smirk, Jane laughed even more triumphantly and, sticking her tongue out at Murphy, declared, "Humph. Do you think I am like you? I would never choke on my own saliva." After teasing Murphy, Jane took Bai Luo with her into the woods, where they busily set about arranging traps, preparing to catch small animals. Seeing Jane had departed, Murphy found little amusement left and hastily joined Xiao Xiao in another direction to begin setting their own traps. By the end of the morning, both Jane's and Murphy's groups had enjoyed considerable success, capturing dozens of small creatures, as well as several larger ones. Intended to serve as their lunch and dinner for the day, Jane thought that since they had finally ventured out, it would be lovely to have a picnic outdoors rather than returning home for a meal. Moreover, after a busy morning, her stomach was already growling with hunger. Thus, Jane and Bai Luo headed to the riverside with their game, dividing tasks between them. Bai Luo took charge of preparing the prey while Jane gathered firewood and kindled the flames. Soon enough, succulent meat was sizzling on the makeshift grill. Meanwhile, Murphy and Xiao Xiao also made their way to the riverbank to handle their catch, intending to prepare lunch before returning to the tribe. However, as the two families had chosen different spots along the same river, one settled upstream while the other remained downstream. Upon arriving, Murphy and Xiao Xiao worked in tandem, dressing the game, building a fire, and assembling a roasting rack. But once the meat was secured over the flames, Murphy abandoned his duties, collapsing onto Xiao Xiao's lap for a nap. Xiao Xiao could only indulge him, knowing how exhausted Murphy had been lately between their efforts to conceive, preserving vegetables for the cold season, and spending an entire day in the apothecary. Gazing tenderly at Murphy dozing on his lap, Xiao Xiao smiled with deep affection. To him, Murphy was everything. Memories surfaced of his parents' passing, of how the Chief's family and Bai Luo's kin had sustained him. But it was Murphy who had given him the will and courage to live. Each recollection filled Xiao Xiao with boundless gratitude, not just for Murphy's love, but for being embraced as true family. Murphy, ever fearless, relied on him utterly, just as Xiao Xiao relied on Murphy. When the meat was ready, Xiao Xiao reluctantly roused Murphy to eat. After their meal, they erased all traces of their presence before heading back. On the other bank, Jane retrieved freshly baked beef and corn flatbreads from her jade ring once the roast was done, wrapping the meat inside for a hearty feast with Bai Luo. Satiated, they lingered by the river before tidying up. Prepared at last, the couple set off toward their traps, laden with over 20 small animals. Before reaching their destination, Bai Luo heard the furious squeals of a boar. He immediately hoisted Jane onto his back and sprinted ahead. Peering into the largest trap, they discovered a medium-sized wild boar. Initially puzzled by Bai Luo's sudden action, Jane understood once she spotted the trapped beast and slid down, urging him to restrain the injured animal. After hauling the boar out, Jane's curiosity drew her closer, and what she saw astonished her. Nestled near the boar's mouth were small, golden beans, soybeans. She had never expected to find them in this world. Bai Luo, noticing her fixation, remained silent as she scrutinized the discovery. Unable to resist, Jane asked him to pin the boar down while she plucked one plump, perfect soybean for closer inspection. Overjoyed, she nearly leaped with excitement. Finally, soy milk. She wondered if whey had gypsum. If not, brine from the salt lake could coagulate tofu, though toxic in excess. Precise measurements made it manageable, a trivial risk for someone like Jane. Chapter 95. Soybeans. Suddenly, Jane flung herself at Bai Luo, leaving him bewildered. Before he could ask, she stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, "Bai Luo, having you is wonderful." Relieved, he embraced her and murmured back, "Jane, having you is wonderful too." Breaking free, Jian brandished the soybean like a trophy, exhilarated. By Luo, quick. Search the area. We need more of these. Every word uttered by Jian is regarded as a decree by Luo. Upon hearing Jian's request to find the soybeans, Luo promptly acquiesced. Taking the soybeans from Jian's hand, examining them meticulously, and then bringing them closer to his nose to inhale their scent deeply. Seeing Luo's serious demeanor, Jian could not help but burst into laughter. Once Luo noticed that Jian had finally been amused, he ceased to feign seriousness. He swiftly subdued the wild boar and proceeded to bind its limbs with a rope, hoisting it upon his shoulder. Taking Jian's hand, he inhaled the subtle scents in the air and began to walk north, step by step. Before long, the two emerged from the small grove. However, upon exiting, Luo realized that the peculiar aroma in the air had mysteriously vanished. As Jian and Luo strolled onward, they emerged from the thicket, initially believing that Luo had discovered the location of the soybeans. However, upon exiting the grove, they were met only with the sight of a small river, devoid of any trace of soybeans, which left them both perplexed. Observing Luo's bewildered expression only deepened Jian's confusion. Luo, why have you brought me to the riverbank? Wasn't I asking you to locate the soybeans? There are no signs of them here. Realizing that he could no longer conceal the truth, Luo reluctantly confessed to Jian. Jian, the situation is as follows. I had indeed sensed the aroma of soybeans in the air, which prompted me to lead you here. Yet, the moment we emerged from the thicket, that scent vanished. It seems that today, we may not find those soybeans after all. Listening to Jian's words, which were imbued with a sense of frustration, Luo felt a gentle pat on his hand, followed by a firm grip. With deep affection, Jian reassured him. Luo, it's all right. It doesn't matter that we cannot find anything today. After all, we have a lifetime ahead of us. In the future, we can travel the world in search of more unknown wonders. Upon hearing Jian's words, which were a blend of comfort and aspiration, Luo's spirits were instantly lifted. Yes, Jian, you are absolutely right. We indeed have plenty of time. We can travel the world just like our parents did, exploring far and wide. When we grow old, we will have stories to share with our children and grandchildren. Every time Jian heard Luo mention children or little beastlings, a wave of happiness would wash over her. She would often imagine what their future offspring might look like, yet a tinge of awkwardness would accompany these thoughts. The mere idea of giving birth to a small lion stirred an indescribable feeling within her. Although she was a woman, she ultimately did not belong to this land and was uncertain if she could even conceive. After their encounter with the beast god, who revealed that had she not arrived on the orc planet, Luo would have lived a solitary life, Jian felt a pang of sympathy. Whenever Luo spoke of children, she too began to nurture the hope of having one. After a moment's hesitation, Jian addressed Luo. Considering the low birth rate here and the fact that there haven't been any newborns in the tribe for several years, even though Murphy and the others have been paired off for quite some time without children, what do you think about the possibility of us adopting a child in the future? Luo was momentarily stunned by Jian's unexpected suggestion. After a brief pause, he erupted into laughter, taking her hand tenderly. Jian, you are my everything. Even if we are destined to remain childless in the future, I would never wish to adopt a child and divide the love you have for me. My possessiveness is quite strong, you know. As he spoke, his tone shifted, imbued with a hint of playful affection that sent shivers down Jian's spine, causing her to tremble slightly. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by. Noticing Jian shudder, Luo assumed it was the chill of the wind and quickly enveloped her in his embrace. Tightening his hold, he leaned down and softly inquired in her ear, Jian, are you still cold? The warmth of the moment made Jian forget to pull away, and she simply nestled against Luo for a while. Just then, Luo caught a whiff of the scent of soybeans in the air, coming from directly in front of him. It dawned on him that he had been standing in an upwind position, while the soybeans were downwind. Had the wind not shifted, he would not have detected their aroma at all. Feeling a touch of distraction from Luo, Jian gently extricated herself from his embrace and looked up to inquire. What is it, Luo? Have you sensed something? Luo, of course, dared not conceal anything and could only report truthfully. Upon hearing Luo mention the discovery of the location of the soybeans, Jian leapt with joy and planted a fervent kiss on his lips, showering him with a plethora of compliments. In response, Luo, equally elated, enveloped Jian in a distinctive, passionate kiss that left her dizzy and blissfully enraptured. Once their kiss finally came to an end and they were ready to set forth towards the soybeans, a wild boar unexpectedly awakened, causing a ruckus. Enraged, Luo delivered a powerful blow, instantly slaying the creature and spilling blood across the ground. In that moment, Jian found herself relieved that she was not squeamish about blood. Otherwise, she would have fainted, unnecessarily burdening Luo further. After tidying up the boar, Luo transformed into his beast form, carrying Jian along with a substantial haul of game as they soared towards the opposite bank of a small river. Upon reaching the other side, Luo descended onto a flat expanse and, after Jian dismounted, reverted to his human form, taking her hand as he inhaled the scents in the air, leading her toward the soybeans. It was not long, merely about 10 minutes, before they stumbled upon a vast expanse of golden beans. The two of them, filled with delight, promptly set down their considerable load of various game. They then retrieved a large burlap sack, with Bai Luo taking the lead to pluck the soybean stalks, while Jian followed closely behind to collect them. Time was of the essence. So Jian opted not to thresh the beans in the field, but to gather them first and process them later at a more leisurely pace. Their pace was neither hurried nor slow. However, their remarkable synergy and mutual understanding allowed them to efficiently gather all the beans along with the stalks within just an hour. Chapter 96. Testing the medicine. Upon returning to the tribe, Bai Luo did not head home, but instead took Jian directly to the chieftain's residence, where he entrusted the various small creatures they had captured to Weil for processing. Murphy, noticing Jian's return, immediately set aside his tasks and rushed over to her, asking, "Jian, weren't we supposed to return once we had enough small animals? Why did you take so long? Did you engage in any mischief?" With a mischievous grin, Murphy's inquisitive demeanor provoked an impulse in the usually good-natured Jian to retaliate. After taking a moment to compose herself, she suppressed the urge to strike him and merely rolled her eyes in exasperation. "What do you mean by that? Your words are quite unpleasant to hear. If seeking food is deemed mischief, then you shall forego tasting the new delicacies I prepare tomorrow." With a huff, Jian deliberately extracted a few soybeans from the burlap sack and waved them in front of Murphy. Upon catching wind of the new delicacies, Murphy instantly became animated and lunged toward Jian. Sensing his movement, Jian swiftly stepped back, leaving him to miss his target. Just as he was about to tumble, she reached out to steady him. In that moment, Murphy seized her hand, shaking it vigorously while incessantly showering Jian with flattery. "Jian, my dear friend, please, allow me a taste." As he spoke, Murphy slyly glanced up at Jian's expression, and upon seeing her unmoved demeanor, he intensified his plea. "Look, it's just my incessant chatter. You know I have a penchant for rambling. Let us not dwell on it, all right? After all, you are a revered envoy. Please forgive my humble request and let me savor a taste." Jian had endured with great difficulty, and upon witnessing Murphy's sincere apology, she decided to let go of her grievances. The delightful dish she had planned to prepare was already set aside for Murphy. Her initial intention had merely been to tease him. Now that the moment was ripe, she hastily resolved to conclude the matter amicably. "Very well, Murphy, in light of your sincere demeanor, I shall not hold it against you. As you mentioned, I am indeed a divine envoy. It would be unbecoming of me to quibble with someone of your stature, wouldn't it? Otherwise, it would reflect poorly on my character." As Jian uttered those words, she deliberately emphasized the tones of the words sincere and villain more than the others. Murphy, upon hearing this, grasped Jian's underlying meaning, yet feigned ignorance, chuckling lightly. However, the somewhat stiff expression on her face betrayed her awkward, gluttonous heart. The onlookers had grown accustomed to the subtle exchanges of barbs between Jian and Murphy whenever they met. For every culinary endeavor Jian embarked upon invariably included a portion for Murphy. Nonetheless, both Jian and Murphy insisted on engaging in playful banter, which the others perceived merely as a means to enliven the atmosphere. After entrusting the animals to Weir, Jian and Murphy proceeded to seek permission from Deer, as the tofu-making process Jian intended to undertake was rather intricate, involving numerous steps and a considerable quantity due to the large number of participants. After Jian discussed this matter with Ji Ming, she promptly agreed to their request for leave and also arranged for Bai Luo to assist the two of them. At that moment, Wei Er happened to stroll over and called out to Jian, who was about to take Dizzy home. "Hey, Jian, where are you headed? We have a stone mill at our place as well, so you need not trouble yourselves going home to prepare. It would be far more convenient to do it here, and we can all lend a hand." Upon hearing this, Jian promptly halted his steps, at that moment recalling a matter of utmost significance. This was crucial to the successful preparation of tofu. How could he have momentarily overlooked such an essential detail? "Aunt Wei Er, I nearly forgot something of great importance. Without this particular item, we may very well be deprived of tofu today." Wei Er, intrigued, inquired, "What is it? Is it a medicinal herb? If it is within my possession, feel free to take it." With that, she let out a hearty laugh. Jian, with a refreshing straightforwardness, no longer danced around the subject and inquired, "Uncle, do you happen to have gypsum here? It's a white powder or a white solid?" Upon hearing Jian's description, Weil stroked his chin in contemplation, taking quite a while to finally grasp what Jian was referring to. He hurried over, took Jian by the arm, and urged her to set down the sack she was holding, leading her briskly towards the pharmacy. Once inside, Weil released Jian's hand and dashed to the cabinets, rummaging through them one by one. After searching through a dozen cabinets, he finally discovered a small block of white substance resembling stone tucked away in a corner. Without delay, he retrieved it and presented it before Jian. Jian examined it closely but couldn't discern what it was. However, upon bringing it closer to her nose and inhaling its scent, her face lit up with joy. She promptly snatched the small white stone from Weil's hand, exclaiming with a smile, "This is it. How wonderful. Uncle Weil, this is gypsum. Although it doesn't look quite right, the smell is unmistakable. Fantastic. We can enjoy silky tofu by noon tomorrow." In her excitement, Jian gave Weil a brief embrace before dashing out with the gypsum in hand. Weil watched her leave with a smile, shaking his head slightly, murmuring, "This child has learned to be as impatient as Murphy." It was unfortunate that such a lovely female had been influenced by Murphy's impulsiveness. At that moment, Ji Ming chimed in with a smile. These two children share a deep bond. They are like sisters, always sharing delightful food and fun experiences. Isn't that a good thing? Sister, I was concerned that Bai Luo's future partner might be as unruly and unreasonable as most of the females in the tribe. But it seems my worries were unfounded. While nodded in agreement, recognizing Jian's kindness, yet pondering the hardships she faced. Remarkably, despite her struggles, she remained hopeful about life and the future, never lamenting her fate. Since the beast god had brought her to them, it was their duty to care for her. Jiming wholeheartedly concurred with Wang's sentiments, and thus the two reached a consensus to provide Jian with meticulous care in the days to come. Even provoking a hint of jealousy from Bai Luo, Murphy, Fiji, and Leia. Unbeknownst to Jian, her future would be fraught with challenges. At present, she was busy grinding beans alongside Bai Luo and Murphy. Once they had processed all the beans, she found a large wooden tub to wash them clean before soaking them. After completing these tasks, Jian sent Bai Luo over to Wang's side to assist in administering medicine to the small animals. Meanwhile, she and Murphy took the small block of gypsum and ground it into a powder, which they then stored in a small porcelain vial. That afternoon, Jian and the others diligently treated the small animals they had brought back, marking each one distinctly while meticulously recording the details of the medication they had tested on each creature on a piece of sheepskin. Since Jian had yet to learn the tribe's script, she resorted to using her native language, Chinese characters, for her notes. The chieftain, observing Jian's freshly written characters, marveled. Jian, what are these? Is it the writing from your original tribe? May I see? Chapter 97. Tofu. Murphy approached with another small rabbit. Weak and gasping due to an abdominal injury, Jian immediately produced the prepared medicinal powder and fetched a basin of clean water. As the previous basin had been stained red with the blood of earlier animals, once Jian had prepared the necessary items, he produced a sharp bone knife and instructed Murphy to hold the little rabbit in place. He then delicately shaved the fur around the wound. As the fur was meticulously removed, the injury on the rabbit's abdomen became visible. With decisive action, Jian dampened a clean white cloth and began to cleanse the wounds of the little rabbit. After thoroughly treating the injury, she evenly sprinkled the prepared medicinal powder onto the affected area. Once the medication was applied, Jian retrieved a bandage and meticulously wrapped the rabbit's wounds. After attending to the rabbit, she washed her hands and took out a piece of sheepskin, where she began to document the type of herbs used, the method of treatment, and the physical characteristics of the rabbit. Upon completing her notes, she carefully rolled the sheepskin and marked it on the cover according to the rabbit's identification number. Once these tasks were accomplished, Jian stored the sheepskin safely, ready to welcome the next ailing creature in need of care. At that moment, the clan leader also observed the sheepskin in his hands, secretly noting Jian's writing posture and grip on the pen, further fueling his curiosity about what Jian's former grand tribe must have been like. Throughout the afternoon, everyone busily treated, researched, and categorized the animals. Though each had their specific roles, they did not forget to exchange ideas, which inevitably slowed their progress. Nevertheless, they managed to complete their tasks just before dinner. That evening, they gathered at the clan leader's home, where the game hunted by Bai Luo and Mo Da had been enough to feed everyone. This time, sisters Veer and Jiming personally prepared the meal, leaving everyone so full they could barely move. The following morning, Jian awoke to the breakfast prepared by Bai Luo before his departure, and eagerly rushed to Murphy's house to summon her sleepy friend. On their way to the clan leader's house, they encountered Jiming, and the three engaged in cheerful conversation. Since Murphy had just woken up and was still a bit dazed, Jian resorted to her secret weapon, food. As expected, once food was presented, Murphy snapped back to reality, swiftly snatching the beef patty from Jian's hand and devouring it voraciously, nearly choking in the process. Fortunately, they had just arrived at the clan leader's house, where Veer quickly poured her a glass of water. After quenching her thirst, Murphy felt revitalized, exclaiming with a sigh of relief, "Ah, that's much better. Jian's cooking is truly delightful." Suddenly, Murphy dashed in front of Jian, grasped her hand, and dramatically declared, "Jian, I can hardly contain my excitement for today's lunch." Laughter filled the air. Upon observing Murphy's demeanor, though her heart brimmed with joy, she feigned exasperation, playfully swatting Murphy's hand away and disdainfully exclaiming, "Oh, I see. I never expected you to be so adaptable." Murphy, fully aware of the underlying message in her words, pretended to be oblivious, puffing up her cheeks and responding with a mock air of profundity, "Of course. For the sake of sustenance, I am willing to do anything." With a mischievous grin, Jian leaned towards Murphy and inquired, "Is that so? Willing to do anything?" "Absolutely," Murphy replied with unwavering certainty. "That's splendid. I happen to need an assistant. Would you be willing to assist me?" Jian's seemingly simple request was met with Murphy's enthusiastic agreement. "Of course. What shall we do? Let us embark on this immediately. I can hardly contain my excitement." With that, he reached out and began playfully nudging Jian, with a hint of amusement at Murphy's impatience. Jane greeted Weir and Jimin before proceeding to the kitchen alongside Murphy. Upon entering the kitchen, Jane made her way directly to the bucket of yellow soybeans that had been soaking since yesterday. Observing her actions, Murphy quickly followed suit. Jane scooped out some soybeans to inspect their progress and found them adequately soaked. She then called for Murphy to assist in carrying the large bucket of soybeans to the shelter outside. Afterward, They worked together to cleanse the stone mill with fresh water before bringing the soybeans over. He scooped several spoonfuls of beans and fed them into the stone mill. After pushing the lever a few times, he observed that the soy milk flowing out was pristine, devoid of any impurities. He hurriedly went with Murphy to borrow a donkey from Weir to operate the mill. Aside from adding beans to the stone mill, there was little else for Jian to attend to, so he allowed Murphy to remain and assist with the task. Meanwhile, he ventured into the kitchen to craft a simple filter using the rope and gauze he had prepared. Once Jian had properly arranged the filter cloth, she placed a large wooden basin beneath it to catch the freshly filtered soy milk. By the time she completed these tasks, Murphy outside had already produced the first batch of soy milk. Upon hearing Murphy call for her, Jian hurriedly ran outside to bring the basin of soy milk into the kitchen. Jian, concerned that no one was available to support the wooden frame above the filter cloth bag, feared that if she were to pour an entire bucket of soy milk directly into it, the contents might spill. Thus, she resorted to using a ladle, carefully transferring the liquid into the filter cloth bag, ladle by ladle. Once the entire bucket of soy milk had been poured in, Jian grasped the cross-shaped wooden frame above the filter cloth bag and began to shake it vigorously in all directions. With the increasing frequency of her movements, the soy milk gradually flowed through the filter cloth into the large wooden basin below. Just as Jian was still in the process of filtering the last of the soy milk, Murphy entered, having prepared another bucket of soy milk. Upon seeing Jian engaged in the filtering process, Murphy found it quite amusing. Setting down the wooden bucket, she hurried over, exclaiming, "Jian, I didn't realize you were here having fun with this. It looks delightful. May I give it a try?" After being preoccupied for such an extended period, Jian was utterly fatigued. At that moment, Murphy, oblivious to his own limits, boldly declared his intention to give it a try. Naturally, Jian found this proposition quite agreeable. She promptly relinquished her task to Murphy and stood aside to provide guidance. However, to her surprise, Murphy had barely swayed for a mere 10 counts before he abruptly gave up. "I can't do this. It's too exhausting, Jian. I'm done. I think I shall return to adding beans instead." With that, he prepared to make his escape. Jian, however, was not inclined to let him go so easily. In a swift motion, she seized Murphy's hand with a mischievous grin, saying, "Murphy, did you not promise to give it a try? Why back out now?" Murphy, being quite susceptible to provocation, found himself disheartened by Jian's taunts. Resigned, he grasped the wooden frame and resumed shaking it once more. Observing this, Jian could hardly contain her laughter. It dawned on Murphy that he had once again fallen victim to her antics, and this time, he did not hold back his frustration nor feign ignorance. "Ah, Jian, you are relentless in your teasing. How infuriating," he declared, before abandoning his task and lunging towards Jian, intent on tickling her. Yet, before he could even reach her, he was intercepted. Chapter 98, Daily Life. All right. Shall we not have lunch? Enough of this nonsense. Come. Assist me in pouring that bucket of soy milk into the filter bag. With that, Jian moved closer, securing the filter bag and stabilizing the crossbar above it. Fortunately, the allure of food held greater significance in Murphy's heart than his own pride, and he was not particularly irked. After all, they had grown accustomed to such playful banter. Thus, upon hearing Jian's instructions, Murphy promptly sprang into action. Once all the soy milk was poured into the filter bag, Jian resumed her shaking duties. Meanwhile, Murphy took the emptied wooden bucket outside to continue grinding the soybeans. Inside, Jian busied herself pouring the filtered soy milk into a clean pot. Time passed, and eventually, both Jian and Murphy succeeded in grinding all the beans into soy milk, filtering it, and pouring it into the pot. Jian gazed at the remaining soy pulp in the cloth pouch, contemplating whether to stir-fry it after the tofu was prepared or to use it as livestock feed. Meanwhile, Murphy, noticing Jian lost in thought, curiously inquired about it. Upon learning that the soy pulp was edible, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She rushed over, tugging at Jian's arm and clamoring for the soy pulp, leaving Jian utterly speechless. Indeed, she was a true gourmand. To her, anything edible was a treasure. Seeing Murphy's enthusiasm for the soy pulp, Jian reluctantly agreed. At that moment, the soybean milk in the pot had reached a boil, prompting Jian to promptly remove some firewood from the stove and continue simmering it on low heat. Observing the bubbling soybean milk, an idea struck Jian. She ladled a generous portion into a basin, added white sugar, stirred it well, and poured a bowl for Murphy. After both enjoyed a bowl of soybean milk, the remaining mixture in the pot was nearly ready. Thus, she retrieved the gypsum powder she had prepared the day before, poured some into a ladle, scooped out the soybean milk from the pot, and returned it several times before gently swirling the ladle in the pot. As Jian observed the soy milk in the pot gradually transforming into a curdled mass, she added some gypsum powder to the ladle and repeated her earlier actions. The soy milk began to solidify, prompting Jian to quickly retrieve a clean sieve, gently pressing it onto the tofu in the pot. She then ladled out some excess whey. At that moment, Jian hastily called for Murphy to remove the fire from the stove. The tofu was now ready, but the dipping sauce had yet to be prepared. Fortunately, there was still ample time before mealtime, and the orcs had not yet returned from their hunting expedition. Thus, Jian and Murphy ventured into the vegetable garden, gathering fresh red and green chilies, along with Sichuan peppercorns. After chopping the peppers by color, they proceeded to heat oil on a small stove outside the kitchen. Once the oil was ready, they arranged the peppercorns, chilies, salt, and chopped scallions, ginger, and garlic in small dishes, also preparing soy sauce and vinegar. With everything in place, Jian carried a bowl of tofu residue and a basket of clean vegetables to the outdoor stove, where she began to stir-fry the tofu residue with Murphy. The tofu was prepared, yet Jian suddenly remembered a crucial task. They had yet to cook the rice. In a flurry, Jian and Murphy set about boiling a large pot of white rice. Just as the rice finished cooking, Bailuo and his companions returned with their freshly hunted game. Relieved to see them back, Jian and Murphy brought out the seasonings and utensils, serving several large bowls of tofu on the stone table in the yard. Bailuo and Imoda quickly found a place to set down their catch and assisted Jian and Murphy in bringing the rice out from the kitchen. At lunchtime, everyone praised the tofu for its delicate, soft texture and perfectly balanced bean flavor, captivating all who tasted it. As the dipping sauces were tailored to individual preferences, everyone eagerly indulged. The entire pot of tofu was devoured without a trace left behind. Even the large bowl of tofu residue, initially underestimated by Jian, was completely consumed. The enormous pot of rice, astonishingly, had been emptied to the last grain. Witnessing this, Jian was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the voracious appetites of her companions. It seemed that everyone had a penchant for food. Clearly, tofu was destined to shine on this primordial planet, and it would soon become a trend in the Tianshi tribe. After the meal, Jian and Murphy went to assist in the apothecary, while Wei Er and Ji Meng observed the small animals. The task of washing the lunch dishes fell to Leah and Fiji, as they had consumed the most, inciting the ire of the others. Throughout the afternoon, Jian and Murphy dedicated themselves to organizing and processing the medicinal herbs in the apothecary. Bailuo, Xiao Xiao, and the other males, including the chief, ventured outside the tribe to capture injured small animals. Despite Jian and Murphy's diligent efforts, some of the animals they had treated the previous day had succumbed to their injuries, unable to open their eyes again. Jian and Murphy could not bear to witness this and had to send Wei Er and Ji Meng to handle the situation, along with the ailing animals. Naturally, the two processes were distinct. The former had already passed away, prompting Wei Er and Ji Meng to dig a grave for burial. The latter, though barely clinging to life, still possessed a flicker of breath. They treated these animals with compassion, cleaning their wounds and applying fresh medicine. Subsequently, they isolated each one in separate cages, providing them with private quarters instead of leaving them in the communal dormitory. One cannot help but admire Jian for the actions of Wei Er and Ji Meng. Truly, a healer embodies the heart of a parent. Even when faced with creatures clinging to the last vestiges of life, they remain steadfast, refusing to abandon or forsake them. It is profoundly moving. Before long, the orc hunters returned, bringing with them dozens of small animals. Observing the flurry of activity outside, Jian quickly set aside her tasks and joined Murphy to assist Wei Er and Ji Meng. The orcs, not idle themselves, after releasing the small creatures, ventured out of the tribe once more, not in search of animals this time, but rather to seek out soybeans. The delectable tofu they had enjoyed at lunch had not sufficiently satisfied their appetites. However, the beans brought back by Jian and Beiro were rather meager, and after their midday meal, the supply dwindled further. Feeling a bit guilty about consuming Jian's provisions without contributing, they called upon Beiro to accompany them outside the tribe to forage. Witnessing this scene, while the females were already overwhelmed with tasks, they did not voice any objections. After all, including Jian, everyone shared the same sentiment. Moreover, Jian was contemplating whether to prepare some dried tofu, tofu skin, or perhaps tofu puffs. Murphy noticed Jian lost in thought and, out of curiosity, approached her and nudged her shoulder, rousing her from her reverie. Hey, Jian, what are you pondering so deeply? After her inquiry, Murphy rolled her eyes playfully and added, come on, share your thoughts with me. As Jian observed Murphy's eager expression, she refrained from dampening his spirits and, with a focused yet subtly amused demeanor, remarked, I am pondering the delightful creations that can be fashioned from tofu. However, I fear that the current supply of soybeans is rather insufficient. Chapter 99, Dried Tofu. While Jian and her companions attended to the injured animals, the orcs busily worked to shell the beans, washing and soaking them diligently. Once Jian and her team had settled the animals, the orcs turned their attention to preparing dinner. This evening's meal consisted of barbecued meat, a specialty of the orcs, seasoned with condiments that Jian had skillfully prepared at midday. Even the barbecue sauce was brought back by Bailuo, who had also thoughtfully retrieved the tomato ketchup that Jian cherished. Although the barbecued meat was undeniably delicious, indulging too much could render it somewhat greasy. Initially, the others did not share this sentiment, but it was Jian's arrival that shifted their perspective. Now, after each meal of barbecued meat, they invariably sought to enjoy a fragrant floral tea or a touch of vegetables to cleanse their palates. On this occasion, after relishing the barbecued meat, everyone, as was customary, savored a cup of aromatic floral tea. Following their meal, they did not rush home. Instead, they settled down to engage in delightful conversation. It was only as the sun began its descent that they reluctantly bid farewell, each departing with their respective spoils. Upon their return home, Jian and Bailuo busily set about the task of harvesting the remaining soybean pods from the stalks, eager to take advantage of the waning rays of the setting sun. Fortunately, there were not many pods left, and the couple worked at a commendable pace, managing to complete their task before the night descended. After a long day of labor, the weary couple quickly tidied up, washed, and retired for the night, ready to embrace the promise of a new day. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, Jian rose before Bailuo. After dressing and freshening up, she began the process of placing the dried soybean pods into a winnowing basket, preparing to set them out in the yard to dry. Knowing that the fresh pods were still difficult to shell, Jian understood that once they were sun-dried, the task would become significantly easier. A mere strike with a stick would suffice to release the soybeans within. When Bailuo awakened, he caught a faint whiff of Jian's presence, prompting him to spring from his bed in a flurry. He thought to himself, "Oh no, what time is it? Jian is already up. Am I going to be late for my watch today?" However, upon stepping outside, he was surprised to find that the sky was still cloaked in darkness, much as it had been when he had fallen asleep. Beneath the tranquil night sky, a slender figure was diligently at work. Bailuo quickly spotted Jian and approached her, gently wrapping his arms around her slightly frail shoulders. He whispered softly in her ear, "Jian, it's still early. The sun hasn't even risen yet. Why are you up?" Jian gently shook her head and turned to Bailuo, saying, "It's not that I couldn't sleep. Rather, I retired early last night, which caused me to awaken at dawn. However, with the break of day approaching, I decided to rise and attend to my tasks. I fear that once the sun fully rises, I will need to visit Aunt Wei Air, leaving me no time to deal with these soybean pods." Bailuo remained non-committal regarding Jian's remarks. He merely accepted the winnowing basket from her and found a sunny spot in the courtyard to place it. Then, he returned to Jian, took her hand, and together they proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. At that moment, Jian seemed to awaken from a dream, suddenly recalling that today it was Bailuo's turn to guard the entrance of the tribe. Glancing at her wrist, she realized it was already 6:20 in the morning, and the reporting time was 6:30. Bailuo was nearly late. The thought sent Jian into a flurry. She abandoned breakfast preparations and instead retrieved several warm beef pies and a pot of soothing ginger soup from her jade ring, handing them to Bailuo. "Bailuo, it's my fault. I forgot you were on duty today and Haven Tea even prepared breakfast. You'll have to make do with these beef pies for now." As she spoke, her voice grew softer, and by the end, were it not for Bailuo's keen hearing, he might have struggled to catch her words. Bailuo, noticing Jian's embarrassment, chuckled softly. Accepting the beef pies and ginger soup, he affectionately tousled her hair and said gently, "Jian, there is no need to blame yourself. I nearly forgot as well. Had I not woken up to find you missing, I might not have remembered my duty today. Also, your beef pies are delightful. I truly enjoy them and feel no grievance at all. Rather, it is I who should feel guilty for waking you so early. Now, I must be off. You should return to your rest. Be good." With that, Bailuo leaned down and placed a tender kiss on Jian's lips before stepping into the courtyard and transforming into his beast form, swiftly making his way to the tribe's entrance. Standing outside the door, Jane lifted her gaze to the silhouette soaring through the sky, which had just begun to reveal a hint of morning light. A smile adorned her face, and her heart was enveloped in tranquility. It was not until Bailuo's figure vanished from this small expanse of sky that Jane slowly turned and re-entered the house. As it was still early, she decided against preparing breakfast. Instead, she retreated to her room, retrieving Bailuo's old clothes as well as her own to mend and sew. However, as she worked, she found her eyelids growing heavier, and her body unconsciously sank onto the bed. When the daylight brightened, Jane awoke groggily, rubbing her head in realization that she had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Sitting up, she yawned, donned her clothes and shoes, tidied the old garments, and then busied herself in the kitchen. After breakfast, Jane gathered the tools necessary for making dried tofu: filter cloth, a cross, a smooth wooden board, and smooth wooden strips. Once prepared, she did not stow them away in her jade ring, but instead placed them in a large cloth bag, which she secured in her backpack before setting off alone toward the chieftain's home. On her way, she passed by the homes of Jian and Murphy, and upon encountering the two, they joined her, continuing together as was their custom. Today, upon arriving at the chieftain's house, Jane and her companions did not proceed directly to the apothecary as usual, but rather made their way to the kitchen. As the three entered, they found while already engaged in washing pots. Jian quickly called out to Weir, "Aunt, we haven't ground the beans yet. Isn't it a bit early to wash the pot?" Weir pondered for a moment and came to the realization. She promptly set down what she was holding and approached. "Indeed, it seems a tad premature. But what shall we do first?" Before Jian could respond, Murphy eagerly rushed over and embraced him, exclaiming, "So, does that mean you will also join us in making tofu?" "Mom, that would be wonderful." Weir returned Murphy's embrace and gently replied, "Yes, my dear Murphy, I shall indeed be part of your endeavor. And of course, your Aunt Jilung will join us as well." We can hardly contain our excitement. Jian was already quite astonished that Ji Ming brought them directly to the kitchen. But upon hearing Wei Er's words, her jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Nevertheless, she made a conscious effort to restrain herself, ensuring she did not appear overly foolish. Then, "What about the little animals, Aunt Wei?" she inquired. "We are all set to make tofu, yet there will be no one to tend to the small creatures." Chapter 100. Tofu production. Having resolved to embark on the tofu-making endeavor together, Jian promptly assigned tasks to everyone. Murphy was designated to add the soybeans, while Wei Er and Ji Ming were responsible for tending the fire, and Jian took charge of filtering and shaping the tofu. With the duties allocated, they commenced their collective efforts. They first joined forces to thoroughly clean the stone mill, and then assisted Murphy in grinding the soybeans for a while. Of course, while helping, Jian did not forget to explain the process to Ji Ming and Wei Er. Once they had ground enough soybeans to fill a bucket, Jian led Wei Er and Ji Ming to shift their operations. Upon entering the kitchen, she unveiled the tools she had brought, first setting up the crossbar and filter cloth before pouring in the soybean milk for filtration. As soon as Jane observed that both individuals had grasped the technique, she invited them to come forward and give it a try. By the time they had mastered the process, Murphy had already finished grinding the soybeans. Due to the substantial quantity this time, a total of 4 large barrels of beans had been soaked. Consequently, the filtered soy milk had to be divided into 2 pots. Vale and Ji Ming took their positions in front of the 2 pots in the kitchen and began to kindle the fire. Once the soy milk in the pots reached a boil, Jane retrieved 2 clean scoops and a bottle of gypsum powder. Jian first utilized a slightly greater quantity of gypsum powder to prepare the first pot of tofu, followed by the usual amount for the second batch. Observing that the first pot of tofu was ready, Jian hastily retrieved the wooden board in strips from her bag. The 3 onlookers, uncertain of her intentions, exchanged glances and were about to inquire when Jian preemptively began to elucidate her purpose. Upon hearing Jian's brief explanation, they understood her intention. She aimed to transform the tofu into a different form. However, Murphy, the enthusiastic gourmand, expressed her eagerness to learn the process, her excitement palpable as she drooled at the prospect. Veer and Jian, too, exchanged amused smiles and nodded in agreement. Jian, resigned, acquiesced to their enthusiasm. Indeed, it seemed that the presence of food lovers transcended worlds, for the current Lion clan had transformed into a veritable haven for Epicureans. Stepping outside, one could easily encounter a throng of food enthusiasts. Yet, Jian had not contemplated that it was precisely her arrival, bringing with her an array of delectable delights previously unseen and unheard by the clan, that had elevated them from a state of mere subsistence. Fearful of the approaching cold season, she had failed to recognize that, in a remarkably short span, her contribution had propelled this tribe far beyond the neighboring clans. With the first pot of tofu successfully prepared, Veer and Jian glanced at the weather and began to busy themselves with cooking. Jian, inspecting the freshly pressed tofu, noted that it had yet to fully set and placed a stone atop it once more. After completing these tasks, the sisters promptly encouraged the 2 younger members, who had been laboring all morning, to take a rest. Jian and Murphy, expressing their gratitude to the elders, joined hands and retreated to the main hall for a respite. Once sufficiently rested, the duo returned to the kitchen to commence the preparation of seasonings, relieved that there remained a substantial quantity from the previous day's preparations. Consequently, they did not spend too much time on these tasks and completed all necessary preparations swiftly. By the time Bai Luo and the others returned, it was already noon. After Jian and her companions had prepared lunch, they all reconvened in the main hall to await the others' arrival. Upon seeing everyone had gathered, they promptly rose to greet them. Once all were seated around the dining table, they began to partake in their meal. Following lunch, the chore of washing the dishes once again fell to Leia and Fiji. As the tofu had not yet set and there were no pressing matters at hand, Veer suggested that everyone return home for a midday rest, assuring them that there would be tasks to attend to in the afternoon. Thus, the group bid each other farewell and departed. As Jian and Bai Luo arrived home, they busily turned over the yellow soybean curds that had been sunbathing all morning. Once all the curds were properly attended to, they felt at ease to wash up and take a nap. The midday sunlight poured in, and though it was already late in the harvest season, the warm rays still evoked a sense of drowsiness. Initially, Jian felt no inclination to sleep, having already rested sufficiently, yet when Bai Luo's hand began to wander, Jian, in a bid to escape reality, pretended to be asleep. Unbeknownst to him, this fade gradually morphed into genuine slumber. Once Bai Luo noticed Jian's breathing steadying, he chuckled softly and retracted his hand, choosing instead to lie quietly beside Jian, enveloping him in a tender embrace, and eventually drifting off to sleep alongside him. In the afternoon, upon arriving at the patriarch's home, Jian and the others hurried to the kitchen to check on the tofu that had been pressed at noon. Apart from Jian, who understood the process, everyone else was filled with curiosity about how the once soft and delicate tofu would appear. As Jian lifted the first wooden board, a collective breath was held, and eyes widened in anticipation. Upon revealing the compacted blocks of tofu, gasps of astonishment echoed through the room. Who would have thought that the tofu, once pressed with wooden boards and slats, would take on such a form? It resembled a stone used for building, sturdy and firm. Yet, the question lingered, would it still possess the soft, delicate texture of tofu pudding? Gazing at the large, pristine white block of tofu before them, Fiji could not contain his excitement and was the first to speak. Jian listened to Fiji's words, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Uncle Fiji, this block of tofu, it may appear solid at first glance, yet its essence remains unchanged. Within, it is still soft." With that, Jian reached out and poked the tofu. To her surprise, her finger sank effortlessly into it, revealing a delicate burst of silky tofu around the indentation. Observing this spectacle, Murphy could not resist the urge to join in, also reaching out to poke the tofu. To his astonishment, he discovered that Jian's words rang true. The outer layer was indeed firmer, while the interior was merely slightly denser than the usual tofu he was accustomed to. Nevertheless, it remained predominantly soft. Observing Murphy's relentless poking, Jian swiftly intervened, grasping Murphy's hand to halt the antics. Enough, Murphy. This tofu is meant for consumption. Is it truly acceptable to mistreat food in such a manner? Upon hearing Jian's words, Murphy seemed to finally comprehend the situation, sticking out her tongue in reluctant acknowledgement as she withdrew her hand from the tofu. The onlookers could not suppress their laughter, particularly Vale, who laughed heartily while pointing at Murphy and Jian, exclaiming, "Ha! When it comes to food, only Jian can rein in Murphy. Just look at her. Oh dear, I find this utterly amusing. I cannot contain my laughter. My stomach aches." In an exaggerated manner. Vale withdrew his finger from pointing at them and clutched his belly. While Murphy felt a pang of displeasure at her mother's teasing, she had no recourse. For the truth was undeniable. After inspecting the remaining pieces of tofu, Jian discovered they were all satisfactorily pressed, which alleviated her concerns. However, gazing at the damaged tofu, she was once again troubled. The tofu, save for a few areas that Jian had managed to protect from Murphy's onslaught, had mostly disintegrated into a pile of crumbled remnants. After much contemplation, Jian resolved to slice the slightly intact pieces of tofu and toss them into the hot oil, transforming them into crispy tofu puffs. As for the leftover crumbles, she seasoned them and prepared a refreshing salad to serve as a snack for everyone. Later, Jian meticulously cut an entire block of tofu into neat squares, setting up a grill typically used for barbecuing. Together with the others, they placed the tofu squares on the grill, basting them with layers of soy sauce as they cooked. The tofu was only deemed complete once the soy sauce had fully caramelized, resulting in perfectly dried tofu. The remainder of the afternoon was spent by Jian and Murphy in the kitchen, preparing the tofu while Vale and Jian naturally assumed responsibility for the small animals and the apothecary. Chapter 101. Daily life at evening's dinner took place at the chieftain's residence. Just like in previous days. However, the cooking was now entrusted to Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao, a task initially designated for Leah and Fiji. The cunning duo had deftly excused themselves, claiming pressing matters required their attention, thereby passing the responsibility on to Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao. The outcome was anticipated, and curiosity regarding this arrangement was minimal. Moreover, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao were quite content with the situation, as their female partners had joined them in the kitchens, unwilling to let them toil alone. Exchanging satisfied glances, Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao began to set up the grill for roasting meat, while Jian and Murphy undertook the task of cooking rice. Naturally, Jian's culinary endeavors extended beyond mere rice. She also prepared stir-fried crispy tofu with lean meat. Given the existence of tofu puffs, stuffed tofu was also a must, alongside a vegetable stir-fry made from tofu remnants, and a hearty soup featuring tofu puffs and beef brisket. The evening's feast was exceptionally lavish, bringing immense joy to everyone. Despite the generous portions, every last morsel was consumed, leaving nothing but the bones of the roasted meat and a solitary leaf of vegetable. Observing the pristine plates and bowls, as though freshly washed, Jian could not help but sigh in disbelief at their voracious appetites. Is it possible they could consume so much? I prepared enough for 15. Yet there are only 8 of us, and it's all gone? In this regard, Jian found herself at a loss for words. After the meal, Leah and Fiji could not escape the fate of washing the dishes. Having evaded this duty once already, there was no reason to allow them to escape again. Leading to a unanimous agreement on Vale and Jian's proposal, Jian and Murphy wholeheartedly supported this decision, raising their hands in agreement, seeing their beloved partners in accord. Bai Luo and Xiao Xiao also eagerly expressed their approval. Thus, amidst cheers, Leah and Fiji stepped into the kitchen, embarking on their dishwashing endeavor. While Jian and Murphy were summoned by Vale and Jian to divide the crispy tofu and tofu puffs before they returned home to rest. Upon arriving home, Jian immediately set aside some tofu puffs and crispy tofu, placing them into the jade ring, a gesture that Bai Luo endorsed wholeheartedly. In fact, he urged her to include all of it when he noticed she only added a third of the tofu. However, Jian was reluctant, knowing that these items were durable enough to last. There was no need to occupy space with excess, a modest amount would suffice for future needs. Bai Luo, recognizing Jian's firm stance, chose not to press the issue further, understanding that her words held more weight. He then busied himself preparing bathwater for her. Jian hurried to the kitchen, only to realize she had forgotten to bring the dried tofu and tofu puffs. In a flurry, she quickly grabbed a basket to pack them and made her way to the kitchen, placing them in the cabinet crafted from smooth stones. At that moment, Bai Luo was already boiling water, so Jian hastily fetched a small stool and settled beside him. Once she was comfortably seated, Bai Luo turned to her and bestowed a gentle kiss. As the flames in the stove grew fiercer, Bai Luo leaned in for another kiss. This time, however, it was not the brief peck from before, but a deep, passionate kiss that felt as though it could consume them like a roaring bonfire. Gradually, as the fire blazed brighter, the two lost themselves in their embrace. It was only when the water in the pot reached a rolling boil, producing a bubbling sound, that they seemed to awaken from their reverie and pause. As Jian hastily rose to her feet, she adjusted her wrinkled attire, having just been playfully tussled by Bai Luo. Just as she was about to dash back to her room for her nightgown, she felt Bai Luo draw near, whispering suggestively in her ear. "Don't forget to bring my clothes." With her cheeks flushed, Jane bolted away. When she finally emerged from her room, having taken her time, she was suddenly enveloped in Bai Luo's embrace. Throughout the entire bathing process, Jane found herself thoroughly indulged by Bai Luo. Once he had helped her clean up, he tenderly dressed her in her nightgown. However, Jane, already feeling weak and languid, could hardly anticipate that upon their return to the room, she would once again be playfully overwhelmed. Exhausted to the point of immobility, Jane could only hoarsely plead with Bai Luo for mercy. Fortunately, Bai Luo, possessing a modicum of reason, relented after her third appeal, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead before heading off for a refreshing shower. With the perceived threat dissipated, Jane swiftly succumbed to the embrace of sweet slumber. When Bai Luo returned, having subdued his own desires, he beheld his beloved partner peacefully nestled against a pillow infused with his scent, a smile gracing her lips. An overwhelming sense of happiness washed over him as he gently lifted the covers, reclaiming his pillow from her grasp, and extended his arm to comfort her, who frowned slightly at the loss. After ensuring her comfort, Bai Luo settled in beside her, wrapping her in his embrace, and together they drifted into a blissful dreamland. A night on the Beastman planet is fleeting, and soon dawn's light began to filter through the curtains of Jane's home. By the time the first rays of sunlight graced the room, Bai Luo had risen early to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for Jane. After they enjoyed their meal together, they reluctantly departed their home, sharing a tender kiss before embarking on their separate journeys. Today was a significant day. The first batch of small animals that had undergone treatment was ready to have their bandages removed. They were eager to witness the fruits of their labor. Along the way, Jane, Murphy, and Ji-Ming were filled with joy, chattering excitedly. Upon arriving at the chieftain's residence, the three could hardly contain their anticipation and called for Weir to join them in the backyard. As they unwrapped the first rabbit, astonishment filled the air. Its wounds had completely healed, and it could run and jump. The elation was palpable. However, their joy was short-lived. When they unwrapped the second animal, a bobcat, their excitement was abruptly extinguished. The reason was starkly clear. The bobcat's wounds had not only failed to heal, but had actually worsened. In a flurry, they scrambled to examine the bobcat's medical records, only to discover that the wrong medication had been administered. Upon reviewing the documentation, they found that the person responsible had been Fiji. Weir's anger flared at this revelation, and disregarding the others' cautions, she diligently cleaned the bobcat's wounds before setting off to confront Fiji. Left behind, the remaining three exchanged glances, opting to continue their examination. After some time, a flushed Weir returned to the backyard, carrying the deteriorating bobcat. The trio exchanged knowing looks, their expressions conveying a silent understanding that no words were necessary. This only served to heighten Weir's embarrassment. Yet, the onlookers, particularly Ji-Ming, relished the spectacle, teasing her without restraint, given their close kinship. Their banter was fierce enough to leave Jane and Phil utterly amazed. The entirety of the day passed as Weir endured the playful jabs from her beloved sister, while Jane and Phil delighted in the unfolding drama. Little did they know, a day would come when they too would face such teasing, perhaps even surpassing it. In the following days, Jane and Phil consistently reported to the chieftain's home, witnessing the recovery of all the small animals. Following this trial, Weir arrived at a conclusion. The concoctions they had created were not universally suitable for all species. To ensure absolute safety, Weir proposed a reclassification of all the medicinal products. Additionally, she selected the herbs previously used to treat Bai Luo's wounds to incorporate into the newly formulated remedies, just as she prepared for further experimentation. The chieftain and Ray returned, supporting a severely injured male beastman. Upon seeing that he was alive despite his injuries, Weir's excitement soared. It was as if a proverb from Earth had come to life. The hardest paths lead to the sweetest rewards. Fiji, noticing the uncontainable joy on Weir's face upon seeing the injured Shoes, quickly grasped her intentions. Before she could voice her thoughts, he inquired about Shoes' consent. After receiving affirmation, the chieftain and Ray assisted him into the infirmary. Meanwhile, Ji-Ming and the others received the news, eager to see what transpired next. Jian and Phil swiftly commenced their preparations, diligently gathering an array of medicinal supplies. Meanwhile, Wal and Jian began organizing the necessary instruments for the impending treatment. After a flurry of methodical preparations, Wal and Jian entered the ward, equipped with their supplies, to attend to Xiaosu's injuries. At that moment, Xiaosu's partner, Nuya, returned upon hearing the news. However, everyone hesitated to allow her into the ward, fearing that her presence might disrupt the treatment process. Once Wal and Jian completed their work on Xiaosu's wounds and emerged with their tools and medications, the onlookers could no longer contain their excitement and rushed forward. In response, Wal and Jian merely exchanged gentle smiles before permitting everyone to enter. Although Xiaosu's injuries were not as severe as those sustained by Bai Luo previously, timely treatment was crucial, otherwise, they could have been fatal. Remarkably, after just a few days of rest, he recovered completely. This astonishing news swiftly spread throughout the entire tribe. While everyone marveled at Xiaosu's extraordinary recuperative abilities, he stepped forward to address his fellow tribesmen, stating, "It is not my recovery that is exceptional, but rather the extraordinary efficacy of the medicines bestowed upon us by the beast gods." Upon hearing Xiaosu's words, the tribe erupted in fervor. engaging in animated discussions that intensified their reverence for the beast gods. At that moment, the priest also proclaimed that the sacred medicine was a reward bestowed upon Jian during her audience with the beast god. This revelation undoubtedly deepened the tribe's admiration for Jian. Just a few days after the medicinal preparations were completed, the hunters returning from the wilderness reported an increase in the animal population, indicating that a beast tide was imminent. Upon receiving this information, Chief Fiji promptly summoned all the hunters back. Once they had gathered, the chief instructed Jian and the others to distribute the pre-prepared medicinal powder, ensuring each individual received a vial. After the distribution, rather than dismissing the assembly, the chief convened a discussion regarding the arrangements for the tribe's defense and the hunting personnel. Each year during the month of the beast tide, a substantial number of individuals were required to safeguard the tribe's food supplies, females, and young. This year was no exception, but the tribe's provisions were significantly more abundant than in previous years, necessitating an even greater number of warriors for protection. However, during the beast tide, most wild animals would become frenzied, leading to countless casualties. These losses represented tangible sustenance for the tribe. The mere thought of this made Jian uneasy. She secretly mused that it would be ideal if Bai Luo were responsible for the hunting, then perhaps she could stealthily accompany him and unobtrusively gather some food. Jian had not pondered for long. As soon as she regained her senses, she heard that Bai Luo had just been assigned to the hunting group. This news filled her with immense joy. In her excitement, she rushed over and enveloped Bai Luo in a bear hug that drew the attention of everyone around them. Why was it so attention-grabbing? Because the very spot where they embraced was the central square of the tribe, and since the announcement of the personnel arrangements had just concluded, everyone was still gathered there. Now, with Jian's sudden embrace, all eyes were on them. It was indeed a spectacle, even if the tribe did not number 1,000 strong. At the instant Jian wrapped her arms around him, Bai Luo responded immediately, wrapping his arms around her tightly in return. He lowered his head to plant a gentle kiss on Jian's forehead and softly asked, "What's wrong, Jian? Are you feeling unwell from standing too long?" Without waiting for her to answer, Bai Luo hoisted Jian into his arms in front of the onlookers. To add to the surprise, he bid farewell to the crowd with a loud voice, transforming not into his beast form, but instead sprouting wings along with a miniature version of his beast ears and tail, before soaring into the sky towards his home with Jian in his embrace. The people in the square gaped in astonishment at the sight of the two flying above, and soon someone started to cheer, followed by a second, a third, and even others who began to imitate the spectacle. This left Jian feeling particularly embarrassed, wondering more than once if Bai Luo had been possessed by someone else or if he had been replaced entirely. How else could he suddenly have learned such flamboyant acts? Even more astonishing was the realization that they were orcs. How could he transform into such a half-beast form? Seizing the opportunity, Jian stealthily reached out to touch Bai Luo's two fluffy ears, her heart bursting with laughter. This adorable appearance deserved full marks. Unbeknownst to her, her laughter escaped her lips. Seeing Jian so joyfully amused, Bai Luo couldn't help but smile in return. Upon arriving home, Jian was playfully thrown onto the bed by Bai Luo, who began to shower her with kisses. At that moment, the atmosphere was just right. And gradually Jian felt herself flush with warmth, only to come back to her senses when her hand inadvertently brushed against Bai Luo's tail. She suddenly snapped back to reality and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, Bai Luo, you're too funny. How can a male orc transform into such a half-beast form? It's so adorable. It simply doesn't suit you, does it? After saying this, Jian covered her mouth, stifling her giggles, having hit upon the humor of the situation. Bai Luo, noticing Jian's fascination with his half-beast form, found nothing odd about it. He assumed she had simply never seen it before and explained, "Jian, it's like this. With the beast tide moon approaching, orcs in their human forms possess weaker hearing, sense of smell, and danger perception compared to their beast forms. However, since our beast forms are rather unwieldy for daily life, orcs often choose to adopt this half-beast form instead." As he spoke, Bai Luo leaned down to gently kiss Jian's cheek, then sat beside her and continued. This form retains maximum levels of hearing, smell, and perception while only adding a few beastly traits, thus avoiding any issues with size. After listening to Bai Luo's explanation, Jian's attention drifted back to his golden round ears, pristine wings, and the agile golden tail swaying behind him. Watching Bai Luo's tail flick back and forth ignited a playful itch in her heart. After resisting for some time, she could no longer hold back. With a sudden leap, she caught Bai Luo's tail. "Aha, I finally got you," she exclaimed, her hands beginning to stroke the tail, which was covered in fine fur. After thoroughly enjoying the texture, she moved on to the fluffy tip, finding it increasingly delightful. Once she finished with the tail, her mischievous hands reached for Bai Luo's wings and ears. However, in her excitement, Jian failed to notice the flush creeping onto Bai Luo's cheeks and the tension building in his neck and arms, veins popping from his restraint. It was until Bai Luo suddenly picked her up, pinning her onto the bed, that she realized she might have crossed a line. Yet, by then, it was already too late. For the remainder of the morning, Jian was playfully ravished by Bai Luo time and time again. Even during lunch, she remained too preoccupied to rise from the bed, allowing Bai Luo to prepare the meal and feed her bite by bite. Jian deeply regretted this lesson. Yet, it was too long before she found herself repeating the same mistakes time and again. Each time she faced the consequences, she would silently vow to herself to resist. But each time she caught sight of Bai Luo's swaying tail and twitching ears, she couldn't help but reach out again. There was simply no resisting such charm. Thus, unbeknownst to Jian, Bai Luo had already discovered the sweetness of this situation. Every time he inadvertently upset Jian, he would shift to his half-beast form, acting cute and playful, and sometimes even transforming into his full beast form, rolling around on the ground in sheer playfulness. Of course, all of this would come later. For at present, Jian lay on the bed, mouth agape, eagerly awaiting Bai Luo's feeding. In the afternoon, after ensuring Jian was asleep, Bai Luo tidied up his things, kissed the slumbering Jian softly, and then closed the door, transforming into his beast form as he flew towards the tribe's entrance. Upon his arrival, he found that the group had assembled. After greeting everyone, he joined the larger party, setting off to hunt beyond the tribe. It was only after Bai Luo had left that Jian awoke. As she opened her eyes and noticed Bai Luo's absence, it suddenly dawned on her that she had intended to accompany him outside the tribe to gather food. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? This was simply inexcusable. With that thought, Jian struggled to sit up, dressed quickly, and headed outside, calling out Bai Luo's name as she walked. Yet, there was no response. Jane searched high and low around her home but could not find the figure of Bai Luo, so she relinquished her quest, contemplating that he must have already set off. After that, she ceased to dwell on the matter. However, at that moment, she was suddenly startled by a growl emanating from her stomach, causing her expression to shift instantly. Hadn't she just dined at noon? How could she be hungry so soon? Pondering this, Jane raised her wrist to check her watch, only to discover that she had inadvertently slumbered through the entire afternoon. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and mealtime was approaching, yet Bai Luo had not yet returned. However, it seems that one should not dwell on such matters. Just as Jane finished her thought about Bai Luo's absence, she noticed him descending in her front yard. Upon seeing this, Jane hurried over, accepting a small package of fruit that Bai Luo handed to her, and immediately began to devour a cleaned piece ravenously. Once Bai Luo had settled his catch, Jane joined him inside the house. Observing Jane clutching the fruit tightly, Bai Luo surmised her hunger and, feeling somewhat guilty, apologized. "I am sorry, Jane, for making you wait so long." As he glanced at the few fruits, which were rather meager, his guilt deepened. "Jane, as we approach the cold season, fruits are scarce. I scoured an entire mountain and found only these." The more he spoke, the softer his voice became, until Jane could scarcely hear his words. Nevertheless, she held no intention of blaming him. After all, Bai Luo was right. With the cold season nearing, there were indeed few ripe fruits to be found, and the surrounding mountains had long been stripped bare of their bounty. In a moment of reflection, Jian felt immense gratitude towards Bai Luo for the effort he had undoubtedly exerted to procure these fruits. She bore him no ill will. Instead, her heart swelled with appreciation for his care. After swallowing the last morsel of fruit, she embraced Bai Luo's neck and exclaimed, "Bai Luo, what are you saying? How could I possibly hold anything against you? I am simply overjoyed. You must have worked so hard for these fruits." With that, Jian stood and bestowed a gentle kiss upon Bai Luo's cheek before resuming her delightful feast. Observing Jian's enthusiastic consumption of the fruits, Bai Luo could not help but think that she must be ravenous. Promptly, he retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner for them both. However, at mealtime, Jian, having already indulged in a significant quantity of fruit, found little appetite for the meal. Bai Luo, unfazed, encouraged Jian to store the leftovers in her jade ring for later. Adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, Jian complied, though she did not anticipate that the food would indeed serve its purpose later, awakening her in the night due to hunger. Upon hearing Jian rise and devour the provisions from her ring, Bai Luo could not suppress a smile. He got up to fetch water for her to wash up. Finally, having satiated her hunger, Jian nestled back into Bai Luo's embrace, gently caressing his rounded beast ears as she drifted off to sleep. Chapter 104, A Fortuitous Encounter at Dawn. As the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Jian fulfilled her desire to soar upon Bai Luo's beastly back, venturing beyond the tribe's confines. Throughout the journey, she eagerly scanned the surroundings, searching for something remarkable. Suddenly, Bai Luo noticed a group of rampaging tyrannosaurs engaged in a fierce battle not far off. He halted in midair, capturing Jian's attention, which had previously been focused on the distant mountains. Sensing something unusual, she inquired about the cause of Bai Luo's sudden stop. Upon learning that a dozen or so dragon beasts were locked in combat ahead, her composure faltered. In a moment of excitement, she stood abruptly on Bai Luo's back, stretching her neck to gaze in the direction he indicated. Unbeknownst to her, this sudden movement startled Bai Luo profoundly. He felt as if his breath had been stolen, and his heart raced perilously. With great effort, he steadied himself, wrapping his tail securely around Jian's waist to prevent her from falling. He divided his attention between maintaining his balance and ensuring Jian's safety, terrified at the thought of losing his precious one. As Bai Luo hovered in the air, still preoccupied with Jian's well-being, she became increasingly agitated. This surge of excitement nearly caused her to lose her footing, but Bai Luo's tail, firmly entwined around her waist, saved her from a perilous drop. In that moment, Bai Luo silently rejoiced in his foresight while also resolving to admonish Jian for her recklessness. The notion of potential danger tightened his heart. He vowed that when they returned, she would receive a proper reprimand. After the recent harrowing experience, Jian patted his chest, catching his breath as he firmly settled onto Bai Luo's back once more. Observing Jian's steadiness, Bai Luo could not relax his tail but instead wrapped it even more securely around him. In a sudden burst of energy, Jian lunged toward Bai Luo, enveloping the creature's large head in a tight embrace. With a voice tinged with a hint of grievance yet mingled with a pitiful plea, and a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity, he whispered, "Bai Luo, thank you. It was my carelessness that caused you worry." After expressing his gratitude, Jian straightened up, gently turning Bai Luo's head to meet his eyes, nose, and lips, showering them with soft kisses before nuzzling his face against Bai Luo's. At that moment, Bai Luo, without needing words, understood the immense joy that filled his heart. Nevertheless, he managed to maintain his composure. Softly murmuring a few words in beast language into Jian's ear, Jian was no longer the same as before. Ever since the beast god granted him the ability to comprehend tribal scripts, he had also been bestowed with the power to understand the language of beasts. Listening attentively to Bai Luo's words, Jian gently kissed Bai Luo's eyes and soft nose once more. With a tone that blended 3 parts charm and 7 parts regret, Jian earnestly said, "All right, Bai Luo, please forgive me. I swear, there will be no next time." Upon witnessing Jian's earnest vow, Bai Luo chose not to pursue the matter further, albeit puzzled by Jian's sudden agitation. It was then that Jian recalled an exceedingly significant matter. "Bai Luo, look ahead. It's that group of Tyrannosaurus Rex you just pointed out to me. They're actually consuming the bodies of their deceased companions as food. How horrifying. Furthermore, it appears there are still quite a number of freshly deceased bodies. I suspect they may not be able to finish them all. Shall we go and claim them?" Pointing excitedly at the group of tyrannosaurs ahead, Jian exclaimed. Bai Luo, the loyal guardian who took every word of his beloved to heart, immediately stirred his wings and soared toward the pack of tyrannosaurs upon hearing Jian's words. Before Bai Luo could reach the skies above the tyrannosaurs, the entire group began to exhibit signs of agitation. This was not merely due to the predatory aura emanating from Bai Luo. They had recently endured a harrowing battle, and their strength was waning. Noticing the tyrannosaur's reaction, Jian promptly retrieved a carefully prepared packet of sleeping powder. As Bai Luo ascended directly above the tyrannosaurs, Jian swiftly targeted the area where the remaining creatures were most concentrated and released the packet. The distance between Jian and Bai Luo was inconsequential. The unfortunate tyrannosaurs below bore the brunt of the action. As soon as the packet struck the ground, it erupted with a sudden explosion. The powder within was carried by the wind, dispersing throughout the vicinity of the tyrannosaur group. Although the packet was small, the wind ensured that the entire horde was enveloped. In that moment, the once restless tyrannosaurs began to collapse one after another. Seeing this scene, Jian was overwhelmed with joy. Excitedly, she perched on Bai Luo's back and embraced his large head, showering him with fervent kisses, which filled Bai Luo with an extraordinary sense of happiness. At that moment, Bai Luo could not help but think to himself that allowing Jian to secretly follow him was indeed a most astute decision. Haha. Just look at how blissful I am now. While Bai Luo remained lost in his whimsical thoughts, Jian had already grown weary of the commotion below. Bai Luo, what is the matter? Why haven't you descended yet? Those Tyrannosaurus beasts have already fainted. Let us hurry down and vanquish them, and seal them within the Jade Ring. Despite calling out several times, Jian received no response from Bai Luo and began to suspect that he had fallen asleep. However, the tail that was tightly wrapped around his waist and the gently fluttering white wings silently conveyed the undeniable truth that Bai Luo was still very much awake. Patiently, Jian called out to Barrow several times, yet there was no response, which left him somewhat displeased. With a swift motion of his right hand, he struck Barrow's golden head. It was only then that Barrow yielded to Jian's aggression, emerging from his reverie. Upon regaining his senses, Barrow's first concern was not the pain in his head from Jian's blow, but rather the tenderness of Jian's hand, which he gently nudged with his own. Then, speaking in the language of beasts, he addressed Jian. Jian, does your hand hurt? It's all my fault for letting my thoughts wander. Please don't be upset. I will find a place to land immediately. Jian was not truly angry. She was merely slightly displeased by Bai Luo's indifference towards her. Upon hearing Bai Luo's apology, she resolved not to dwell on the matter any longer. As soon as Bai Luo landed, Jian eagerly seized the sharp bone knife that Bai Luo had gifted her and rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex herd. However, she failed to notice that one of the Tyrannosaurus Rexes still had its eyes wide open, appearing far from dazed. Just as Jian passed by this injured Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had already been incapacitated, it suddenly rolled over and pounced on her, pinning her to the ground. At that moment, Jian was nearly knocked unconscious by the abrupt assault of the dinosaur. Chapter 105, The Harvest. When the foul-smelling maw of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was less than a centimeter from Jian's neck, she suddenly felt an inexplicable lightness envelop her. Summoning her courage, she opened her eyes to find that Bai Luo had flipped the beast off her. In a flash, Bai Luo had ended the life of the Tyrannosaurus Rex with its razor-sharp claws. Upon witnessing this scene, Jian could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Supporting himself with his hands, he had not yet managed to rise when Bai Luo had already set down the Tyrannosaurus beast and transformed into his human form. Approaching to assist Jian in standing. After being helped up by Bai Luo, Jian tightly grasped Bai Luo's hand and slowly followed him to the side of the recently slain Tyrannosaurus. Upon witnessing the gruesome demise of the Tyrannosaurus, Jian could not help but burst into laughter. With an air of audacity, she strode forward and kicked the creature several times, as if she had not just been on the brink of fainting from fear moments before. Ah, so it is your turn to face the consequences. Just a moment ago, you were so brazenly threatening to devour me, weren't you? Humph, now you can't bite me, but I shall feast upon you. Bailuo, having overheard Jian's bravado, approached her and embraced her, leaning down to gently nibble on her lips, followed by tender kisses. Jian, you must refrain from such impulsive behavior in the future. Spare my poor heart, would you? You truly frightened me just now, did you not? All right, I acknowledge my fault. I promise not to act this way again. No. There will be no next time. After their affectionate exchange, Jian, accompanied by Bailuo, proceeded to slay each of the incapacitated tyrannosaurs, subsequently storing them within the jade ring. Once the entire pack had been contained, Jian retrieved a filled water pouch from the ring, and together with Bailuo, they washed their hands clean. By this time, midday was approaching, and after such exertion, Jian felt ravenously hungry, her stomach audibly rumbling in protest. It dawned on Bailuo that, inadvertently, he had allowed Jian to go hungry once again, a grave oversight indeed. Immediately, he transformed into his beast form and carried Jian swiftly to the nearest stream. Upon arrival, Jian, harboring a slight grudge against the Tyrannosaurus that had nearly claimed her life, released it from the jade ring, unceremoniously tossing it onto the pebbled riverbank. Bailuo, seeing her actions, merely shook his head in amusement and affectionately ruffled her hair. For lunch, the pair feasted on the hind leg of the Tyrannosaurus. Although Jian preferred the neck, Bailuo wisely intervened, knowing well that she had a penchant for discomfort after indulging in such cuts. As Jian gazed at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, now deprived of a leg, a sense of resentment surged within her, prompting her to grind her teeth before carefully stowing the creature back into the jade ring. After enjoying her lunch and meticulously erasing the evidence of her fire, Jian resumed her perch atop Bailuo, who soared towards the direction of the tribe. Throughout the journey, the mere thought of having vanquished an entire pack of Tyrannosaurus Rex filled Jian with unbridled ambition. She even jested with Bailuo, imploring him to refer to her as the King of Bounty. This amused Bailuo greatly, causing him to stifle laughter throughout the flight. While Jian remained blissfully unaware of the humor she had elicited, her spirits remained buoyant. Upon arriving home, however, fatigue began to take its toll on Jian. She succumbed to a series of yawns, rubbing her eyes countless times, yet she stubbornly persisted in the kitchen, tending to the Tyrannosaurus meat, unwilling to surrender to the allure of an afternoon nap. Observing Jian's weary demeanor, as if she might topple at any moment, Bailuo felt a swell of concern and frustration. With determination, he seized the items from her hands and carelessly placed them upon the stove. At this moment, Jian was already in a state of drowsiness. Observing this, Bailuo effortlessly lifted Jian into his arms and made his way from the kitchen's countertop to the bed in the room. By the time Bailuo reached the bedroom cradling Jian, she had already succumbed to slumber in his embrace. Bailuo gazed at Jian's hands tightly wrapped around his neck and smiled gently. He then proceeded to the double bed in the bedroom, delicately placing Jian down. However, he forgot to first release her arms from around his neck. Consequently, as Jian was laid upon the bed, she unexpectedly turned over, inadvertently pulling Bailuo down with her. In that tumble, he found himself landing right atop Jian. This unintentional pressure caused Jian, who had been soundly asleep, to awaken abruptly. At that moment, Bailuo silently thanked his stars that Jian did not awaken in a foul mood. Otherwise, the situation could have turned quite dire. As Jian opened his eyes, he found himself lying in bed, and what was above him? Bailuo? In a daze, Jian reached up to push away Bailuo. However, he was oblivious to where his hand was placed. The moment he pushed, he was suddenly jolted awake, realizing that his hand was resting on Bailuo's indescribable part. To Jian's astonishment, that very part began to awaken gradually. For a fleeting moment, Jian was taken aback, and by the time he came to his senses, Bailuo had already undraped him entirely. It was only then that Jian thought to resist, but it was too late. Thus, during what should have been a peaceful afternoon nap, Jian found himself thoroughly consumed by Bailuo once more. In fact, during the later moments, Jian even clung to Bailuo, much to Bailuo's delight. He proceeded to press Jian down, indulging in their union multiple times. Only when Jian was utterly exhausted did Bailuo reluctantly release him, allowing him to rest peacefully on the bed. After ensuring Jian was sound asleep, Bailuo dressed himself and ventured to the kitchen to retrieve the game he was to present to the tribe, making his way toward the central square. On his way to the square, Bailuo encountered Xiao Xiao and Fei Ji, who were also headed to present their prey. After exchanging greetings, the three decided to walk together, as their paths aligned. Upon arriving at the square, they discovered that most of the tribe members responsible for hunting had chosen this time to present their catches as well. Bailuo had initially hoped that arriving a bit later might allow him to avoid the peak hours, granting him more time to spend with Jian. Little did he know that many shared this sentiment. As fate would have it, everyone seemed to converge at that very moment to present their game. An elder tasked with recording the catches, seeing the sudden influx of hunters, grew anxious. He had waited there all morning and half the afternoon without anyone arriving, only to be confronted with this crowd now. Being the sole person responsible, he knew he couldn't manage on his own at this moment. Consequently, he called over Bailuo, who was nearest, requesting him to inform the chief and see if additional assistance could be arranged. Bailuo, realizing this matter wouldn't take long, agreed and took the opportunity to present his own catch. Once the situation was addressed, Bai Luo transformed into his beast form and flew toward the tribe's office. Chapter 106. The beast tide approaches. Before long, Bai Luo arrived at the office door without reverting to his human form, entering directly in his beast form. Upon finding the chief, he relayed the situation from the central square. Bai Luo initially believed his task concluded here, anticipating a return home to embrace Jian for a restful afternoon nap. However, upon hearing about the square's situation, the chief immediately assigned Bai Luo, Xiao, Leia, and Xiao Si to assist the elder. Upon hearing this arrangement, Bai Luo felt as if struck by lightning. All his plans had turned to mere illusions. Upon receiving this directive, his immediate reaction was to refuse, absolutely refusing. He had firmly resolved to spend more time with Jian these days. The Beast Tide month had arrived. And while it was merely the prelude without any beast incursions yet, the future remained uncertain. Furthermore, every year during the Beast Tide month, many warrior beastmen would return to the embrace of the beast god for various reasons. Although Bai Luo was confident he could safely navigate through the Beast Tide month, he could not guarantee he would remain by Jian's side. War is always merciless. Even in the absence of swords and horses, they had to face frenzied beasts, necessitating utmost caution. Despite the newly developed healing potions this year, the tribe's members could not afford to let their guard down. Life is precious, and every individual possesses only one. Once lost, it is gone forever. Therefore, all cherish their lives dearly. Each person held a unique significance for their family and tribe. Even the most ordinary, insignificant individual has a reason for existence that cannot be replaced by anyone. While Bai Luo harbored minor objections to the chief's arrangements, he ultimately acquiesced for the greater good of the tribe. When Bai Luo returned to the central square, only about 5 minutes had passed. During that time, the elder had not been idle. He organized the beastmen presenting their catches into a queue and began recording the quantities and details of the hunters. After informing the elder of the chief's arrangements, Bai Luo stood beside him to assist, while Fei Ji and others, who initially planned to leave, remained to help upon hearing the chief's directive. The number of hunters arriving at this time was overwhelming. Just as they finished with one group, another would arrive. Bai Luo and the others toiled throughout the afternoon, not finishing until the sun was nearly set. Although they completed the registration, the sheer volume of game left piled in the central square was problematic. Thus, the elder decided to relocate the game to the tribe's storeroom for safekeeping. They would arrange for processing the next day. Consequently, Bai Luo and the others were once again pressed into service by the elder, who had a white beard and was quite spry, as they began moving the game. Meanwhile, after a restful afternoon, Jian finally awakened. Upon rising to find Bai Luo absent, Jian surmised that he had gone to present his catch. Glancing out of the window at the sky, Jian thought to himself that Bai Luo would likely return only after dark. After dressing, Jian headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Upon entering the kitchen, he noticed that the game meant for the tribe was indeed missing, confirming his suspicions. After washing his hands, he retrieved the substantial portion of Tyrannosaurus meat that remained uneaten from lunch. Staring at the lifeless creature, whose eyes remained open even in death, an involuntary shiver ran down Jian's spine. With Bai Luo by his side, he had never found the dead Tyrannosaurus particularly frightening. Now, faced with the lifeless yet glaring eyes alone, Jian felt a pang of fear, especially upon seeing the creature's sharp teeth. He couldn't help but admire Bai Luo, thinking, indeed, he's the man I chose. So brave and handsome, and most importantly, he dotes on me so much. I'm almost spoiled by his affection. Just the thought of this made a blush creep onto Jian's cheeks. It took some time for him to emerge from his reverie. Jian gazed intently at the formidable Tyrannosaurus. She tightly shut her eyes, relying solely on her instincts as she wielded her sharp kitchen knife to carve a substantial piece of flesh from the beast's body. However, rather than pausing after her initial cut, she persevered, slicing several more pieces with relentless determination. When Jian discreetly opened his eyes while slicing the meat into 4 pieces, he realized it was sufficient before he returned the remaining half of the T-Rex to the jade ring. Jian gazed at the dragon beast meat before her, secretly contemplating how to prepare dinner. After much deliberation, she ultimately resolved to keep it simple, opting to roast the meat and wrap it in flatbread. With this decision made, she ventured to the storage room, retrieved some flour, and began mixing it with water to knead the dough and prepare the flatbreads. Once the flatbreads were ready, Jian busied herself with roasting the meat. Since Bai Luo was not home, she had to manage the grilling equipment on her own. To conserve her energy, she decided to stir-fry the meat instead of roasting it, forgetting that cutting the meat would take even longer than grilling it. By the time Bai Luo returned home after attending to tribal matters, he entered the kitchen to find Jian laboriously slicing through dozens of pounds of meat. Seeing this, Bai Luo quickly washed his hands, took the knife from Jian, and continued cutting. Jian, look at all this meat. How long do you plan to cut it all by yourself? You must be exhausted. Go take a break. Let me handle the rest, he urged, swiftly cutting the meat with practiced efficiency, leaving Jian in awe. Feeling somewhat fatigued herself, Jian fetched a stool and sat beside Bai Luo, watching him work. Noticing she had not left, Bai Luo continued, let me prepare dinner tonight. You've worked hard today. He gently kissed her forehead, his expression filled with tenderness. Bai Luo indeed took charge of the stir-frying, handling the fire with remarkable skill. During dinner, Jian felt a pang of sympathy for Bai Luo, who had toiled all day. She reached out to caress his face, her eyes reflecting her concern. However, Bai Luo seemed blissfully unaware of any fatigue, tenderly serving her food. After the meal, Bai Luo washed the dishes and even prepared Jian's bathwater. Although he playfully turned her over several times during her bath, Jian never felt a moment's lack of happiness. In fact, she thoroughly relished her current life. Apologies for the interruption. The chapter planned for this afternoon has been postponed to the evening, as I am quite overwhelmed. I assure you, there will be 2 updates tonight. In the following days, Bai Luo refrained from taking Jian along during his hunting trips. Fearing another encounter with the dragon beast, he understood that it was his negligence that had led to the previous incident. Yet he could not shake his concern for Jian's safety. He candidly expressed to her the reasons behind his decision. Jian, it's not that I don't want to take you, it's just too dangerous. Every year during the beast tide month, wild animals migrate en masse to the south. He paused, visibly troubled, before continuing. While there are many herbivores among them, there are also numerous carnivores. During this time, those carnivores become frenzied in search of food. Bai Luo studied Jian's expression, relieved to see she was not angry. He added, if we're not careful, they could become dangerously aggressive over food, even resorting to attacking their own kind when resources are scarce. You witnessed what happened last time. For your safety, it's best that you don't join me. As he spoke, he seized the moment when Jian was distracted to plant a firm kiss on her forehead before transforming into his beast form and taking flight. Left alone in the courtyard, Jian pounded her chest in frustration. She inwardly vowed, humph. That infuriating Bai Luo. Just wait until you return. I shall have my revenge for leaving me behind. After stewing in her anger for a while, Jian recalled Bai Luo's concerns in the previous incident, feeling less angry but rather reluctant. Suddenly, she realized how unreasonable she was being. Bai Luo cared deeply for her, and her feelings were merely a result of his affection. She chastised herself, attributing her grievances to Bai Luo's doting nature. Feeling a twinge of hunger, Jian glanced at her watch and noted it was only 8 in the morning. Just an hour since Bai Luo had left. They had shared breakfast together, and the thought of Bai Luo out hunting made her anxious. If she was already feeling hungry just sitting at home, how could Bai Luo manage to hunt and confront wild beasts? What if he returned safely? As these thoughts raced through her mind, Jian suddenly snapped back to reality, scolding herself for her pessimism. What an absurd notion. Why am I letting my mind dwell on such dark thoughts? Rising from her seat, she walked to the front door and knelt, bowing her head in prayer. Oh, great beast God and almighty deities, please disregard my earlier thoughts. Ensure Bai Luo remains safe and sound, and may he return unscathed. After bowing 3 times, she stood up, feeling a sense of relief. Unbeknownst to her, every moment of her ritual had been witnessed by Murphy, who had just entered through the door. Barely able to contain his laughter as he clutched his stomach, it was unclear how long he had been there or what he had seen. Time seemed to freeze for Jian, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of embarrassment as she caught sight of Murphy. As Murphy's laughter erupted in the courtyard, Jian's shock quickly faded, and she forced a few awkward chuckles before approaching him to pick up the items he had dropped. Attempting to act nonchalantly, she inquired, Murphy, how peculiar. Why didn't you knock when you entered? What on earth did you drop that made such a loud noise? Murphy, noticing Jian's obvious discomfort, decided to play along. I simply saw your door ajar and walked in. Besides, I was bored at home and came here to visit you. Is that a problem? Relieved that he had not mentioned her earlier antics, Jian quickly replied, not at all. I would be delighted. By the way, what is this you dropped? As she spoke, Jane lifted the peculiar object she had just retrieved from the ground, standing before Murphy. Murphy had initially approached Jane to discuss this matter, and upon her reminder, he suddenly snapped his fingers and began to recount his tale. You see, Jane, I was at home tending to the fire and preparing a meal when I discovered an unexpected assortment of small black stones nestled within the basket of wood shavings I use for kindling. Intrigued, I decided to select a few and toss them into the stove to burn. At this point in his narrative, Murphy's excitement was palpable. He gestured animatedly as he continued. Can you believe it? These black stones exhibited an astonishing resistance to combustion. After a short while, they even ignited on their own. Isn't that remarkable? Yet, the most astonishing part followed. These stones proved to be more durable in the fire than both wood and corn cobs. Upon hearing Murphy's earlier remarks, Jian had an inkling of what was to come, yet the thought flickered by so swiftly that she could not seize it, leaving her in quiet distress. However, upon listening to Murphy's subsequent statements, she suddenly grasped the crux of his words. In that moment, excitement surged within her, and she could not help but pull Murphy into a joyful dance for several moments. When her emotions finally settled, she found a sense of calm. Jian eagerly opened Murphy's substantial sack. Upon opening it, she was indeed not disappointed. To her astonishment, it was real. Gazing at the large bag of coal, Jian found herself struggling to contain her emotions once more. Chapter 108. Into the mountains. Upon witnessing Jian's reaction, Murphy surmised that the stones she had brought were certainly familiar to Jian. Indeed, not just familiar, but exceedingly well known. In light of this, Murphy couldn't help but commend herself inwardly. However, this did not deter her curiosity regarding the nature of the stones. As Jian appeared to regain her composure, Murphy seized the opportunity to inquire further. It was then that Jian remembered Murphy's presence beside her. Naturally, Jian had always been forthcoming with her knowledge, and since Murphy was so eager to learn, Jian had no intention of keeping her in suspense. Murphy, the black stones you have brought are, in a strict sense, a type of ore. Specifically, it is a mineral that provides heat, known as coal. During the cold season, we can use it to warm our home, and it can also be utilized for cooking. As Jian led the bewildered Murphy into the main hall, he exclaimed, "Indeed, you were correct about one thing. The coal is remarkably long-burning. But tell me, Murphy, where on earth did you procure such an abundance of coal? I cannot possibly believe you stumbled upon it in your wood shavings basket." Seeing Jian's perplexed expression, Murphy realized he could no longer keep the truth hidden. Thus, he chose to be forthright, revealing everything. "Well, it all began on the first day of the Beast-Tide moon when I secretly followed Xiao Xiao outside. I found these stones not far from our tribe, on those barren hills to the east. I was merely curious and collected a few to bring back." At this point, they had entered the main hall, and Jian poured a cup of tea for Murphy. Accepting the tea, Murphy took a few sips before continuing. "However, after I brought them back, I carelessly tossed them into the wood shavings basket. Since I had been the one cooking these past few days, I didn't realize their potential until this morning." After briefly listening, Jian gently nodded at Murphy, her mind beginning to grasp the images of the mountains Murphy had mentioned. She then spoke, instructing Murphy to take the coal to the chieftain and clarify the matter with him, leaving the subsequent decisions to the chieftain and the elders. Murphy nodded in agreement. But simultaneously, she was determined to drag Jian into the mix as well. After downing an entire cup of water, Murphy took Jian by one hand and held a sack filled with coal in the other, making her way towards the tribal office. Upon arrival, Murphy showed no intention of releasing Jian's hand. Instead, she pulled Jian inside with her. Once inside, she boldly declared in front of everyone that the coal had been discovered and brought back by her and Xiao Xiao, explaining that they sought Jian's opinion out of uncertainty regarding its nature. Thus, she casually tossed the issue into Jian's lap. However, having grown accustomed to Murphy's antics, Jian did not refuse. She proceeded to explain the uses and methods of utilizing the coal, along with some basic extraction techniques. For the sake of caution, she only mentioned surface mining, deliberately omitting any reference to underground extraction, both due to her lack of understanding and her concern for the safety of the tribe's people responsible for the mining. After her explanation, Jian instructed Murphy to leave some coal behind, and together they departed. Jian recognized that the following matters only required discussion among the chieftain and the elders, as her role was merely to offer suggestions. After Jane returned home with Murphy, she summoned him to the cellar, where they brought up a considerable amount of meat. They meticulously bound the meat in bundles with bamboo strips and hung them out in the yard to dry. Once this task was completed, Jane took out some jerky, offered a portion to Murphy, and together they strolled towards the small hill in the tribe, adorned with cypress trees, while enjoying their snack. Murphy was quite perplexed by this. He wondered why, having properly stored the meat in the cellar, they needed to hang it out again, and what purpose lay in their journey to the hill. Upon hearing Murphy's inquiry, Jane refrained from providing a direct response. Instead, she cast a knowing glance that suggested, "You will find out soon enough," complemented by an enigmatic expression that further perplexed Murphy. As they stepped outside, Murphy had already posed her question no less than 10 times. Jane, feeling increasingly irked, endeavored to maintain an air of mystery. It was only when they were nearing Murphy's home that Jane suddenly recalled a vital detail. She had forgotten to bring the necessary tools for transporting the branches. The realization sent her into a state of agitation. Without hesitation, she halted Murphy, who was still striding ahead, and confided in her about the oversight. Murphy, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes nonchalantly and lamented, "Why didn't you mention it sooner? You were in such a hurry, yet you wouldn't disclose your intentions." After expressing her frustration, Murphy dismissed the matter with a wave of her hand, stating, "Never mind, we've arrived at my place. We can use my tools. Just tell me what you need, and we shall fetch them now." With that, Murphy took the initiative, pulling Jane towards her home without waiting for a reply. Seeing no other option, Jian had no choice but to follow Murphy into his home, of course remembering to mention the tools he needed to bring along. Upon hearing Jian mention the need for a cart and a machete, Murphy initially assumed that Jian intended to set some traps on the hillside, which filled him with great excitement. He incessantly chattered about the necessity of capturing more small game to roast and enjoy. As he spoke, he swallowed the non-existent saliva. And Jian, upon hearing Murphy's exuberant words, did not forget to douse him with a bucket of cold water. "Well, Murphy, the reason I need these tools isn't to catch small game. Rather, I intend to gather some branches from the mountain to use as firewood." Upon hearing this, Murphy's disappointment was palpable, precisely as Jian had predicted. He was exceedingly disheartened at that moment, silently mourning the delectable feast that had yet to appear, yet had already drifted far from reach. Seeing Murphy in such a state, Jane found it quite a struggle to suppress her laughter. However, in an effort to avoid detection by Murphy, she feigned a cough several times, successfully stifling her amusement, albeit neglecting to notice the slight upward curve of her lips. Observing Jane's stifled laughter, Murphy could no longer contain himself. With a boisterous roar, he charged toward Jane, unleashing his ultimate weapon, the art of tickling. He targeted Jane's sides with fervor, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from her, and he refused to relent until she divulged the source of her earlier amusement. After much struggle, Jian finally freed himself from Murphy's clutches. However, he chose not to disclose what had been occupying his thoughts. Having experienced Murphy's pettiness firsthand on multiple occasions, he knew better than to reveal the truth. If he were to lay bare his thoughts, the consequences would likely extend far beyond the recent playful torment he had endured. Thus, Jian wisely opted for silence, resolutely refusing to speak. The potential fallout from such a revelation was simply too dreadful to contemplate. Instead, Jian resorted to sharing a few light-hearted jokes to deftly divert Murphy's attention. Chapter 109. Smoked and cured meat. Jian lifted her gaze to the sprawling landscape adorned with flourishing cypress trees, and her heart swelled with joy. With a grand gesture, she beckoned Murphy to join her, and together they ventured into the hillside armed with a machete, commencing their task of pruning the cypress branches. After approximately 10 minutes of labor, their cart was filled to the brim. Upon seeing the cart full, Jian and Murphy began their journey back home. When they arrived at Jian's residence, merely 2 hours had elapsed since they set out, a duration that naturally included the time taken for their round trip. Upon returning home, Jian unloaded all the cypress branches from the cart and heaped them in the yard. Murphy, observing Jian's decision to pile the firewood in the yard rather than directly into the woodshed, found it rather peculiar. However, being a person of little patience, he voiced his curiosity without hesitation. Jian, without any intention of concealment, candidly shared her thoughts with Murphy, who, upon hearing this, felt his earlier disappointment over the absence of delectable dishes dissipate instantaneously. He even regretted having playfully tickled Jian moments ago, fearing she might withhold the opportunity for him to taste. However, Jian did not react as Murphy had anticipated. Rather, she encouraged him to quickly master the technique. In response, Murphy solemnly assured Jian of his commitment to learning. After receiving Murphy's promise, Jian invited him to assist in constructing a large shelter in the yard using the freshly transported cedar branches. Within this structure, they placed a horizontal branch for support. By the time they completed the shelter, it was nearly noon. Jian surveyed the meat chunks in the yard, now sufficiently sun-dried, and pondered silently the optimal moment to commence the smoking process. Meanwhile, Murphy glanced at the sky and, in a flurry, bid goodbye to Jian, promising to return in the afternoon before hastily departing, leaving Jian without the chance to invite him for lunch. As Jian observed Murphy departing, she subtly shook her head, pondering how regretful he would feel upon realizing that he had missed a delightful lunch for such a trivial reason. The mere thought of this amusement brought a smile to her face, so much so that even when Bailuo returned home, he remained oblivious to her mirth. It was not until Bailuo approached her and gently embraced her from behind that she regained her composure, seeing that Jane had finally returned to her senses. Bailuo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon arriving home, he had been startled to find his beloved standing beside an oddly shaped tree branch structure, laughing. He had genuinely feared she had fallen under some strange enchantment, despite the fact that such notions did not exist in the Orc continent. When Jian was embraced by Bailuo, she was taken aback and immediately turned around. Upon realizing it was Bailuo, she relaxed, softening her body against his chest, and playfully glared at him, exclaiming, "You nearly startled me." Without waiting for Bailuo to regain his composure, she rose on her toes and planted a kiss on his chin. "Welcome home, my dear Bailuo." At that moment, Bailuo was convinced that Jian had not fallen under any spell. After all, she was his beloved. Not just any ordinary female, she was the chosen messenger of the beast god. How could she possibly be cursed? Following Jian's affectionate gesture, Bailuo quickly leaned down, cupping her face in his hands, and returned the kiss with fervor. After sharing a tender moment, they proceeded to the kitchen with their catch to prepare lunch together. Throughout the cooking process, Jian's chatter never ceased as she recounted the matter of the coal Murphy had brought back. Bailuo listened intently, giving her enthusiastic thumbs up, praising her intelligence and capability, which filled Jian with immense joy. At that moment, if Jian were to take on a half-beast form like Bailuo, her ears would surely have twitched with delight, and her tail would have been held high in exuberance. After receiving praise from Bailuo, Jian was not content and casually mentioned the sudden appearance of a branch shed in her yard. She also expressed her desire to create smoked cured meat at home, elaborating on the myriad advantages of cured meat, such as its convenience for storage and its delectable taste. In essence, she extolled its many benefits quite extensively. Upon hearing Jian mention that the shed was intended for smoking meat, Bailuo's curiosity was piqued, and as Jian continued to share the various merits of smoked cured meat, his excitement and intrigue only intensified. After all, anything produced by Jian is bound to be of exceptional quality. In Bailuo's eyes, regardless of how unpalatable Jian's food might be, he would unhesitatingly consume it with a smile. Not to mention, Jian's culinary creations were undeniably delicious. Bailuo now felt an overwhelming eagerness to savor the exquisite flavor of the smoked cured meat Jian had described. However, to his surprise, Jian, after pondering for a moment, couldn't he help but pour a bucket of cold water on his enthusiasm. "Well, Bailuo," she began, "the truth is that the longer the smoking process lasts, the more delectable the cured meat becomes. If it is smoked for a short period, it lacks that unique flavor, and it simply won't qualify as cured meat. Moreover, it typically requires at least 10 days of smoking to reach its optimal taste." At this point, Jian glanced at Bailuo's expression, and upon realizing he bore no signs of discontent, she continued, Furthermore, as connoisseurs of fine cuisine, we must not sacrifice quality for the sake of immediate gratification. Therefore, we must exercise patience and wait until the curing process is fully complete before we indulge in the delightful flavors. Belo, upon hearing Jian's reasoning, found it quite sensible. After all, they were indeed seasoned gourmets who had sampled a plethora of culinary delights. With this thought in mind, Belo hastened his movements, observing his actions. Jian felt a sense of helplessness, as she recognized that he was eager to hang the pieces of meat in the shed for smoking as soon as possible. After lunch, Belo dismissed the notion of taking a nap and, having just finished washing the dishes, eagerly pulled Jian outside to the yard. It is indeed quite a predicament. However, in consideration of Bailuo's well-being, I concocted a rather flimsy excuse about some meat that had yet to be dried and was therefore unsuitable for smoking, and led Bailuo to the room for a midday slumber. Jian was roused from her slumber by the persistent knocking at the gate. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed that her dear buckler had also awakened, yet feigned ignorance to the sound of the knocking, cradling himself in her arms, seemingly intent on resuming his slumber. Jian felt a twinge of helplessness. Bailuo, please open the door. It's Murphy and Xiao Xiao. It's nothing to worry about. Just let them knock. They will let themselves in. Upon hearing this, Jian became anxious and quickly rolled over to rise, hastily beginning to dress. He also intended to rouse the slumbering Bailuo from the bed. Bailuo, rise and shine. I promised Murphy that I would teach her how to make smoked bacon this afternoon. You must get up and assist me at once. Initially, Bailuo had wished to linger in bed a while longer, but upon hearing Jian mention the smoked bacon, a spark of energy ignited within him. He promptly followed Jian's urging and began to rise. The entire sequence of events unfolded with a fluidity akin to a well-rehearsed dance, leaving Jian utterly captivated. Although Jian had been the first to rise and dress, it was Bailuo who ultimately finished getting ready first and then proceeded to assist Jian with his attire. This left Jian utterly astonished. However, upon a moment's contemplation, he discerned the reason behind Bailuo's remarkable speed. The allure of smoked bacon was irresistible to him. Moreover, the most significant factor was the realization that he, a living being, was being outpaced by the prospect of mere smoked bacon. Jian even contemplated whether he might cancel the plans for smoking bacon today, as well as for the subsequent days. Yet, the moment he imagined doing so, he envisioned Bailuo's slightly trembling ears and his excitedly wagging tail drooping in disappointment, which softened his heart immensely. The half-beast's demeanor was simply too endearing, too charming for him to resist. After Bailuo had assisted Jian in dressing, he eagerly pulled him out of the room. As they swung open the front door, they were greeted by the sight of Murphy and Xiao Xiao lounging in the courtyard on deck chairs. At this moment, Jian was all the more in awe of Bailuo's nose. With an expression of admiration, she gazed at Bailuo's face and even reached out to touch his nose. After receiving a gentle, indulgent pat from Bailuo, she finally turned her attention to the couple in the yard. Murphy, why have you arrived so early? I specifically mentioned for you to come in the afternoon. Upon hearing this, Murphy let out a resigned eye roll and replied, Oh, Jane, just look at the sun in the sky. It's already beginning to tilt towards the west. It's afternoon, indeed. Moreover, it won't be long before dinner is served. After hearing Murphy's words, Jane remained unconvinced, for it was still quite early for dinner. Nevertheless, she could empathize with Murphy's sense of urgency. In her school days, she too had been a diligent student with commendable grades. Despite having received numerous accolades, she still felt a twinge of nervousness and anticipation every time she ascended the stage to receive an award. Jane surmised that Murphy and Bailuo were experiencing emotions akin to what she had felt in her youth. Thus, she fully understood their sentiments and first allowed Murphy and Xiao Xiao to wash their hands in the yard. Then, she took Bailuo with her to the bathroom to freshen up. Once everyone was prepared, Jane commenced assigning tasks. She instructed Bailuo and Xiao Xiao to retrieve the already prepared pieces of meat and hang them in the shelter made of branches. Subsequently, she accompanied Murphy to the woodshed to fetch a basket of wood shavings and corn cobs. After everything was set, Jane ignited the fire using flint. As the flames flickered to life, she promptly added the corn cobs, and once they too were ablaze, she placed some cedar branches upon the flames. However, as soon as the branches were added, the fire in the shelter nearly extinguished, leaving behind only a dense smoke imbued with the refreshing scent of cedar. Noticing this, Jane hurriedly added several more cedar branches, causing the smoke to thicken even further. Bailuo and the others looked on in confusion, particularly Murphy, who immediately questioned Jane. Why did you extinguish the fire that you just lit? Now there's smoke everywhere. As she spoke, Murphy began to cough from the smoke. Observing the discomfort on the faces of the remaining two, Jane felt a pang of sympathy. After adding a few more cedar branches, she stood up and led the group away. As they walked, Jane explained, You see, I've already mentioned that we are making smoked meat. So the smoke is absolutely essential. If we were to use an open flame, it would not be smoking. It would simply be roasting. As Jian observed Bailuo, who had begun to rub something into his eyes, she swiftly approached and grasped his hand, preventing him from continuing. Instead, she rose onto her tiptoes before him and gently blew. Once Bailuo had finally regained his composure, Jian resumed her earlier thoughts, stating, Moreover, the fresh cypress branches are truly potent instruments for producing smoke. When subjected to open flame, they do not merely ignite, they emit copious amounts of smoke. Additionally, this smoke carries a peculiar and delightful fragrance, making it exceptionally suitable for curing cured meats. Upon hearing Jian's words, Bailuo and Murphy closed their eyes to savor the aroma in the air. This act of inhalation filled them with delight, prompting them to open their eyes in astonishment. Upon observing the expressions of Bailuo and the others, it became evident that they had caught a whiff of the aroma of the cypress branches. Without uttering a word, they silently approached and settled into the lounge chairs. Once Bailuo and the others had savored the scent to their heart's content, they too made their way over. Murphy, brimming with excitement, dashed to the side of Jian's lounge chair, gazing at him with profound admiration. Jian, you are truly remarkable. There is nothing you cannot accomplish. Well, the moment I catch a hint of that cypress smoke, I can already envision how delectable that smoked bacon must be. After speaking, Murphy exaggeratedly slurped at the saliva that had just pooled in his mouth. As Jian observed the situation, a sense of anticipation arose within her for the long-forgotten delicacy of cured meat. It had been quite some time since she savored its flavor, and she found herself yearning for it. However, upon hearing Murphy's remarks, Jian playfully retorted, insinuating, in truth, I am not one to possess an all-encompassing skill set. At the very least, I would never intrude uninvited when the master has yet to open the door. Upon hearing this, Murphy immediately recognized that Jian was alluding to her own behavior. If such a blatant tone of disdain had gone unnoticed, one might as well retreat to their mother's womb for a complete overhaul. Nevertheless, Murphy felt compelled not to concede defeat so easily. She feigned ignorance and refrained from acknowledging Jian's comment. Instead, she astutely shifted the conversation to recent amusing incidents within the tribe, recounting tales of mischief caused by the children of various families, who were subsequently reprimanded by their mothers, and the escapades involving a newly matured female who had been spirited away by a certain orc. Her aim was to divert Jian's attention. Jian, having sensed the situation, decided to acquiesce to Murphy's wishes and refrained from mentioning the matter of Murphy and Xiao Xiao entering without waiting for him and Bailuo. Instead, he simply began to recount the process of making smoked cured meat. Upon hearing about the smoked delicacy, Murphy's enthusiasm was instantly rekindled, and not only he, but also Bailuo and Xiao Xiao perked up their ears, captivated by Jian's narrative. Before Jian could finish his explanation, Bailuo noticed the smoke from the branch shelter had diminished. He hurried over, recalling Jian's earlier instructions, and added a few more branches to the fire. Once the smoke thickened once more, he made his way back to Jian, taking careful steps and glancing back. Jian, caught up in his enthusiastic description, had momentarily forgotten to tend to the fire. Just as he was about to check on it, he noticed Bailuo approaching him silently, taking his hand and leading him toward the branch shelter, which struck Jian as curious. How did Bailuo know it was time to add more wood? Chapter 111. Can we eat it? A veritable chatty representative of the Beastman continent. Truly a unique case. The entire afternoon unfolded amidst Murphy's incessant chatter and Jian's guidance. When the time for dinner arrived and Murphy, reluctant to return home, was led by Bailuo to the branch shelter, Jian realized that, unbeknownst to him, Bailuo had already tended to the fire splendidly. Even better than Jian had managed before. Jian cast a glance at Bailuo, then turned to observe the pieces of cured meat being smoked within the makeshift shelter of branches. At that moment, a drop of fat from the meat fell, igniting a small flame on the cypress branches. This unexpected turn of events sent Bailuo into a flurry of panic, while Jian remained remarkably composed. With a calm demeanor, Jian crouched down and grabbed a handful of soil from the yard, extinguishing the flickering flames effortlessly. Bailuo, witnessing Jian's simple yet effective method, discreetly noted it in his mind. Murphy, noticing Jian had not yet returned, rushed over to join the commotion, with his loyal companion, Xiao Xiao, trailing closely behind. As soon as Murphy arrived, he began chattering incessantly, undeterred by the lack of responses from others. Jian remarked that Murphy was akin to the celestial lion tribe. Observing this, Jian waved his hand and invited them to stay for dinner, much to Murphy's delight. Even the task of cooking, which he usually dreaded, became an eager request for Jian's assistance. Jian, unfazed by this minor request, readily agreed. However, upon entering the kitchen, it dawned on him that Murphy's intentions were not to lend a hand, but rather to steal culinary secrets and indulge in the feast. Watching Murphy shamelessly sample several bowls of different dishes under the guise of tasting, Jian was left speechless. Eventually, when the meal was served and Jian announced it was time to eat, a gluttonous Murphy, already stuffed, continued to devour an excessive amount. By the time they returned home, it was Xiao Xiao who carried Murphy in his arms. Even during their farewell, Murphy could only manage a burp and a few slurred words, leaving the onlookers both amused and bewildered. After bidding farewell to the Murphy couple, Jian returned to the kitchen to wash the dishes, while Bailuo took charge of bringing the cured meat into the main room, piece by piece. Once Jian finished washing the dishes, she shook her hands and proceeded to the main room to store the cured meat in the jade ring. After attending to all the trivial tasks, Jian and Bailuo finally returned to their room to rest. Early the next morning, Jian and Bailuo rose early to have breakfast. After Bailuo assisted Jian in rehanging the cured meat on the branches of the shed, he was preparing to venture out for a hunt when he was abruptly halted by an urgent assembly call. At first, Bailuo feared that the tribe was under attack from enemies or wild beasts. Without having the chance to bid Jian farewell, He immediately transformed into his beast form and hurried towards the source of the sound. Upon hearing the urgent call for assembly, Jian instinctively surmised that it likely pertained to matters concerning Cole. Consequently, he remained unfazed and continued to cure the bacon at home. Meanwhile, Bai Luo, before reaching the source of the sound, encountered numerous male orc clansmen. Among them were only those tasked with hunting, while those assigned to protect the tribe steadfastly maintained their posts, safeguarding the tribe's assets as well as its females and young. As Bai Luo journeyed on, the increasing number of encounters brought forth a plethora of rumors, each more fantastical than the last, though all were mere conjectures. However, everyone noted that their destination was the sparse, black hills, which only heightened their unease. After all, it was common knowledge that a mountain devoid of vegetation signified an absence of wild beasts. The question arose, if there were no beasts, why gather the hunters here? Had some unnoticed danger arisen? Was the leading creature of this year's beasttide the exquisite Linglong dragon beast? The mere mention of this possibility sent shockwaves through the crowd, their hearts racing with a medley of tension, fear, and unexpected exhilaration. However, when Xiao Xiao caught up and overheard the speculations, he could not suppress a chuckle, which instantly dispelled the unfounded fears. The crowd began to ponder the meaning behind Xiao Xiao's mirth. Noticing their expressions, particularly Bai Luo's confusion, Xiao Xiao's smile grew even brighter. He leaned in to whisper a few words to Bai Luo, who then let out an embarrassed laugh, further deepening the collective intrigue. Though no one dared to voice their inquiries, at that moment, they had all arrived at the summit of the small black mountain. After landing, they instinctively gravitated towards the chief's position. Chief Leia, observing that not all had gathered, refrained from speaking immediately. Instead, he turned away, standing atop the mountain with closed eyes, seemingly in meditation. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers speculated about the chief's intentions, leading to hushed discussions among themselves. Once everyone had assembled, Chief Leia finally turned to address them, recounting the discovery of Cole by Murphy and Xiao Xiao, emphasizing that it was Jian who identified it as Cole, prompting the decision to bring everyone together. It was then that the realization dawned upon the assembly. They were not under attack. What a relief! Upon learning the truth, the crowd could not help but pat their anxious hearts and cast significant eye rolls at those who had indulged in wild speculation. Nevertheless, some clansmen posed questions to the chief, such as, Chief, what is coal? Chief, what is coal used for? Chief, can coal be eaten? Is it tasty? The inquiries were diverse and numerous. At that moment, Leia felt utterly overwhelmed, internally lamenting, why did I bring this upon myself? Why did I not let Bai Luo bring Jian along? That would have spared me the need to explain everything. Why must I suffer this fate? However, the reality proved that one must engage to avoid demise. In the ensuing time, Chief Leia began to answer the multitude of questions regarding Cole. What brought him solace was the knowledge that he had been prudent. Earlier, when Jian had discussed Cole with him, he had asked many questions and had the elders take notes. Now, he could refer to those notes to elucidate matters to everyone. Although his explanations were somewhat halting, the simplicity of the vocabulary allowed the audience to grasp the concepts, albeit with some difficulty. After a lengthy explanation that consumed a significant portion of their hunting time, the astute chief managed to clarify what coal and coal mines were, their uses, and even whether coal was edible. As the next chapter unfolds, the chief glanced at the sky, realizing it was time to conclude. He encouraged everyone to proceed with their hunting endeavors, imparting motivation to the group. With the chief's encouragement ringing in their ears, the orcs transformed into their beast forms and soared in all directions, embarking on their quest for abundant prey. Meanwhile, Jian was not idle on the other side. After Jian stepped out, she busied herself at home preparing cured meat. Before long, Murphy arrived, accompanied by Ji Ming and Wei Er, to knock on Jian's courtyard door. Upon hearing the chaotic knocking, Jian immediately recognized it was Murphy, prompting her to set down the branch she was holding and rush to open the door. As she swung the door wide, she was greeted by the sight of Murphy, who had Wei Er on one side and Ji Ming on the other, with a large bag of snacks slung over her chest. Jian felt utterly at a loss for words regarding Murphy's appearance. Although she was quite surprised to see the two busy individuals, Wei Er and Ji Ming, she made no effort to feign her astonishment. Instead, she calmly opened the courtyard gate wide and invited them in. As Jian was preparing to lead them inside for a rest, she was unexpectedly stopped by Ji Ming's cheerful smile. Jian, do we really need to be so polite? You go about your business. In truth, the main reason we came today was to learn from you. I heard from Murphy and Bai Luo that you've been curing meat lately. How could you not invite us to partake in such a delightful activity? Ji Ming then playfully mimicked Murphy, pouting her lips in a charming manner. Jian was left speechless and embarrassed. She had never anticipated that Ji Ming would confront her so soon, and with such a display of cuteness. Goodness gracious. Was this truly the gentle and beautiful mother-in-law she had known? It felt as if she had transformed into someone entirely different. Moreover, dear father-in-law, are you certain that the person lying beside you each night is indeed your beloved partner? At that moment, Jian felt a tumult of emotions within her. Yet her expression remained composed. She couldn't help but admire her own ability to maintain such calmness amidst the complexities of her feelings. It was a feat only she could achieve. However, since her enchanting mother-in-law had already declared her intention to learn from her, Jian decided to abandon her reservations and directly led the three of them to the branch shed, allowing them to explore freely. Naturally, with the loquacious Murphy around, Jian found herself saving a considerable amount of speaking time. Most of the conversation was handled by Murphy, the chatterbox, while Jian only contributed the necessary remarks. She chose not to dwell on anything further, as Murphy's presence ensured that no one felt bored. As Jane finished adding branches and was about to depart, she belatedly realized that Murphy and the other two were standing behind her. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she hurried into the living room, fetched several small stools for them to sit upon, and then returned to serve them some floral tea. Once everyone was comfortably settled, Jane let out a sigh of relief and began to discreetly observe the trio, particularly focusing on the expressions of Jian and Veer. Fortunately, she perceived no signs of discontent, which allowed her to relax, and she joined them in conversation. Although Jane found their discussion somewhat uninteresting, she still made an effort to engage with them. Despite her attempts to appear attentive, Veer and Jian soon discerned that Jane was somewhat distracted. Initially, they suspected she might be feeling unwell or excessively anxious, prompting them to take her pulse and diagnosis. Upon confirming her robust health, they ceased their inquiries, instead asking if she felt any discomfort or harbored any worries. At that moment, Jane remained silent, instead collapsing into Jian's embrace, hoarsely calling out Mama. Jian, in response, said nothing, gently stroking Jane's hair and back in a silent act of comfort. Once Jane's emotions had settled, she straightened up, her eyes reddened, and apologized to everyone. In the afternoon, when Beiro returned with his catch alongside Xiao Xiao, Jane and her companions were still busy smoking meat and chatting under the branch shelter. However, Jane's red-rimmed eyes remained evident on her face. This sight caused Beiro to feel an overwhelming sense of concern. After placing down his catch and greeting everyone, he swiftly scooped Jane into his arms, ignoring her protests, and carried her towards the room, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. When Jian was suddenly lifted by Luo, he was initially taken aback. However, as he regained his composure, he began to struggle incessantly. Yet he was unable to persuade Luo to set him down. Regardless of Jian's inquiries, Luo remained silent, his expression sour. Witnessing Luo's demeanor, Jian grew increasingly agitated. Once they finally arrived at the room, Jian erupted in frustration, summoning all his strength. He finally freed himself from Luo's embrace and began to point an accusatory finger at him, reiterating his previous questions. Yet, as Jian uttered his first words, he was enveloped once again by Luo's arms. In that moment, Jian's furious expression melted away. At that instant, Luo resembled a sensitive little creature, a sight Jian had never encountered before. The stark contrast was indeed striking, leaving Jian momentarily speechless. Subsequently, the progression and conclusion of this incident remained shrouded in mystery. All that is known is that during lunch, the affectionate exchanges between Jian and Luo completely astounded the Murphy couple. It was almost blinding. Meanwhile, Wei Er and Ji Ming were utterly delighted by their antics, secretly envisioning a scene of Jian and Luo surrounded by a multitude of little bundles of joy. However, at that moment, certain matters began to surface gradually. After the meal, Chief Leia took the opportunity to discuss the coal mine situation with everyone, expressing a desire for suggestions, particularly from Jian. In response to Chief Leia's earnest request, Jian did not hold back. He simply stated, "Uncle Leia, it is currently the Beast Tide month, and we should prioritize our orc forces on hunting and guarding rather than on the coal mines." After a brief pause to sip water, he continued, "After all, we have ample time during the cold season. For now, we could arrange for some of the disabled or elderly male orcs in the tribe to commence mining a small portion of coal." Gently stroking his chin, Jian continued, "This way, we shall neither delay the hunting party nor suffer from insufficient guards, which could lead to other complications for the tribe. Wouldn't you agree?" Upon finishing his statement, Jian playfully blinked at the crowd, presenting the question to them, while he leaned against Luo's shoulder. Chapter 113. Are you upset? As the others contemplated the matter and were preparing to discuss the specifics with Jian, they realized he had already dozed off against Luo's shoulder. Luo felt a twinge of guilt. He hadn't even noticed when Jian had fallen asleep, too engrossed in his own delight while conversing with everyone. He was oblivious to the moment Jian had leaned in or succumbed to slumber. Seeing her foolish son's expression of remorse, Ji Ming felt a pang of sympathy and silently began to tidy up the dishes for the couple, not uttering a word. Meanwhile, Fei Ji observed Luo's expression, a mixture of exasperation and disappointment. How could he have produced such a foolish son? Yet, Fei Ji failed to recall his own youthful folly, which had been far greater than Luo's. However, upon witnessing his beloved busily cleaning up, he dashed over with a grin, asserting his intention to help and dragging Ji Ming along to the kitchen under the pretense of supervision while she washed the dishes. The weird couple, noticing the situation, promptly bid farewell to everyone and departed, taking the bewildered Murphy along with them. When Luo finally regained his senses, he found the entire hall devoid of any presence, the dishes having mysteriously vanished as well. Gazing at the emptiness around him, Luo couldn't help but think that if not for his mental clarity, he might have truly believed it was the end of the world, with only himself and Jian remaining on the planet. However, looking at Jian, who peacefully slept against his shoulder, he felt a surge of compassion. With delicate care, he lifted Jian's head and gently cradled her, carrying her step by step into the room and softly placing her on the bed. At that moment, Jian suddenly rolled over, inadvertently tightening her grip on Bai Luo's arm, and due to the reaction, he found himself pulled onto the bed beside her, positioned directly above her. Bai Luo found that a slight lowering of his head would allow him to kiss Jian's lips. Just as he leaned down, their lips met in a tender kiss. In her dreams, Jian envisioned herself indulging in food, and as Bai Luo's lips brushed against hers, she instinctively bit down, thinking it was the sausage she was dreaming of. The sudden pain caused Bai Luo to leap up, clutching his bleeding lips and exclaiming in agony. As Bai Luo's lips withdrew abruptly, the imagined sausage took flight, leaving Jian frowning in confusion. Once again, she was roused from her slumber by Bai Luo's cries of pain. As Jian opened his eyes, he groggily sat up, rubbing them in a daze, and beheld Bai Luo covering his mouth. After observing for a while, Jian suddenly noticed blood trickling slowly through the gaps between Bai Luo's fingers. In an instant, fear dispelled his drowsiness, and he became fully alert. Without pausing to ponder how Bai Luo had sustained his injury, Jian instinctively sprang to his feet and hurried toward Bai Luo's side. Jian stood before Bai Luo, rising on her toes to forcefully pry apart his slender fingers. One by one. Observing the anguish etched across Bai Luo's face and his lips, which were bleeding profusely, Jian inexplicably burst into laughter. This reaction left Bai Luo feeling profoundly embarrassed, causing him to ponder whether Jian had discovered that he had stolen a kiss while she slept, only to be bitten in return. Yet, he quickly rationalized that if she truly knew, it should not be the case. How could Jian bear to hurt him when her love for him was so profound? Surely, he must have misinterpreted her expression. Jian could not possibly be laughing. After a moment of self-hypnosis, Bai Luo rubbed his eyes and gazed once more at Jian's expression. To his dismay, he found her still laughing joyfully, no less. Upon realizing the truth of Jian's mirth, Bai Luo could not help but feel a wave of self-loathing wash over him. Alas, Jian, it seems, truly does not love me. However, after examining the wound on Bai Luo's lips with earnest attention, Jian ultimately reached a conclusion. It must be that he has indulged too much in dragon beast meat lately. Oh, my dear Bai Luo, you have become overheated. This simply cannot do. It appears he must consume lighter fare to cool down. Jian observed the wound on Bai Luo's lips, which had ceased to bleed. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a water pouch and some gauze from the jade ring. He guided Bai Luo to sit at the edge of the bed and then meticulously tended to the cleansing of the wound. After Jian meticulously cleansed Bai Luo's wound, she retrieved a beneficial healing powder from her jade ring. Using gauze, she gently applied the powder to Bai Luo's injury. By the time she finished tending to his wound, Jian found herself entirely awake. She tidied her belongings and prepared to take Bai Luo to the kitchen to wash the dishes that she had yet to clean. However, upon their arrival in the kitchen, they were greeted by the sight of a spotless space, meticulously organized by Ji Ming and Leia, along with gleaming dishes and kitchen utensils that had been scrubbed to a shine by the two of them. Upon closer inspection, I initially believed it to be the handiwork of Bai Luo. I even patted Bai Luo on the chest, exclaiming, "Well done, Bai Luo. You've made great progress." To which Bai Luo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, Jian, it wasn't me who did the washing. It must have been my father. Jane rolled her eyes in response to Bai Luo's remark and said, "It seems you ought to learn these skills from your father." Unexpectedly, upon hearing Jane's words, Bai Luo's expression stiffened as he was transported back to his childhood. Recalling the times when he would watch his father being punished by his mother for his ignorance regarding certain matters, forced to wash the dishes. The mere thought of it left Bai Luo feeling utterly disheartened. He resolved firmly that he must never reveal this to Jane, otherwise, his fate would undoubtedly be more dire than that of his father. After Jane meticulously inspected the immaculate kitchen, she accompanied Bai Luo to the yard, where she added a few more branches to the fire pit beneath the trellis. As the smoke began to billow, Jane instructed Bai Luo to remain there and keep watch. Meanwhile, she took a small dustpan and descended into the cellar. Before long, Jane returned from the cellar and the backyard to the front yard. Observing this, Bai Luo hastily abandoned the branches in his hands and rushed over to take the items from Jane. Jian, ever so diligent, rewarded Bai Luo with a kiss on the cheek in a moment of joy. With a cheerful demeanor, Jian walked ahead, while Bai Luo, gently touching the spot on his face that Jian had kissed, followed suit, holding something without even glancing at it. It was only when Bai Luo entered the kitchen, trailing behind Jian, that he had the leisure to look down at the item he was carrying. Upon doing so, Bai Luo's expression instantly shifted to one of dismay. Not for any other reason, but because what he held was an entire basket of bitter melon. The very same, commonly known as cooling melon, yet notorious for its dreadful bitterness. The sight of it transported Bai Luo back to the first time he had tasted bitter melon. It was on a stormy evening. That day had begun as a bright and sunny one, yet, due to a moment of folly, he had brought it home after witnessing a creature consuming the very thing out of sheer curiosity. Initially, Jian had been quite pleased to see the bitter melon, and Bai Luo felt a sense of pride for having brought back something that delighted Jian. However, this blissful illusion was short-lived. That very afternoon, as he had returned with the bitter melon, the sky, which had been clear, suddenly darkened with countless clouds. When dinner time arrived, the scene transformed into a cacophony of thunder and torrential rain. The lightning struck like daggers, piercing Bai Luo's heart. Yet, that was not the most terrifying part. The most frightening revelation was that Jian had decided to stir-fry a dish of bitter melon. Chapter 114, The Bitter Melon Feast. It was his first encounter with this vegetable. He had nearly been overwhelmed by its bitterness, almost vomiting up the previous night's meal. Jian had found great amusement in his reaction, laughing at him for a long time. As his thoughts returned to the present, Bai Luo gazed at the overflowing basket of bitter melon, feeling as though the entire world was mocking him. As Jian gazed at the bitter melon, a profound expression of sorrow etched upon his face. He could not help but chuckle. However, in an effort to alleviate Bai Luo's discomfort, Jian resolved to temporarily endure Bai Luo's plight. Approaching him, Jian gently patted Bai Luo's chest and earnestly remarked, "Bai Luo, in light of your chapped and bleeding lips, I must reluctantly ask your tongue to endure as well." With that, Jian retrieved several pieces of bitter melon from the basket, washed them thoroughly, and proceeded to slice them with precision, extracting their juice. Before long, a generous glass of pure, natural green bitter melon juice, free from preservatives, colorants, or seasonings, was freshly prepared. Simultaneously, Jian prepared a sizable portion of cold bitter melon, seasoned only with a hint of salt. After completing these tasks, Jian smiled and urged Bai Luo to consume the cold bitter melon alongside the bitter melon juice, forbidding him from indulging in anything else, under the pretext of preserving its efficacy. Thus, the beleaguered Bai Luo, with a grimace, began to alternate between bites of the cold bitter melon and sips of the juice. In the midst of his culinary ordeal, he endeavored to express his affection for Jian by continually praising his culinary skills, entirely oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of pride and amusement in Jian's eyes. Finally, after Bai Luo had bravely finished every last drop of bitter melon juice and every morsel of the cold dish, Jian bestowed upon him a look of approval. Seeing Jian smile, Bai Luo felt that as long as he could bring joy to his beloved, he would willingly endure the bitterness of the bitter melon. Naturally, he would also relish the thought of other delights, such as the cured meat from the yard. With this in mind, Bai Luo could not help but display a cheerful smile, as if the earlier torment of the bitter melon had never been his burden at all. The sight of Jian, beaming with joy, appeared to Bai Luo even more radiant than the sun in the sky. Yet, one could not overlook the bitter gourd juice at the corners of his mouth and the remnants of the cold bitter gourd on his chest. Bai Luo, seemingly oblivious to his own disheveled appearance, stood there with a foolish grin, which inexplicably stirred a desire within Jian to slap him a few times to jolt him awake. However, after a moment's contemplation, Jian restrained himself, recognizing that there was ample time ahead. There was no rush to discipline him, after all. A lifetime lay ahead to playfully torment him. With that thought, Jian suppressed the urge to strike, paused, and extended his hand towards Bai Luo. This time, rather than delivering the anticipated slap, he gently used his sleeve to wipe the corners of Bai Luo's mouth and brushed away the remnants of bitter gourd from his chest. Overjoyed by Jian's tenderness, Bai Luo's smile widened, becoming even more foolish. Seizing an opportunity when Jian was momentarily distracted, he lifted Jian into his arms and showered him with enthusiastic kisses. It was only after receiving Jian's sharp glare that Bai Luo reluctantly set him down. After ensuring Jian was comfortably seated, Bai Luo busied himself in the kitchen, washing the pots and dishes used for the meal Jian had prepared to alleviate his discomfort. Once Bai Luo tidied up the kitchen, Jian joined him as they ventured outside to gather cypress branches for the arbor. Jian originally believed that Murphy and the others would visit in the afternoon.